Gift a Qi Gathering Pill, receive a 10,000-fold return. And earn a 9-turn Golden Pill. Gift a Fireball Technique, receive a 10,000-fold return, and earn an Annihilation Buddha Lotus. Gift a low-tier Magical Artifact, receive a 10,000-fold return, and earn a Divine Axe of Creation. Upon obtaining the system, Chen realized that he could receive rewards simply by giving gifts to female cultivators. Yet, Chen could only express his feelings. I never intended to be a sycophant. However, the system's rewards were simply too generous. Chapter 1. I hold the utmost contempt for sycophants. Yunluo Mountain Range. Silver Moon Market. The cold wind howled, toppling unknown objects that crashed loudly against the ground. Startled awake, Chen opened his bloodshot eyes. Before him stood a gigantic alchemical furnace, still warm, for which a faint burnt odor wafted. The entire room was in disarray. Clothes, herbs, and various bottles and jars lay scattered across the floor. Observing this chaotic scene, Chen could not help but sigh. Indeed, he had traversed to another world. This marked the 3rd day since Chen's arrival. Though his appearance remained identical to that of his previous life, his circumstances were drastically different than in his former life. He was an employee of a state-owned enterprise, working a stable 9 to 5 with no overtime, earning a substantial monthly salary, and living a comfortable life without the burdens of marriage. In stark contrast, the identity he assumed in this new world was that of an 18-year-old youth from a minor family, possessing a modicum of alchemical skill. He was meant to enjoy family resources, delve deeper into the art of alchemy, and enhance his cultivation. Yet, due to unforeseen circumstances, he was dispatched to the Silver Moon Market to serve as an alchemist, generating income for his family. The dilemma lay in the fact that his predecessor's alchemical proficiency was rather dismal. His success rate barely reached half that of an average alchemist, rendering him incapable of fulfilling his duties. Moreover, he had to conceal the fact that he was a mere fraud. After all, working as an alchemist in the market was considered a decent job. Should he fail, he would be reassigned to grueling and perilous tasks. Thus, his predecessor, engulfed in anxiety, panic, and fear, toiled relentlessly in an attempt to improve his alchemical skills and meet the expectations placed upon him. Ultimately, he succumbed to overwork, and thus, Chen found himself in this new world. In the days following his arrival, he endeavored to practice alchemy, hoping against hope that he might be a prodigy. Yet his predecessor's training had been inadequate, and it seemed his instructor had not imparted knowledge effectively. Chen's memories were a jumbled mess. After 2 or 3 days of attempts, he fared even worse than his predecessor, failing each time. At this juncture, Chen completely surrendered. He even began to contemplate whether he should sever ties with his family and seek a mundane existence in a common city, perhaps living as a humble devotee. However, the path of immortality was fraught with challenges. Many cultivators, facing insurmountable obstacles, chose to languish in mediocrity. With his mere 2nd level of qi refinement, Chen found it difficult to attain any respectable standing. Moreover, the market surroundings were perilous. Numerous cultivators lay in wait to ambush the unsuspecting should he be cornered. His life would be forfeit. In truth, Chen felt he lacked the privilege to indulge in complacency. Forget it. Whatever happens, happens. I've decided to give up. Chen abruptly rose and pushed open the door. Since his arrival in this realm, he had remained sequestered, fearful of revealing any telltale signs. Yet now, he felt indifferent. However, as he opened the door, a gust of frigid air rushed into the courtyard. As Chen stepped outside once more, he spotted someone approaching from the front courtyard. The figure donned a flowing white gown, appearing even fairer than the garment itself, with delicate, porcelain-like skin that shone brilliantly in the winter chill. Her physique was also quite appealing. Even clad in somewhat heavy attire, her slender form and graceful curves were evident. Yet, what captivated Chen most was her visage. Youthful and radiant, with gentle features and eyes that sparkled with light, she evoked an instinctive sense of empathy upon first glance. It was the kind of face that would quicken one's heartbeat during school days, reminiscent of a first love. It had surpassed the beauty of any school belle on earth, embodying an enhanced version of perfection. Upon seeing her, Chen recalled her identity. She was Lin Ke, a cultivator working in the shop, her cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Her role was likely that of a customer service representative. At last, Taoist Yi has emerged. I noticed you hadn't left your room for 5 days, and I worried you were overexerting yourself with alchemy, so I came to check on you. Now that I see you are well, I am relieved. Lin Kuter's beautiful countenance displayed a look of relief. Such concern from a stunning woman caused Chen to feel a surge of sentiment, reminiscent of a schoolboy proclaiming, "Mom, I'm in love. Yet, Yi Chen was acutely aware that this woman was no benevolent soul. For within Yi Chen's memories, he knew that his predecessor had produced few pills, but had generously gifted many to Lin Ke. Previously, he had been somewhat naive, engrossed in his training within the family. Upon being dispatched here, he had fallen under the spell of Lin Ke's warmth and concern, leading him to the delusion that she must like me. Thus, when Lin Ke inadvertently mentioned that her meager salary left her unable to afford rent or even purchase pills, his predecessor promptly gifted her several of the few pills he had managed to concoct, eliciting her joyful delight. Thereafter, Lin Ke would casually mention this incident weekly, praising his predecessor's alchemical skills and the efficacy of the pills. Consequently, his predecessor became a gullible benefactor, gifting Lin Ke pills weekly. Reflecting on this, Yi Chen could not help but lament the fate of a hopeless sycophant. He found it utterly absurd that, while struggling for his own survival, he had been so foolish as to offer pills. In his previous life, Yi Chen had never stooped to such sycophancy, for he had never lacked female companionship. He understood that money was not meant for women to squander, but rather for his own enjoyment unless someone was truly worth a lifetime commitment. In his past life, he earned a respectable salary, which he spent on fitness, travel, cars, and homes, leading a vibrant and fulfilling life. His social media brimming with comments from women. However, should he simply shower a woman with gifts, it would neither win her affection nor earn her respect. Instead, it would only render him a mere ATM in her eyes. Once she had benefited from him, she would cast him aside without a second thought. He be a fool, and a sycophant at that, was utterly beyond him. This realization only deepened Yi Chen's disdain for his predecessor. Before him, Lin Ke noticed Yi Chen's uncharacteristic indifference to her concern and appeared slightly taken aback. However, she swiftly dismissed the thought. After all, Yi Chen had only recently gifted her 5 qi gathering pills. Although Yi Chen's alchemical skills were lacking, yielding only low-quality, subpar pills, she was not one to turn down free offerings. Lin Ke indeed required funds. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, she inquired, "Taoist, you must have produced quite a few pills during your seclusion, right? I truly envy Taoist Ye's talent for alchemy, unlike myself." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy tinged her voice, stirring sympathy within Yi Chen. Yet, his heart was filled with sardonic amusement. Was she mocking him? Moreover, his predecessor had always been the one to offer gifts. Now, when he showed no immediate reaction, her true colors began to surface. This woman was indeed no saint. However, Yi Chen was not his predecessor, nor was he a sycophant. Did she desire pills? That was not entirely out of the question. After all, he had already resigned himself to mediocrity, though he still possessed over 20 qi gathering pills from his predecessor. They were insufficient to meet expectations, so he was indifferent that if he could use these pills to experience the life of a cultivator, it might not be such a bad idea. After all, Lin Ke possessed both striking beauty and an aura of grace, coupled with the charm of first love. But to expect something for nothing? That was an impossibility. Yi Chen would rather leap from this place than stoop to being a sycophant. Yet, just as Yi Chen prepared to respond, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Detected a match with a female cultivator. The gift bonding system is now officially activating. Suitable target. Lin Ke, as Yi Chen listened to the voice, a blend of excitement and confusion surged within him. The thrill, of course, stemmed from the fact that he had acquired a system. Yet, there lingered a sense of unease regarding the peculiar description of this system. Chapter 2. This is not flattery. This is an investment. The gift bonding system? The name seems a bit off, and it appears rather peculiar. Is this perhaps a system for sycophants? Yi Chen promptly examined the system's details, which soon materialized before his eyes. This system serves as a gift bonding system. With the following requirements for suitable recipients: an appearance score of over 90, a physique score of over 90, possessing a spiritual root, being a cultivator, and remaining a virgin. If the gifts bestowed hold significant importance for the female cultivator, causing her emotions to fluctuate greatly, one may receive additional rewards. Upon reading this, Yi Chen was taken aback. This system seems to possess some merit. Gifts are returned in double, and if the gifts are of urgent necessity to the female cultivator, their significance is high, allowing for extra rewards. This functionality essentially cultivates sycophants, particularly attentive ones who must constantly observe the desires of their counterparts. This is utterly absurd. If even the system fosters sycophants, what on earth is happening in this world? However, with this system at his disposal, it seems he need not languish any longer. You Taoist? Lin Ke noticed Yi Chen's silence and found herself momentarily entranced by her own reflection, frowning slightly. In truth, Lin Kuo held Chen in low regard. His cultivation was meager, having only reached the third layer of qi refinement, despite coming from a modest family. She, a loose cultivator, had surpassed him despite his familial resources. This indicated that Chen's aptitude was likely inferior, most probably possessing a low-grade spiritual root. Moreover, Chen's only commendable skill, his alchemical talent, seemed mediocre in Lin Kuo's eyes, as he had only produced low-grade qi-gathering pills, with not a single mid-grade one to his name. A cultivator of such caliber had little promise for the future. Unless Chen secured a spot in the Qingyan sect, he was destined to be merely a transient figure in her life, far from her ideal partner. Nonetheless, Lin Kuo did not outwardly express these sentiments, as she still found Chen useful. No matter how poor the quality of the pills he crafted, they were still pills. 20 low-grade qi-gathering pills equated to 1 low-grade spirit stone, and considering that her monthly remuneration amounted to merely 3 low-grade spirit stones, her perspective on Chen shifted significantly. Chen despised the notion of being a sycophant. Whether she was a green tea type was of little consequence. As for the act of gifting being synonymous with flattery, what a joke. If one gives gifts and gains nothing in return, that is indeed flattery. Yet if one gifts and receives tenfold in return, that is an investment, a shrewd exploitation of the system. The dilemmas he currently faced could be effortlessly resolved. Thus, Lin Kuo ceased to appear as a detestable green tea in Chen's eyes, but rather a radiant gold mine. Unless Chen encountered a female cultivator offering higher returns, he was prepared to cater to Lin Kuo's every desire, providing her with whatever she wished, especially if it was of great value. After all, the more he gave, the more he stood to gain. In the realm of cultivation, wealth is paramount, and with the gift feedback system, he was assured endless opportunities. Achieving immortality and founding a lineage seemed entirely within reach. With a smile, Chen addressed Lin Kuo. Why should the esteemed Lin belittle herself? At such a young age, you have ascended from being a loose cultivator to the third layer of qi refinement, indicating your extraordinary talent. You undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. During my retreat, I happened to concoct a batch of pills, which I would like to present to you to aid in your cultivation. However, Chen had no storage bag to contain them. Upon hearing his words, Lin Kuo felt a tinge of embarrassment and waved her hand, saying, "There's no need. Ye Taoist, those are the fruits of your labor, and you still have to submit them to the shop. It would be unfortunate if I hindered your tasks." Upon hearing this, Chen internally scoffed, a smirk tugging at his lips despite her refusal. Was she really going to turn down his offer so resolutely? Did she expect him to beg to gift her something? What an insufferable green tea she was. Nevertheless, Chen desired precisely that type of green tea. If she truly felt too embarrassed to accept, then his plans would falter. Thus, Chen replied with a smile, "You worry too much, esteemed Lin. The success rate of my qi-gathering pills is quite high, so I will have plenty to spare. Giving a few away will not affect my tasks." Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo finally relented, lowering her head shyly and saying, "Then I must thank you, ye Taoist. You are truly kind." "You are kind," Chen quipped internally, though his feet did not slow. With 2 bottles in hand, containing a total of 20 pills, he realized that with just Lin Kuo alone, he could practically open a pill shop. He could engage in low-price competition akin to a certain e-commerce giant, driving all the vendors in the Silver Moon market out of business. What a profitable venture! However, just as he picked up the bottles, a system notification chimed in his mind. When gifting pill-related items, a maximum of 10 can be given at once. Chen's aspirations of becoming a business magnate were abruptly curtailed before they could even begin. With a slight pout, he grabbed a bottle of pills and exited the room, stating, "Please accept this, esteemed Lin." Lin Kuo's eyes sparkled brightly, though she still maintained an air of bashfulness as she solemnly accepted the gift, saying, "I cannot refuse your kindness. Thank you, ye Taoist." As she lowered her head to examine the pill bottle, her heart swelled with joy upon discovering it contained 10 pills, an unexpected delight. Chen nodded with a smile, acknowledging her reaction. Indeed, this was not merely a trivial matter. Chen had heard of people gifting children to sycophants, but such thoughts were now inconsequential, for the system's prompt reverberated in his mind, a melodious sound that heralded his success. Chapter 3. This is not green tea, this is a gold mine. Gift successful. The gift consisted of 10 low-grade qi-gathering pills. 100 low-grade qi-gathering pills have been credited to your account. As this marks the host's first gifting experience, while it did not elicit significant surprise from the recipient, it nonetheless triggered a critical hit reward. Reward, complete comprehension of first-rank alchemy. The complete comprehension of first-rank alchemy has been dispatched. Holy moly! Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had 100 qi-gathering pills been credited, but he had also triggered a critical hit reward? Had he truly attained complete mastery of first-rank alchemy? This was beyond exhilarating. He had experienced the challenges of alchemy firsthand in recent days. There were no formulas to rely upon. One had to focus intently on the furnace, adjusting the heat according to the various states of the herbs. Furthermore, one had to continually manipulate their spiritual energy. A minor misstep could result in a complete failure of the batch. With 4 years of study in alchemy, he had only just scratched the surface, far from being a bona fide first-rank alchemist. Now, with a single critical hit, he had achieved complete understanding of first-rank alchemy. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze towards Lin Kuter transformed entirely. She was no longer just a green tea type. She was a veritable treasure trove. Flatter, flatter, flatter. I intend to flatter for a lifetime. Yi Chen's fervent stare made Lin Kuer feel somewhat uncomfortable. She couldn't help but worry that Yi Chen might misinterpret the gesture of gifting as a signal that she should become his partner. How absurd. Was Yi Chen truly that Navi? Yet, each time he gifted her something, he would excitedly engage her in conversation, dragging on for ages. Lin Kuer felt compelled to listen and nod along, for it would be unbecoming to simply accept the gifts and depart, especially when she desired more pills in the future. However, she needed to maintain some distance. She couldn't allow him to think that receiving gifts meant she belonged to him. Just as Lin Kuer pondered how to balance keeping Yi Chen intrigued while not entirely dissuading him, Yi Chen abruptly turned and left. The sound of the door slamming shut resonating behind him. With her heart devising various plans, Lin Kuer gazed in slight astonishment. Was Yi Chen leaving already? How could he not resemble the previous times when he seemed eager to engage in endless conversations with her, reluctant to part ways? However, her surprise was fleeting. After all, who truly cares for the thoughts of a devoted admirer? Her sole interest lay in the elixirs in her hand. The Qi gathering pill is the most suitable concoction for early-stage cultivators, significantly accelerating their cultivation process by consuming one during each training session. Its effects approximate 1.5 times that of standard practice. Lin Kuer certainly did not wish to spend her life merely serving in this modest establishment. Once she breaks through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, she would seek a more rewarding occupation. Thus, she turned and departed without hesitation. Yi Chen had no reason to linger. After all, rewards had already been dispensed. What else could he do? Truly behave like a devoted admirer? Bestowing gifts was merely a task assigned by the system. Yi Chen was not one to immerse himself in such roles. He mentally commanded, "Extract Qi gathering pills." Instantly, 10 small vials of the elixirs appeared in his hands. Upon opening one, he gently inhaled its fragrance. It was not pure. A faint, muddled scent of various herbs lingered. Clearly, the concoction process had not been executed flawlessly, resulting in a subpar product. Nevertheless, even inferior quality would suffice. Yi Chen's task required him to present 500 Qi gathering pills to the shop, of which he had now acquired 100. Judging by the lesser quantity, he could gather the remainder within a month, while the task deadline extended over 2 months. The once daunting task that had overwhelmed his predecessor now felt effortlessly manageable. As long as he completed the assignment, he would not need to seek alternative employment, allowing him to remain comfortably within the shop. With the assistance of the devoted admirer system, he could amass countless resources and cultivate toward immortality. Merely envisioning this scenario filled Yi Chen with exhilaration. After counting, he placed the pills into a nearby box. Looking at the box, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. This cultivator lacked even a standard storage bag, let alone a storage ring. It was rather inconvenient. However, recalling his memories, Yi Chen realized that storage bags in the cultivation world were not trivial items. The smallest storage bag, with a capacity of half a cubic meter, cost 50 inferior spirit stones. What does this imply? Lin Kuer, a mere 3rd-level Qi refinement attendant, worked 8 hours a day, taking 1 day off per week, earning only 3 inferior spirit stones a month. Moreover, the market was fortified with formations and protected by powerful beings, rendering it safer and richer in spiritual energy compared to the outside world. Thus, even the tiniest courtyard required a rental fee of 1 inferior spirit stone. Daily sustenance was also a necessity. If cultivators consumed mundane food devoid of spiritual energy, it merely filled their stomachs and would produce waste, thereby affecting their cultivation. Hence, they needed to consume spirit beast meat or spirit grains. Otherwise, they resorted to using digestion pills. This was merely the most basic requirement. To expedite their cultivation, they required elixirs, defensive artifacts, and defensive spells, all of which demanded finances. The expenses of being a cultivator were exorbitant. Thus, only mid-level Qi refinement cultivators, with more avenues for income, could afford to purchase storage bags. The majority of cultivators scarcely had enough spirit stones for themselves, let alone lavish any on female cultivators. Once one's cultivation level increased, opportunities to meet superior female cultivators would abound. It was no wonder Lin Kuo seized the chance to exploit a devoted admirer like him. The reality was that everyone in the cultivation world was impoverished, all striving to accumulate spirit stones, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. However, this posed no issue for Chen. 10 inferior qi gathering pills equated to the value of half a spirit stone. When gifts could yield a tenfold return, that amounted to 5 spirit stones. His monthly income approached 20 inferior spirit stones. This calculation did not even factor in his current understanding as a first-tier alchemist. Alchemists also enjoyed a lucrative profession, and it was not an exaggeration to claim that they were among the wealthy elite in the cultivation realm. The higher the skill level, the greater the earnings. For instance, the task to concoct qi gathering pills required him to submit 500, yet the materials provided were sufficient to produce 1,500. The key was that alchemy involved a margin of error. A success rate of 1/3 was deemed acceptable for an alchemist. Should one possess slightly higher proficiency, the surplus pills would constitute the alchemist's profit. Chen's salary at the apothecary was 5 inferior spirit stones. If his success rate improved, yielding 750 pills, the additional 250 would be his own. That would translate into at least a dozen inferior spirit stones in profit. In total, he could effortlessly accumulate 40 to 50 spirit stones in a month, a veritable fortune. Contemplating the prospects of such abundant income reinvigorated Chen, who had previously contemplated surrendering to despair. In his past life, he was a state enterprise employee, enjoying job security and substantial benefits. In this life, as an alchemist with a system, he could engage in alchemical pursuits, and, coupled with the system's tenfold returns, he was poised to soar. His fortune was undeniably favorable. Chapter 4. The Quota for Qinyan Sect. Alchemy Wealth. With the arrival of the system, hope rekindled within him, and Chen was filled with newfound determination. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he understood one fundamental truth: wealth begets courage for a man. This principle held true in any world. On Earth, possessing wealth allowed one to pursue fitness, acquire property, buy vehicles, travel the globe, and live unrestrained by others. In the cultivation realm, the situation was not vastly different. Without spirit stones, one could only resort to subservience for minimal resources. However, with spirit stones, time wasted on menial jobs could be avoided. One could rent superior accommodations, procure better elixirs, and consume higher quality spirit grains. As one's strength increased, others would seek to curry favor. Moreover, with the devoted admirer system at his disposal, as his power grew and his status elevated, the quality of female cultivators he could encounter would also rise, amplifying the returns he could expect. Thus, Chen's ambition was truly boundless. He was keen to experience the effects of a first-tier perfected alchemist firsthand. However, as he retrieved the herbs from the storage box for meticulous inspection, a frown creased his brow. There was an issue with the herbs. The primary ingredients for the qi gathering pill required both withered yellow grass and moon rose. Yet, the moon rose exhibited some problems. Several plants were evidently poorly preserved, with petals slightly widening, though not overtly noticeable. Such subtly discolored moon rose had lost medicinal potency and could no longer serve as a primary ingredient. Forcing its use would yield nothing but waste pills. The previous incarnation had been oblivious to this flaw. Upon examining all the moon rose, Chen discovered that at least 1/3 displayed this issue. His expression darkened immediately. No wonder the previous incarnation had such a high failure rate. Back in the family, the success rate had been at least 1 in 5. With 5 furnaces, at least 1 batch would succeed. Yet here, success came only once in 7 or 8 attempts. The cause was now clear. Someone was sabotaging him. As he pondered this, Chen's eyes narrowed. The herbs were supplied by the shop. This establishment belonged to the Yi family, and an increased failure rate in his alchemical endeavors would not bode well for the family. Thus, who was orchestrating this? Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped, and a gentle voice called from outside, "Xianxia, are you well?" Upon hearing this voice, Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Speak of the devil, he had arrived. Having spent a decade in the state enterprise, Chen was no fool. Entering the room was Manager Zhang, who appeared portly and wore a congenial smile. "I came to inquire how your alchemical progress is faring. Did I disturb you, Master Yi, during your alchemy?" Upon hearing this, Chen immediately shook his head. "No, not at all. The pills are being refined quite well. It's just that my junior has only recently joined the family and hasn't fully adapted yet, so progress is a bit slow. I fear I may only be able to submit the pills at the end of the task deadline." Manager Zhang, noticing the lingering faint scent of burning in the room, along with the pile of uncleaned medicinal residues nearby, smiled even more brightly. "What are you saying, dear nephew? You are a member of the Yi family. This shop belongs to you. Don't worry about submitting on time. If a few extra days are needed, it's no problem for me to grant that. After all, It will also provide you with a greater opportunity to join the Qingyun sect in the future, won't it? The Qingyun sect? Chen listened, maintaining his composure. But internally he had confirmed everything. The one who set him up was indeed this person before him. The Qingyun sect is a prominent sect in the area, protected by a golden core ancestor. The first-generation ancestor of the Yi family had once been an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. Unfortunately, due to bad luck, he was unable to establish his foundation and later left to establish his own family, branching out. The Qingyun sect supported this endeavor, as disciples with no prospects could increase the sect's control over various regions. Occasionally, tasks would also be assigned. The first ancestor had friends who became foundational elders, and former peers would frequently visit. When issues arose, connections could be made to seek assistance. Thus, after establishing the family, it thrived. However, once the first ancestor passed away, the familial connection faded. There remains a slight bond, but it is minimal. Now, under the leadership of the third-generation patriarch, the connection with the Qingyun sect has completely vanished. Nonetheless, the Qingyun sect provides preferential treatment to these semi-affiliated families. If a family produces a foundational cultivator, they can receive 2 quotas for entry into the Qingyun sect. Currently, the third-generation patriarch has reached the peak of qi refinement and wishes to break through to the foundational stage. However, the resources required to support a foundational-level cultivator are immense. Consequently, the 5th-generation members of the Yi family, including Chen, have been expelled from the family to earn resources for the patriarch. It is a sacrifice of the individual for the family's sake. Yet, there are benefits, namely the entry quota to the Qingyun sect. There are 7 individuals in this generation of the Yi family. Hence, the previous incarnation worked diligently on alchemy, even to the point of overexertion. After all, joining a major sect offers a brighter future and broader horizons, far beyond what one could achieve while confined to the small Yi family. Despite the Yi family currently lacking a single foundational cultivator, factionalism runs deep. Chen is the sole descendant of the 3rd branch, while this shop is managed by the 2nd branch. Moreover, the previous incarnation's alchemical skills were learned under the tutelage of his 2nd uncle. Realizing this, Chen suddenly understood everything. No wonder the previous incarnation's alchemical skills were so poor. He couldn't even discern the quality of the moon-seasoned red. It is also no surprise that the shop secretly provided modified moon-seasoned red, digging a pit for oneself, making it impossible to compete for a quota in the Qingyun sect. With this thought, Chen couldn't help but scoff. In a mere qi refinement family, instead of working together to elevate the family, they engage in infighting over a quota that may never be obtained. It is utterly laughable. Such a family, even if the patriarch truly breaks through to the foundational stage, has no promising future. Once he comprehended this, Chen completely lost any expectations for the family. However, he still held a keen interest in the quota for the Qingyun sect. After all, the system had stated that the higher the quality of female cultivators, the greater the multiplier. On Earth, beautiful women flocked to large cities. This principle undoubtedly applies to the realm of cultivation as well. Exceptional female cultivators must have joined sections. If he were to enter the Qingyun sect, he might encounter beauties with multipliers of 20, 30, or even 100 times, effectively shortening his struggle by 30 years. Just the thought of it made Chen greatly intrigued. The requirements for disciples formally recruited by the sect are exceedingly high. They must be untrained and of pure lineage. Individuals like Lin Ku, being rogue cultivators without fortune, have no chance of joining a sect. Chen is no different. Thus, he truly intends to contend for this quota. Chapter 5. Cultivators are also beasts. Rest assured, Uncle. I will certainly submit the qi-gathering pills on time and will not cause you any trouble. After understanding everything, Chen spoke with a smile. He refrained from mentioning the moon-seasoned red matter. The other party could easily brush it off as a mere oversight from the subordinates, which could expose him and cause unnecessary alarm. With the system at his disposal, he can return tenfold, so he has no worry about failing to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's chubby face beamed with delight, as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. As he affectionately patted Chen on the shoulder, I knew you were destined for greatness. You may continue to rest. I won't disturb you any longer. Chen smiled as he escorted Manager Zhang out the door. Once the door was firmly closed, a cold smile spread across Chen's face. Outside, Manager Zhang wore an expression of ridicule. Most importantly, he couldn't refine even a few pills yet still sought to impress the female cultivators. What a foolish product of a small family. With higher cultivation, what woman could not be had? A single low-grade spirit stone at Hongxiu Tower could have a female cultivator serving you hand and foot. To voluntarily give away precious resources? Such a waste. Even without tripping him up, he likely has no hope of entering the Qingyun sect. Manager Zhang held Chen in contempt, viewing him as a fool unworthy of his time. He merely hoped that the head of the Yi family would truly break through to the foundational stage. If the patriarch succeeded, the influence of the Yi family would greatly increase, allowing the second branch to be reassigned to better positions and escape this desolate silver moon market, thereby reclaiming their lives. A foundational powerhouse can influence too much benefit. Once Chen saw the other party leave, he quietly noted Manager Zhang's name in his little book. Then he sat in front of the alchemy furnace, began organizing the medicinal materials, and sorted out the good ones, discarding the inferior ones. After preparing a batch of materials, Chen placed them sequentially into the alchemy furnace. The furnace is divided into 8 sections, allowing for simultaneous operations such as roasting, boiling, and merging the medicinal ingredients. He then ignited the fire and commenced the process. Alchemy requires the use of fire manipulation and water manipulation techniques. Chen had previously been quite muddled, leading to chaotic and hurried attempts. There are both martial fire and literary fire, and the flow and fusion speed of the medicinal liquid vary according to the properties of the herbs, each requiring distinct techniques. Furthermore, various extraction methods for medicinal properties exist. These are not things one can learn from books. They require hands-on teaching to grasp. However, the previous incarnation's second uncle had never properly taught him these skills, leaving Chen perplexed and failing without understanding. Now, however, everything was evidently different. With abundant insight, Chen found himself deftly controlling everything. Yet, at a crucial moment, he inadvertently shook his hand, causing the flames to flare slightly. The alchemy furnace trembled violently, emitting a burned odor. Failure. Nevertheless, Chen felt no disappointment. Although he had gained insight, his physical skills were still somewhat unrefined. A few more attempts would suffice. Shortly, he tidied up the alchemy furnace and began a second round of alchemy. After half a day had passed, Chen's eyes brightened as he promptly extinguished the flames. Lifting the lid of the furnace, a rich fragrance of pills instantly filled the room. Chen skillfully used his spiritual power to extract the pills, 2 low-grade, for mid-grade, and surprisingly, 1 high-grade qi-gathering pill. Observing the pills in his hand, Chen felt quite pleased. However, he immediately began to reflect and analyze the process. This is a habit of Chen. He always reviews his actions to identify issues, enabling him to improve in the future. After the qinghua transformed into a medicinal liquid, it seemed there was a slight problem with the fusion. It was not sufficiently uniform. However, time was of the essence, resulting in the creation of only 1 low-grade elixir instead of the expected 10, yielding just 7 pills. Chen reflected on his previous mistakes, yet his spirits lifted at the sight of his harvest. A low-grade gathering qi pill could be exchanged for 20 spirit stones, while a medium-grade one fetched only 15. As for a high-grade gathering qi pill, it could only be bought for 10 spirit stones. The grade of the elixir correlates with its efficacy, potency, and impurity levels. Higher-grade elixirs offer superior effects, purer energies, and fewer impurities. However, this is merely relative. The efficacy difference is typically only around 10 to 20%. Thus, only affluent cultivators opt for the more refined high-grade and medium-grade elixirs, while ordinary cultivators have little choice. If a pill lasts for 20 days, they cannot afford one that lasts only 15 or 10. Concerns about pill toxins or impurities are far from their primary considerations. Much like the workers in Chen's previous life, who would not hesitate to order takeout despite concerns about plastic leaching from hot food containers, poverty is a far graver issue than pill toxins. Gazing at his results, Chen stored the medium-grade elixir in a new vial, keeping it close. As for the high-grade elixir, he promptly consumed it. Naturally, Chen had no intention of submitting these elixirs to the shop. The manager clearly aimed to deceive him. It would be foolish to act otherwise. So the high-grade elixirs were reserved for his own cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, while spirit stones hold significance, one's cultivation level is paramount. The world of cultivation lacks the order found on Earth. On Earth, wealth can afford one protection through bodyguards and secure living spaces, ensuring safety. However, in the cultivation realm, without personal strength, hiring bodyguards could lead to betrayal. Everywhere lurks robbers, and even the seemingly benign cultivators may reveal their true nature in the wilderness. Only marketplaces, workshops, and celestial cities offer a semblance of safety due to the presence of formidable forces maintaining order, though even that is only relatively secure. Hence, cultivation remains the foremost priority. Chen promptly sat cross-legged to commence his training. After his arrival in this world, he had consumed the elixirs crafted by his predecessor for cultivation. To be frank, they were utterly subpar. At this moment, compared to the high-grade elixirs he had produced, they were truly inferior. The high-grade elixirs were smooth and gentle upon entry, with pure potency that caused no discomfort in his meridians. This was genuine enjoyment. Chen quickly immersed himself in his training. When he finally opened his eyes again, 3 hours had elapsed. He slowly concluded his practice, feeling elated. He sensed that with daily use of high-grade elixirs, he could potentially break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement within 3 months. This was undoubtedly excellent news. Training does not necessarily improve with time. The meridians possess limits. Hence, cultivators utilize elixirs to bolster their practice. These elixirs not only expedite the speed of cultivation, but also protect the meridians, allowing cultivators to endure longer sessions. Despite a limited training duration, most cultivators still find themselves pressed for time. Beyond mere cultivation, they must also learn offensive spells. Otherwise, possessing strength without combat skills is futile. Additionally, if one aspires to master the 6 arts of cultivation, such as alchemy and artifact crafting, continual study and improvement are essential. Furthermore, they must labor to earn money. Without funds, how can they afford food, elixirs, or artifacts? Thus, it can be said that the lower-tier cultivators are often akin to beasts of burden. After finishing his training, Chen fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, he felt refreshed. This was the first peaceful sleep he had experienced since his arrival. After instructing a mortal maid to assist him with his morning routine, Chen disposed of the problematic moonlight roses and some ineffective herbs into the alchemical furnace, reducing them to dregs. This was to give the impression to outsiders that he had failed in his alchemical endeavors once more. Since he was aware that the shopkeeper was keeping an eye on him, he had to ensure that the waste elixirs appeared genuine. Today, Chen planned to procure materials for crafting gathering qi pills. His predecessor had wasted numerous herbs, and some had even been tampered with. Fresh supplies were imperative. This was also a FAAD for the manager, who was aware of Chen's inability to produce elixirs. Although Chen could easily complete tasks with a tenfold return, presenting elixirs out of nowhere would raise suspicions. Thus, he needed to buy materials as a cover. Of course, his primary motivation was to see if the Silver Moon market had more attractive options. While Lin Kuer could provide a tenfold return, Chen was not a blind admirer. Should he encounter a more favorable match, he would not hesitate to abandon Lin Kuer. His approach was strictly utilitarian. As Chen exited the rear courtyard, news of his departure quickly reached manager Zhang. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised Chen's intentions. To be honest, manager Zhang had grown weary of wasting mental energy on Chen. With poor aptitude and low alchemical skills, he could not even discern the right herbs. Yet his mind seemed solely occupied with women, constantly thinking of gifts for them. Such a waste would have no opportunity to earn a place, even without interference. However, Chen's background was somewhat different. His father was a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, the strongest force in the family aside from the head. He was responsible for various logistical tasks. Yet, Chen's father was a cunning figure. Should he discover any irregularities, it could lead to trouble. Moreover, if Chen was deemed unqualified early on, it could lead to misplaced blame. Considering this, a smile crept onto manager Zhang's face. This lad must possess a fair amount of spirit stones. If he intends to buy elixirs from outside, why not let me benefit from it? This way, I can avoid the constant gifting to women, which only inflates prices. With this thought, manager Zhang summoned a confidant and issued his instructions. Upon leaving the courtyard, Chen surveyed the Silver Moon market, feeling somewhat disappointed. His own shop was located on the main street, lined with cobblestones, giving it a relatively clean appearance. However, as he gazed further, he noticed that beyond the main street, many areas were merely gravel paths or dirt roads. The houses appeared small and drab, lacking the ethereal quality expected of cultivators. Instead, they resembled the villages from Chen's memories, reminiscent of those from the early 2000s. It seemed that most cultivators led genuinely arduous lives. Fellow cultivator. A sudden voice interrupted Chen's thoughts. A somewhat shifty-eyed cultivator approached him. Chen instinctively took a step back, warily activating his techniques. Fellow cultivator, are you in need of elixirs? My father is an alchemist, and I'm currently in a tight spot, so I've stolen some elixirs to sell. Low-grade gathering qi pills, 500 in total. If you're interested, I can offer them at a discount, but please keep this under wraps. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a twinge of caution. Low-grade gathering qi pills? This was precisely what he needed for his task. But how was it that he encountered such an offer so soon after stepping out? Chen was no ordinary young man who stayed within the confines of his family, oblivious to the world outside. He sensed an underlying deceit immediately, reminiscent of the scams involving mobile phones at train stations in his past life. Was the realm of cultivation also entangled in such trickery? This world of cultivation truly felt grounded in reality. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Chen chose to disregard the individual before him. The other party, sensing urgency, glanced around furtively and whispered, "Friend, this elixir is genuinely inexpensive. Only 30 low-grade spirit stones for one. Although it was acquired through dubious means, it is indeed a legitimate elixir, and its efficacy is assured." With just one low-grade spirit stone, you can cultivate for almost 2 months. Purchasing it would be a boon for you. If you buy them all, I can lower the price to just 15 low-grade spirit stones. Fearing Chen might doubt his words, he quickly produced a pill for Chen to examine. Chen took a cursory glance and raised an eyebrow. With his current prowess, he could discern that this low-grade gathering chi pill was of decent quality, even surpassing those concocted by his previous incarnation. Noticing Chen's interest, the seller eagerly presented several more, all of comparable quality. Indeed, these were genuine gathering chi pills and not mere counterfeit goods. This only added to the intrigue. Selling such quality at this price was practically an act of charity. Such a fortuitous opportunity, falling into his lap, felt almost too coincidental. In Chen's mind, the rotund face of Zhang, the steward, involuntarily surfaced. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a plausible conclusion. Although it was merely a conjecture, he felt it was quite accurate. It appeared that Zhang not only sought to deceive him, but also aimed to drain him dry. Aware that Chen could not concoct elixirs himself, Zhang had arranged for someone to sell him these inexpensive pills, ensuring Chen had elixirs to fulfill his tasks. Thus, every spirit stone spent would line Zhang's pockets, while Chen would be left perpetually impoverished, continuously pouring resources into his tasks until completely drained. Should Chen be compelled to publicly refine pills, his capabilities would be exposed, jeopardizing his standing within the Qingyan sect. Zhang truly had no regard for others. Reflecting on this, a shadow of gloom crossed Chen's eyes. In his past life, he had never been one to endure injustices silently. He believed in repaying grievances with resentment. Zhang was treading a path toward his own demise. However, while anger simmered within him, the arrival of these elixirs was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune. Initially, he had to fabricate an explanation for the source of the elixirs, but now, by purchasing them at this bargain price, he could abandon any pretense. After all, they were being sold to him directly by another party, saving him both time and effort. As for the cost, that was out of the question. With the assistance of the dog-licking system and his refined alchemical skills, Chen's spirit stones would only multiply. Thus, Chen boldly stated, "Allow me to examine all the elixirs. If they meet my standards, I will take them." The furtive cultivator's eyes lit up at his words, and he promptly nodded, permitting Chen to inspect each one. After spending nearly half an hour, the transaction of 500 low-grade gathering chi pills was finally completed. Throughout the process, Chen's previous suspicions were further solidified. If these were indeed stolen goods, the seller would be eager to part with them for quick cash, leaving no time for any delays. Yet, as Chen meticulously scrutinized the pills, the seller exhibited no signs of impatience. One could only conclude that his acting skills were rather lacking. In Chen's memories, his previous incarnation's father was a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement, holding a respectable position within their family and enjoying relative affluence. He had cared deeply for his only son, bestowing upon him 20 low-grade spirit stones before Chen's arrival in this world. Now, using 15 of those stones to purchase elixirs was a simple endeavor. After the successful transaction, Chen felt a surge of joy. With an ample supply of elixirs now at his disposal, he need not squander precious opportunities from the system on low-grade gathering chi pills. Instead, he could bestow more valuable gifts upon Lin Kuo. He meandered through the streets, admiring the beauty around him, but only strolled along the main thoroughfare, avoiding the more secluded areas. The safety of the Silver Moon market was relative each month. Bodies of cultivators were discovered, and the market's overseers showed little interest in pursuing the culprits. They merely eliminated a few bandits from the wilderness to present as scapegoats. Chen felt as though he were in a parallel to his past life in Africa, a discomforting sensation for one accustomed to the safety of xianxia. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. With the system at his disposal and a promising future ahead, why risk his life unnecessarily? Having wandered the main street for a while, Chen observed numerous cultivators entering and exiting various shops, engaging in transactions. Among them were several female cultivators. Yet most did not elicit any reaction from the system. Either their looks or figures fell short of expectations, or they were not pure maidens. Only a handful met the criteria, and even then, the multiplier was only 2 or 3 times, with the highest being a mere 5. While they were indeed attractive, Chen found himself disinterested. Given that the system activated only once a week, he was determined to select the most promising candidate. Presently, Lin Kuo remained the most suitable option, and he was not willing to give up on her. The Yejia elixir shop was indeed the place for Chen. He had taken the bait, and with a father at the 8th level of chi refinement, he was clearly ripe for exploitation. Zhang had ceased his targeted harassment of Chen and had instead devised a plan to continuously burden him with tasks. After all, Chen's alchemical skills were lacking, and to complete his assignments, he would need to purchase elixirs from his own pocket. This arrangement would yield substantial profits for Zhang. If this continued, all Zhang had to do was wait for Yuchen's spirit stones to dwindle to nothing. Even if Yuchen's father invested heavily in supporting him, Zhang would find an opportunity to expose Yuchen's shortcomings in alchemy, revealing him as a fraud. In Zhang's eyes, Yuchen was completely within his grasp, ready to be destroyed at any moment, rendering further attention unnecessary. Immediately, he rummaged through his belongings and soon unearthed a jade slip. Dragon elephant hand? This was a martial art technique. The essence of qi refinement was to guide spiritual energy to cleanse the mortal body, shedding its mundane form to ultimately achieve true spiritual foundation. The physical body was of utmost importance, and yet most techniques offered only mediocre enhancements. Thus, it was essential to cultivate an external technique to attain a harmonious balance between inner and outer strength, enhancing combat prowess and increasing the likelihood of establishing a foundation in the future. The earlier one began, the better. However, such techniques were not inexpensive. This dragon elephant hand had cost his father 3 medium-grade spirit stones. It was a simplified version of a technique passed down from a sect more formidable than Xinyan's sect. It was said that such techniques were intentionally sold by major sects to filter potential talents. Should a prodigy emerge who excelled, they could be absorbed into the sect. Another rumor suggested that these techniques had hidden flaws, countered by the original versions. Yuchen was uncertain of the truth behind such rumors. But the dragon elephant hand was undoubtedly an exceptional external technique, capable of refining tendons and bones. His previous incarnation had been so engrossed in alchemy that he had neglected to study it. As for Yuchen, he too had no intention of learning it. These jade slips were one-time use. Once learned, they would shatter, accompanied by a vow of loyalty, thereby preventing external dissemination. With that in mind, Yuchen planned to gift this external technique to Lin Kuo. The dragon elephant hand was already valuable, having cost 3 medium-grade spirit stones. If he were to receive a tenfold return, what type of technique might he gain? Would it potentially yield the original version? Yuchen was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, he had only just presented a gift the previous day and would have to wait 6 days for the cooling period to pass. However, Yuchen was in no hurry. Every day, with a disciplined routine, he diligently practiced alchemy, quietly enhancing his cultivation. On the second week, Yuchen arrived early at his modest apothecary, which spanned 2 floors. The shop primarily sold elixirs sent by his family and purchased various herbs, particularly the coveted silvermoon grass. The name of the local marketplace, Silvermoon, was derived from this herb, which flourished abundantly in the nearby mountains. Silvermoon grass was the principal ingredient in the preparation of the cleansing pulse elixir, renowned for its ability to purify the accumulated alchemical toxins and impurities within the meridians, making it highly sought after by late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Ordinary cultivators, however, could only dream of such luxuries as they struggled to secure enough resources for their basic needs. After a brief wait, a female cultivator entered the shop. Her attire somewhat gaudy, yet she appeared to be of a more advanced age. Upon spotting Yi Chen, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Yi Daoist friend. She was well aware of Yu Chen's reputation as a young alchemist, particularly noted for his generous nature. Since being entangled with the flirtatious Lin Kuo, he had been dutifully delivering elixirs to her daily, leaving the children next door in tears from envy. Thus, the female cultivator subtly adjusted her attire, eager to display her own advantages. If she could win Yu Chen's favor, she would no longer have to worry about elixirs. However, Yu Chen observed her with a cold gaze, noting the unresponsive system. Taking a step back, he adopted a demeanor of indifference. He could easily discern her intentions. What makes you think you deserve my generosity? Her reaction to his aloofness was evident as her lips twitched in frustration, having been rebuffed. She retreated to the back of the shop, seething. At that moment, Lin Kuo arrived for her shift, adorned in a flowing white dress that gave her an ethereal appearance. Her long hair billowed gracefully as she entered, and upon seeing Yi Chen, she was momentarily taken aback. Yet, her surprise quickly transformed into a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Yi Daoist friend, you've emerged from your seclusion. I trust you have made remarkable gains. Yi Chen had no desire to engage in her feigned cordiality. He viewed her as insincere. His only objective was to claim his rewards. Thus, he promptly stated, I have a gift for Lin Xianxia. Lin Kuo's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Chen was offering her a gift? Surely, it would be another elixir. Naturally, she was reluctant to refuse. However, having received 10 low-grade gathering qi pills from him previously, 1 per day, of which she still had 3 remaining, she pondered whether accepting more would appear greedy. Meanwhile, a different female cultivator, arranging items at the counter, clenched her teeth in jealousy. Lin Kuo, resolute in her decision, shook her head. I appreciate your kindness, but I still have 3 pills left from your last gift. It would be unwise for you to incur further expenses on my behalf. Lin Kuo intended to establish a certain image. wanting to avoid the impression that she was merely after his elixirs. Thus, she felt it prudent to refuse this time. The other female cultivator grew even more envious, silently lamenting, "What makes her better than me? Gift me, please. I truly desire it." Chen, observing Lin Ku's rejection, yet noting her mention of the remaining pills, recognized her subtle hint to receive another gift in 3 days. This contradictory stance elicited an amused smile from him. However, he quickly returned to the matter at hand. "It is not an elixir, but rather an external technique prepared by my father, the dragon elephant hand, which can refine flesh, bones, and membranes. This technique, passed down from the dragon elephant sect, would greatly assist you in your impending breakthrough to mid-stage qi refinement, enhancing your physical body and condensing your vital energy for remarkable results." Upon hearing this, Lin Ku, who had been resolute, was momentarily stunned, her pupils dilating. Not an elixir, but a martial technique? The immense surprise overwhelmed her. A technique capable of refining bones and membranes? How incredibly precious. Most foundational external techniques could only refine flesh, yielding mediocre results, while those that could refine membranes were rare and costly. Even late-stage qi refinement cultivators would think twice before purchasing such a technique. Lin Ku had refrained from practicing external techniques, hoping to accumulate enough spirit stones after breaking through to mid-stage qi refinement to possibly acquire a superior one. To her astonishment, Chen was gifting her this technique directly. While she was aware of Chen's affection for her, this act of generosity caught her completely off guard. The shop had fallen silent. The other female attendant was green with envy, while several assistants regarded Chen as if he were a reckless spendthrift. Even the stout manager, Mr. Zhang, had materialized in the corridor, his expression a mix of disbelief and displeasure. He understood Chen's infatuation, yet could hardly fathom such extravagance. This external technique was worth at least 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Was he truly willing to give it to a woman? What kind of family did he come from? One could procure countless admirers with 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Mr. Zhang gritted his teeth, wishing he could snatch the jade slip from Chen's hands for himself. Although it was not his to claim, he felt a pang of regret for the loss. Chen, unfazed by the scrutiny of others, simply smiled at Lin Ku while she bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. However, her resolve remained strong as she restrained herself from reaching out, saying, "Ye Taoist friend, you also require external techniques. I cannot accept this." Lin Ku desired the gift, yet her pride compelled her to decline, intending to feign reluctance before accepting it. This would present a more favorable image, suggesting that she could not refuse. She had done so previously. Chen, understanding her intentions, could not help but smirk internally. Such a devoted admirer had indeed disrupted the market. This woman had been spoiled by his predecessor's infatuation. While she desperately wanted the gift, she insisted on him giving it several times before she would accept. Surely, he could not continue to offer gifts while seeking her approval? Lin Ku's eyes widened further. Was he not going to insist she accept it after a few more polite refusals? At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. That technique was worth several mid-grade spirit stones, capable of refining membranes. Even if she abstained from eating and drinking for 10 years, she would struggle to afford it. To think, she might let this opportunity slip away due to a single comment. Lin Ku anticipated a future filled with self-recrimination, wondering how she could let such a chance pass her by. "So, the dragon elephant hand is truly yours to cultivate," she said, extending her hand to receive the jade slip from Chen. As she held the slip, her emotion soared, akin to riding a roller coaster. No longer daring to refuse, she hastily accepted it with both hands, stating, "In that case, thank you, ye Taoist friend." Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Chen felt elated. This was precisely how it should be. Gift it, and she would gladly accept. Who had the time to indulge in her fade? Did she truly believe he was a lovesick fool seeking her favor? Chen, uninterested in Lin Ku's gratitude, waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. As he departed, the store remained enveloped in silence. No one believed Chen's final words, even if his father had reached the late stage of qi refinement. He could only produce 3 to 5 mid-grade spirit stones a year. The notion that he could provide another book was met with skepticism, dismissed as mere persuasion for Lin Ku to accept. Zhang, the manager, shared this sentiment. He was deeply astonished, as Chen's behavior resembled that of an ardent admirer, shattering his preconceived notions. He never imagined such devotion existed in the world. While gifting pills was understandable, offering a cultivation method, one that he himself needed, seemed utterly foolish. For a cultivator, the essence lies in one's own strength in cultivation. If one gives everything away, how could they expect to be regarded by others once their own power diminishes? The absurdity was palpable. Zhang gazed enviously at the jade slip in Lin Ku's hand. Even if he couldn't utilize it himself, it would be a splendid gift for his nephew. Why should a loose cultivator like Lin Kuer possess such a treasure? However, Lin Kuer reacted swiftly, pressing the jade slip to her forehead. In the next moment, the slip illuminated and shattered, prompting Zhang to regard her with renewed respect. This woman was indeed clever. Yet, with the slip rendered useless, his greed was futile. Gritting his teeth, Zhang resolved to intensify his exploitation of Chen. He truly could not fathom how the Yi family could have raised such an ardent follower, absurdity upon absurdity. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer, having utilized the jade slip, quickly perused the information on the cultivation method in her mind, her smile growing brighter. The dragon elephant palm was genuinely formidable. With this technique, her future prospects appeared promising. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Chen's visage surfaced unbidden. He was truly kind to her. It was evident that Chen held genuine affection for her. Even a resolute cultivator like Lin Kuer felt a stir of emotion at such devotion. Yet, alas, emotion aside, she knew she could never be with Chen as his partner. She aspired to establish her foundation and tread further along the path of immortality. While Chen might struggle to reach the late stage of qi refinement, nevertheless, Lin Kuer vowed that when her cultivation reached new heights, she would repay Chen 100-fold. Upon accessing the system, she received a notification: gift successful. The gift was the body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Palm. With a 10-fold return reward of Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the system detected that the gift was of immense significance to the recipient, exceeding expectations and triggering a critical reward. The reward included a shadow of the founding ancestor of the Dragon Elephant sect for one day, allowing her to inquire about the cultivation method of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Chapter 9. The critical hit is exhilarating. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill? Surprise illuminated her features. The practitioners of the Dragon Elephant sect were renowned for their physical prowess. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was the sect's premier external technique. While the Dragon Elephant Palm was merely a simplified version, she had gifted a possibly flawed simplified version and received the original in return. This was an extraordinary gain, especially as it was something that could not be purchased with money. Yet, even more astonishing was the critical reward, a shadow of the founding ancestor, who could provide guidance on the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. This value surpassed that of the skill itself. Mastering a cultivation method is not an easy feat. Many nuances cannot be conveyed through mere text and require meticulous instruction from a mentor. Figuring it out independently would undoubtedly be time-consuming and fraught with potential missteps. This is one reason why large sects attract cultivators. However, even disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect could only attend lectures from elders. Yet Chen, he had the opportunity to learn directly from the founding ancestor in a one-on-one setting. Such a privilege was beyond that afforded to even the sect's inner disciples. Her system was truly exceptional, and Lin Kuer, this little green tea, was indeed a treasure. Without hesitation, Chen retrieved the jade slip from the system space and pressed it to his forehead. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The Qi refinement section of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Although it was merely the Qi refinement section and not the complete technique, Chen felt no disappointment. In fact, this was to be expected. A simplified version likely contained some flaws. Had the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill been as formidable as rumored, he would be disheartened. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill could refine skin, flesh, bones, and organs, enhancing the body to resemble an ancient dragon elephant capable of wreaking havoc. Chen found that description somewhat exaggerated, likely a bit boastful, akin to company profiles from his past life. Nevertheless, even with some embellishment, cultivating this technique would likely enable him to dominate his peers in physical prowess. Chen immediately immersed himself in studying the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Whenever he encountered a perplexing aspect, he activated the shadow of the founding ancestor for clarification. The system's shadow was remarkably user-friendly. Once he asked a question, he could close the interaction without time counting against him. Reminiscent of the game accelerators he used in his previous life. Thus, what seemed like a day's time was, in reality, ample for Chen to delve deeply. For the following week, Chen refrained from venturing outside, dedicating his days solely to cultivating and intensively studying the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. When he ran low on high-grade gathering pills, he simply refined another batch. His alchemical skills had grown increasingly refined. After each session, he produced primarily high-grade pills. His days were undeniably pleasant. Outside, the biting cold winds howled, yet Chen's room was as warm as spring. Within, he trained shirtless, his muscles rippling and beads of sweat cascading down. His spine undulated like a great dragon, flowing gracefully as he executed various postures. However, the most significant transformation was in Chen's skin and flesh. His skin appeared considerably more delicate, yet possessed a newfound resilience. A week of rigorous training allowed him to profoundly appreciate the formidable effects of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. His skin, flesh, bones, and organs all experienced synchronous enhancement. The results were astonishing, not only increasing his strength but also bolstering his defenses. Most importantly, his internal organs were fortified. Chen felt his heart beating with newfound vigor. His senses sharper than ever, as if the world around him had become clearer. These remarkable benefits stemmed not only from the potency of the dragon-elephant prajna skill, but also from the guidance of the sect's ancestor and the assistance of elixirs. When Chen's father purchased the external technique, the shop had included 10 auxiliary body refinement elephant blood pills, an essential medicine for the dragon-elephant palm. However, the elephant blood pill was a unique concoction of the dragon-elephant sect, and its formula was not available outside. To expedite his cultivation, purchasing elixirs was necessary. Selling a flawed body refinement technique while ensuring continued revenue from elixirs was a blatant strategy. In the Silver Moon market, elephant blood pills were, of course, unavailable. Fortunately, Chen had obtained the formula from the shadow of the sect's ancestor. As long as he procured the necessary ingredients, he could refine them himself, a significant profit indeed. The shadow of the dragon-elephant ancestor resembled a treasure trove. Without it, Chen would have essentially hired a nascent soul ancestor as a personal tutor. Regrettably, it was indeed a pity. After concluding his training for the day, Chen glanced at the sky and prepared to venture out. With only 3 low-grade elephant blood pills remaining, it was imperative to acquire materials for refining now that he had the formula. At present, only 5 coins remained from the funds provided by my father. It is high time to sell the gathered chi-gathering pills from these past days. Furthermore, I can also present some new items to Lincourt. These matters are of utmost importance and certainly should not be overlooked. Exiting my family's apothecary, Chen proceeded toward the alley leading out to the main road. The dragon-elephant prajna technique sharpened Chen's senses, allowing him to ascertain that no one was watching him. In a deserted alley, he swiftly changed into a different outfit, while the flesh and skin on his face began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a middle-aged man with a somewhat peculiar appearance. This transformation is one of the benefits of body refinement. One can manipulate flesh and skin to alter their visage. However, as Chen was still a novice, his disguise appeared somewhat awkward. His bone refinement was also lacking. Otherwise, he could have altered his height and physique for an even more flawless disguise. Chen ambled toward the largest Qingyun workshop in the area. This establishment is a subsidiary shop of the Qingyun sect. From the memories of his former self, Chen understood that the sects in this world were quite adept at generating profit and were far from foolish. For instance, the Qingyun sect did not intend to monopolize every resource within their territory, but rather supported affiliated families like the Yi family to hold on to them. After all, if they hoarded everything for themselves, it would inevitably provoke dissatisfaction from the surrounding powers. Moreover, no matter how expansive the Qingyun sect was, it could not station elite practitioners everywhere. Consequently, many minor resources went unmonitored by the sect. However, they established shops in lively areas to capitalize on the bustling commerce. The quality of goods from the Qingyun sect was certainly unmatched by other small families or wandering cultivators, as their financial resources were significantly more robust. Few dared to create trouble in Qingyun workshop, allowing the sect to relinquish numerous resources while still reaping the majority of the profits. There was an instance where a bold wandering cultivator audaciously robbed the Qingyun workshop in a local market, only to meet their demise the following day at the hands of 3 foundation-building elders, resulting in a significant loss of life. Chen intended to visit Qingyun workshop to sell the pills he had on hand and simultaneously procure a batch of medicinal materials. Upon entering the Qingyun workshop, a servant promptly approached to assist him. Noticing Chen's low cultivation level, the servant's enthusiasm waned somewhat, yet they maintained a courteous demeanor. Chen paid little mind to it, as their service was no worse than that of luxury goods salespersons in his previous life. "I wish to sell some pills and purchase some medicinal materials," he stated. The servant's expression remained unchanged, inviting Chen to take a seat. Although the profession of alchemist was rare, the increasing number of cultivators meant there would inevitably be some, so there was no surprise. Once seated, the servant inquired, "What pills do you wish to sell?" 200 mid-grade chi-gathering pills, Chen replied, producing a vial from his robes. The servant nodded with a smile, then gently rang a bell on the counter. Shortly, an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from the back room. Upon seeing the elder, the servant quickly bowed. "Greetings, manager." The servant found it odd that the manager had come out but promptly reported the need to assess the pills. "I am here to inspect." As Master Dan is currently refining pills and is unavailable, the manager stated. The elder bore no scent of herbs. Instead, he carried a faint aroma of leather and blood, suggesting he was likely a talisman maker rather than an alchemist. Furthermore, he exuded a significant presence, indicating he was a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. However, Since qi gathering pills were low tier, he had likely encountered many and could assess their quality even without being an alchemist. The elder nodded toward Yi Chen before picking up a pill. These are all mid-grade qi gathering pills, with a pure color and rich aroma, expertly crafted. After inspecting the exterior and nodding in satisfaction, he gently crushed one to examine its internal structure, even tasting a small amount of powder. The medicinal potency is quite pure. Initially indifferent to Yi Chen, the elder's interest was piqued as he looked at him. These mid-grade pills are nearly on par with high-grade ones. I presume you have successfully refined a fair number of high-grade qi gathering pills as well. Why not sell them together? The acquisition price for high-grade qi gathering pills is actually more advantageous. Yi Chen was not surprised that the elder could deduce this. After all, cultivators capable of consistently refining mid-grade pills often had a few high-grade pills as well. Although high-grade pills appeared more expensive, their demand was also substantial. Wealthier wandering cultivators would naturally opt for the superior option if given the choice, as they contained fewer impurities. It was said that the Qingyun sect provided its disciples with daily cultivation pills starting from mid-grade, while those with better spiritual roots received high-grade pills, which was one reason why wandering cultivators envied them. However, Yi Chen shook his head. I have not refined many high-grade pills. I consumed them during my own cultivation. The elder nodded, not pressing further. For Qingyun Workshop, 200 qi gathering pills were merely a small transaction. The acquisition price for mid-grade qi gathering pills was 18 spirit stones each. If you find this price satisfactory, we can settle the transaction, the elder stated. Yi Chen agreed without negotiation. The normal selling price for mid-grade pills was around 15 spirit stones each, but the elder, of course, aimed to profit from the difference. The 3 spirit stone difference was not exorbitant. What medicinal materials do you require? The servant inquired, putting away the box as the elder continued. Yi Chen produced a pre-prepared list. The elder raised an eyebrow as he scanned the diverse assortment of materials, which included the main ingredients for qi gathering pills, components for cleansing vein pills, and various other materials for different pills. Although the elder did not recognize them all, it was not surprising, as there were countless formulas in the cultivation world. Since he was not an alchemist, it was understandable that he could not identify every item. The servant quickly calculated the total price. The total comes to just over 10 low-grade spirit stones. The previous qi gathering pills amounted to 11 low-grade spirit stones. If no additional purchases were made, they would return a low-grade spirit stone to the friend. Yi Chen had no objections. Soon, the servant gathered the medicinal materials. After confirming everything was in order, Yi Chen collected the items and spirit stones, preparing to leave. Should you have more pills in the future, feel free to bring them to us. In the entire Silver Moon Market, our Qingyun Workshop boasts the most comprehensive selection of medicinal materials. Although the Qingyun sect was not lacking in alchemists, those they trained often did not favor refining low-tier pills due to their low contribution. Thus, the sect's supply of low-tier pills was somewhat insufficient. The Qingyun Workshop retained only the high-quality pills from those collected externally for the sect and sold the lesser-quality ones to outsiders. Yi Chen's pills were of good quality. Hence the elder's invitation. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, as this would prevent his pills from attracting unwanted attention. After all, while Qingyun Workshop was a large establishment, one could never be too cautious. There were always those who were insatiable. In his previous life, even wealthy bosses worth millions were known to penny-pinch their employee salaries. Just as Yi Chen was about to depart, a cheerful female voice suddenly echoed from the back of the shop. Father, I drew a mid-grade fireball talisman. Look, look. Isn't it impressive? Upon hearing the voice, the elder's face broke into a smile, though he admonished her, didn't I tell you? No ruckus in the shop. Save your chatter until I finish my work. Despite the reprimand, his tone was clearly filled with joy. A young woman dressed in blue emerged from behind the counter. Her hair elegantly styled and adorned with a jade hairpin. She possessed a graceful figure, with delicate eyebrows and lively, playful eyes. The young woman possessed skin as pale as snow, radiating a luminous glow. Upon spotting her, Yi Chen momentarily froze. The woman, noticing his gaze, furrowed her brows. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement before decisively turning away. That person was quite unattractive, she murmured once he had departed. The old man, hearing her, affectionately patted her head, saying, It's merely a face distorted by external cultivation. His cultivation is only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. He is likely timid. Yet, he was overly cautious, just a handful of low-grade spirit stones, after all. My Qingyun Workshop would hardly covet such trifles. The old man, well-versed in life, instantly discerned that Yi Chen was an inexperienced novice. His previous reticence was not due to silence, but rather a lack of experience, leading him to speak little to avoid missteps. Every low-level cultivator has traversed this path. His alchemical skills were decent. However, there was little else of significance. The old man led his daughter to their residence's rear courtyard for guidance, though the female cultivator's figure had vanished by then. Chen was certainly not enamored at first sight. The cultivation world was far too intriguing, and with a system at his side, his future was bright. How could he squander time on romantic pursuits? The reason he had paused earlier was that the system had emitted a prompt, checking compatibility target. Sun Ruoxin, 15-fold. At last, he had discovered a compatibility target at the Silver Moon Market with a multiplier surpassing Lin Kuo. How could Chen not feel elated? This was a 15-fold multiplier. Offering Lin Kuo a single elixir would yield 10, but gifting this Sun Ruoxin one would result in 15, a direct increase of 1/3. The only drawback was that Sun Ruoxin held a respectable status and considerable wealth, and she would undoubtedly not easily associate with a loose cultivator like himself. Presenting her with a gift would not be a simple endeavor. Chapter 11. Lin Kuo's Initiative. A girl with a 15-fold multiplier was indeed a treasure. However, approaching her recklessly would surely raise her suspicions. Moreover, she was evidently different from Lin Kuo, clad in ceremonial robes. The complexity involved in crafting such robes and their elevated cost compared to ordinary artifacts indicated her affluence. Furthermore, Chen could not ascertain her cultivation level, suggesting it was likely higher than his, at least in the mid-stages of qi refinement, a quintessential daughter of a wealthy family. Offering gifts without a proper introduction would likely result in her ignoring him entirely, or worse, attracting unwanted trouble. Thus, this matter required careful deliberation. Chen remained unhurried, as he had Lin Kuo as a backup. At that moment, the apothecary was devoid of patrons. Upon Chen's entrance, the expressions of the staff were complex. Although a week had passed since Chen had gifted the external cultivation technique, the shock it had elicited among the shop's attendants had not yet faded. The dragon elephant hand, valued at 3 mid-grade spirit stones, was a sum they could scarcely afford even if they abstained from food and drink for a decade. Yet he had simply given it to a woman. Undoubtedly, he was perceived as a spendthrift. However, had he gifted such an extravagant item to win Lin Kuo's affection, it might have been more understandable. The issue was that after presenting the gift, Chen had not been seen in her presence again. What was he thinking? Was he truly that infatuated? The attendants could not comprehend Chen's actions, even expressing disdain, wishing they could take his place. After work, they often discussed and mocked him in private. Consequently, many local cultivators at Silver Moon Market were aware of the alchemist from the Yi family who was labeled a hopeless sycophant, garnering their scorn. Chen remained oblivious to his burgeoning notoriety. Even if he were aware, he would not care. Whether he was a sycophant was irrelevant. What others said did not matter. If he claimed he was not, then he was not. Curiosity surrounded Chen's purpose for visiting. Was he perhaps there to present another gift? Upon seeing Chen, Lin Kuo also appeared conflicted. She had already practiced the dragon elephant hand, and its effects were remarkable, far exceeding ordinary external techniques. Receiving such a substantial gift left her unsure of how to face him. What if he made an unreasonable demand? Yet, she breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed Chen did not seek her out but instead called an attendant to list some medicinal herbs, instructing them to charge it to his account for delivery to the rear courtyard. Chen had not purchased all the necessary herbs at Qingyan Workshop. He intended to acquire some of the most common ones from his own shop, alongside a few superfluous items to conceal his true intentions. The elephant blood pill was a unique concoction of the dragon elephant sect. Should word get out that he could create it, it might attract unnecessary troubles. Thus, caution was prudent. Back in his chamber, the afternoon sun was casting its glow. Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, swiftly organized the delivered herbs and commenced alchemical work. After a span of over 4 hours, a distinctive aroma permeated the alchemical chamber, accompanied by the lid of the furnace lifting. Several crimson pills soared from the furnace into Chen's hand, elephant blood pills. 5 low-grade and 3 mid-grade, but none of high-grade. Chen surveyed the pills in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The difficulty in crafting the elephant blood pill surpassed that of the gathering qi pill, and producing 3 mid-grade pills on his first attempt was commendable. The 5 low-grade pills were intended as a gift for Lin Kuo, who was currently cultivating the dragon elephant hand, making the elephant blood pills particularly beneficial for her. His father had indeed given him 10 elephant blood pills, so he had no fear of exposing his ability to craft them. Moreover, he was eager to see what rewards would arise from the 10-fold multiplier, as he could send 10 pills at once, with each yielding 10-fold feedback. Chen had no intention of being wasteful. Thus, he planned to add 5 mid-grade gathering spirit pills to the mix for Lin Kuo, aiming for maximum effect. Chen's remaining spirit stones were dwindling. It was high time to earn some more, lest he find himself unable to afford even moderately priced gifts. During the afternoon shift, Lin Kuo was somewhat distracted. Chen had entered the shop today without uttering a word to her, nor had he even glanced in her direction.
This made Lin Kuo feel anxious and apprehensive. Did Yi Chen perhaps feel slighted for not being thanked for such a significant gift? Was he growing weary of her?
With these thoughts, Lin Kuo hesitated. She was acutely aware of her own desires, to grow stronger, to establish a foundation, to ascend in stature. Although Yi Chen currently provided some assistance, his future capacity to aid her seemed limited. Hence, Lin Kuo had initially planned to distance herself from him once she reached the 4th level of qi refinement and no longer required gathering qi pills. However, the recent acquisition of the dragon elephant hand had illuminated the resources Yi Chen had access to. Even if Yi Chen were deemed useless, his father, a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, would still provide him with resources unimaginable to a loose cultivator like herself. After reaching the 4th level of qi refinement, she might very well benefit greatly from Yi Chen's resources. To sever ties now would be a grave mistake. With this in mind, Lin Kuo resolved to visit Yi Chen in the rear courtyard after work, intending to thank him in person and dispel any misunderstandings he may have harbored. After the day's labor, she arrived at the entrance to Yi Chen's chamber and gently knocked on the door. "Yi Daoist, are you there?" Inside, Yi Chen, hearing her voice, lazily stretched. Lin Kuo had come to him? This was fortuitous, as it spared him the effort of delivering the pills himself. Upon opening the door, Yi Chen was greeted by Lin Kuo, whose face radiated with joy and gratitude. "Yi Daoist, I have come to express my heartfelt thanks for the dragon elephant hands you gifted me. I am at a loss for words to convey my appreciation. In my years of cultivation, you have been the kindest to me, akin to an elder brother," she exclaimed. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, yet remained silent, dismissing her flowery words as mere platitudes he had encountered often in his past life. "You are too gracious, Miss Lin. This is the blood elephant pill my father prepared for me, which will aid in the cultivation of the dragon elephant hands. Additionally, I have recently made significant strides in my alchemical skills and have produced 5 mid-grade qi gathering pills, which I would like to bestow upon you for your cultivation. Please, do not hesitate to accept them," he said, handing over the pills. Lin Kuo was taken aback. Although her external cultivation had progressed rapidly, the consumption of resources had also escalated correspondingly. The practice of external skills required a significant expenditure of vitality, thus necessitating the use of medicinal pills. Without them, not only would she fail to achieve the desired effects, but she could also risk depleting her physical foundation. Lacking the appropriate pills, she had to rely on an abundance of spirit beast meat and spirit rice, which only added to her financial burdens, leaving her increasingly strained. The pills Yi Chen offered could truly alleviate her pressing needs. However, she had not come to receive gifts. As she observed Yi Chen's intention to present her with more pills, her heart was filled with conflicting emotions. She had not intended to accept anything further from him, especially considering the immense value of the dragon elephant hands he had previously given her, something other cultivators coveted dearly. His thoughtful gesture of providing her with additional pills deeply moved her, revealing that her earlier anxieties were unfounded. Yi Chen still harbored affection for her, and his recent restraint in seeking her out was clearly an effort to avoid placing undue pressure upon her. Reflecting on her journey since embarking on the path of immortality, Lin Kuo realized she had never encountered anyone as selfless as Yi Chen. Most cultivators prioritized their own interests, engaging only in transactions that yielded personal gain. Even among partners, suspicion and calculation were commonplace. Yet Yi Chen had consistently given of himself in silence. To form a partnership with someone like him would undoubtedly lead to a comfortable future. However, the cultivation world was fraught with peril, teeming with demonic beasts and treacherous encounters. The silver moon market, for instance, had undergone 3 devastating iterations. The first was obliterated by a beast tide, and the second fell victim to a battle between a golden core demon beast and a powerful cultivator. In this dangerous world, Lin Kuo yearned to grow stronger and ascend further. Yet Yi Chen's family, the Yi clan, was merely a qi refining family, and his innate talent was not particularly remarkable. The support he could offer her was insufficient for her ambitions. Regrettably, despite his admirable qualities, he was not the right choice for her. Gazing at the vial of pills before her, Lin Kuo hesitated for a moment before extending her hand to accept it, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Yi Daoist." Yi Chen, upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, smiled in response. "No need for formalities. Simply focus on your cultivation." The smile on his face, in Lin Kuo's eyes, appeared to be one of joy at her acceptance of his gift, further burdening her heart with pressure. She wondered if Yi Chen's affection might lead to unrequited love and resentment in the future. What if she could not reciprocate? Would he not attempt to compel her? Just then, a loud noise interrupted her thoughts. Startled, Lin Kuo exhaled in relief. This was perhaps for the best. She decided not to linger and hurriedly left the courtyard to prepare for her training. The 5 lower-grade blood elephant pills had transformed into 25 upper-grade blood elephant pills, perfect for her use. The 5 mid-grade chi-gathering pills had become 50 mid-grade chi-gathering stones, which she could sell for spirit stones. The system had indeed been considerate, adjusting the rewards to suit her needs. Chen was thoroughly pleased with the tenfold feedback he had received. He promptly consumed an upper-grade blood elephant pill, feeling the potent energy coursing through him, invigorating his vitality. He began practicing the external skill according to the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Despite his mediocre talent, with the assistance of the upper-grade blood elephant pill, he sensed that it would not be long before he mastered the technique. In the ensuing days, Chen devoted himself to both cultivation and alchemy. Each week, he would present Lin Kuer with pills, triggering the tenfold feedback, receiving 100 pills from her in return. Coupled with his increasing success in alchemy, he began to sell surplus mid-grade chi-gathering pills at other shops, capitalizing on the demand in the Silver Moon market, which was bustling with early-stage chi refiners. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen had accumulated a substantial fortune of 80 lower-grade spirit stones, bringing him immense satisfaction. Indeed, being an alchemist proved lucrative. Of course, most other low-tier alchemists would not see such profits, as Chen's experience and nearly flawless success rate set him apart. The assistance from Lin Kuer, akin to a gold mine, further amplified his earnings. Aside from his financial gains, Chen's cultivation had advanced rapidly as well. Consuming upper-grade chi-gathering pills and upper-grade blood elephant pills, his treatment rivaled that of elite disciples in major sections. He estimated that it would not be long before he broke through to the 4th layer of chi refinement. Today was another day for gift-giving. Checking the time, he prepared 10 mid-grade chi-gathering pills to present to Lin Kuer. Upon arriving at the shop, he found the staff tidying up and preparing to close. As they spotted him, they exchanged knowing glances and smirks, and one maid wore a look of bemusement. Curiosity piqued, Chen wondered what transpired. However, upon seeing Lin Kuer, he understood. Her aura was significantly stronger than days prior, indicative of a substantial breakthrough. Lin Kuer, her eyes sparkling with joy, slightly bowed and smiled at him, saying, "Thank you, Taoist, for your assistance. I have successfully broken through to the 4th layer of chi refinement. I have just tendered my resignation to Manager Zhang and settled my remuneration, so I will not be returning tomorrow. I will not forget your kindness, and if you need anything, you may come to my residence. However, I will frequently be out with the team to search for silver moon grass, so I may not be home often. Rest assured, if you leave me a message, I will come to see you at the earliest opportunity." Lin Kuer had resigned. Chen was surprised but quickly grasped the implications. Working at the shop offered little prospect and meager earnings, while the primary yield of the Silver Moon market lay in silver moon grass. Shops would organize teams to venture into the mountains to seek it out. A journey into the mountains demands a full 10 days, fraught with hardship, yet it is not without its dangers, as the mountains are home to various malevolent beasts. Nevertheless, the rewards are substantial. Upon a successful expedition, it is not unusual to acquire 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones, and should fortune smile upon one, the discovery of rare medicinal herbs could yield even greater returns. Typically, these expeditions are led by formidable cultivators in the later stages of chi refinement, providing a measure of safety through mutual support. Thus, many unbrave solo cultivators opt to join such herbal gathering teams. It comes as a surprise that Lin Kuer, having resigned from her position, has also chosen to partake. No wonder the male attendants and female receptionists in the shop regard me with peculiar expressions, even pitying me slightly. It is because Lin Kuer is leaving. Chapter 13. The Manager of Qinggan Workshop. People aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. The disparity in cultivation levels among practitioners creates a vast chasm. For instance, within large sects, disciples who were once as close as brothers may find their relationship strained if one breaks through to foundation establishment while the other languishes in chi refinement. The first 3 layers of chi refinement are characterized by a scarcity of spiritual energy, rendering practitioners with minimal combat capability. Their learned spells are limited to rudimentary incantations, such as cleanliness and basic elemental control, low-tier spells with negligible power. However, once a cultivator reaches the mid-stage of chi refinement, their spiritual energy becomes more concentrated, and their spiritual sense substantially enhances, allowing them to learn more formidable spells, such as fireball and ice spike techniques. Hence, herbal gathering teams typically require participants to be at least at the 4th layer of chi refinement. Lin Kuer has broken through to that level, while Chen remains at the 3rd layer. Lin Kuer will embark on a new life, entering new circles, and their paths will inevitably diverge, making even a meeting increasingly difficult. In this context, Chen's previous infatuation appears futile to onlookers. Some of the attendants even revel in his misfortune, mocking him for his devotion to Lin Ku, which has only served to elevate her status while diminishing his own. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, even if he were aware of their thoughts, he would remain indifferent. Truth be told, he finds Lin Ku to be remarkably resolute. She resigns at the moment of her breakthrough, ready to embrace a more perilous yet lucrative occupation. This has prompted Yi Chen, initially planning to present her with medicinal pills, to reconsider his approach. Rather than simply offering her gifts, he resolves to provide something of greater value. As she prepares to venture into the mountains, she will undoubtedly harbor concerns and fears. Should he bestow upon her a powerful offensive spell, it would be akin to offering warmth in a snowstorm. If her emotions are intensely stirred, she may experience a critical breakthrough. Furthermore, he is on the cusp of breaking through to the fourth layer of Qi refinement, making it the perfect opportunity to learn an offensive spell. The potency of a spell enhanced by tenfold feedback would be formidable indeed. The Silver Moon market is notoriously perilous. Just days prior, Yi Chen heard of several cultivators meeting their demise within its confines. Although the patrol claimed to have apprehended the assailant and displayed them at the market's entrance, who could ascertain the truth? Hence, it is time to prepare himself with spells. With this thought, Yi Chen set aside his intention to retrieve the medicinal pills and exited the shop. His silence only served to amplify the smiles that spread across the faces of the attendants, who perceived his melancholy as a sign of weakness. One maid found his predicament amusing, yet felt a stirring ambition. With Lin Ku departing, perhaps an opportunity had arisen for her. If she could ensnare Yi Chen, she might gain access to a wealth of medicinal pills. As Lin Ku observed Yi Chen's retreating figure, she shook her head in resignation. He evidently harbored deep feelings for her, making it difficult for him to accept the situation. Yet, Lin Ku recognized that Yi Chen still held value for her. She intended to comfort him before her departure. Amidst the onlookers' perception of Yi Chen as heartbroken, he made his way to Qingyun workshop. Esteemed guest, may I assist you with something? Yi Chen had visited this place twice before to sell medicinal pills, though he had disguised himself, adopting a hunched posture that rendered him nearly unrecognizable. This was his first time appearing in his true form, and it seemed the attendants did not recognize him. I am on the verge of breaking through to the fourth layer of Qi refinement and wish to purchase a suitable spell for self-defense, Yi Chen stated. Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes sparkled with interest. Qingyun Workshop offered a diverse range of services, from elixirs and talismans to magical artifacts and spells. The attendant swiftly led Yi Chen to the second floor. What type of spell do you require? The spells were categorized into various classes: offensive, defensive, speed, and control. This fireball technique is an offensive spell, priced at 30 low-grade spirit stones. After cultivation, a practitioner can manifest a fireball the size of a fist, which detonates upon impact, delivering immense power. This ice spike technique allows one to conjure sharp ice spikes to attack foes. These spikes are incredibly fast and can easily pierce an enemy's skull, ensuring a lethal strike. Even if it fails to hit a vital area, it can still impede the opponent's speed. Listening to the attendant's descriptions, Yi Chen reflected on the exorbitant costs of spells. Without sufficient funds, a cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to progress. After some contemplation, he determined that an offensive spell was essential. Offense is the best defense. Acquiring formidable attacking capabilities should be prioritized before considering defensive measures, lest he become merely a target. Are there perhaps even more powerful offensive spells available? Yi Chen inquired, intent on offering the most valuable gift he could afford. The attendant smiled, sensing that the young man before him was a potential big spender. Just then, an elderly voice interjected, "Young friend, if you seek a powerful spell, I have one that may suit you." Yi Chen turned to see the old man who had evaluated his medicinal pills during his initial visit. He appeared to be the manager of Qingyun Workshop. However, it seemed he wasn't proposing to sell a product from the shop, but rather offering something on the side. Yi Chen glanced at the attendant, who averted his gaze, indicating he dared not interfere, feigning ignorance. This revelation allowed Yi Chen to ponder the nature of human greed. Such behavior seems universal across worlds. Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Yi Chen. He was indifferent to whom he purchased from, and in fact, he sought an opportunity to establish a connection with the elderly man. After all, the old man's daughter was a match of 15 times his own potential. By befriending him, Yi Chen might also have a chance to meet her. This aligned perfectly with Yi Chen's intentions. "May I inquire what spell you have in mind, esteemed elder?" Seeing Yi Chen's interest, the old man beamed and led him to a private room on the second floor. He then presented several jade slips, laying them out for Yi Chen. With a cordial smile, he began to explain, "This first spell, which I obtained in Qingyun City, is called the Mysterious Finger Sword Technique. It allows the user to unleash an attack akin to sword energy, remarkably sharp, with exceptional penetrating power and rapid speed. Once mastered, it can effortlessly pierce through several thousand pounds of stone. Most importantly, it carries a chilling aura that, upon wounding an enemy, invades their flesh, causing adverse effects and slightly hindering their spiritual energy flow. This spell is priced at 1 medium-grade spirit stone. And this second spell, Chapter 14, this is quite obsequious. The second spell is the Golden Body Technique, a top-tier defensive spell of the Buddhist sect. It boasts exceptional defensive capabilities and is activated with remarkable swiftness, emitting a radiant golden light that envelopes the entire body to ward off nefarious attacks, yielding optimal results. This spell also requires a medium-grade spirit stone. Next comes the third spell. The Elder produced a total of 4 spells, all of commendable quality, prompting Chen to marvel at the fact that this individual was indeed a former outer disciple of the Qingyan sect, possessing considerable assets. The managers of small places like Qingyan Square are typically those outer disciples who have little hope of breaking through, representing a group relegated in the competitive hierarchy. However, being backed by a major sect undoubtedly grants them an advantage over solitary cultivators. Among these 4 spells, Chen's primary interest lay in the first, the mysterious finger sword technique, as well as the subsequent golden body technique. The mysterious finger sword technique somewhat resembles the 6 meridians sword of Chen's previous life, utilizing the fingers as swords to unleash formless sword energy. Nevertheless, the Elder's claims seemed excessively grandiose. The mysterious finger sword technique appeared to pierce through anything, while the golden body technique seemed invulnerable. Chen was tempted to inquire which technique would prevail if the mysterious finger sword were to confront the golden body technique, but refrained, realizing it would be counterproductive. After contemplation, Chen still preferred offensive spells, with the mysterious finger sword technique as his top choice. As for the golden body technique, he would consider it once he had amassed enough spirit stones. Senior, could the mysterious finger sword technique be offered at a more reasonable price? Chen queried, pointing at the jade slip containing the technique. Since this was a private transaction rather than a fixed price, there was certainly room for negotiation, especially given his limited spirit stones. In response, the Qingyan Square manager furrowed his brow. How much are you willing to offer? Following his mother's bargaining habits from his past life, Chen boldly proposed 50 low-grade spirit stones. The Elder immediately grimaced, dismissively waving his hand. Leave, go buy elsewhere. The Elder outright refused to sell. Chen felt a pang of panic. Had he been too aggressive? Was the principle of having the price inapplicable in the cultivation world? No, wait, 70 spirit stones. Chen quickly raised his offer. However, the Elder crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Chen, appearing utterly uninterested in further discussion. Feeling helpless, Chen stated, 80 low-grade spirit stones. That is all I possess. As he spoke, he produced the spirit stones from his pocket, indicating his limited funds. The Elder, however, remained resolute. 90 low-grade spirit stones. And you can have it. Chen sensed the Elder's firm stance, realizing the price was non-negotiable. He only had 80 low-grade spirit stones. In that case, he would return another time. Lim Kuo likely wouldn't venture into the mountains to gather herbs too soon. There was still time. As Chen began to pack up to leave, the Elder's stern expression softened slightly. After a moment of hesitation, the Elder spoke, Fine, fine. You little cultivators have it tough. 80 it is. Chen immediately brightened, promptly placing the spirit stones down. His willingness to part with the entirety of his funds for a spell did not seem characteristic of a typical cultivator. Am I being deceived by this young man's performance? Thought the Elder, feeling a twinge of regret. However, having already agreed, there was nothing more to say. Confirming the spirit stones were genuine, the Elder handed the jade slip to Chen. It's a one-time use. It will shatter once utilized. Chen nodded and touched the jade slip to verify that it indeed contained the mysterious finger sword technique. There was a brief introduction as well, but upon finishing, Chen felt the Elder had exaggerated considerably. The mysterious finger sword technique could indeed unleash formless sword energy from the fingertips with remarkable speed, allowing for consecutive strikes. However, its power was merely average. The purported effect of infiltrating the enemy's meridians was also rather mediocre, useful to a degree, yet not particularly impactful. This spell was primarily suited for targeting vital points or ambushes. Otherwise, its efficacy could only be deemed satisfactory. The Elder was indeed prone to embellishment. The Elder, in a good mood, recalled having been tricked into purchasing the mysterious finger sword technique himself, having paid 70 low-grade spirit stones. Now, he had sold it for a profit of 10 spirit stones, a lucrative deal. Believing Chen still had funds, he couldn't resist offering. Would you like me to guide you in your practice? Though I have not personally trained in it. I was once a disciple of the Qingyan sect and have seen much. You may inquire about any confusion during your cultivation process, and I can assist you in achieving results more efficiently. Chen raised an eyebrow. Perhaps the elder had a pang of conscience after having swindled others. However, the next moment, Chen realized his optimism was misplaced. 410 low-grade spirit stones. I can guide you for 3 days. Chen's lips twitched, and he promptly stood up. Farewell, senior. This elder was truly insatiable for wealth. As a manager of Qingyun Square, his offerings were already considerable. And for private transactions like today's, he must have conducted numerous. He must be quite affluent. In such circumstances, his greed was rather unbecoming. As a cultivator, shouldn't you embody some ethereal grace? Yet, despite his internal grievances, the elder's avarice brought Chen some amusement. It seemed he might have a chance to connect with that 15-fold beauty, Sun Ruoxing. Riches should never lead to forgetfulness. Sister Lin, with a promising future ahead, may you not forget your elder sister when you rise from the mire. I wish Lin Xianxia a steadfast journey in her cultivation and a breakthrough in foundation establishment. The mountains can be perilous. Please exercise caution, Lin Xianxia. At the one-leaf dance shop, the sky darkened, signaling the end of business operations. The staff tidied up and bid farewell to Lin Kuo. Regardless of their inner thoughts about her, she had, at merely 20 years of age, broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, placing her far ahead among the scattered cultivators. Thus, they were inclined to offer her a few kind words, as one never knew when her rise might benefit them. Such occurrences were not unheard of. They pondered Chen's whereabouts. Where had he gone? Before leaving, they had intended to offer him some words of comfort to maintain their relationship. Ye Taoist, I resigned solely for the sake of cultivation. While it is true that all gatherings must eventually part, I remain at the Silver Moon Market. We shall meet again. I will not forget the kindness you have shown me. Upon my first return from herb gathering, I shall use my first earnings to treat you to a meal at the Starry Pavilion, Lin Kuo declared, stepping forward with a radiant smile. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. I'll treat you to a meal in return. It was a typical response, and Chen took it with a grain of salt. However, he was indeed eager to see if he would strike gold this time. He had spent 80 low-grade spirit stones on the mysterious finger sword technique and was quite curious about the rewards it might yield. Thus, he remarked, I am genuinely pleased for you, Lin Xianxia, on your breakthrough. However, venturing into the mountains to gather herbs is perilously dangerous. Therefore, I have specifically procured a defensive spell for you as a gift. As soon as Chen's words fell, both Lin Kuo and the other onlookers in the shop were taken aback. What kind of devoted admirer was Chen? The crowd was astonished to hear that upon learning Lin Kuo was leaving, his first reaction was not sorrow or disappointment, but genuine concern for her safety. His worry for her well-being led him to purchase a spell for her protection, which seemed utterly absurd. It was well known that genuinely offensive spells were far from inexpensive. The crowd could hardly find the words to express their astonishment. How deeply did Chen feel for Lin Kuo? What could possibly drive him to such lengths? Lin Kuo herself was equally stunned. Chen's unexpected maneuver left her utterly bewildered. Fairy Yi, you must practice diligently before venturing into the mountains. It is much safer that way. As Chen's words fell, the companions who had been silently critiquing could no longer contain their astonishment. A medium-grade spirit stone? Such a treasure is exceedingly valuable among spells. Considering their annual income of 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones, it would take at least 2 to 3 years of abstaining from food and drink to acquire such a spell. Yet, Chen simply gifted it away. At this moment, the crowd felt a mix of envy and disdain. How could anyone be so sycophantic? If they possessed Chen's wealth and background, they would undoubtedly invest resources in themselves. With power, what woman could they not have? How could one stoop to becoming a sycophant? It was truly embarrassing. The crowd's emotions were complicated. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo gazed at the jade slip Chen produced, feeling a tempest of emotions within her. Having always regarded Chen as a mere stepping stone, she was now overwhelmed with gratitude. Her departure had, in essence, been an act of betrayal, akin to taking something and leaving. Yet Chen harbored no anger. Rather, he was deeply concerned for her. This stirred a tumult of emotions within Lin Kuo, gratitude and guilt. Yi Daoyu, I do not deserve such kindness from you. Lin Kuo genuinely felt reluctant to accept it this time. In the face of Chen's sincere affection, she sensed her unworthiness of his regard. Compared to his purity, she felt woefully inadequate. Chen, having exaggerated the value only to evoke Lin Kuo's emotions and perhaps trigger a critical reward, chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do not speak like that. Kuo, you are deserving of all the beauty this world has to offer. I only lament that at my most powerless moment, I encountered you and could not provide more assistance, forced to watch you enter the mountains to gather herbs. You must accept this, for no matter what the future holds, as long as you are well, it will be a sunny day for me. With that, Chen took Lin Kuo's delicate hand in his own. Her skin was smooth and cool to the touch, a delightful sensation. After placing the jade slip in her hand, he turned to leave. Feeling that his heartfelt words were becoming difficult to maintain, any laughter would ruin the atmosphere. Gazing at the jade slip in her hand, Lin Kuo bowed deeply. Yi Dao's kindness, Kuo shall remember for eternity. I will repay you in the future. This time, her words were not mere formality. She was genuinely moved. If you are well, it is a sunny day. What profound sentiment. Although she was resolutely focused on her path and reluctant to bear this emotional burden, she resolved that once her cultivation progressed, she would assist Chen in finding several extraordinary partners to compensate him. The jade slip was a one-time use item. To prevent others from coveting it, Lin Kuo pressed it to her forehead to activate it. Mysterious finger sword technique. Utilizing her fingertips as swords, she unleashed an intangible sword aura. Upon reading the description, Lin Kuo felt a surge of excitement. This spell was far more powerful than any she had previously acquired. It was worthy of being a medium-grade spirit stone spell. With it, her combat prowess would undoubtedly increase, enhancing her self-defense capabilities in the mountains. Chen had indeed rendered her tremendous assistance. With the dragon elephant hand and this mysterious finger sword technique, she could even contend with foes of superior cultivation. Lin Kuo left with a complex expression, silently repeating Chen's name in her mind. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in her thoughts. Gift successful. The gift is the mysterious finger sword technique. Tenfold feedback awarded. Mysterious yellow sword finger. The gift has been deemed extremely significant to the recipient and exceeds their expectations. Triggering a critical reward. Reward. Illusory form of the third-generation ancestor of the mysterious yellow sect, enabling consultation on the cultivation method of the mysterious yellow sword finger. Hearing the notification, Chen could not help but clench his fists. Indeed, he had triggered a critical reward. With his average talent and comprehension, having a mentor's guidance would yield remarkable results. This acquisition far exceeded his expectations and justified his earlier heartfelt declarations. After securing the door, he sat down to focus. Given that he was still at the third level of Qi refinement, learning the new technique was not immediately useful. It was best to break through first. Chen sensed that he was very close to advancing to the fourth level of Qi refinement. Meanwhile, outside, due to the events of the night, the companions embellished the tale, spreading envy and jealousy among the cultivators of Silver Moon Market. They spoke of a young sycophantic alchemist who gifted pills and even a technique worth a medium-grade spirit stone to a woman, earning him the title of Silver Moon Market's foremost sycophant. This elicited disdain from many male cultivators, while female cultivators expressed regret, lamenting their misfortune of not encountering such a devoted admirer. In Chapter 16, The Breakthrough. Mid-stage Qi refinement. Bang. Chen's room was spacious, accommodating an alchemical furnace. This was not Earth, where space was at a premium. The outer room measured a generous 400 square meters, providing ample room. Observing the pill bottle 15 meters away, he raised his hand and gently pointed. In an instant, the bottle exploded into a shower of powder, creating a small crater in the wall behind it. Pleased with the display of power, Chen nodded. He had indeed changed. The aura he exuded was more refined than before. He had successfully broken through to the fourth level of Qi refinement and, under the guidance of the illusory form of the third-generation ancestor of the mysterious yellow sect, had also grasped the basics of the mysterious yellow sword finger. The power of the mysterious yellow sword finger did not disappoint. Even at its initial stage, it could deliver impressive force from 10 meters away, with a maximum range of approximately 20 meters. The speed of its release was much faster than anticipated, requiring minimal preparation time. Most importantly, it allowed for consecutive strikes. Chen calculated that with his newly acquired power at the fourth level of Qi refinement, he could unleash about 20 consecutive attacks. He doubted that many mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators could withstand such a barrage. This realization eased the tension that had gripped him since his arrival in this world. As a person from China, Chen shared a common psychological fear among his compatriots, the fear of insufficient firepower. Now, with his robust physical form, his sense of security had significantly increased. After breaking through to the fourth level of Qi refinement, Chen found himself with numerous tasks at hand. For instance, it was time to replenish his medicinal pills. In the early stages of Qi refinement, one would take gathering Qi pills, but as one reached the mid-stages, the effectiveness of these pills diminished significantly, making the use of nourishing origin pills far more advantageous. Fortunately, these low-tier pills were quite common, and their formulas were no longer secrets. With the necessary herbs procured, Chen could easily concoct them. However, he faced a pressing issue. He had no spirit stones left. His previous purchase of the xianxia sword technique had exhausted his entire stash of spirit stones, leaving him unable to buy herbs. Nonetheless, as Chen calculated the days, he realized that the deadline for task submission was fast approaching. He decided to head to the shop with the low-priced gathering chi pills he had bought earlier. The shop assistants and receptionists displayed complex expressions upon seeing him. However, the new receptionist's eyes lit up when she spotted Yi Chen, and she hurried over, exclaiming, "Master Yi, are you here to advance your herbs? Let me assist you." Glancing at her, Yi Chen noted her decent appearance, particularly her alluring fox-like eyes that could captivate anyone's heart. In his past life, such beauty would undoubtedly have made her a star. It had only been a week since Lin Ke resigned. Yet a newcomer had already filled her position with equally striking looks. The employment situation in the cultivation world was indeed less than ideal, confirming the saying that there would always be others willing to take up the mantle if one chose not to. However, Yi Chen's system provided no prompts, and he was disinclined to waste any more thought on her, shaking his head and proceeding to the second floor, stating, "I am looking for Manager Zhang." The receptionist, confident in her looks, narrowed her eyes in disbelief as Yi Chen didn't spare her a second glance. She had heard of Yi Chen's renowned status and had rushed to apply at the medicinal shop, hoping to attract his attention. If she succeeded, her worries about the necessary cultivation pills would vanish, and she could even acquire external skills and spells, far more promising than a regular job. Yet, she was taken aback by Yi Chen's apparent disregard for her presence, feeling her pride wounded. Watching him ascend the stairs, her eyes darkened with frustration. "Has young Master Yi truly broken through to the mid-stage of chi refinement? Congratulations!" exclaimed Manager Zhang, his chubby face brimming with a smile. 500 low-tier gathering chi pills? No need to count. I trust you, young Master Yi. Completing the task 5 days in advance is commendable. However, to be frank, low-tier gathering chi pills hold little value and contribute minimally. This won't help secure a spot in the Qing sect. Can you concoct nourishing origin pills? They are essential for mid-stage chi refinement and worth twice that of gathering chi pills. If you can produce them, your contributions would be significant. Are you willing to give it a try? Manager Zhang's grin remained, but his inner contempt was palpable. He knew all too well where Yi Chen sourced his pills. Regarding the breakthrough, the cultivation speed in the chi refinement stage was typically swift. As a member of a family, even a minor one, Yi Chen had access to resources without the need to toil excessively. The fact that he only just broke through to the 4th level suggested a lack of talent. Facing someone like Yi Chen, Zhang had no intention of allowing him to continue idly refining gathering chi pills. There had to be some challenge involved. Nourishing origin pills, being twice the price of gathering chi pills, in Zhang's eyes, would certainly be beyond Yi Chen's capabilities, forcing him to purchase them. If Yi Chen had spirit stones, it would be ideal for Zhang to profit. Though he was an outsider, he was still part of the Yi family. And earning from spirit stones was far more beneficial than allowing Yi Chen to squander them on women. If Yi Chen had no spirit stones and failed to deliver the pills, Zhang would report honestly, leading to the cancellation of Yi Chen's qualification, thus fulfilling the task assigned by the second son of the Yi family, a perfect win-win scenario. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen displayed a hint of reluctance on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "For the sake of contributing more to the family, I shall go with the nourishing origin pills." Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Manager Zhang knew he was not up to the task and smiled broadly. "In that case, young Master Yi, you may go collect the herbs. Of course, the workload won't be too heavy. 3 months for 500 pills. Do not feel pressured." Yi Chen expressed his gratitude for the manager's consideration. Once he exited Manager Zhang's office, a smile crept upon his lips. He now had the materials to concoct nourishing origin pills. Given Yi Chen's current level of skill, producing them would be a breeze. With a few attempts, he could ensure that most would be of mid-tier quality, and high-tier would not be difficult to achieve. Moreover, the manager would likely provide low-priced pills, allowing him to sell the mid-tier pills at a premium, while purchasing low-tier nourishing origin pills at a bargain, a guaranteed profit. After collecting the herbs and inspecting them thoroughly, Yi Chen found no issues, which lifted his spirits even further. Lin Ke was likely still practicing the xianxia sword technique and had not yet entered the mountains, providing him the perfect opportunity to gift her some nourishing origin pills. The returns would be tenfold. One gift was roughly equivalent to the effort of refining 10 batches of pills, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Even if Lin Ke had already ventured into the mountains, Yi Chen would not let the chance to double his gains slip away. At worst, he could seek out other female cultivators with lower multiplier offers to deliver the pills. Though it might yield less, something was better than nothing. Chapter 17. Lin Ke regrets. With 7 mid-tier nourishing origin pills produced, albeit lacking high-tier ones, it was understandable for a first attempt. Some steps could have been executed more flawlessly. After refining another batch, he aimed to produce 10 mid-tier nourishing origin pills to present to Lin Ke. In high spirits, Yi Chen resumed his seated meditation to refine the pills. By sunset, the second batch was finally completed. yielding 2 high-tier, nourishing origin pills, prompting a satisfied nod from Chen. He collected 10 mid-tier, nourishing origin pills and placed them into a vial before heading out of the courtyard towards Lin Kuer's address. Lin Kuer's residence was situated on the outskirts of the Silver Moon Market, an area relatively less safe. However, after breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement, Chen possessed a robust physique far surpassing others at the same level, as well as formidable offensive techniques like the Xian Huang sword finger. Although he might not stand out in the grand scheme of the cultivation world, he only needed to be stronger than those around him. Consequently, he felt less cautious than before. As he walked through the alley, he passed various cultivators, including several heavily made-up women, their youth seemingly behind them, who beckoned him to join them indoors. Occasionally, older men followed these women inside, making Chen reflect on the down-to-earth nature of the cultivation world. The Silver Moon Market was not particularly large. After about 20 minutes of walking, Chen arrived at the address Lin Kuer had provided. It was a rather dilapidated courtyard with 2 small houses facing each other. Each house appeared to be around 30 square meters. And such a courtyard still commanded a monthly rent of 1 low-tier spirit stone, quite absurd. However, having spent considerable time in this world, Chen understood that while land was inexpensive, security and order came at a premium. The Silver Moon Market had its own order and patrols, making it less likely for bandits to operate openly, thus providing a basic level of safety. Hence, the 1 low-tier spirit stone functioned essentially as a protection fee. After a brief scan, Chen did not dwell on his thoughts and called out from outside the courtyard, "Fairy Lin, I have come to see you." Soon, a door swung open, revealing Lin Kuer, who, with her cool demeanor, exhibited a hint of surprise upon seeing Chen. She quickly approached the courtyard door, exclaiming, "Friend Yi, what brings you here? Please come in." With that, she ushered Chen into the courtyard. Although the courtyard was not large, it featured a stone table and stone benches that could comfortably accommodate 2 people. Chen smiled and spoke, expressing his concern for Lin Xianxia, inquiring whether she had entered the mountains. He refrained from mentioning the gifts he had previously offered, which was a quality Lin Kuer appreciated most about him. She valued the fact that he did not constantly allude to the gifts, sparing her from any psychological burden. "Thank you for your concern, Taoist Yi. I am currently immersed in studying the xianxia sword technique that you gifted me. I have just begun to grasp it and plan to practice for another month to gain more confidence." Lin Kuer expressed, her gratitude evident. "This technique is exceptionally exquisite, far surpassing my prior preparations. With this spell, I am bound to achieve greater gains in the mountains." Lin Kuer spoke sincerely. Over the years, she had accumulated spirit stones in preparation for breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, along with spells she had prepared. However, her spells paled in comparison to the xianxia sword technique Chen had bestowed upon her. Upon hearing her words, Chen smiled and glanced at the darkening sky, realizing that she would remain for another month. Consequently, he decided against further pleasantries and intended to present her with the elixirs and take his leave. Just as he was about to retrieve the elixirs from his robe, the door of another room swung open, accompanied by the melodic sound of a bell. Curiosity piqued. Chen looked up to see a stunning female cultivator emerging from the room. Simultaneously, the system that had been silent regarding the street woman he had encountered earlier chimed with a notification. Matching gift recipient detected. Chen's interest was instantly heightened. It appeared that Lin Kuer shared her courtyard with another person, and notably, this individual, like Lin Kuer, also had a tenfold gift multiplier. What a delightful surprise. Initially, Chen's gaze had merely brushed over the newcomer. However, he found himself scrutinizing her closely. The cultivator, named Lu Jing, was exceptionally beautiful, with long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Dressed in a blue skirt that accentuated her porcelain skin, she possessed a figure that was nothing short of explosive, more striking than the alluring women he had encountered in his past life. Coupled with her mature visage, she exuded an irresistible allure. It was no wonder she also commanded a tenfold multiplier. Lu Jing, upon noticing that Lin Kuer had invited a man into the courtyard, furrowed her brow momentarily. However, the next instant, as if recalling something, she chuckled softly, her mature voice tinged with a hint of huskiness, imparting an inexplicable charm. "Kueh, who is this Taoist friend? Why not introduce us?" With that, she gracefully approached the round table, her long legs gliding effortlessly, her blue skirt rippling like waves. A sight to behold. Even Chen could not help but steal a few more glances. Lin Kuer frowned slightly but maintained her composure, rising to introduce the two. "This is Taoist Lu Jing. We share this courtyard and split the rent. And this is Taoist Chen, my friend." Lin Kuer refrained from mentioning Chen's identity as an alchemist or his lineage. Yet, upon hearing her words, Lu Jing's eyes brightened, and she smiled warmly at Chen. "I am pleased to meet you, Taoist Yi. Her acknowledgement was accompanied by a noticeable rise and fall, which captivated Chen's attention. Lu Jing, the beautiful cultivator, turned out to be a fortuitous surprise for Chen. He had been fretting about how to deliver gifts to Lin Kuo if she ventured into the mountains. The prospect of offering gifts to the elusive Sun Ruoxin, with her 15-fold multiplier, seemed out of reach. However, Lu Jing was an ideal alternative. She appeared to be a loose cultivator and even shared a rental arrangement, indicative of a relatively modest financial situation, perfect for a gift recipient. In any case, visiting Lin Kuo had proven to be serendipitous. I can detect the fragrance of herbs emanating from Taoist tea. Might you be an alchemist? Among the 6 skills of cultivation, alchemy is paramount. I hold great admiration for alchemists, Lu Jing remarked, her interest in Chen palpable as she leaned closer, the scent of her presence enveloping him. Despite her alluring figure and enchanting voice, Chen humbly waved his hand, indicating that he was merely a novice. Yet, this did little to dampen Lu Jing's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo's exquisite face bore an expression of discomfort as she observed the interaction. Regret washed over her. She had initially refrained from bringing Chen into the room, fearing misinterpretations. Had she known that Lu Jing would emerge and encounter Chen, she would have thought twice. Taoist tea. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? If it is a matter of significance, perhaps we should discuss it privately indoors? Lin Kuo interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. Though she held no affection for Chen, Lu Jing's fervent attention towards him irked her. Their relationship was not particularly close. It was merely a cordial acquaintance born out of shared financial circumstances. Lin Kuo was not concerned about Chen being stolen away by Lu Jing, as she did not care for such matters. Her worry stemmed from the possibility of Chen being deceived. Lu Jing had admirers, and Chen's innocence made him vulnerable to being used. Thus, she interrupted their conversation, intending to escort Chen into the room. Lu Jing, upon hearing this, smiled even more warmly but refrained from commenting, simply gazing at Chen with an amused expression. Chen, however, held no particular anticipation for the opportunity to enter Lin Kuo's room. He noted Lin Kuo's sudden interruption and her displeased demeanor, aware of her sentiments. Having encountered numerous women in his past life, Chen understood the psychology of someone like Lin Kuo. Even if she looked down on the licking dog, she would still feel uncomfortable if someone else expressed an interest in him. After all, while she may not cherish the licking dog, she considered it her possession. To Chen, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing were of little distinction. Both wielded the same gift multiplier, rendering his choices merely a matter of preference. Glancing at the dimming sky, he realized that he could not afford to linger too long. Lin Xinzi, having reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, I can now concoct nourishing elixirs. I have recently prepared 10 medium-grade elixirs, which I would like to present to you to aid your cultivation. Given the dangers of the mountains, enhancing your strength would certainly grant me peace of mind. With that, Chen produced the elixirs he had prepared earlier and offered them to Lin Kuo. Her expression brightened at the mention of nourishing elixirs, particularly medium-grade ones. Since her breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement, the effects of gathering qi pills had diminished, and the price of nourishing elixirs had surged to double that of gathering qi pills. Even the lowest grade of nourishing elixirs was worth 10 gathering qi pills, translating to a significant increase in her expenses. As she sought to cultivate, the depletion of her resources had become increasingly pressing, leaving Lin Kuo anxious to venture into the mountains to earn spirit stones. Thus, Chen's offering of medium-grade nourishing elixirs was indeed an unexpected delight. Lin Kuo had grown accustomed to Chen's gift of elixirs, so she did not refuse but expressed her gratitude with delight. There is no need for the fairy to send gifts. After saying this, she nodded at Lu Jing, who wore a knowing expression. As dusk approached, more female cultivators gathered in the alley, prompting Chen to reflect on the harsh employment landscape of the cultivation world. As he departed, he noted that their usual polite demeanor had shifted. Today, Lu Jing's enthusiastic reception of his affections was difficult for Lin Kuo to endure. She decided then and there to no longer share living quarters with Lu Jing. Meanwhile, Lu Jing gazed at the elixir bottle in Lin Kuo's hand, her phoenix-like eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chen, it seemed, was indeed the rumored devoted alchemist. Chen had become quite renowned in the Silver Moon market, known for bestowing both external energy and spells upon women, with countless elixirs given away. Initially, Lu Jing had found this somewhat exaggerated, believing it impossible for a male cultivator to be so foolish. Many male cultivators harbored affections for Lu Jing, yet their attentions were often superficial, lacking any genuine offerings. Some would provide minor favors, eager to gain immediate returns, as if they could purchase her with mere spirit stones. However, Chen was different. He generously gifted even mid-tier cultivation elixirs. It was worth noting that a single mid-tier cultivation elixir could only be purchased for 7 low-tier spirit stones. 10 such elixirs would equate to about 1.5 low-tier spirit stones. Furthermore, Chen would deliver gifts without any expectation of reciprocation, which solidified Lu Jing's belief in the rumors while simultaneously igniting her jealousy. Lin Kuo, with a physique inferior to mine, possesses only a slightly cooler demeanor. Why should such a devoted admirer not be mine? She recalled Chen's astonished expression upon first seeing her figure and felt a flicker of hope. If Chen were to shift his affections, showering her with the gifts meant for Lin Kuo, it would undoubtedly be a delightful turn of events. With the right resources, her struggles would diminish significantly. As for whether taking Chen from Lin Kuo would evoke guilt, absolutely not. In the cultivation realm, even sisters compete fiercely for resources, let alone a mere roommate. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Unbeknownst to Chen, the thoughts of the two women were far from his mind. And even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Regardless of whom he gifted, it mattered not to him, as it all equated to a tenfold return. He turned his attention to the system space. Gift successful. The reward was 10 mid-tier cultivation elixirs. With a tenfold return, he was rewarded with 100 mid-tier elixirs. This was a substantial profit. 100 mid-tier elixirs valued approximately 15 low-tier spirit stones. By the end of the month, that amounted to at least 60 low-tier spirit stones. Additionally, by producing 2 batches of elixirs daily, he could yield 400 to 500 cultivation elixirs monthly. Altogether, he could potentially earn a low-tier spirit stone each month. The materials were provided by the apothecary, and the manager would likely sell him elixirs at a reduced price to fulfill his tasks. All in all, it was a pure gain. Once Chen amassed enough spirit stones, he could afford to purchase extravagant gifts. He felt the need for a defensive technique, as his offensive spells were rather monotonous. Once financially stable, he planned to acquire several such techniques, alongside magical artifacts to enhance his attack power and protective gear for better defense. He also desired a storage pouch, as carrying an increasing number of elixirs was becoming cumbersome. A storage pouch would undoubtedly be more convenient. In summary, after careful consideration, Chen realized that his path in cultivation was fraught with challenges and expenses. Even with his alchemical skills and the system, life was still quite constrained. The life of an ordinary cultivator was undoubtedly difficult. In the following month, Chen diligently practiced and refined elixirs daily, amassing spirit stones. After becoming proficient in crafting cultivation elixirs, he was able to produce 2 to 3 high-tier elixirs with each batch, all of which he kept for himself, maximizing his earnings. The effects of these high-tier elixirs were exceptional, and with the increasing enhancement from the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, Chen felt tangible progress daily. Perhaps within 6 months, he would break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Indeed, the cultivation journey could be significantly expedited with resources, provided one had access to them. For Chen, consuming high-tier cultivation elixirs daily translated to 6 low-tier spirit stones per month. In addition, he required high-tier elephant blood elixirs for body refinement, which were even more costly, as they were the exclusive product of the Dragon Elephant sect, monopolizing the market. 1 low-tier spirit stone would only secure 5 low-tier elephant blood elixirs, whereas high-tier ones demanded a 1-to-1 exchange. Thus, for 30 high-tier elixirs a month, he would need 30 low-tier spirit stones. Moreover, Chen preferred to avoid cooking and consumed a nourishment elixir daily. Altogether, his monthly expenditure on elixirs alone approached 40 low-tier spirit stones. This did not even account for the spirit stones required for other spells and techniques. His current lifestyle was at least 10 times better than during his time with his family. Reflecting on this, Chen couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude. Regardless of the world, wealth undeniably enhances one's quality of life. Throughout the month, Chen visited Lin Kuo weekly to deliver elixirs. After feeling threatened for the first time, Lin Kuo would lead him to her room upon his arrival, seemingly wishing to avoid Lu Jing. However, each time Chen completed his delivery and prepared to leave, Lu Jing would conveniently emerge, donning different outfits that boldly showcased her figure. She greeted Chen with exuberance. Although Lin Kuo's expression soured at these encounters, Chen feigned ignorance, engaging in cheerful conversation with Lu Jing, keen to learn more about her. Lin Kuo, unable to maintain her calm facade, seethed silently behind Chen. Of course, Chen was not oblivious to her emotions, but so what? He was not a genuine devotee. His gift-giving was merely a means to fulfill the system's tasks. Though he must admit that to an outsider, his actions could be perceived as sycophantic, he had the right to choose whom to devote his attentions to. Lu Jing, in her eagerness for benefits from him, displayed unabashed warmth, even revealing minor glimpses of her allure. While Lin Kuo appeared indifferent, the disparity between their approaches was stark. Yet, Chen had no intention of turning his affections toward Lu Jing just yet. He believed it prudent to wait until Lin Kuo entered the mountains before gradually shifting his attentions due to Lu Jing's proactive demeanor. To secure the affections of a man willing to spend on women, Lu Jing would undoubtedly strive harder. After all, if there was only one tenfold return, Chen would naturally be inclined to offer it. However, if two female cultivators aspired to gain from him, the dynamics would shift from a buyer's market to a seller's market. Given that his system could only trigger once per week, Lin Kuo was helpless in this situation, as it was Chen who provided the gifts, albeit consistently and predictably each week. However, she could not just rush to the medicinal shop and demand Chen to hand over the gift, sparing her the need to visit her home. That would be quite unbecoming. Thus, Lin Kuo resolved that once her expedition into the mountains concluded and her finances were replenished, she would immediately seek a new residence, vowing never to cohabitate with that wretched Lu Jing again. The sense of crisis brought on by Lu Jing made Lin Kuo anxious about the possibility of Chen, the devoted admirer, being taken away. Simultaneously, she recognized the dangers of her venture into the mountains and sought to make ample preparations. With Chen providing the necessary elixirs for her cultivation, Lin Kuo found herself delayed by a full month before embarking on her journey. The team she selected for herb gathering was meticulously chosen, led by a female cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement, known for her fairness and stellar reputation. Lin Kuo had fought hard for her place in the group, but the team could not afford to wait indefinitely for her. If she failed to join them on this departure, they would have to replace her. Although Lin Kuo had Chen's elixirs to support her daily cultivation, the expenses of cultivating immortality were still considerable. With no job or source of income, her savings of spirit stones had dwindled over the years. If she delayed any longer, she might struggle to pay her rent. Faced with this predicament, Lin Kuo had no choice but to agree with the team leader to set off early the next morning. On the eve of her departure, Lin Kuo took the initiative to visit the medicinal shop, seeking out Master Chen. Upon her arrival, Chen had just finished refining a batch of high-grade xianxiaaudiobooks, his spirits lifted by the sight of 10 exquisite pills. Hearing the announcement from a mortal maid outside, he paused momentarily, realizing it was only the 6th day. It had not even been a week. After a brief contemplation, he instructed the maid to invite Lin Kuo in. Since Lin Kuo had resigned, she could no longer access the back courtyard directly, so Chen stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him as he awaited her in the courtyard. The lingering fragrance of the recently refined pills hung in the air, and Chen was keen to keep his ability to create xianxiaaudiobooks a secret. Soon, Lin Kuo arrived, but her attire was markedly different from her usual style. She donned a fitted black outfit comprising long sleeves and trousers, in stark contrast to her previous flowing skirts. Her hair was tied up high, lending her an air of elegance mixed with a touch of assertiveness. "Fairy Lin, what brings you here?" Chen greeted her with a warm smile. As the maids served them spiritual tea, a courtesy afforded to him as the shop's alchemist. Lin Kuo gazed at Chen intently and spoke earnestly. "Taoist Yi, I shall set off for the mountains early tomorrow to begin my first herb-gathering expedition. This journey will likely extend for a month. You are my only true friend at the Silver Moon Market, the only one who genuinely cares for me. I felt it necessary to inform you of my departure." Upon hearing this, Chen realized that she had come to notify him of her imminent journey. In the past, he might have felt a twinge of reluctance at her departure, for her absence would mean a decrease in his earnings from spirit stones. However, with Lu Jing, another cultivator of the same caliber, now on the scene, Lin Kuo's departure seemed inconsequential. Thus, he smiled gently. "I wish Fairy Lin a bountiful harvest on this expedition." Lin Kuo was momentarily taken aback by Chen's entirely unexpected demeanor. How could he display no signs of reluctance or concern upon hearing about her journey? It struck her as rather peculiar. Yet, she quickly comprehended the underlying sentiment. Chen's calmness was merely an attempt to relieve her of any pressure. Although he had familial support that provided resources, the Yi family was a minor clan, and the resources he could gather were undoubtedly limited. Providing her with external skills and spells, along with the occasional elixir, was already stretching his capabilities. Chen was well aware of his limitations and could not offer her further assistance, opting instead to support her quietly from behind. Understanding Chen's intentions deepened Lin Kuo's appreciation for him, yet she lamented his lack of prospects. His talents were mediocre, and his background merely that of a small qi refinement clan. Even his alchemical skills, while commendable, were only marginally superior to those of loose cultivators. Lin Kuo was acutely aware that the medium-grade elixirs he gifted her, though he claimed to have crafted them himself, were far beyond his true capabilities. No one understood Chen's alchemical talents better than she did. The previous gathering elixirs he provided were of the lowest grade, and it was implausible for him to have improved so drastically. Had he been more promising, Lin Kuo might have considered him more seriously, but alas, his future appeared bleak. Raising her gaze to the sky, she noted the late hour. She intended to rest early that night in preparation for her journey into the mountains. After all, The first venture was bound to invoke some apprehension. Upon hearing this, Chen understood her unspoken message. She was cautioning him not to visit her residence while she was away, to avoid any encounters with Lu Jing. Such was the nature of women. Even if she regarded him as a mere admirer, she did not want him to be taken away by someone else. How quintessential. Seemingly concerned that Chen might misconstrue her intentions and tarnish her image in his eyes, Lin Kuo added, "Moreover, Taoist Lu Jing is quite reserved and dislikes being disturbed. I am aware that she has a few suitors, one of whom is a rather domineering cultivator at the 5th stage of qi refinement. While Lu Jing has no interest in them, should they see you visiting her, it could lead to unnecessary trouble." Chen could not help but chuckle inwardly at this. While she feigned concern for him to avoid trouble, she inadvertently cast Lu Jing in a negative light. He had witnessed such behaviors among women throughout his past life. Once, while traveling, he encountered a pair of close friends who initially seemed warm and inviting. However, during late-night chats, they would casually reveal each other's past indiscretions. Much to his amusement, the friendship among women often bears such complexities, and now Lin Kuo, who had always maintained a composed demeanor, was indulging in this very dynamic. It was evident that Lu Jing's presence had indeed placed pressure on Lin Kuo. Chen said little, simply nodding with a smile, expressing his gratitude for her thoughtful warning. However, whether he would heed her advice was another matter entirely. After all, for him, attending to her matters meant reaping tenfold rewards. Would he pass on the chance to benefit from Lin Kuo's endeavors? After conversing a little longer, Lin Kuo noticed Chen's lack of response and felt a pang of disappointment. For the past 2 months, he had consistently provided her with elixirs every week. And now nearly a week had passed since his last delivery. She wondered if he might have prepared something special for her, such as healing or detoxifying elixirs. Although she had stocked some herself, one could never have too many of such items. After all, he had rushed out to procure spells for her upon learning of her resignation and impending journey into the mountains. This time, there was no sign of anticipation for her journey into the mountains tomorrow. It struck Lin Kuo as peculiar. However, she quickly came to a realization. Sensing she had unraveled the truth, Chen's supply of spirit stones had likely been exhausted. After all, it was unlikely that his family could provide him with ample support. For over 4 months, Chen had consistently sent her medicinal pills, most of which were of medium quality, all requiring the expenditure of spirit stones. Furthermore, the mysterious finger sword technique he had provided her also cost him a medium-grade spirit stone. A typical cultivator in the early stages of qi refinement could scarcely afford such expenses. It seemed that Chen himself could only consume inferior-grade pills for his cultivation. Under these circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for him to be unable to prepare anything for her. Reflecting on this, Lin Kuo felt a pang of disappointment. Yet she still smiled as she bid farewell to Chen. In her heart, she understood that as her cultivation progressed, the assistance Chen could offer would inevitably diminish. She and Chen belonged to disparate realms. With this thought, the sense of urgency she had felt due to Lu Jing's competition and her regard for Chen faded significantly, allowing her demeanor to revert to its previous serene state. After seeing Lin Kuo off, Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her slightly aloof attitude. Having lived 2 lives, he was well acquainted with the sentiments of such women. It was merely that his failure to proactively present her with a gift led her to misinterpret his intentions, thinking that he, being so infatuated, must have something to give but simply lacked the means. Though she did not express it overtly, her demeanor had grown noticeably cooler. Chen was not surprised. This was the inevitable outcome of affection gained through flattery. Relationships built on such foundations would naturally vanish when the resources for flattery ran dry, leading to a gradual distancing. Yet, Chen was unconcerned by this. He had no intention of presenting any gifts today, not due to a lack of spirit stones, for he was almost in possession of a medium-grade one, but rather because the system's feedback mechanism would not be available until the following day. Delivering gifts today would not trigger the tenfold return, and without that incentive, why would he offer anything? He was no mere sycophant. Thus, he brushed aside Lin Kuo's previous remarks and resolved to visit her home the very next morning, feigning ignorance of her venture into the mountains. He intended to meet Lu Jing and present her with medicinal pills. Not only that, but now that Chen was crafting the more valuable Pei Yuan Dan, his financial gains were accelerating. He believed he could afford to bestow new spells upon Lu Jing, thereby enhancing his own prowess. He had long coveted a storage bag, a marvel he had never encountered in his past life as technologically advanced society. It was said that typical storage bags could hold half a cubic meter, and with the tenfold return, that would equate to 5 cubic meters. With such capacity, one could store an array of items. What a remarkable advantage. During Lin Kuo's month-long sojourn in the mountains, Chen planned to present these gifts to Lu Jing, and in the future, he would only bestow upon her. This was not merely because of Lu Jing's stature, but rather out of curiosity regarding her reaction. Would she feel betrayed, sever ties with him, and never wish to associate again? Or would she abandon her aloof demeanor and, in turn, seek his favor for resources? Yichen awaited the outcome with great interest. Chapter 21. Eager Lu Jing. In the early morning, Lin Kuer finished her grooming and carefully tucked the prepared medicinal pills into her bosom. She carried a change of clothes on her back and held a long sword in her hand, though not a magical weapon. It was a finely crafted iron sword infused with fragments of materials used in magical weaponry, making it quite sharp. While it lacked the ability to channel spiritual energy or cast spells like true magical artifacts, its affordability was its merit. After organizing her belongings, Lin Kuer stepped out of her room, gazing towards the distant mountain shadows while faint animal roars echoed from the mountain range. Most cultivators were reluctant to venture into the mountains, given the high risks that accompanied the potential rewards. Not everyone possessed the courage for such endeavors. Yet Lin Kuer had grown weary of her current constrained existence. She yearned for strength. If she could break through to the later stage of qi refinement, her gains would far exceed what she currently earned. With more resources, she could reach higher realms, perhaps even surpass the foundation establishment stage in the future. Thus, Lin Kuer resolved to fight for her aspirations. As she exited her dwelling, Lu Jing happened to emerge as well, immediately flashing a smile upon seeing Lin Kuer. However, Lin Kuer, noticing Lu Jing's unfriendly demeanor, feigned ignorance and walked past her without a word. Lu Jing, observing Lin Kuer's attitude, felt no anger. Instead, a smirk crept upon her lips. Lin Kuer was departing, and her opportunity had arrived. As Lin Kuer stepped out, she failed to catch a glimpse of Yichen. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, deep down, she had held on to a glimmer of hope that Yichen might come to see her off in the morning. Clearly, he had not. It seemed Yichen truly had nothing left to offer. With this thought, Lin Kuer felt that her effort to remind him the previous day had been a waste of time. If Yichen was of no use to her, it mattered little whether he was taken away. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Jing was after Yichen's resources. With Yichen's resources depleted, Lu Jing would likely cease her pursuits. Turning back, Lin Kuer surveyed the dilapidated courtyard, vowing to rely on herself rather than others. She resolved never to reside in such a crumbling abode again, nor to remain in Silver Moon Market. She would certainly relocate to Qinyan City. Neither Yichen nor Lu Jing was destined to inhabit the same world as her in the future. With this conviction, Lin Kuer strode forward with unwavering determination, filled with hope for what lay ahead. In the morning, Yichen awoke leisurely. After being attended to by his maid and completing his morning routine, he recalled that Lin Kuer must have already set off. Yet, he was indifferent. If she was leaving, then so be it. Yichen began his daily regimen, morning cultivation of his techniques, followed by external training, consuming much of the morning. After a brief midday rest, he resumed his studies of spells. Once that was complete, he would refine medicinal pills, typically 2 batches daily, primarily focusing on the Pei Yuan Dan. When supplies of the xianxiadan ran low, he would also craft those. Once all tasks were concluded, he would take time to relax. For Yichen understood the balance of work and leisure. Although the realm of cultivation lacked the internet, cultural entertainment flourished. Many mortals thrived under the patronage of cultivators. To listen to music, one need only summon a mortal songstress. For performances, one could pay to attend. For thrill seekers, there were numerous options available beyond those standing in the streets. Even mortal celestial chickens could be found, each associated with specialized cultivator organizations. Silvermoon Market boasted a variety of fantastical novels, recounting tales of ordinary individuals encountering miraculous fortune, achieving enlightenment, and more. Such narratives truly opened Yichen's eyes. However, after concluding his afternoon alchemical endeavors, Yichen chose not to rest. With Lin Kuer gone, it was time to seek out Lu Jing and present her with gifts. A mere 10 medium-grade Pei Yuan Dan would equate to 5 days' worth of alchemical earnings, a significant profit. Once he exchanged his stock of medicinal pills for spirit stones, he could procure even more valuable gifts. However, just as Yichen was preparing to leave, a maid approached to convey a message. Master Yi, a female cultivator has come to visit, claiming to be Lu Jing. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly graced Yichen's face. So Lu Jing is quite decisive, isn't she? Lin Kuer just left in the morning, and here she is, taking the initiative to make her move in the afternoon. A true talent indeed. Please invite her in. Yichen gestured, awaiting her arrival in the courtyard. Before long, a female cultivator entered the courtyard, guided by the maid. It was indeed Lu Jing. Today, she wore a long blue dress. Although the style was not form-fitting, it was perfectly accentuated by her figure, highlighting her slender waist. While Lu Jing's waist was not particularly thin compared to Lin Kuer, her exaggerated curves made it appear delicate and enchanting. With her long hair elegantly styled and her mature features exquisitely refined, She was clearly well-prepared and captivating. Chen couldn't help but admire Lu Jing's natural allure. In a past life, even a single unfiltered photograph of her could have rendered countless men restless. "What brings you here, Taoist Lu?" "Please, have a seat," Chen inquired. Feigning ignorance, Lu Jing fluttered her almond-shaped eyes, playfully feigning annoyance. "Are you not welcoming me, Taoist Yi? Should I take my leave?" Chen laughed heartily. "How could that be? I was just about to visit you to see Kuer, but unexpectedly, Taoist Lu arrived first." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing smiled, gracefully adjusting her dress before sitting down. The sun was still high in the sky, yet Chen felt as though he was gazing at a full moon. "I came here for a specific reason. Kuo ventured into the mountains early this morning. I was worried you might make a fruitless trip, so I thought I'd inform you." Lu Jing explained. "Did Kuer not inform you?" Chen's expression darkened at her words. "She has entered the mountains? I just learned of this." Seeing Chen's demeanor, Lu Jing felt a flicker of joy but quickly reassured him. "Taoist Yi, please don't overthink it. Kuer likely didn't want you to worry, so she chose not to tell you. It's not that she doesn't care about you. Oh, Kuer even mentioned that the captain of the team she joined has a younger brother, quite talented, who is already at the 5th level of Qi refinement at just 19. She felt a sense of safety with him, and he was very warm towards her. Perhaps she refrained from notifying you to avoid misunderstandings." She added, "But please, don't tell Lin Kuer that I mentioned this. She is still young, and it would be unwise to upset her." Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Jing's theatrics. She was no less adept at manipulation than Lin Kuer. Just yesterday, Lin Kuo had subtly disparaged Lu Jing, and now Lu Jing had come, equally deft at sowing discord. They truly shared an uncanny telepathy. However, Lu Jing's attempts to incite jealousy aligned perfectly with Chen's desires. As he absorbed her words, his expression grew increasingly somber. This pleased Lu Jing, who quickly adopted a self-reproachful demeanor. "Have I said too much? Taoist Yi, truly, do not overthink it. Lin Kuo is solely focused on her cultivation, indifferent to matters of love. Most cultivators are like this, caring for nothing but their own progress. Thus, even if the captain's brother is exceptionally talented, it holds no significance for her." Chen secretly laughed, recognizing that Lu Jing was subtly implying Lin Kuer's selfishness. She had an acute perception of character. Yet, Chen's countenance grew more forlorn. "Doesn't that just prove she holds no interest in me either?" Lu Jing silently praised Chen's insight, as this was precisely the notion she wished to convey. However, she quickly shook her head, insisting, "It is not so, Taoist Yi. Kuer regards you differently. You have provided her with so much assistance, she must feel immense gratitude toward you. With a bit more effort, you might truly succeed." Yet, the seeds of doubt had already been sown. Any normal person would assume that Lin Kuer viewed him in a special light simply due to his gifts. What would happen when he no longer had anything to offer? Surely, Lin Kuer would abandon him without hesitation. The truth was indeed as such, and Chen had long realized it. His expression grew more pained, and he could no longer remain seated. He abruptly stood. "Taoist Lu, I apologize, but I am not feeling well and must take my leave." Lu Jing was taken aback by Chen's emotional response to being exposed. Her anticipation heightened. Such a devoted admirer would soon be hers. She adopted a sympathetic expression, saying, "Then please rest well, Taoist Yi. By the way, I have a low-grade clear heart charm. It is the first talisman I ever crafted, and I have kept it as a memento. Seeing that you seem troubled, I wish to present it to you." While Lin Kuer only accepted benefits and expressed intentions of gratitude without any tangible actions, Lu Jing was generous and proactive in offering Chen a gift. Although the clear heart charm held little monetary value, its sentimental significance was profound. In comparison, the disparity was stark, surely deepening Chen's disappointment in Lin Kuer. As expected, upon receiving the clear heart charm, Chen appeared surprised, as if he recalled something, and shook his head. He then produced a small vial from his pocket. "It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Here, I present this vial of 10 medium-grade cultivation pills to you." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. She was all too familiar with that vial. For the past 2 months, Chen had gifted Lin Kuer a vial each week. 10 medium-grade cultivation pills were worth approximately 1.5 spirit stones. Over the course of a month, that amounted to 40 pills, equivalent to 6 low-grade spirit stones, comparable to her own earnings as an apprentice at the talisman shop. Thus, Lu Jing had long coveted this vial of pills. Clearly, this was intended for Lin Kuer, but Chen had chosen to gift it to her instead. This meant that her earlier words had indeed made an impact on him. However, Lu Jing had no intention of accepting it just yet. She aimed to reel him in gradually, intending to outshine Lin Kuer at every turn and claim Chen, this devoted admirer, for herself. Once Chen was entirely hers, she could have whatever she desired. "Taoist, I must take my leave," Lu Jing said. Observing Chen's feigned indifference towards the pills, which brought a smile to his face. Initially, refusing gifts often signified a desire for something greater in the future. Many women in the past who sought to ensnare a man would adopt such a persona, only to later desire to take everything once they felt secure in their position. However, Chen was not one to fall for such tactics. For him, gift-giving was a serious matter. Thus, he earnestly replied, "Not at all. This is merely a batch of pills I crafted with ease." In comparison, Taoist Lu's first creation holds far greater significance. If you do not wish to accept it, then please take back the clear heart charm as well. Lu Jing found Chen's words somewhat peculiar. What do you mean by first? Is it not simply the first clear heart charm? Yet, she did not dwell on the matter, as Chen's sentiments suggested that his worth was far greater than she had initially anticipated. A practitioner capable of concocting mid-grade Peiyuan pills signifies an inexhaustible source of wealth. However, this is not particularly rare. Even at the Silver Moon Market, there are numerous alchemists who surpass Chen in skill. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that regardless of how much wealth other alchemists amass, it remains solely their own, with no bearing on Lu Jing. Yet, Chen's generosity is unparalleled, making him the singular figure at the Silver Moon Market. Lu Jing felt an exhilarating rush of fortune, observing Chen's resolute demeanor. She reluctantly accepted the pills, her ample figure swaying slightly as she expressed her gratitude, stating, "In that case, I shall not be modest. I thank you, Taoist Yi. I am currently studying the exorcism talismans and am nearing success. Once I craft my first, I shall present it to you, as it is only right to reciprocate." Chen nodded in acknowledgement, though his mood remained subdued, and he lacked any desire for further conversation. After exchanging a few words, he escorted Lu Jing to the door. Upon exiting the back courtyard of the Yi Danpu, Lu Jing's face radiated an unmistakable joy. This visit had proven exceedingly worthwhile, as she had acquired a vial of mid-grade Peiyuan pills. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen had also bestowed upon her various gifts, including spells and external techniques, measured in mid-grade spirit stones. These were treasures she coveted, and she desired even more. Thus, Lu Jing resolved that henceforth, all of Chen's offerings would be exclusively hers. The thought made her giddy, her steps becoming lighter with joy, her exaggerated figure drawing the gaze of many male cultivators, unable to look away. Hurriedly, she departed. One cannot fault Lu Jing for her exuberance. Although she possessed a modicum of luck compared to Lin Kuer, with an inherent talent for talisman crafting, her advantages were limited. The path of talisman crafting, while one of the 6 arts of cultivation, is fraught with challenges for a loose cultivator like her. It is improbable that other loose cultivators would teach her, as that would mean creating a rival. Thus, she was compelled to seek apprenticeship at a shop, signing a contract. In the initial stages, she spent 5 arduous years simply mastering the handling of various materials, earning but a single low-grade spirit stone per month. Had her living expenses not been covered, she would have surely faltered. Now, Lu Jing had begun to craft basic talismans, yet they remained the property of the shop. And her meager salary had only risen to 5 low-grade spirit stones. The apprenticeship contract spanned a grueling 30 years, a harsh demand that threatened to consume her entire youth. Yet, without this learning, her prospects were dim. At least through this path, she could acquire a valuable skill. It can only be said that most loose cultivators, ensnared in this merciless realm of cultivation, have little choice but to leap into the abyss, fully aware of the pitfalls that await. It is no surprise that Lu Jing places such significance on Chen, for if she could secure his favor, she would be spared at least 3 decades of struggle. Chapter 23. A Generous Gift. Gift successful. The gift consisted of 10 mid-grade Peiyuan pills. With a tenfold return, Chen received a reward of 100 mid-grade Peiyuan pills. Upon returning to his room, Chen exhibited no signs of sorrow, nodding contentedly at the system's notification. Indeed, Lu Jing had proven to be a tenfold boon. This development significantly diminished Lin Kuer's importance in Chen's eyes. However, the female cultivator from Qingyun Workshop, who offered a 15-fold return, lingered in his thoughts. For an additional 5-fold was no trifling matter. Over the years, it would amount to an astronomical sum. Not to mention that many offerings cannot be quantified in mere spirit stones, such as spells. Regarding the female cultivator from Qingyun Workshop, Chen had gleaned inspiration from Lu Jing and formulated a plan. He had learned that the shopkeeper there was Sun Yi, and Sun Ruoxin was his daughter. Sun Yi was known for his avarice, yet his skills in talisman crafting were commendable. Once an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect, he had suffered an injury during a sect competition, rendering him unable to advance further. Consequently, he was assigned to manage the Qingyun workshop at the Silver Moon Market. Given his greed, Chen felt confident in approaching him to pay for lessons in talisman crafting. Unlike Lu Jing, who worked without pay, Chen's monetary contribution would equate to hiring a teacher. Considering Sun Ye's character, it was evident that learning from him would not come cheaply. However, Establishing this connection would also facilitate an acquaintance with Sun Ruoxin, thereby granting access to the 15-fold return channel. The potential for a 5-fold enhancement in returns was a compelling trade-off. As for the concern that learning talisman crafting might squander his time, Chen dismissed it. Acquiring more skills was never a liability. Even if he struggled to learn, the 15-fold return from Sun Ruoxin would ensure that he did not incur a loss. However, for the time being, his resources were insufficient, so he resolved to accumulate more before proceeding. With a general plan taking shape, Chen leisurely turned to a novel. One must admit, this world lacks censorship, and some plots are genuinely thrilling. The following morning, Chen resumed his regimented practice. Though he awoke each day brimming with vigor, he remained unhurried, for he understood the virtue of delayed gratification. In a realm fraught with peril, only cultivation and strength held true value. All else, including romantic pursuits, was ephemeral and merely hindered his progress. Once he attained greater power, enjoyment would be plentiful. Thus, unless the system abruptly required him to deliver gifts, he had no intention of venturing out to meet female cultivators. However, by the afternoon, Lu Jing returned, feigning concern for Chen, offering him words of comfort. On the third day, she conveniently passed by after work to check on him. By the fourth day, she presented Chen with her first crafted exorcism talisman. The cultivation realm indeed harbored spirits. Should some cultivators perish in uniquely perilous environments, they might transform into aberrations. Exorcism talismans proved effective against such entities. In essence, Lu Jing visited almost daily, seeking excuses to see Chen. This tactic, undoubtedly, was yielding results. After all, a mature and alluring woman seeking your company would stir the imagination of most male cultivators, leading them to wonder if she harbored feelings for them. Moreover, Lu Jing's thoughtful gifts imbued with sentimental value, combined with her inherent allure, constituted a potent combination. Unsurprisingly, Chen's demeanor aligned with her expectations. After days of melancholy, he appeared markedly improved, his gaze towards Lu Jing now imbued with a newfound warmth, his previous preoccupation with Lin Kuo waning. Lu Jing's elation knew no bounds. The progress in her pursuit of Chen far exceeded her initial expectations. Truth be told, she found herself somewhat disdainful of Chen. While she recognized her own charm, she could not help but feel that Chen's affection shifted rather swiftly. Was this true love? Initially, she had perceived Chen as deeply sentimental, but now, she simply deemed him a lecherous simpleton who was easily swayed by beauty. Thus, her mere display of cordiality had been sufficient to provoke his rapid change of heart. Yet, despite her disdain, this was the outcome Lu Jing desired. The sooner she secured Chen's affections, the more resources she could obtain to enhance her own prowess, enabling her to swiftly escape the constraints of her apprenticeship. On the evening of the 6th day, Lu Jing declined once more, stating, "Daoist Yi, there is no need for gifts. If you have time tomorrow, dear friend, I would be delighted if you could join me for dinner at my home in the afternoon. I happen to have a piece of beast meat, which, after being stewed, pairs excellently with spiritual rice. My culinary skills are rather commendable, and I sincerely hope you will indulge in it." Upon hearing this, Chen's face lit up with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Chen's eager expression, Lu Jing couldn't help but smile inwardly. It was all too effortless, as if it were within her grasp. "Lin Kuo, your little admirer is indeed quite commendable, but soon he will belong to me." Lu Jing felt a surge of satisfaction as she bid farewell. Chen watched Lu Jing move gracefully, a smile gracing his face. The mere invitation to dine at her home instilled a sense of anticipation within him. It was evident that her treatment of him was distinctly different. Lu Jing must indeed harbor feelings for me. Moreover, tomorrow coincided perfectly with the next round of gift-giving. It would align with Lu Jing's wishes and offer her a delightful surprise. I wonder what kind of rewarding feedback I might receive from her. The next day, after Chen completed his training tasks, he brewed a batch of medicinal pills in the afternoon before heading to Qingyan Square. "Esteemed friend, what brings you here today?" The attendant, recognizing Chen from his previous visit when he purchased spells, greeted him warmly. Chen inquired, "May I speak with your manager? Is he available?" During his last visit, Manager Sun Yi had showcased a defensive spell, the Golden Light technique, which had proven quite effective. Chen resolved to purchase that spell today, as he had already acquired an offensive spell, and it was imperative to have a defensive one to ensure a well-rounded development. While browsing, he also sought to familiarize himself with the attendant, subtly conveying his affluence, which would facilitate his future studies in talisman crafting. Recognizing Chen's familiarity, the attendant did not ask further questions and promptly went to the back to summon someone. Before long, Manager Sun Yi arrived and invited Chen to the second floor. "Ah, I remember you. How did the xianxia sword technique work out for you? Did you encounter any difficulties in your practice?" "For a few spirit stones, I could offer my guidance, Sun Yi said, his face beaming with a smile. Chen chuckled and shook his head. I've already grasped the basics of the xianxia sword technique, so no guidance is necessary. I am here to purchase a defensive spell. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi's smile widened. A defensive spell? Naturally, that would be the Golden Light technique. This spell is an introductory defensive technique from an ancient Buddhist sect. It provides comprehensive protection, leaving no blind spots, even safeguarding your feet. Furthermore, the emitted golden light has the added effect of warding off malevolent spirits, ensuring you are not vulnerable to sneak attacks. With this spell, once mastered, few in the chi refinement stage would be able to harm you, placing you in an advantageous position. Sun Yi, motivated by the prospect of profit, eagerly promoted the spell. Chen, growing increasingly convinced, figured that when he returned to learn talisman crafting, as long as he paid, there should be no issues. Although the praises of the Golden Light technique felt exaggerated to him, it mattered little since he had no intention of practicing the spell. Feigning naivety, Chen asked, Senior, how much does this Golden Light technique cost? Sun Yi extended a finger, 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Chen's lips twitched. Surely you mean 80 low-grade spirit stones? Sun Yi shook his head vehemently. Let me clarify. This spell is indeed powerful. Many outer disciples of the Qingyun sect practice the Golden Light technique. I was once an outer disciple myself. Would I deceive you? I assure you 1 medium-grade spirit stone is a fair price, even in Qingyun City. It would not be cheaper. Chen nodded, feigning belief, and replied earnestly, 80 low-grade spirit stones. Sun Yi, fuming, retorted, Did you not hear what I just said? That is the price. Chen internally scoffed, yet he maintained a smile. In that case, I shall compare it with other spells. This was not a matter of distrust in the senior, it was merely that his spirit stones were quite limited. Seeing Chen's resolute demeanor, even as he stood up to leave, Sun Yi sighed, Fine, considering your previous purchase, I shall give you a discount. 80 it is. Chen's face brightened. He retrieved 80 low-grade spirit stones from his possession and handed them over, subsequently acquiring the Golden Light technique. This would serve as a gift for Lu Jing, and he was curious about the potential rewards it might yield. After receiving the spirit stones, Sun Yi was in high spirits, clearly having made a good profit. Chen pondered for a moment before asking, Senior, I have heard that your talisman crafting skills are quite profound, regarded as one of the best in the Silver Moon market. Sun Yi rolled his eyes. Best? In a small place like the Silver Moon market? If I claimed to be second best, who would dare to claim the top spot? It was evident that Sun Yi held considerable confidence in his crafting abilities. Chen expressed his admiration and then inquired, If I wished to learn talisman crafting from you, what would your fee be for guidance? Sun Yi regarded Chen with a hint of curiosity. You, a pill maker, wish to learn talisman crafting? Despite Chen not being an obvious pill maker, the faint scent of medicinal herbs he exuded was unmistakable. Sun Yi recognized it at once. Chen offered a wry smile. Though I am a pill maker, my skills are rather lacking, so I wish to explore whether I possess any talent for talisman crafting. Sun Yi smirked internally. There were many like Chen in the realm of cultivation, those who lacked focus and sought to dabble in everything without mastering any craft. Even in the Qingyun sect, such individuals were abundant, flitting from pill making to talisman crafting to artifact refining, yet achieving nothing in the end. However, seeing an unsuspecting target before him, Sun Yi was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, I do not take apprentices, but since you seem likable, I could offer some guidance. Chen, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to bow in gratitude. Truly, this price is exorbitant. He mused. How can one not reach for the heavens? Noticing Chen's determination to depart, Sun Yi quickly waved his hand. All right, let us settle for 3 medium-grade spirit stones. Chen remained steadfast in his resolve. 2 medium-grade spirit stones. Surely that is acceptable? Chen continued to walk briskly. Seeing Chen, the young Na-F prepared to leave, Sun Yi hastily lowered the price again. 1 medium-grade spirit stone, that is the absolute lowest I can offer. After all, I am a talisman master. Crafting a few talismans can easily earn me this much. I am merely giving you young ones a chance to learn. This time, Chen paused. The price was still exorbitant, and he found Sun Yi's claims about crafting talismans with ease to be utterly unconvincing. However, Chen sought merely a way to connect with Sun Rua Xian, and this price fell within an acceptable range. Thus, Chen clasped his hands and said, Thank you, Senior, but this is not a trivial sum. Sun Yi nodded. Be prompt. Otherwise, I may be reassigned at any moment. Chen expressed his gratitude once more and departed. Meanwhile, Sun Yi looked forward to Chen's next visit. Having spent money, Chen would undoubtedly wish to continue his studies. After 2 or 3 months of foundational learning, he would surely seek to advance, and the advanced courses would undoubtedly command a higher price. This venture promised to be quite profitable for Sun Yi, who now found himself intrigued by Chen. Curious about which immortal family Chen belonged to, he departed from Qingyun Square and made his way directly to Lu Jing's residence. Along the journey, he casually perused the introduction to the golden light technique he had at hand. This technique, compared to ordinary defensive spells, was indeed more formidable. It could indeed envelop the entire body in a protective golden light. However, this so-called protection came at the cost of reduced defensive strength. Generally, if a cultivator fully manifested the golden light, it would not withstand many blows before being shattered. Furthermore, it consumed a significant amount of energy. The spell was also conspicuously bright, making the user a veritable target. Nevertheless, it had its merits, such as a rapid activation speed and an effective deterrent against malevolent forces. Yet, it fell short of the impressive effects that Sun Yi had boasted about. However, Chen was unconcerned. After all, this was a gift for Lu Jing. His own training would focus on a defensive spell that yielded tenfold returns, certainly surpassing the capabilities of the golden light technique. As he walked through the street, he noticed the cultivators around him hurriedly passing by, their faces reflecting an unmistakable discontent. The evident societal pressures left many unable to fulfill their desires, casting a shadow over their happiness, a sentiment that resonated within the realm of cultivation. After reflecting on this, Chen arrived at Lu Jing's doorstep. He knocked, and the door swung open almost immediately. Lu Jing's face lit up upon seeing him, and she hurried over to welcome him inside. Today, Lu Jing appeared particularly captivating. Her hair was slightly damp, cascading down her back, and her attire was refreshingly cool, as if she had just emerged from a bath. Since Chen's arrival in this world had coincided with winter, the warming weather over the past few months had brought hints of heat. Lu Jing's figure was already exceptional, and her choice of clothing, while not revealing, was nonetheless enough to stir the imagination. "Yi Daoist, come in, the meat is perfectly stewed," Lu Jing said, gently brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. Every move she made exuded a sense of maturity. "My apologies for the intrusion," Chen replied courteously as he stepped into the room alongside her. Lu Jing's home was similar to Lin Kuer's, consisting of a single room with a kitchen and a bathroom, though it was not particularly spacious. The dining table in the living area was already set with bowls and chopsticks. Lu Jing then entered the kitchen to bring out the stewed beast meat, instantly filling the room with an enticing aroma. She invited Chen to sit while she served the rice, quickly returning with 2 bowls, one slightly fuller than the other, both radiating the fragrance of spiritual rice. Since arriving in this world, Chen had not cooked for himself. He had relied solely on purchased pills for sustenance. His appetite was piqued. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they both sat down to enjoy the meal. The stewed beast meat was not abundant. Most of what was served resembled potatoes from his previous life. However, the flavor was exquisite. The meat was thoroughly infused with seasoning, boasting a delightful chewiness and a hint of spiciness that whetted the appetite. As the meat warmed his stomach, he felt a gentle flow of spiritual energy nourishing his body. Chen was unreserved in his enjoyment of the meal, thinking to himself that after gifting such an expensive present, indulging in a meal was hardly a crime. He contemplated finding a cook for himself in the future, as this was far more pleasurable than relying on pills. Lu Jing, on the other hand, barely touched her chopsticks and even took the initiative to serve Chen more dishes, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as she watched him eat, seemingly deriving satisfaction from his enjoyment. Lu Jing's culinary skills were truly exceptional, and soon the meal came to an end, with Chen expressing his heartfelt appreciation. Lu Jing, beaming with joy, responded, "If you enjoyed it, Yi Daoist, you are welcome to come and eat often. Unfortunately, I don't have much beast meat left. I'll buy a larger piece at the market in a few days when I receive my payment and invite you again. Please, make yourself comfortable. I'll clear the dishes and then join you for a chat." With that, she gracefully turned and headed to the kitchen. This visit had begun with her wearing cool clothing to showcase her figure and now transitioned to displaying her culinary talents, subtly hinting at her modest means, such as the limited supply of beast meat and spiritual rice. Yet, she had given him most of it. How could any man not be moved by such treatment? Any man with the means would surely feel compelled to reciprocate in kind. Chen recognized her strategy but chose not to expose it, as it aligned perfectly with his intention to present her with a significant gift. Lu Jing soon finished tidying up the dishes and sat down with Chen. As she settled into her chair, her form appeared even more pronounced. "Thank you for the delightful meal, Lu Jing," Chen expressed sincerely. Noticing the change in Chen's gaze, which now held a hint of affection, Lu Jing's heart soared. However, she maintained her composure, shaking her head with a smile. "Not at all. It was my hospitality that fell short. You clearly haven't had enough to eat." Chen shook his head in response. "You are too gracious. Lin Xianxia, I didn't prepare any special gifts for my visit, so please accept this." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's heart leapt with joy, but she quickly declined. There's no need for such formality. I invited you here simply to befriend you. After all, in the world of cultivation, everyone is preoccupied with training and accumulating spirit stones, leaving little room for socializing. I find our conversations incredibly enjoyable. Moreover, you've already gifted me a nourishing pill. I can't possibly accept another gift. Yi Chen, resolute, replied, if you consider me a friend, then I must insist. With that, he produced the jade slip containing the golden light technique he had just acquired from Qingyun Square and offered it to Lu Jing. Lu Jing, initially hesitant, was taken aback upon seeing the jade slip. Is this a jade slip? She exclaimed, realizing that whatever lay within was worth far more than mere pills. Yi Chen continued, this is the defensive spell, golden light technique, which I purchased from Qingyun Square. The steward there mentioned that disciples of the Qingyun sect practice it, and it is significantly stronger than ordinary defensive spells. It is said to be an ancient Buddhist sect's outer defense technique. Hearing this, Lu Jing was astonished. A defensive spell practiced by the disciples of the Qingyun sect? How many spirit stones must that cost? Her heart swelled with excitement, as this unexpected windfall far surpassed her expectations. Though she was eager to accept it, she still voiced her refusal. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Yi Chen, undeterred, insisted, it's merely the price of a mid-grade spirit stone. If Lu Xianxi truly considers me a friend, then please do not refuse. As he spoke, he firmly grasped Lu Jing's delicate hand and slipped the jade slip into it. Lu Jing's hand was soft and pleasantly plump, an exquisite sensation. Most importantly, the female cultivators in this realm, perhaps due to the nourishing essence of spiritual energy, possessed flawless, radiant skin that felt as smooth as satin. At that moment, Lu Jing's heart raced with exhilaration at the thought of Yi Chen gifting her a defensive technique. Ordinary defensive spells were not inexpensive, and this golden light technique was worth a mid-grade spirit stone, truly a stroke of fortune. She could hardly focus on the fact that Yi Chen was holding her hand, feeling as if she were in a dream as she clutched the jade slip. This is indeed a spell worth a medium-grade spirit stone, something that an average mid-stage cultivator would take half a year or even a year to earn. How fortunate am I to have received it so effortlessly? Although she had long known of Yi Chen's generosity, only now, through personal experience, did she truly understand the extent of his benevolence. This was undoubtedly the greatest treasure in the world. Lu Jing couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Lin Ku'er. Why not enjoy the riches at the Yi Danpu as a receptionist? She would be close to the source of pills daily and even receive spells, instead of risking her life in the mountains for a mere handful of spirit stones. What foolishness! At this moment, Lu Jing resolved firmly to avoid following Lin Ku'er's path. She must devote herself more fully to Yi Chen, ensuring he becomes her exclusive admirer. Chapter 26. The Great Awe-Inspiring Dragon Shield. Indeed, when Yi Chen bestowed this spell, his value in Lu Jing's eyes soared. Since that is the case, I shall shamelessly accept it. Thank you, Taoist friend Yi. Lu Jing's voice was laced with charm, her gaze upon Yi Chen almost dripping with allure. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Gift successful. Gift received. Golden light technique. Tenfold feedback. Reward. Great awe-inspiring dragon shield. It has been detected that this gift is of immense importance to the recipient and exceeds their expectations, triggering a critical reward. Reward. A day with the spectral image of the first abbot of the Tianlong Temple, allowing you to consult on the cultivation method of Great Awe-Inspiring Dragon Shield. The Great Awe-Inspiring Dragon Shield. Although it was merely a shield, its name alone suggested superiority over the golden light technique. A tremendous gain. Not to mention, it had triggered a critical hit, and he would be guided by an ancient master. Yi Chen's spirit sword. Observing Yi Chen's joy, Lu Jing naturally assumed it was her gift that delighted him. If he was so pleased by her present, surely he was already captivated by her charm. However, Lu Jing refused to grow complacent. The fact that she could snatch Yi Chen from Lin Ku'er proved he was not resolute in his affections. Thus, she must intensify her efforts to make him utterly infatuated with her. Before Lu Jing could articulate her thoughts, Yi Chen interjected, Fairy Lu, since you are pleased with the gift, then cultivate diligently. I shall not intrude further. With that, he took his leave. Lu Jing escorted him to the door, her heart swelling with emotion as she watched his retreating figure. How could Yi Chen, so elated, wish to depart so soon? He must have left to allow her the time to master the spell. How considerate of him. Yet, amidst her reflections, Lu Jing shook her head inwardly. Unfortunately, this was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Yi Chen, regardless of his cultivation or familial backing, could not provide her the security she desired. Thus, he was unfit to be her partner. Her companion must be a formidable foundation-stage cultivator to ensure her safety. As for the golden light technique, Lu Jing had no intention of practicing it herself. She planned to sell it. She had no affinity for combat and had never intended to venture into the mountains. It would be far more prudent to exchange it for spirit stones to procure what she truly needed. However, this had to be done discreetly, lest Chen uncover her plans and feel disheartened, leading to undesirable consequences. A spell worth a medium-grade spirit stone could easily fetch 70 low-grade spirit stones, a windfall equivalent to nearly a year's worth of income. The thought of soon netting 70 low-grade spirit stones made Lu Jing's smile grow ever brighter. Meanwhile, not far from the Silver Moon Market, Lin Ku'er, clad in sturdy attire, appeared somewhat fatigued, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality as she munched on food. Despite the week's exhaustion, her mood was exceptionally buoyant. In just 1 week, she had nearly gathered 5 low-grade spirit stones. With a month-long expedition ahead, she could expect to collect at least 20 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, to earn resources, one must embrace risks. Those like Lu Jing, who feared danger and remained cooped up in the market, would find no prospects in life. Lin Ku'er was thoroughly pleased with her gains and felt she should have ventured into the mountains much sooner. Although Chen had sent her pills each month, their worth was minimal, barely a stone a week, adding up to just 5 stones a month. Yet, in the mountains, she could earn 5 low-grade spirit stones in a single week. Wasting time on Chen's meager offerings was simply foolish. As she thought of Lu Jing's longing gaze, Lin Ku'er couldn't help but smile proudly. What was Chen to her, after all? However, she had promised to treat him to a meal and could not go back on her word. Moreover, dangers lurked in the mountains. One member of her party had already fallen victim to a beast's ambush. Were it not for the dragon-elephant hand and the mysterious finger sword technique Chen had gifted her, her strength would have been significantly diminished, and her current haul would not be possible. Thus, despite Chen's diminishing utility to her, Lin Ku'er felt no need to be callous. She would honor her promise of a meal. However, she resolved to focus on cultivating and exploring the mountains, minimizing her encounters with Chen. The disparity between them was growing ever wider. Since reconciliation was improbable, there was no reason to sustain false hope only to foster disappointment. Lin Ku'er considered herself kind-hearted. As the moment for rest arrived, she was not required to keep watch that night. After finishing her meal, she found a place in the temporary camp and fell into a deep slumber, relishing the sweet satisfaction of her hard-earned rest. The great awe-inspiring dragon shield. It could convert magical energy into the power of the dragon Buddha, manifesting a spectral dragon to protect the entire body with formidable defenses that were difficult to breach with spells of the same level. The dragon's illusion could also be employed offensively, injuring or ensnaring foes. The shield was particularly effective against demonic creatures and malevolent entities. Chen, oblivious to Lin Ku'er's thoughts in the depths of the mountains, was nearing the point of forgetting her altogether. For him, both Lu Jing and Lin Ku'er were merely tenfold, indistinguishable. However, Lu Jing's physique was more appealing, and she was unreserved in displaying it, providing a feast for the eyes, far superior to Lin Ku'er. In that moment, as Chen pressed the system reward, great awe-inspiring dragon shield, to his forehead, taking in the description, his eyes widened in astonishment. The effects were simply extraordinary, capable of both defense and suppression, a perfect fusion of offense and defense. Yet, this spell was notoriously difficult to cultivate, for the transformation into Dragon Buddha power was an arduous task. Only those well-versed in Buddhist teachings could master it with ease. However, Chen felt no trepidation, for he had the spectral image of the temple abbot as a critical reward, providing him with one-on-one instruction. What was there for him to fear? Thus, Chen promptly settled into a meditative position and began his cultivation. Soon, a faint golden light flickered around him. In the following week, Chen's life resumed its tranquil rhythm. Each day was filled with alchemy, cultivation, practicing spells, and indulging in novels. His days were remarkably fulfilling and pleasurable. Meanwhile, Lu Jing visited frequently, her demeanor exceedingly warm, her gaze soft and affectionate, as if she were gazing at a beloved. Lu Jing had even arranged to invite Chen to her home for a meal when the next week's wages were distributed. Chen held no objections. Lu Jing's skills were commendable, and fortuitously, the cooling period had just concluded, allowing for the exchange of gifts once more. This time, he could certainly not afford to present a spell. Continuing to offer pills and accumulating spirit stones would suffice. This reflection stirred a sense of melancholy within Chen. Indeed, he was still too impoverished. The spirit stones he had amassed over the month amounted to merely a pittance. Were he but a tad more affluent, he would undoubtedly bestow spells and techniques on a weekly basis, which would hold far greater value. Even reselling them would yield more profit. Chapter 27. Please, refrain from fawning. Seated cross-legged in his chamber, Chen seemed enveloped by a golden bell-like barrier, shielding his entire being. Remarkably, a diminutive dragon of pale hue flitted about the barrier. This little dragon could autonomously shift its position in response to the enemy's attacks, thereby preventing the golden barrier from being swiftly breached. Chen was exceedingly pleased with this defensive capability. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he gently formed a hand seal. "Go forth, great might celestial dragon." In an instant, the little dragon soared from the barrier, charging forward with formidable vigor. However, just before it made contact with the wall, Chen withdrew his power, causing the dragon to vanish into thin air. The great might celestial dragon barrier was indeed powerful, yet regrettably, his cultivation was still too low, and the dragon he conjured could only be deemed an infant dragon, far from a true celestial dragon. Nevertheless, it was a satisfactory defense to possess, enhancing Chen's sense of security. However, elevating his cultivation remained paramount. Chen estimated that he had been on the verge of breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement for nearly 3 months. He anticipated that in another 3 months, he would ascend to the 5th layer. This pace was already commendable, yet Chen still deemed it somewhat sluggish. He had heard whispers of certain treasures in this world that could expedite cultivation, but such items were beyond his reach at present. Otherwise, he would surely procure one as a gift to enhance his own abilities. After concluding his meditative practice, he glanced at the sky and prepared a bottle of mid-grade nurturing pills before heading to Lu Jing's residence. It had been exactly a week since he last presented her with a gift, and he had arranged to dine with her today. Upon arriving at Lu Jing's home, Chen's eyes brightened once more. Today, Lu Jing's attire was even more radiant than before, made from a soft material akin to satin from earth. It clung to her form exquisitely, resembling a second skin, accentuating every curve. Despite only her arms being exposed, the daringness of her ensemble was nothing short of audacious. Chen, unreservedly, gazed upon her, nodding in satisfaction. This was indeed a delightful benefit. Today, Lu Jing had prepared a sumptuous feast. After a hearty meal, he presented her with the gift. Lu Jing was not disappointed to receive pills this time. After all, a spell that cost a mid-grade spirit stone was beyond not only Chen but even his father. A bottle of pills required 1.5 low-grade spirit stones. Why refuse such a gift? Most importantly, even if they were merely pills, over time, they would accumulate to a considerable sum. Thus, Lu Jing was particularly elated, her demeanor noticeably more animated. After a pleasant conversation, Chen left, feeling content. As he departed Lu Jing's home, the sun was setting. However, he had barely taken a few steps before a male cultivator approached him briskly, greeting him. "Yi Daoist, I have long admired your reputation." Chen furrowed his brow at this unexpected recognition. Did this individual know him? Was he perhaps encountering a highwayman? Chen remained unperturbed. He possessed formidable external skills and spells, including the dragon elephant Prajna, the Xianhuang sword finger, and the great might celestial dragon barrier. He felt no trepidation when facing most mid-stage qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, they were in a marketplace, and even if he were to falter, he could withstand until the patrol team arrived for support. What was there to fear? Thus, Chen regarded the man without uttering a word, maintaining a cautious vigilance internally. The man approached and introduced himself. "I am Li Xiang from the Li Family Talisman Shop. My father is the owner." The name of the Li Family Talisman Shop rang a bell. Chen had heard of it from Lu Jing, who was an apprentice there. Why was he seeking him? Had he somehow learned of Chen's desire to study talisman making under Sun Yi and sought to poach him as a student? Noticing Chen's perplexed expression, Li Xiang sighed and continued, "I won't keep you in suspense. Recently, I gather that you were pursuing Lu Jing?" Chen raised an eyebrow. This was indeed related to Lu Jing. Was he confronting a rival? The allure of a beautiful woman often invites trouble, a universal truth across realms. Chen had anticipated such a scenario, and thus he replied boldly, "Indeed, and what of it? One cannot adopt a meek tone in the face of a rival. Being overly courteous might convey a sense of weakness." Upon hearing Chen's tone, Li Xiang hurriedly waved his hands in denial, saying, "There is no need for such hostility. Yi Daoist, that is not my intention. Lu Jing is undeniably beautiful, and it is natural to admire her. I merely wish to advise you to pursue her normally and refrain from gifting her anything extravagant." Chen was further baffled. A rival approaching him to discourage him from offering gifts? Was this a peculiar tactic in the world of cultivation? Li Xiang, noticing Chen's confusion, grew increasingly frustrated. 6 years prior, he had been captivated by Lu Jing upon their first meeting and had endeavored to cultivate a good relationship with her. He often assisted her with talisman-making challenges, and their rapport was quite positive. Although he had never entered her room, each time he sought to deepen their connection, Lu Jing would decline, citing her focus on cultivation and talisman studies. Yet, afterward, she would still treat him with the same warmth as before, leading Li Xiang to believe he had hope and to frequently offer guidance. However, in recent weeks, Lu Jing's demeanor had shifted. She had grown noticeably distant. even rejecting Li Xiang's offers to provide extra help with talisman making after work. This abrupt change raised alarms for Li Xiang. After observing her closely, he discovered that Lu Jing had been visiting Yi Dan's shop after her shifts. This shop had recently gained notoriety in the Silver Moon market, not for its business acumen, but due to a certain infatuated alchemist. Even Li Xiang had heard of this alchemist, Chen, who had lavished gifts upon a maid, even offering a top-tier external skill worth a high-grade spirit stone. The alchemist had squandered all his resources on a female cultivator, who, after utilizing them to break through, had turned her back on him, leaving for a more promising lineage. The story of this infatuated alchemist had become a source of ridicule. Li Xiang had previously scoffed at the notion of such foolishness. Women tended to gravitate towards strength, rather than bestowing resources upon others to empower them. It was far more prudent to invest in oneself. Once one became formidable, finding a partner would be effortless. The folly of excessive flattery had caused many male cultivators to lose their stable partners. Subsequently, Li Xiang acquired further intelligence, including the fact that the female cultivator in question was Lin Kuer, Lu Jing's roommate. Now, with Lu Jing visiting Yi Dan's shop after her shifts, did this imply they were acquainted? Li Xiang's concerns began to mount. On this day, Li Xiang specifically sought out Lu Jing, only to witness Yi Chen entering her room. Could it be that Yi Chen has taken a liking to Lu Jing? If that were the case, it would certainly explain Lu Jing's recent aloof demeanor. After all, a devoted admirer, like an alchemist, often showers their beloved with gifts. If it were Li Xiang in that position, he would have no hesitation in making his choices. However, this revelation struck Li Xiang like a bolt from the blue. Alas, I have been ensnared by a sycophant. Chapter 28. The sycophant is truly impressive. Li Xiang discerned the reason behind the situation. After pondering for a considerable time, he resolved to wait outside for Yi Chen to emerge. He harbored no ulterior motives, nor did he intend to threaten Yi Chen. The mortal realm operates under a semblance of order, where everyone is afforded legal protection. Threatening someone rarely bears significant consequences. At worst, it might lead to a brief scuffle. Such conflicts seldom result in fatal outcomes. Conversely, the order within the realm of cultivation is lamentably fragile. Countless cultivators meet untimely ends daily. Thus, most practitioners adopt a courteous demeanor towards one another. Who knows if a threatened individual might harbor a grudge? Might they not secretly desire to eliminate you? Would they not, upon experiencing fear, seek to extinguish you the moment they achieve a breakthrough? It would be truly foolish to engage in conflict with a cultivator over trivial matters, becoming mortal enemies over inconsequential disputes. Therefore, Li Xiang's intent in waiting for Yi Chen was purely to offer some counsel, urging him to abandon his sycophantic ways. There is nothing wrong with pursuing a female cultivator in a straightforward manner. Why squander resources on gifts? We possess our own intellect. Who among us wishes to engage in such a futile competition? Naturally, Li Xiang would not express his thoughts so bluntly, as that would be overly offensive. Instead, he spoke politely. Friend Yi, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. A single misstep can lead to stagnation. If one fails to establish a foundation by 30, the chances of doing so in this lifetime diminish significantly. You hail from the Yi family, and we from the Li family are similarly modest cultivators. Though we may not compare favorably to the elite, we possess resources that many wandering cultivators might envy. Thus, I believe our focus should be on making the best use of our resources for our cultivation. If we can one day establish our foundation and transform like a carp into a dragon, what female cultivator would we not attract? Take, for instance, the esteemed Li Qian from the Silver Moon market, who at 60 boasts 18 partners. He embodies the ideal of balance, and even with a rotation, some partners might not even get a second chance. This demonstrates that strength is paramount. By offering your precious resources to a female cultivator, do you truly believe she will be grateful? In reality, once she ascends, she will likely abandon you. After all, look at the female cultivators. Do any of their partners lack superior cultivation? In this realm, strength is everything. Female cultivators disdain men who are weaker than themselves. Therefore, dear friend, preserve those resources for yourself. Do not squander them. If you were to establish your foundation one day, Lin Kuer would surely regret her choices. Li Xiang's words were sincere and heartfelt. He was not jesting. He genuinely felt a sense of frustration towards Yi Chen. As a fellow man, he felt somewhat embarrassed to be associated with someone like Yi Chen, a sycophant. He truly hoped Yi Chen would come to his senses. Li Xiang continued. I admit I have feelings for Lu Jing. However, my intention in speaking is not to dissuade you from pursuing her, but rather to encourage restraint in your approach. Chasing women with gifts will ultimately lead to futility. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen began to understand. This rival was not there to threaten him, but rather to counsel him against his sycophantic behavior. Li Xiang resembled those individuals from previous lives who chastised sycophants, hoping they might have an epiphany. Chen could sense the goodwill behind Li Xiang's words. Chen understood that being a sycophant would not only harm himself, but would also lead to a lack of fulfillment. It could even inflate the market value of gifts. As female cultivators often engage in comparisons, if another partner gifts her something so extravagant, why should she not expect the same? If you do not gift her, does it not imply a lack of love? This fosters a culture of competition that ultimately harms all male cultivators. Chen recognized that resources should be for himself to utilize, not merely for the enjoyment of female cultivators. By investing in his own strength, he would be better positioned to find a partner. However, the crux of the matter was that Chen was not a sycophant. He was merely completing a task assigned by the system, investing in the process. Yet, this was not something he could readily explain to the outside world. As for sycophancy, that was unavoidable. Thus, to maintain his persona, Chen resolutely shook his head, superficial and utterly pedestrian. What you speak of is not love at all. You do not comprehend what it truly means to love someone. Li Xiang initially believed he had articulated his thoughts sufficiently. Perhaps Chen might have a revelation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Chen retorted with such a statement. Love? What a farce. If you truly loved her, would you so easily abandon her for another once spurned? Li Xiang felt as though Chen's reasoning had deteriorated, his thoughts awry. The attainment of the beloved was inconsequential. What mattered was witnessing their happiness. In genuine love, there is no ulterior motive. While I may have gifted her something, the true treasure lies in the smile that graces her face upon receiving it. You have disappointed me greatly. You profess to love Lu Jing, yet are unwilling to facilitate her betterment or provide her with superior resources, instead advising me against gifting her. You do not even qualify as my rival, for you fail to grasp the essence of true love. If you truly loved her, you would, like me, bestow upon her various gifts to help her achieve the life she desires. After declaring this, Chen turned on his heel and departed, exuding an air of disdain for someone of Li Xiang's ilk. During Chen's discourse, numerous passing cultivators were drawn to the spectacle, even street-side maidens pausing to observe the unfolding drama. Chen's words undoubtedly reshaped their perceptions, solidifying his identity. A sycophant in the realm of cultivation is a rare phenomenon, with Chen being a singular example. Who would have thought they would encounter the real deal today? Male cultivators were left to ponder whether Chen had lost his wits, unable to fathom how he could utter such absurdities. Conversely, female cultivators and the street-side maidens gazed at Chen with admiration in their eyes. A man like Chen embodies the very standards expected of a partner. As for Li Xiang, he stood there, utterly bewildered by Chen's retreating figure. He felt genuinely perplexed. He had come to dissuade Chen from his sycophantic behavior, only to find himself schooled by Chen instead. The most astonishing part was that, at first, he had found Chen's arguments quite reasonable. However, the realization struck him soon after. What sense did they make? Was it not merely a one-sided delusion masquerading as true love? It was utterly nonsensical. The notion that he almost succumbed to the influence of a sycophant filled Li Xiang with trepidation. At that moment, all he could think to express was, sycophants are truly remarkable. Chapter 29. I wonder how long you can maintain this? Li Xiang was utterly exasperated. He believed Chen to be completely out of his mind. As for Lu Jing, he momentarily set aside his pursuit. It was not that he had been intimidated into submission by Chen. Rather, he intended to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Li Xiang had a fair understanding of the Yi family's circumstances. The resources available to their disciples were likely comparable to his own family's offerings. The resources Chen could provide to Lu Jing were limited. How long could he continue to shower her with gifts? Once Chen could no longer present her with anything, Lu Jing would undoubtedly lose interest. Meanwhile, if Li Xiang devoted himself to diligent cultivation, enhancing his own strength, Lu Jing would ultimately find her way back to him. Chen's efforts would be in vain. It is merely a means to provide resources for his future partner to enhance her strength. He is nothing but a foolish jester. Today, Chen's words were overheard by numerous people, and within a single day, they spread like wildfire throughout the Silver Moon market. For the first time, the cultivators in the entire market were astounded to discover the existence of such a sycophant in this world. They found it utterly ridiculous and unanimously concluded that Chen must be mentally unwell. They believed that once he was cast aside, he would regret it for the rest of his life. However, many female cultivators developed a keen interest in Chen, not because they were moved by his demeanor, but rather because they yearned for a man who would shower them with gifts in such a manner. Chen himself remained unfazed by the external gossip. A single gift yields a tenfold return. If it were you, you would be even more obsequious than I am. What I seek is not a woman, but resources. As for the notion of being left with nothing in the end, that is inconceivable. The system guarantees a return. The more I indulge, the more I shall gain. Chen continued his daily alchemical practices and cultivation, occasionally stepping out to sell the accumulated elixirs. His life was stable and fulfilling. On the other hand, Lu Jing was evidently aware of the situation. Initially, she harbored concerns, fearing that Li Xiang's words might influence Chen and lead him to reconsider his actions. What would she do if he ceased to offer gifts? Thus, Lu Jing developed an intense resentment towards Li Xiang. For 6 long years. As a disciple of a qi refining family, he had never gifted her a single elixir. He would occasionally offer advice on talisman crafting, always with an air of superiority. Now that she had found a cultivator willing to provide her with resources, he dared to disrupt her good fortune? As if he could still aspire to make her his partner. Not a chance. She wouldn't even give him the time of day. During these days at work, Lu Jing ignored Li Xiang entirely. Yet when she visited Chen, her enthusiasm was palpable. She would often feign accidental contact, such as holding his hand, leaning in closer while speaking, and even breathing in his direction. She even took the initiative to help him tidy up his living space, bringing him delicacies she had painstakingly prepared, which she had originally intended to enjoy herself. Lu Jing's every action was designed to envelop Chen in her warmth, shielding him from the influence of Li Xiang's words. If Chen truly reconsidered, she would be devastated. Fortunately, Chen's affection for her remained unwavering, even relishing the small advantages she allowed him. He appeared particularly excited, unaffected by the external chatter. Seeing this, Lu Jing felt a sense of relief. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. On this day, after completing his usual training and refining, Chen prepared to venture out to purchase a storage bag. He had long anticipated this item, a staple in the cultivation novels of his previous life. It could hold a vast amount of items without bearing their weight. Had he possessed such a bag on Earth, he wouldn't have had to pay for parking. He could simply have carried it with him. A typical storage bag has a capacity of half a cubic meter and costs 50 low-grade spirit stones. Chen, having saved up a medium-grade spirit stone, could afford a larger one, with a volume of 1 cubic meter. If it could be exchanged for 10 times that, it would yield 10 cubic meters, a tremendous bargain. With a storage bag, he could carry all his belongings, making it much easier to flee if necessary. Chen exited through the back courtyard, heading directly to Qingyan Workshop. It was said that crafting storage bags had certain prerequisites, making Qingyan Workshop the only place in the Silver Moon market to sell them. Welcome, would you like me to notify the manager? The attendant at Qingyan Workshop, now familiar with Chen, inquired. Chen shook his head. No need today. I'm here to buy a storage bag, preferably a larger one, about 1 cubic meter. The attendant's expression shifted to one of surprise. Storage bags were considered the hallmark of the affluent among qi refining cultivators. While they were undoubtedly useful, they were ultimately just containers. Unless there was a specific need, such as gathering herbs or hunting beasts, most ordinary cultivators preferred to carry their belongings in backpacks. Unwilling to spend 50 low-grade spirit stones on a mere storage bag, few were willing to part with such a sum, as their entire net worth might not even equate to that amount. If they had the money, they would rather invest it in spells or similar enhancements. Please follow me. This is our Sect's storage bag. It has a capacity of 1 cubic meter and is priced at 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The exterior is made from cloud-patterned silk, providing excellent resistance against the fluctuations of spells during combat, which can prevent damage to the bag. As long as it isn't directly struck by a spell, it should remain intact. Additionally, our storage bags are guaranteed to function normally for 20 years, but we recommend replacing them every 15 years due to the potential for wear and tear on the array patterns. If they were to fail unexpectedly, it could be problematic, requiring the assistance of an array master to open them, which comes with the risk of losing stored items. As the attendant explained the features of the storage bag, Chen was taken aback. The notion that a storage bag could deteriorate and needed regular replacement was unexpected. However, it seemed reasonable upon reflection. Just as electrical appliances can break down with time, the materials used for storage bags could also degrade, and the array could gradually lose its efficacy. Moreover, since he had the system's feedback, he knew the quality would be superior. Consequently, Chen decided to make the purchase. Watching as 100 low-grade spirit stones were extracted, the attendant's face lit up with joy. Besides his salary, he also earned commissions, and high-value items like storage bags came with substantial commissions. He would earn 1 low-grade spirit stone from this transaction alone, which was certainly a cause for celebration. After confirming the bag size was satisfactory, Chen tucked it into his chest and departed Qingyan Workshop, leaving the attendant in high spirits. Outside the Silver Moon Market, a weary group of herb gatherers emerged from the mountains, relieved to see the market within reach, their faces brightening with joy. Among them was Lin Ku'er, who had spent a month gathering herbs. Today, Lu Jing went all out to prepare a sumptuous feast for Chen, ensuring he enjoyed every moment. Afterward, the room felt stifling, prompting the two to sit beneath a large tree in the courtyard on reclining chairs to cool off. Chen occasionally cast glances at Lu Jing, who was dressed in a similarly light and breezy manner. She lay there unguarded, her charm captivating and enticing. Chen couldn't help but notice her flawless skin, devoid of pores, offering more allure than even the most generous mobile game developers of his past life. Yet, Chen discerned that she was merely toying with him, allowing him to enjoy some small advantages without any intention of progressing their relationship further. He understood the reason behind her behavior. After all, a sycophant thrives on being tantalized. If all his desires were satisfied, he would feel fulfilled and lose motivation to continue gifting. After admiring the sunset as it dipped behind the mountains, Chen decided not to waste any more time. He sat up directly, producing a carefully prepared gift, and spoke. I am grateful for the warm hospitality of Fairy Lu. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had anticipated yet another medicinal pill and was prepared to decline. However, when her beautiful eyes discerned the item in Chen's hand, her pupils constricted sharply. It was a small blue cloth pouch, merely the size of a palm. The pouch was adorned with cloud patterns, exuding an air of mystique. At first glance, Lu Jing recognized what it was. She had seen a similar pouch hanging from the waist of the steward at the Li family's talisman shop. This was indeed a storage pouch, valued at a minimum of 50 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Jing had always envied storage pouches. Carrying items could be quite inconvenient, and burdening oneself with a satchel posed its own troubles. Precious belongings were difficult to carry around, yet leaving them at home was unsafe, inciting fears of theft. The acquisition of a storage pouch would alleviate many of these mundane inconveniences, even making future relocation simpler. Lu Jing had been slightly concerned that Chen might withhold gifts this week due to gossip, or perhaps offer something less substantial. To her astonishment, not only did he present her with a gift, but it was also a delightful surprise. Chen then continued, this is a 1 cubic meter storage pouch, purchased from Xianxiafans, priced at 1 medium-grade spirit stone. However, fair maiden, be cautious not to use spells against it, or it may be damaged. Chen emphasized its value, knowing that the higher the worth, the greater the astonishment it would evoke. As anticipated, upon hearing that it was a 1 cubic meter pouch valued at 1 medium-grade spirit stone, Lu Jing's excitement clearly intensified. 2 rosy blooms appeared on her lovely, mature face, her countenance radiating joy. The surprise Chen had delivered was truly remarkable. It seemed her earlier worries were unfounded. How could someone like Chen allow external chatter to sway his convictions? If he were that easily influenced, he would have changed long ago. Lu Jing was overjoyed, yet such a precious gift could not be accepted lightly. Thus, she began the customary dance of modesty and reluctance, going through the motions before finally accepting the pouch. Chen, recognizing the precarious state of the southern hemisphere, was more than willing to indulge Lu Jing in this charade. Although he had earned a considerable sum in the mountains, life there was far from pleasant. A single insect had nearly incapacitated his arm. This time, he had made a substantial profit, and he was eager to visit the Ichuan Tower. I am off to seek Fairy, and no one shall compete with me. As the group arrived at the entrance of the Silver Moon Market, they were all filled with exuberance, shouting in delight. While the mountains had yielded great earnings, the constant peril made restful sleep a rarity. Even cultivators found the environment oppressive. Among the crowd, Lin Kua listened to the voices of several male cultivators with a hint of disdain, though she concealed her feelings. A month spent in the mountains had been exhausting. At the forefront of the crowd stood a tall woman, the team leader, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. All right, I have all the herbs here, and your shares have been tallied. A third has already been prepaid. In 3 days, once I've processed the herbs, you may collect the remaining balance from me. No objections? The woman commanded with an authoritative presence, and the others trusted her implicitly, raising no questions. Only one lecherous middle-aged male cultivator dared to speak. Boss, how about advancing me a few low-grade spirit stones? I intend to stay at Ichuan Tower for 3 days. His words elicited a wave of laughter. While most cultivators aspired to elevate their prowess, many lower-tier cultivators had lost hope for breakthroughs, choosing instead to squander their earnings on indulgence and frivolity. The spirit stones earned after a month of hard work could be spent in mere days. They were not mere sycophants. They paid for services rendered. Such individuals were not uncommon in the Silver Moon Market. The woman shot a cold glance at the middle-aged cultivator. Scram. The women at Ichuan Tower practice dubious arts. Do you really expect to improve your cultivation through them? Look at you. You have made no progress since a few years ago. In fact, you've regressed. Keep this up, and there will be no place for you in the team. Upon entering the Silver Moon Market, the woman turned and walked away, causing the group to disperse, leaving in small clusters. Yet beside Lin Kuer was a tall, young man. Lin Kuer, remember to come early in 3 days. I will ask my sister to allocate you a larger share. Lin Kuter smiled politely in response. Thank you, Taoist Jean. The young man was Jin Wuqing, already at the 5th level of Qi refinement at a young age, boasting rich combat experience and being a valuable member of the team. He was also the cousin of the team leader. It was said that they had reached an agreement with a local apothecary to gather herbs in the mountains. Jin Wuqing had taken good care of her during their time in the mountains and, being talented, was likely to break through to the later stage of Qi refinement. He surpassed Yi Chun in many aspects. However, Lin Kuo held little interest in him. What did it matter if he reached the later stage of Qi refinement? Her goal was to establish a foundation. Thus, after offering her polite thanks, she bid farewell and departed, leaving Jin Wuqing somewhat disappointed. Yet considering that Lin Kuo would soon return to the mountains, he was not overly concerned. As Lin Kuo walked along the path, reflecting on her gains, a smile blossomed on her face. Due to fortunate circumstances, she had discovered a patch of silver moon spirit grass, yielding far beyond her expectations. According to the team leader, she would receive 25 low-grade spirit stones from this trip. That was nearly a stone per day in earnings. An income that surpassed what she had made in nearly a year previously, truly a delightful surprise. Lin Kuo planned to exchange her spirit stones for a better-positioned courtyard upon receiving them in 3 days. As for Yi Chun, she would uphold her promise to treat him to a meal. However, during the dinner, she intended to clarify her feelings, ensuring he harbored no false hopes. After all, while Yi Chun had been able to gift her a medium-grade Peiyuan Dan, she could now afford it herself, rendering any sacrifices unnecessary. Thus, she pondered as she approached her courtyard. However, upon reaching the entrance, she overheard voices within, sounding rather familiar. Chapter 31. You sent my belongings to someone else? During her time gathering herbs with the team, Lin Kuo had learned some tricks for concealing her presence and sound. Therefore, upon hearing voices in the courtyard, she remained silent, cautiously refraining from entering, wary of potential thieves or marauders. If that were the case, she would need to alert the patrol team. However, upon discerning the identities of the two conversing, Lin Kuo frowned slightly. She recognized one as Lu Jing and the other as Yi Chun. What were they doing here? Before she left, she had explicitly informed Yi Chun of her plans to enter the mountains. Knowing she was absent, why would Yi Chun come here? Unless, of course, he had developed an interest in Lu Jing. Contemplating this, Lin Kuo felt a surge of disdain for Yi Chun, along with an increasing aversion towards Lu Jing. Although she had previously dismissed Yi Chun and intended to sever ties, his current behavior was deeply disappointing. It seemed his prior affections were merely superficial attraction. How foolish she had been to think of him as a good person. And as for Lu Jing, she was insufferable, seeking to compete with her. Was she? Had she never seen a man before? Lin Kuo had initially intended to invite Yi Chun for a meal to express her gratitude for his past kindness. However, it seemed that such a gesture was now unwarranted. Lin Kuo felt a twinge of betrayal regarding the matter of the two individuals becoming involved. After all, Yi Chun had been exceedingly kind to her in the past, showering her with gifts. Yet, after merely a month apart, he had already transferred his affections. Who could endure such a thing? Nevertheless, her anger was fleeting, as she quickly regained her composure. In any case, she had long ceased to value the trinkets Yi Chun had given her. They were items she had no desire for. If Lu Jing wanted them, she could have them. With this thought, Lin Kuo found her ire dissipating, even contemplating entering the room to offer her blessings to the pair before retiring for the night. She was rather curious to witness the awkward expressions they might display. However, just as she was about to push open the door, Lu Jing's voice once again pierced the air. Yi Daoyu, now that you've put it that way, I feel too embarrassed to refuse. If that's the case, I'll gladly accept. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo could not help but scoff internally. It was merely a mid-grade Peiyuan Dan, something she deemed beneath her. In the future, she could purchase the superior grade version for her cultivation, which would yield far better results. Yet, Lu Jing appeared overly excited about the mid-grade Peiyuan Dan. It was apparent that she and Lu Jing were no longer of the same world. This realization granted Lin Kuo a sense of superiority, but in the next moment, the disdainful smile vanished from her face, and her expression faltered. In the courtyard, Lu Jing's voice rang out again. In a few days, I happen to be moving. This storage bag is a full cubic meter, which is just enough to hold all my belongings. I plan to relocate closer to the center. It will be safer and nearer to where Yi Daoyu resides. This gift from Yi Daoyu truly resonates with me. A storage bag? A cubic meter storage bag? Yi Chun had gifted Lu Jing a cubic meter storage bag? Lin Kuo's eyes widened in disbelief. She was well aware of how exorbitant storage bags could be. During her time with the herb gathering team, only the leader possessed a storage bag, and it was merely half a cubic meter. Such a convenience. Allowing one to carry in abundance without the burden of physical luggage was invaluable. The elegance of a storage bag worn at the waist was something Lin Kuo envied deeply. Yet, a storage bag's starting price was 50 low-grade spirit stones. After a month of grueling labor in the mountains, she had only managed to acquire a little over 20 low-grade spirit stones. The idea of toiling for 2 or 3 months to procure a single storage bag was utterly unrealistic. Yet, the very storage bag she yearned for had been so casually bestowed upon Lu Jing by Yi Chen. Furthermore, it was a storage bag with a value equivalent to a mid-grade spirit stone, boasting an immense cubic meter of space. At this moment, Lin Kuo felt her mind spiraling into chaos, her hands trembling. She had earned merely 20 low-grade spirit stones in a month, while Lu Jing, without lifting a finger, had received a storage bag worth a mid-grade spirit stone. If she had not ventured into the mountains, would Yi Chen have given that storage bag to her? Certainly. Thus, her arduous journey had ultimately resulted in a loss, with this cunning woman stealing her resources. The thought drove Lin Kuo to the brink of madness. Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to have lost his value? Before her departure, he had been unable to even produce a single pill. How had things come to this? Why was this happening? The defensive spell was something she desperately needed, and the storage bag was even more essential. These items were rightfully hers. Lin Kuo could no longer maintain her previous composure. Her anger surged like a tempest. She loathed Lu Jing, this vile woman who had taken advantage of her absence, stealing away what was hers. How dare she accept those gifts? She wanted to demand their return. Simultaneously, her fury towards Yi Chen intensified. How could he give away what was meant for her to another woman? Yi Chen had once been so infatuated with her. How could he so easily change his affections? Lin Kuo was certain that Lu Jing had manipulated the situation while she was away. Yet, even so, Yi Chen's actions were deeply disappointing. To shift his affections merely due to someone else's scheming, giving away gifts intended for her, was a betrayal she could not forgive. In the throes of rage, Lin Kuo could no longer contain herself. She forcefully pushed open the door, causing it to slam loudly. Yet, she soon donned a smile. But what of it? Yi Chen, the devoted sycophant, had already become hers. They had arrived too late. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained calm, glancing at Lu Jing. Although the scene bore the semblance of a scandal being unveiled, he was not a mere sycophant, nor did he fear Lin Kuo misconstruing the situation. Moreover, having cultivated the dragon-elephant prajna skill, his senses had sharpened, and he had long since sensed Lin Kuo's presence lurking outside. Lin Kuo had anticipated that their gaze would betray a hint of panic or a need for explanations upon her entrance. However, to her astonishment, both remained remarkably composed, which only fueled her indignation. She raised her voice, challenging Yi Chen. Yi Daoyu, how could you give my belongings to another? Chapter 32. Crush Lu Jing. Yi Daoyu, how could you bestow my things upon another woman? Yi Chen had been aware of Lin Kuo's eavesdropping outside, and was curious about her reaction. Yet, upon hearing her furious entrance and her first words, he could not help but chuckle. What did she mean by my belongings? Lin Kuo's demeanor reminded him of a story he had encountered in a previous life, about a man who had regularly given a beggar $10, but after marriage, reduced it to 5. The beggar then angrily accused him, how dare you use my money to support your wife? This tale bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Kuo's current disposition. She evidently believed that everything Yi Chen had given her was hers by right. Thus, when he offered gifts to another, her inability to accept it was palpable. Indeed, sycophants possess no rights. Yet, regrettably, he was no sycophant. Lu Jing exhibited far more dedication. Could she not send a few gifts without drawing attention? Meanwhile, Lin Kuo sought to maintain a facade of indifference. Yi Chen, without a hint of restraint, queried, Lin Daoyu, what exactly constitutes your belongings? Lin Kuo was momentarily taken aback by his words, only to be consumed by a deeper rage. You previously showered me with gifts. Now, the items given to Lu Jing, if they are not mine, whose could they possibly be? Most importantly, you used to refer to me as Lin Xianxia, yet now, with the arrival of newcomers, I have been reduced to Lin Daoyu. Have I? Truly. Men are all the same. Lin Kuo shot a resentful glare at Yi Chen and Lu Jing. This display from Lin Kuo secretly delighted Lu Jing. For Yi Chen had initially been infatuated with Lin Kuo. It is said that a man's most irresistible allure is his first love. Who knows if Lin Kuo is indeed Yi Chen's white moonlight? Yet, Lin Kuo's immediate reaction was one of anger. Is this not merely pushing Yi Chen further away? Thus, Lu Jing smiled confidently. Lin Kuo was clearly no match for her. Still, Lu Jing felt a twinge of guilt and consoled. Yi Daoyu, is Kuo upset? This is all my fault. Had I known that accepting your gifts would provoke her ire, I would never have put you in such a difficult position. Please do not hold her anger against her. There must be some misunderstanding. Yet, I cannot help but feel for you, Daoyu. Despite all you have done, Kuo only knows how to sulk. Were it me, I would not be angry. I would only feel for you. Seeing Lu Jing seize the opportunity to sow discord, Yu Chen's amusement grew. He feigned deep emotion and embraced Lu Jing. In the summer heat, her light clothing left her entirely vulnerable to the impact of his embrace. Initially startled, Lu Jing's instinct was to push him away, but recollecting something, she restrained herself. Chen whispered in her ear, "Only you, Lu Xianxi, truly understand me." Lu Jing had never been this close to a man, let alone felt his breath on her ear. Her entire being flushed with heat, as if ants were crawling over her skin, leaving her quite uncomfortable. She felt compelled to indulge Chen. If only to reciprocate for the storage bag he had just given her, being embraced was worth it. Not to mention, this was a pivotal moment that must be seized. After a lengthy embrace, Chen finally released Lu Jing. The pressure on her clothing caused it to spring back dramatically. Seeing Chen about to leave, Lu Jing's heart swelled with joy, prompting her to hastily advise, "Kuer is merely having a momentary fit of anger. If you apologize, I am sure the misunderstanding will be resolved." However, Chen shook his head resolutely and turned to leave. This left Lu Jing beaming with satisfaction. Her greatest rival had been dealt with effortlessly. Perfect. Yet, glancing down at her attire, Lu Jing felt a flicker of discomfort. Chen's embrace had been too tight, leaving her slightly pained. Meanwhile, within the room, Lin Kuer fumed but frequently glanced towards the door. In her mind, Chen must surely favor her above all else. After all, he had once been so enamored with her, even gifting her the immensely valuable dragon elephant hand prepared by his father. Thus, he must hold her in the highest regard. Upon seeing her anger, he would surely rush to comfort her. Yet, Lin Kuer was not inclined to forgive Chen so easily. If Lu Jing had already employed the spell, then Chen must procure her a new one. And it must be twofold. This was the price of betrayal. Otherwise, she would never forgive him. Fuming, Lin Kuer contemplated this while frequently glancing towards the door. As she waited impatiently, she moved to the window and caught sight of Chen and Lu Jing locked in a tight embrace. Chen held Lu Jing with such force that she appeared squished. After the embrace, Chen turned and left without casting even a glance in her direction. This only fueled Lin Kuer's anger further. "Chen, I shall never forgive you." Chen, of course, paid no heed to Lin Kuer. He was not a lovesick fool, but rather a man of pragmatic interests. With gifts being exchanged tenfold, he would simply bestow them upon Lu Jing. What need did he have for Lin Kuer? She had kept him hanging, offering no sweetness, and even meals were merely verbal promises. How could she dare to be angry? A lovesick fool should have no dignity. Chen, indifferent to her grievances, chose to shower Lu Jing with gifts, watching her receive valuable presents time and again. He was curious how long Lin Kuer could endure this. To Chen, Lin Kuer was but a fleeting thought. His primary concern was the rewards he would reap from the storage bag he had gifted. The system's notification had already echoed in his mind. Yet, he had been too occupied with Lu Jing to pay attention. Now, upon checking, Chen's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Gift successful. The gift is a 1 cubic meter storage bag. The system has detected that this gift is of utmost importance to the recipient and has exceeded her expectations, triggering a critical reward. Reward, 1,000 cubic meters storage bracelet. Incredible. He had indeed triggered a critical hit, amplifying his reward by 1,000-fold. 1 cubic meter transformed into 1,000. More importantly, it had upgraded from a storage bag to a storage bracelet. This was a tremendous profit. Previously, during his reception at Xianxiafans, Chen had learned the distinctions between a storage bag and a storage ring. A storage bag is created through formations, while a storage ring is crafted from a special spatial stone, ensuring it does not age or suffer damage. One need not worry about losing the contents inside, and retrieval is much swifter. The quality and security of a storage ring far surpasses that of a storage bag, and due to the monopoly on spatial stones, their prices are exorbitant, accessible only to those in the golden core stage. Yet, here he was, having struck a windfall, acquiring a 1,000 cubic meter storage bracelet that even golden core experts could scarcely afford. This was indeed a monumental gain. Upon returning to his room, Chen immediately retrieved the storage bracelet from the system space. The bracelet was silver, adorned with black patterns, exuding a subtle yet luxurious allure. As he attempted to wear it, he discovered it could automatically resize, fitting snugly around his arm, alleviating any concerns of accidental loss. Immersed in this newfound treasure, Chen experimented with it, but soon realized that the initial use required a drop of blood. This only heightened his satisfaction. It also featured encryption, far surpassing the storage bag. After pricking his finger and completing the bonding, Chen felt a distinct connection to the storage bracelet. The usage was straightforward. By merely touching an item with his palm, he could directly transfer it into the bracelet. Before long, he had stored his refined elixirs, herbs, and various eclectic books within the bracelet, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, perhaps due to the brilliance of cultivators' minds and the absence of oversight in this world. The books Chen had procured were quite risque, encompassing a wide array of genres. Should anyone discover them, it would surely lead to social ruin. While purchasing, he had disguised himself, and now, with the books safely nestled in the storage bracelet, he no longer feared their exposure. At last, Chen could finally rest easy. Retrieval was equally simple. With a mere thought, he could access his belongings. As he continued to experiment with the storage bracelet, Chen found himself repeatedly placing and removing his alchemy furnace with ease. It had virtually no downsides. So long as there was space, anything could be stored within. The only drawback was a slight toll on his mental energy. Chen indulged in his gaming for quite some time, when suddenly his expression shifted. He recalled an important matter. It seemed he had fallen asleep and then traversed into this realm. His browsing history and group chat records had not yet been erased. If the authorities or his family were to discover this, it would spell disaster. He suddenly felt that there was little left to miss on Earth. In the days that followed, Chen's life returned to a placid routine. He diligently practiced his cultivation and alchemy, amassing spiritual stones. With offensive and defensive spells at his disposal, he now sought a means of escape. Above all, Chen was acutely aware of his safety, aspiring to become a well-rounded cultivator without any weaknesses. As for Lin Kuo, her return had no effect on Chen's mood. In fact, Lu Jing, who had taken possession of the storage bag, grew increasingly enthusiastic, visiting Chen daily after work, bringing ingredients to cook for him. This brought Chen considerable joy. Although he had acquired the licking dog system, which required him to give gifts, there was indeed a skill to being a devoted admirer. However, being a fickle admirer would yield different results. As long as the gifts were sufficiently valuable, women would prioritize their licking dogs in a bid to reclaim their attention, occasionally even making sacrifices for them. Clearly, Lu Jing exemplified this behavior. Having claimed Chen from Lin Kuo, she was acutely aware that she could be usurped by another, hence her extra enthusiasm and occasional favors. As for Lin Kuo, Chen was curious to see if she could truly suppress her feelings. Meanwhile, in Lin Kuo's room, she appeared somewhat despondent, having not slept for 3 days. The thought of having missed out on a spell and a storage bag simply by venturing into the mountains was unbearable for any cultivator, let alone the value Chen held, which far exceeded her initial expectations. Yet, it seemed that Chen, her devoted admirer, had indeed been taken by Lu Jing. This left Lin Kuo feeling even more distressed, on the verge of tears. Wishing she could slap herself for being frugal and choosing to share a residence with that wretched woman, Lin Kuo had been waiting for Chen to come and apologize. As he had treated her quite well, she was willing to grant him another chance. However, as time passed, Chen did not arrive, causing her to feel a pang of anxiety. Was it possible that he truly no longer held affection for her, enchanted as he was by Lu Jing? Were he to lose all value, Lin Kuo would naturally not care, but the reality was that Chen's worth was unfathomable. In such a scenario, how could she willingly accept the loss of Chen, her devoted admirer? Today, Lin Kuo had tidied herself up, preparing to go out, as it was the day to collect her share of the medicinal herbs. After all, it amounted to nearly 20 low-grade spiritual stones. Yet now, her heart felt utterly devoid of excitement. Lu Jing had done nothing but show off and received 2 medium-grade spiritual stones as gifts. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo had toiled for an entire month to earn a mere 20 low-grade spiritual stones, a tenfold disparity that seemed utterly unjust. As she pondered these complex feelings, Lin Kuo soon arrived at the captain's courtyard, where her fellow herbalists had gathered. Some were already emerging, beaming with their spiritual stones. The captain's younger brother, Jin Wuching, greeted everyone, and upon seeing Lin Kuo, his handsome face broke into a smile. "Kuo, you're late." Lin Kuo regarded him with indifference. Initially, she had hoped to foster a good relationship with Jin Wuching, as he was a formidable cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement and the captain's brother. However, her perspective had shifted considerably. The desire to venture into the mountains again had waned, as her own efforts paled in comparison to Chen's gifts. Since she had no intention of returning to the mountains, cultivating a relationship with Jin Wuching seemed futile. Noticing Lin Kuo's cold demeanor, Jin Wuching furrowed his brow in confusion. After she received her spiritual stones, he accompanied her to the exit and remarked, "My sister is in seclusion. The next expedition will have to wait until she emerges. I'll relay the message when that happens." Lin Kuo nodded but harbored thoughts of giving up. "How about joining me for a meal, Lin Daoist?" Jin Wuching extended the invitation, holding a favorable view of Lin Kuo, who was both aloof and strikingly beautiful, with an exceptionally tall stature. Though Lin Kuo was somewhat distant and not overly warm, Jin Wuching remained undeterred, believing that repeated ventures into the mountains would provide opportunities for heroic rescues, which would eventually win her heart. However, when faced with the invitation, Lin Kuo shook her head. "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. Perhaps next time." Observing her retreating figure, Jin Wuqing furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 34. The Confident Lin Kuer. 20 low-grade spiritual stones. In the past, such a sum would have filled Lin Kuer with an exhilaration that would keep her awake at night. Today, however, as she looked at the 20 low-grade spiritual stones, she felt nothing but apathy. This amount could not procure a single spell nor a storage bag. In comparison, it seemed woefully inadequate. Yet, Chen appeared to be entirely ensnared in Lu Jing's charms. Was it not enough that he had betrayed her? Must she be the one to seek him out? Lin Kuer felt incapable of such actions. Upon returning to her courtyard, she caught the aroma of braised meat wafting from Lu Jing's room. The scent only served to deepen her resentment. She knew that Lu Jing, as a talisman apprentice, had struggled to make ends meet, seldom affording to indulge in beast meat. Yet, Lu Jing was seemingly feasting daily on it, her financial situation having improved dramatically, undeniably due to Chen. At that moment, Lu Jing, having heard the commotion in the courtyard, peeked out, spotted Lin Kuer, and smiled lightly before closing the door without a greeting. Their relationship had always been mediocre, merely a shared living arrangement, but now, due to Chen, even the customary politeness had vanished. To Lin Kuer, the smile was a blatant provocation. I have taken your devoted admirer. What will you do about it? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unable to concentrate on her cultivation, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Finally, in the dead of night, Lin Kuo sat up suddenly, unable to contain herself any longer. How could that wretched woman, Lu Jing, dare to steal Chen and then taunt her? While she had been angry and ignored Chen, she was inadvertently playing into Lu Jing's hands. This was no longer merely about resources. It was a matter of dignity. Lu Jing, if you relish stealing, I wonder how you will fare without beast meat in the future. Lin Kuo felt a surge of confidence. Compared to her, Lu Jing was utterly pedestrian. Having come to this realization, Lin Kuo resolved to seek out Chen the following day. With her newfound clarity, the self-assured Lin Kuo finally found peace in her sleep. That night, she even experienced a rare dream. She beheld Chen kneeling before her, apologizing for his previous betrayal. He presented numerous gifts, capable of elevating her to the foundational stage, in a fervent plea for her forgiveness. In her dreams, Lin Kuo radiated joy. Upon awakening, Chen lowered his gaze, reflecting on the effectiveness of his physical cultivation method, which indeed proved formidable. Each day, he felt invigorated with youthful vitality. Naturally, this was also due to Lu Jing's frequent generosity. However, the system had specific criteria for matching partners. Chen could not guarantee that after obtaining Lu Jing, she would reciprocate with tenfold gifts. Among the many female cultivators in Silver Moon Market, he had only encountered 3 who offered such substantial returns, and he had yet to engage with Sun Ruoxin. Lin Kuo might venture into the mountains, so for the sake of caution, it was prudent to refrain from any actions for now. He decided to wait until he had a more stable and higher-yielding feedback channel before making further advances. Chen possessed this willpower. As for the street girls outside, he held no interest. The beautiful female cultivators within the buildings were rumored to practice chaotic secret arts that could hinder one's foundational growth. Given Chen's mediocre talent and the slow progress he made with high-grade pills, it was unwise to engage in activities that could jeopardize his foundation. Thus, he resolved to abstain. Chen had been discreetly inquiring about treasures that could enhance spiritual roots, even if only marginally. Such an enhancement would significantly elevate his aptitude after securing higher returns. He had learned that treasures capable of enhancing spiritual roots existed in this world, but they were exceedingly rare and far beyond the imagination of low-tier cultivators. Chen felt no disappointment regarding this. His only concern was that such items might not be present in the cultivation realm. As long as they existed, he believed he could accumulate resources through the system's feedback. Eventually, he would obtain them. Once acquired, if coupled with a high-yielding female cultivator, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights. In summary, Chen was filled with anticipation for his future. In the afternoon, he reported to Manager Zhang, delivering 500 inferior-grade cultivation pills, none missing. They were still the same ones sold to him previously, priced 30% below market value. Manager Zhang, however, seemed increasingly disinterested in Chen. Even though Chen had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement, it was hardly noteworthy. After all, as a family disciple, achieving this stage at his age was considered slow. Moreover, Manager Zhang had heard that Chen had switched to another object of affection, even uttering phrases about loving someone unconditionally, which led Zhang to conclude that Chen was beyond redemption. Even if Chen were a genius, he would inevitably suffer significant losses concerning women, not to mention his already poor talent. Such a person hardly warranted excessive attention. Zhang planned to slowly drain Chen and then seize an opportunity to expose him. The only curiosity Zhang harbored was about how many spirit stones Chen's father had prepared for him. Chen seemed to lavishly spend on women and self-financed pills for tasks, leading to an absurd level of expenditure. Surely, Chen's father was overly indulgent. However, this indulgence had only resulted in Chen's current state of incompetence. Zhang believed that Chen's resources could not last much longer. If Chen were aware of Zhang's anticipation of his downfall, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. Zhang's plan to exploit him was, in fact, a gift to Chen. Even if the world were to collapse, Chen felt he would still endure. In the afternoon, Chen continued his alchemy practice. After completing a batch, his door was knocked upon. A maid announced that a female cultivator named Lin Kuer had come to visit. Chen nodded, acknowledging her presence, but had no intention of stepping outside. Instead, he resumed his work, igniting the flames for a second batch of pills. It surprised him that Lin Kuer sought him out after just 3 days. However, what did it matter? He would attend to her after finishing his alchemy. Meanwhile, outside the back gate of the Ye pill shop, Lin Kuer waited impatiently to be admitted. Hearing that she had to wait, she felt displeased. Previously, she had never had to wait when visiting Chen. Yet, recalling Lu Jing, she begrudgingly maintained her composure, though her mood was exceedingly vexed. Chen was truly being unreasonable. What pills could possibly be more important than her personal visit? Upon concluding his alchemy, Chen looked at the freshly produced 10 superior-grade cultivation pills, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had nearly perfected the art of pill refinement, consistently producing high-quality results. Storing the pills in his spatial ring, he exited his room, where the maid promptly reported, "Master Yi, Miss Lin is still waiting outside." Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling. Lin Kuer was indeed provoked. Had he held no value, she would likely wish to sever ties immediately. However, the expensive gifts he could still afford altered the dynamic considerably. Yet, he knew it would not be so simple. A smirk of mockery appeared on his face as he approached the door. "Ah, it is you, Lin Daoyu," he said, apologizing as he had been engrossed in a critical stage of alchemy. Upon seeing Lin Kuer, he expressed his regret, but the evident unfamiliarity and the title Daoyu irked her. She had only been away for a month, yet Chen's attitude had shifted so drastically. He was clearly aware of her displeasure. Yet he had not come to see her even once. What a scoundrel! Nevertheless, Lin Kuer had come today to reclaim this devoted admirer. Suppressing her anger, she forced a pleasant tone. "No worries. Of course, alchemy is more important. Shall we go now?" Her plan was to invite Chen to dinner, something she had never done before. Her proactive approach would surely astonish him. Chen chuckled at her words, realizing that Lin Kuer truly believed him to be a devoted admirer, who granted her such confidence. Liang Jingru. Facing Lin Kuer's self-assured demeanor, Chen shook his head. "Never mind, I have plans today." She was rejected. Lin Kuer widened her eyes, poised to say more, when footsteps approached from behind. A smile unexpectedly broke across Chen's previously indifferent face. Lin Kuer quickly turned to look, spotting a voluptuous, mature woman approaching the door, radiating warmth. The pronounced sway in her walk could only belong to Lu Jing. "Yi Daoyu, I intend to prepare braised pork today. This beast's meat, if handled correctly, is exceptionally delicious, rich yet not greasy, lean yet tender." Mid-sentence, Lu Jing appeared to notice Lin Kuer, her surprise swiftly turning into an invitation. "Kuer, you're here too? Perfect. Let us all go together. I'm sure Yi Daoyu won't mind." Lin Kuer's expression soured. She had invited Chen to a lavish meal. Yet he chose to dine with that despicable woman, Lu Jing. Lin Kuer had never endured such treatment. Casting a cold glare at Lu Jing, who feigned warmth, she turned on her heel and left. Lu Jing watched this unfold with hidden delight. Lin Kuer had not given up hope, yet was unable to lower her pride. Maintaining her lofty demeanor, it would not be long before she surrendered, at which point, Lu Jing could feel assured that Chen would not be taken from her. Perhaps due to Lin Kuer's visit, Lu Jing was even more enthusiastic than usual today. The sweltering heat made cooking a rather oppressive task. To seek some relief, Lu Jing tugged down her skirt, revealing the unfathomable depths of the Mariana Trench, and further secured her skirt's hem. Her voluptuous, long legs gleamed like porcelain. This display was a generous treat for Chen, who felt a surge of delight within. The only lament was that the world of cultivation seemed devoid of black stockings. Otherwise, it would have been exquisite. In the days that followed, Chen continued to live a tranquil life, dedicating himself to cultivation, alchemy, and savoring delightful cuisine. Although lacking electronic devices, life was undeniably more pleasurable than in his past existence. Lin Kuer had not appeared for the past 2 days, but Chen was unconcerned. He had seen through her intentions. He believed that by presenting Lu Jing with a few more fine gifts in Lin Kuer's presence, she would undoubtedly take the initiative. One morning, Chen awoke leisurely. After concluding his cultivation, he examined the contents of his storage ring. having purchased a storage bag just last week. He possessed limited spiritual stones, which constrained his ability to offer substantial gifts. Therefore, he decided to present pills and accumulate more spiritual stones. Next week, when he had enough stones, he planned to acquire a superior escape spell. As he pondered, a knock echoed at his door. "Your nephew is here. Your father has come to see you." The voice of Manager Zhang rang out. "What? Why has my biological father suddenly arrived?" Yi Chen felt a twinge of panic. After hesitating briefly, he hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, he was greeted not only by the portly figure of Manager Zhang, but also by a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, exuding an aura of authority, who bore a slight resemblance to him. As soon as Yi Chen spoke, the previously solemn expression of the middle-aged man faltered, while Manager Zhang, observing this exchange, could not help but understand why Yi Tianhe was so formidable, yet his son seemed a mere wastrel. Such indulgence was excessive. Had his own son dared to speak in such a manner, he would have likely met with a swift reprimand. Suppressing a chuckle, Manager Zhang bowed to Yi Tianhe. "Taoist Yi, I shall take my leave." Yi Tianhe nodded politely. Once Manager Zhang departed, he entered the room, his expression darkening as he regarded Yi Chen. "I have heard that you have taken a liking to a female cultivator, showering her with pills, and even gifting her the dragon elephant hand that I purchased for you." His demeanor suggested he was on the verge of taking action. Yi Chen quickly shook his head in protest. "No, father. It is merely that a female cultivator has been pursuing me relentlessly. After all, I resemble you, and I am naturally handsome. It is no wonder that female cultivators are drawn to me. Who is spreading such ridiculous rumors?" Jealousy, without a doubt. Seeing Yi Tianhe's skepticism, Yi Chen hastened to provide further evidence. "Father, just look at my vitality." As he spoke, he activated the dragon elephant prana, and his vitality surged forth. Yi Tianhe's eyes brightened at the sight of Yi Chen's flourishing vitality, which was evidently of high quality and robust in appearance, far exceeding the typical external cultivation effects. It was clear he had cultivated the dragon elephant hand. Since there was only one copy of this technique, the notion of gifting it away was utterly unfounded. Furthermore, Yi Chen then relaxed his cultivation level for Yi Tianhe to sense. "Father, observe. I am on the cusp of reaching the 5th level of qi refinement. If I were to give my resources to someone else, how could my cultivation progress so swiftly?" Yi Tianhe carefully assessed this, and indeed, saw that Yi Chen was close to a breakthrough. His face broke into a wider smile, genuine delight radiating from him. "Excellent, excellent. My son is thriving." Yi Tianhe had come to the Silver Moon Market to collect goods. Upon arrival, he had overheard the attendants discussing his son and spreading some slanderous gossip, which incensed him. The thought of his son being a sycophant, giving away precious cultivation resources and techniques was intolerable. Had that been true, he would have made his son truly feel the weight of paternal love. Fortunately, those rumors were baseless. If his son had indeed gifted away the dragon elephant hand, how could he possess such formidable vitality now? As for giving away resources, that was even more implausible. Yi Tianhe knew his son's talent well. Without sufficient resources, rapid progress was impossible. Relieved, he affectionately patted Yi Chen's shoulder. "Son, you must never become a sycophant. I once had a friend who fell for a female cultivator and gave her everything. After merely a month of being together, he sustained an injury, which wasn't too severe, and could have been remedied with some pills and a year of rest. Yet that very night, the female cultivator absconded with his life as savings. Had I not intervened, my friend might not have survived the year. You are still young, and with me as your support, you have the opportunity to correct any mistakes. But if you become a sycophant, there may be no redemption." Yi Tianhe was genuinely concerned about Yi Chen becoming a sycophant, sharing this cautionary tale. Yi Chen, in agreement, nodded earnestly. Such occurrences were not uncommon in any world. If misfortune struck, the other party would flee with the money, leaving one unable even to afford a divorce. "I assure you, father, I shall never be a sycophant," Yi Chen promised, his resolve unwavering. Pleased with his son's determination, Yi Tianhe felt a sense of relief. He had initially worried that Yi Chen would struggle to adapt to life outside the family, but he was pleasantly surprised to see him thriving even more so than at home, making significant progress. Thus, Yi Tianhe retrieved a long sword gleaming with a bluish light from his storage bag and presented it to Yi Chen. "This is the Clear Wind Sword, a superior magical artifact. I have invested all my earnings this year into acquiring it. The proximity of the Silver Moon Market to the mountains poses a risk of beast incursions. Should danger arise, you will be better equipped to protect yourself." A superior magical artifact? Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement. If he gifted this to Lu Jing, her worth would multiply tenfold, elevating his own status significantly. Seeing his son's elation, Yi Tianhe's spirit soared. Yet, had he known Yi Chen's thoughts, he would have been tempted to reprimand him on the spot and compel him to start anew. Chapter 36. The mindset crumbled. Is this a superior magical artifact? After a long absence, Xianxia was particularly concerned about his son, inquiring about various matters. After chatting for a while, he prepared to take his leave. As an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator, Xianxia was the highest-ranking member of the Yi family aside from the head of the family. Given the instability of the cultivation world, he was responsible for transporting the family's resources. The Yi family had developed over the years, with a thriving business, including several shops akin to the One-Leaf Dam Pavilion, and even one in Qingyan City. Thus, Xianxia was quite occupied. Xiao Chen, focus on your cultivation and alchemy. The head of the family has a significant chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, and he has procured a foundation establishment pill through his connections. If he succeeds, I will ensure you secure a spot in the Qingyan sect. Once you enter the Qingyan sect with my support, it will be easier for you to obtain a foundation establishment pill. If you can break through to the foundation establishment stage in your lifetime, I will finally rest easy. Before departing, Xianxia encouraged his son with heartfelt words. Chen listened with a mix of emotions. Regardless of the world, fathers always selflessly considered their children. Amidst his gratitude, Chen began to ponder the implications of securing a spot in the Qingyan sect. Uncertain whether the quota for entering the Qingyan sect could be gifted to others, Chen pondered the implications of such a possibility. What would the tenfold reward entail? Would it bestow 10 quotas, or perhaps even the opportunity to join a more prestigious sect? This thought intrigued him greatly. Should the transfer be feasible, Chen would undoubtedly seize the chance. He harbored no concerns about obtaining a quota. After all, his father was the second strongest in their clan. Furthermore, once he showcased his alchemical skills, who could possibly object to him receiving a quota for the Qingyan sect? Chen was clearly eager to join the sect. After all, Sun Yi, who had once been merely an outer disciple, had a daughter, Sun Ruoxin, who enjoyed a 15-fold return rate. It stood to reason that in the Qingyan sect, there would be even more female cultivators with high return rates. Not to mention, many resources that could not be purchased with money in the outside world were monopolized by the sect. Only by joining could one truly partake in such benefits. Thus, entering the sect was undoubtedly the correct path. The higher the platform, the greater the potential for personal development. After Xianxia urged Chen to diligently cultivate, he left in good spirits to converse briefly with Steward Zhang before hastily departing. He felt that his son was more motivated than before, which was certainly a positive sign, enhancing his own drive. As long as his son entered the Qingyan sect, his future prospects would be boundless. However, once in the sect, the expenses to shine would be considerable. Therefore, he needed to accumulate spirit stones for his son. The magical artifacts he intended to leave for him would surely be well honed by Chen. With such artifacts, Xianxia could rest assured about his son's safety. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, he contemplated the magical artifacts utilized during the Qi refinement stage, which were categorized into 3 grades: low, medium, and high. Of course, there was also the extremely rare top-grade classification. A low-grade artifact typically cost 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones, while a medium-grade one required approximately 1 medium-grade spirit stone. High-grade artifacts were even pricier, starting at a minimum of 3 medium-grade spirit stones. The reason for their higher cost lay in the superior materials used, which allowed for the embedding of more complex formations. Take the Qing Foam sword, for instance. Not only was it exceptionally sharp, but it also possessed an innate wind-based spell that could unleash dozens of wind blades to strike enemies. Each blade equating to the power of a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner's spell, all without extra consumption of mana. After use, the Qing Foam sword could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, restoring itself within 3 days, an outstanding advantage in combat. Such a magical artifact could undoubtedly be valued at 4 to 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Xianxia was indeed willing to invest significantly in his son. As Chen toyed with the Qing Feng sword, he felt no inclination to refine it. Given its exceptional quality, it was only appropriate to gift it. The tenfold return could potentially yield delightful surprises, and the artifact's immense value seemed destined to trigger a critical hit. Perfect. Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Today happened to be the day that Lu Jing had off, so Chen promptly wrapped the artifact in cloth and made his way to her residence. He dismissed any thoughts of whether gifting a newly acquired artifact might seem inappropriate. After all, why would that matter? If his father knew he had a system, he would undoubtedly encourage him to make the gift. Who would refuse a tenfold return? In the world of cultivation, it was often said that when one person ascended, their entire household benefited. There was a tale of a nostalgic loose cultivator who fortuitously attained the golden core and became an elder of a major sect, bringing every villager with a spiritual root along, even the village's guard dog. It was said that the dog, nourished by the sect's rich spiritual energy and the elders' occasional offerings of spirit pills, eventually gained intelligence and became a spirit beast. With the tenfold return, once he took flight, Chen would undoubtedly enable his father to soar alongside him. At that point, he would surely procure a few foundation-building pills for his father. If he managed to establish himself within the Qingyan sect, he could even arrange for his father to have a position there, far superior to languishing in the Yi family. Who knew, he might even become a golden core ancestor one day. Therefore, sending out the flying sword gifted by his father bore no psychological burden. This was hardly an act of sycophancy, it was a shrewd investment. After finishing her training, Lin Kuter stepped outside, feeling somewhat discontented. Upon entering the courtyard, she was greeted by the appetizing aroma of braised meat, evidently prepared by Lu Jing yet again. The recipient was all too clear. The humiliation of being rejected that day resurfaced in her mind, further darkening her mood. Being turned down for a meal by Yi Chen had been a profound insult. Lin Kuo had resolved to abandon any feelings for Yi Chen. If she simply applied herself diligently, her future accomplishments would surely surpass his. And what of Yi Chen? Despite being a disciple of a Qi refinement family, he was solely focused on women, squandering all resources on them, a fate destined for mediocrity. Moreover, how long could he continue gifting? His previous offerings of spells and storage bags were merely to show off. One day, when she broke through to the foundation building stage, she would certainly pay a visit to the Yi family. Yi Chen would undoubtedly have to bow before her as a senior. She looked forward to relishing the regret etched on his face. Just then, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Lu Fairy, are you there?" It was Yi Chen's voice. Lin Kuter's expression darkened immediately. The insufferable sycophant had come to fawn over Lu Jing again. The thought of Yi Chen, who had previously only fawned over her, now doing so before her eyes for someone else, made her stomach twist with bitterness. Lu Jing, having heard the commotion within, hastily emerged, and upon spotting Lin Kuter, smiled warmly before gracefully making her way to the door to welcome Yi Chen. "Yi friend, what a pleasant surprise. I was just preparing braised meat and knew you had a fondness for spicy food, so I added some bright peppers," she said with enthusiasm. Bright peppers were a type of spiritual herb. They were spicy yet particularly nourishing, an excellent addition to the meal. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Lu Jing spoke with warmth, even taking his arm as she guided him inside. They brushed past, and this level of intimacy was hardly significant. It was merely an opportunity for Lin Kuer to witness their interaction. At that moment, Yi Chen noticed Lin Kuer in the courtyard, casting him a cold gaze. This was even better. "Lu Fairy, I won't be staying for dinner. I've come to present you with something." Yi Chen paused, shaking his head. He intended for Lin Kuer to see. How else could he pique her interest? "I have matters to discuss, so I'll stay right here." With that, he set down the cloth bundle he had been carrying. Lu Jing was quite curious about the day's gift. "What is it?" Meanwhile, Lin Kuer stood to the side, wearing a mocking smile. "You, Yi Chen, gifted Lu Jing a storage bag, but didn't he bother to acquire one for yourself? Carrying something still requires a burden. Clearly, you have few spirit stones left." She was eager to see what Yi Chen could possibly offer beyond pills. But as the bundle was unveiled, a green sword adorned with cloud patterns glimmered in the sunlight. Just one glance, and Lin Kuer's pupils constricted. "Is this a magical artifact?" She bit her lip. Even a low-grade magical artifact was worth 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones. Such treasures ought to belong to her. However, Lin Kuer quickly reminded herself of the reality. So what if it's a low-grade artifact? I can afford one after 2 trips into the mountains. She didn't need Yi Chen's generosity. In the future, she would purchase something even more expensive, a medium-grade artifact. In any case, Lin Kuer thought to herself, trying to alleviate her bitterness. In the next moment, when Yi Chen began to introduce himself, Lin Kuer could no longer contain her expression. This was the superior-grade artifact, the Breeze Sword, which possessed the power of a mid-stage Qi refinement spell, the Wind Blade technique. When wielded, it ignored wind resistance, making it exceptionally light and unmatched in sharpness. Most importantly, it would automatically recharge after the spell was used. "I haven't yet refined this artifact. Fairy Lu, you may refine it later." A superior-grade artifact? One that comes with its own spell? Lin Kuer's facade crumbled entirely at that moment. Whatever thoughts she had prior vanished instantly. This was a superior-grade artifact of inestimable value. Even in the later stages of Qi refinement, one might not be able to afford such an item. For instance, the leader of her herb-gathering team only used a medium-grade artifact. How could Yi Chen be so wealthy? More importantly, how could he be so generous? Lin Kuer truly could not comprehend. In Lin Kuer's line of sight, Lu Jing was overjoyed, hugging Yi Chen tightly, almost squishing him. Undoubtedly, the arrival of the superior-grade artifact had taken Lu Jing completely by surprise. This was an unimaginable delight. Though she despised combat, the world of cultivation was indeed perilous. With this superior grade artifact at her side, her combat power would surely increase by more than 30%. A superior grade artifact starting from 3 medium grade spirit stones made Lu Jing ecstatic. Despite holding on to Yi Chen, she couldn't help but leap up in joy. Of course, one could not rule out that Lu Jing, in her happiness, was also seeking to reward Yi Chen. Nevertheless, Yi Chen was indeed elated, not just physically, but also emotionally. For in his mind, the system prompt had already sounded, gift successful. The gift is the superior grade breeze sword. Tenfold feedback, rewarding the premium grade wind god sword. Detected that this gift is of utmost importance to the recipient and exceeds their expectations, triggering a critical reward. The rewards included the premium grade wind god garment, wind god shoes, and wind god hat, all part of a complete set. This was an extraordinary gain. Premium grade artifacts demanded high-quality materials, craftsmanship, and formations. They were rare and correspondingly expensive. For instance, a premium grade weapon could cost around 10 medium grade spirit stones or more. Garments, hats, and shoes were even pricier, as they needed to be made from soft materials and inscribed with formations, leading to a higher cost of materials and more challenging craftsmanship. Common garments already started at medium grade spirit stones, while premium garments easily required 30 to 40 such stones. Considering that this set had the appearance of a complete ensemble, its value might well reach a superior grade spirit stone. Yi Chen had traded an ordinary superior grade artifact for a full set of top-tier premium grade artifacts. This was truly an incredible profit. Hence, Yi Chen smiled radiantly. Among the three in the courtyard, 2 were genuinely thrilled, while Lin Kuo was consumed with envy and jealousy, biting her teeth in frustration. How wonderful it would be if she could possess this breeze sword. Observing Yi Chen's undeniable joy, Lin Kuo felt a mixture of disdain and contemplation. If Yi Chen could produce a superior grade artifact, who knew what else he might reveal in the future? How could she let Lu Jing take advantage of such a valuable, generous cultivator? Yi Chen was simply someone who enjoyed taking advantage of opportunities. Though Lin Kuo was not as prominent as Lu Jing, she could still be a perfect fit, even better than Lu Jing. All she needed to do was seize the opportunity, and Lu Jing would be of no concern. Lin Kuo fixed her gaze on Yi Chen, resolute in her decision. Lu Jing, just you wait. You Taoist, why not rest in the room for a bit? At that moment, holding the breeze sword, Lu Jing's eyes sparkled with delight. Her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Coupled with her flawless figure, any man would find it hard to resist. However, as enchanting as women were, nothing could compare to the allure of a premium-grade artifact. Yi Chen was evidently more focused on the rewards from the system's storage space, eager to uncover their functions. Thus, he shook his head in refusal, perhaps next time. My father came by to deliver some spells and other assorted matters. I need to tidy things up. As soon as Yi Chen spoke, both women suddenly understood, their eyes lighting up. No wonder Yi Chen could produce a superior grade artifact so suddenly. It was because his father had arrived. They had heard that Yi Chen's father was the second strongest in the Yi family, responsible for internal trade and transportation. The profits from that would undoubtedly be substantial. Moreover, Yi Chen received not only the sword but other items as well. Lu Jing's heart raced anew. This time, she absolutely could not let the opportunity slip away. Everything belonging to Yi Chen was hers. With lingering glances at the breeze sword in Lu Jing's hands, Lin Kuo sighed inwardly. She had no desire to flaunt her prize. Instead, she hoped Lin Kuo remained entirely oblivious to Yi Chen's true worth, thereby relinquishing any claim to him. That way, there would be no one to compete with her. Regrettably, Yi Chen had directly gifted it to her, and Lin Kuo had witnessed it. Lin Kuo, upon seeing the superior grade artifact, would surely not give up easily. Therefore, she would have to exert even more effort to secure Yi Chen's attention. Yi Chen, however, paid no mind to the thoughts of the two women. He was eagerly extracting the complete set of premium-grade artifacts awarded by the system from his storage ring: the Wind God Sword, Wind God Garment, Wind God Shoes, and Wind God Hat. Wind God Sword, boundlessly sharp, capable of slicing through all. The blade contains flowing wind element spiritual energy, lightweight and silent, with the built-in spell-breaking wind, which can penetrate the enemy's protective spells. Wind God Garment, crafted from exquisite heavenly silk, it boasts excellent defensive capabilities. With an automatic activation defense mechanism that wards off water and dust upon the wearer being attacked, and features a concealment array that alters the wearer's shape and aura. Wind God Hat, made from the same heavenly silk, it also offers remarkable defense, imbued with a tranquility spell to protect the wearer's consciousness, and includes a concealment array capable of altering the wearer's appearance. Wind God Shoes, constructed from the premium heavenly silk, they provide excellent protection, are feather-light, and possess a gentle breeze function that allows for silent movement, significantly enhancing speed when activated. Once the entire set of premium-grade artifacts was donned, their energies harmonized, granting Chen an ethereal lightness. Ignoring wind resistance and moving silently, his overall speed increased by 30%. Looking at the system's description, Chen was filled with immense joy. The effects were astonishing. With this complete set of premium artifacts, his combat prowess would likely double. The system was truly remarkable. The only regret Chen had was that the rewards previously returned by the system could not trigger additional rewards again. Otherwise, if he were to gift the Wind God set once more, he could potentially create an infinite loop. Who knows? He might even end up with a set of celestial artifacts. Chapter 38. Lin Kuo comes to a realization, donning the entire set. Chen cast the water mirror technique to admire his reflection, nodding in satisfaction. Radiant light enveloped him, enhancing his appearance, and the garments felt incredibly light. As if he were wearing nothing at all. He moved silently, seemingly unaffected by even the slightest breeze. As for the Wind God sword, whether it is wielded or slashed, it produces not even a whisper of sound. Infused with spiritual energy, it is slowly thrust towards the wall, and in the next moment, it seamlessly penetrates through the wall. Before the Wind God sword, feels as soft as tofu. Chen hardly perceives any resistance. The Wind God set feels somewhat akin to an assassination ensemble. Chen nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, the resplendent garments, hat, and shoes he wore instantly dimmed. They transformed into the commonplace attire of a cultivator. A smile graced Chen's face as the hat even vanished from sight. Now, he had no fear of drawing attention. Chen beamed, thoroughly pleased with his gains for the day. The following day, Chen continued his cultivation. He sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, estimating that within a few days, he would ascend to the 5th layer of qi refinement. This filled him with delight. However, challenges also emerged, revealing the drawbacks of his inferior talent. He had developed a tolerance to the Peiyuan pill. The effects of consuming high-quality Peiyuan pills had significantly diminished. After reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement, the efficacy would likely wane further. Thus, a change in medicinal pills was necessary. Fortunately, there were many suitable pills for mid-stage qi refinement. The widespread renown of the Peiyuan pill was due to its availability. Swapping for another pill would not be a dilemma. That very afternoon, after finishing his cultivation, a maid approached to announce, "Master Yi, Master Lin has come to visit." Lin Kuo has arrived? Chen's face immediately lit up with a smile. After gifting her a high-grade magical artifact the previous day, it was evident that Lin Kuo could not resist. Chen was more than pleased by this. Although he received rewards for his gifts, they could not simply take without reciprocation. Besides, Chen was a normal man. While he could restrain himself for the sake of system rewards, he could not forego the benefits he was entitled to. He could certainly expect to gain from Lin Kuo and Lu Jing, who had accepted so many gifts from him. Ordinary sycophants only know how to give gifts, oblivious to the art of winning hearts, destined for nothingness. Yet, Chen was not a mere sycophant. Therefore, while he bestowed gifts, he must also enjoy the rewards. Otherwise, would he not be merely gifting to another's future partner? Such indignity was unbearable for him. Upon opening the courtyard door, it was evident that Lin Kuo had put great effort into her appearance today. Dressed in a youthful knee-length skirt, her delicate, fair legs were on display. She radiated an ethereal beauty coupled with a hint of shyness. Her long black hair flowed freely, unbound. "What brings you here, Taoist Lin?" Chen spoke with a slightly cold demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo's eyes turned red. "Taoist Yi, please do not be like this. I realize my mistake. I know you care for me, which is why you deliberately interacted with Lu Jing to provoke me after I entered the mountains. You have invested so much in me. And yet I was so headstrong. I truly should not have behaved that way." Lin Kuo's voice was soft and fragile, her reddened eyes evoking a sense of pity. However, Chen could only rate her performance a mere 6 out of 10. It was akin to the act of Tu Shan. He understood this kind of dramatic flair. Nonetheless, Lin Kuo's willingness to lower her head was a positive beginning. People often believe they possess a limit. Yet, once one takes a step back, they will continue to retreat. Thus, Chen chose to display a hint of compassion, albeit with an air of hesitation. Noticing Chen's wavering attitude, Lin Kuo's heart soared with joy. She immediately spoke in a pitiful tone. "Taoist Yi, I previously mentioned treating you to a meal. Would tomorrow noon be suitable? I know Lu Jing cooks for you every afternoon. How about I treat you to lunch? I hope she won't be upset. If she is, I will plead with her." This was Lin Kuo's strategy conceived the night before, to present herself as vulnerable to elicit Chen's sympathy. Chen silently admired her cleverness while feigning a reluctant expression. After stealing a few glances at her pleading eyes, he resolutely nodded. Lin Kuo's heart rejoiced, her face alight with excitement. "Then I shall await you at Xiangyuan Tower tomorrow noon, Taoist Yi." Chen observed Lin Kuo's perceptive demeanor and nodded appreciatively. Once she departed, and he closed the door, a smile adorned his face. Indeed, It was the same in any world. When one actively gives, the other dismisses it as expected. Yet, if one merely shows, withholding gifts, the other becomes impatient and draws closer. A man should never be a mere sycophant. In the evening, Lu Jing, no matter how proactive you are, Chen ultimately prefers me. Today, I merely offered an apology, and he was already moved. Before long, Chen will revert to being my sycophant. With a satisfied smile, Lin Kuo drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Lin Kuo rose early to prepare herself. As a striking beauty, her deliberate embellishments rendered her even more ethereal, stirring hearts. She placed great importance on the upcoming meal, even contemplating how to gain an advantage over Chen. Though it felt somewhat awkward, Lin Kuo understood that given Lu Jing's considerable efforts, she could not remain unyielding. If it meant securing her victory and reinstating Chen as her sycophant, all would be worthwhile. After all, Chen's father had visited recently, and he likely possessed a wealth of mid-grade spirit stones and precious spells. Chen was entirely deserving of her investment. However, while Lin Kuo pondered her strategy against Chen, a knock resonated at the courtyard door. Assuming it was Chen, she eagerly approached to open it. Yet, upon seeing the visitor, disappointment flickered in her eyes. It was not Chen, it was Jin Wuqing. Jin Wuqing noticed the change in Lin Kuo's expression and frowned slightly. Yet today, Lin Kuo appeared undeniably more beautiful than usual. Her delicate features evoked tenderness, and she wore a fitting white long dress, subtly accentuating her graceful curves, truly captivating. Jin Wuqing, who had always harbored feelings for Lin Kuo, felt his resolve to win her heart strengthen. Daoist Lin, my sister has emerged from seclusion. Therefore, I am here to inform you that preparations can commence today. We depart at dawn in 3 days, Jin Wuqing announced. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo furrowed her brows. Previously, she would have eagerly ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, as the rewards were substantial, allowing her to acquire more resources. However, after her last expedition, her home had been robbed, resulting in the loss of a spell, a storage bag, and a high-grade magical artifact. The losses were devastating. Lin Kuo could not permit such misfortunes to occur again if she were to venture into the mountains. Thus, Lin Kuo shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Daoist Jin, but I have encountered some issues in my cultivation and cannot enter the mountains. Please convey my apologies to Sister Jin. Jin Wuqing was taken aback by her response. Lin Kuo was not coming. He had envisioned a heroic rescue followed by subtly administering a potion to comfort Lin Kuo, but now that plan was thwarted. Jin Wuqing expressed concern. Is it that Daoist Lin has encountered problems in her cultivation and requires rest? If so, it would be best to take a leave of absence. I will speak to my sister and ensure your spot is reserved for your next visit. However, Lin Kuo shook her head resolutely. The benefits of venturing into the mountains were indeed considerable, yet they paled in comparison to what Chen offered. Moreover, there were dangers in the mountains. Whereas in Chen's presence, one merely had to endure a bit of inconvenience. Thus, Lin Kuo was steadfast in her decision not to go. Apologies. Lin Kuo was inherently cold and indifferent. She only showed warmth to those who could be of use to her. To those she deemed useless, she could hardly be bothered. Since she had decided against entering the mountains, Jin Wuqing had become irrelevant to her. With that, Lin Kuo uttered a brief apology and closed the door. On one hand, Lin Kuo did not wish to waste her time. On the other, she feared that Chen might see and overthink the situation. This was a crucial moment for mending her relationship with Chen. If Jin Wuqing were to interfere, it would be a significant loss. Meanwhile, Jin Wuqing stood before the closed gate, astonished and filled with rage. This woman, Lin Kuo, was utterly heartless. Not only had she refused to venture into the mountains, but she also could not be bothered to invite him in for a chat. Jin Wuqing recalled the look of surprise and anticipation on Lin Kuo's face when she had opened the door for him earlier. He surmised that she had likely arranged to meet someone today, and it was undoubtedly a man. Jin Wuqing was determined to find out who was competing for Lin Kuo's affection, especially someone who had prompted her to choose them over him. Even foregoing her herbal gathering, silently, Jin Wuqing stepped away from the gate, seeking a quiet corner to bide his time. More than an hour passed, and just as Jin Wuqing began to grow impatient, Lin Kuo finally emerged. He quickly followed her discreetly. Soon, Lin Kuo arrived at the entrance of Xianxiaaudiobooks Tower. From a distance, Jin Wuqing watched as Lin Kuo awaited someone at the door. Shortly thereafter, a tall, unremarkable male cultivator approached. The previously frosty Lin Kuo instantly transformed, displaying a radiant smile upon seeing him. Observing their amiable conversation as they entered Xianxiaaudiobooks Tower, Jin Wuqing's expression darkened considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he turned away, only to find himself accompanied by a lecherous middle-aged man. The meal lasted over an hour. When Chen and Lin Kuo finally exited the restaurant, Lin Kuer's cheeks were flushed and her eyes glimmered with a hint of haze. A faint aroma of spirit wine lingered about her. Indeed, under Lin Kuer's insistence, they had shared a drink of spirit wine, which was quite valuable, equivalent to half a low-grade spirit stone. It was evident that Lin Kuer had truly invested significantly. At the door, Lin Kuer leaned against Yi Chen for support as they stepped out. Yi Chen spoke, noting that although Lin Kuer's face was flushed and her beauty was captivating, she had yet to experience the full extent of the 15-fold enhancement. Presently, there were only 2 10-fold enhancements, and a moment of impulse leading to Lin Kuer's acceptance was inconsequential. However, if an unexpected incident occurred on Lu Jing's side, and Yi Chen lost access to high-multiplicity feedback channels, the cost would be substantial. In the face of fleeting joy versus resources, Yi Chen would undoubtedly choose the latter. From now on, you shall call me Lin Fairy. You are no longer permitted to refer to Lu Jing as Fairy Lu. You may only address me as Lin Fairy, Lin Kuer declared. Yi Chen contemplated whether Lin Kuer was merely intoxicated or throwing a tantrum under the influence of alcohol. In an instant, Lin Kuer stood on her tiptoes, and before Yi Chen could react, he felt a cool, delicate sensation on his cheek. This feeling vanished as quickly as it came. Lin Kuer gazed up at him, asking, "Is that all right, Yi Chen?" Yi Chen was taken aback by Lin Kuer's boldness. Truthfully, being looked at with such innocent eyes while she stood on tiptoes and planted a kiss on him caused his heart to race. Even though he was aware of her true nature, beauty, indeed, was a formidable weapon. Just as Yi Chen was about to respond, his heightened senses, honed through the refinement of his internal organs, detected a gaze filled with murderous intent directed at him. Frowning, he casually turned his gaze to identify the source of the hostility. He noticed a young man standing next to the middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with anger directed at Yi Chen. A rival of Lin Kuer? Yi Chen was certain that Lin Kuer had no partner, as having one would contradict the system's feedback conditions. Thus, this individual was likely a rival. The anger stemming from Lin Kuer's earlier kiss was evident, and he appeared ready to kill. Yi Chen was not one to shy away from confrontation. You wish to watch? Then I shall provide you with something even more thrilling. At that moment, as Lin Kuer expressed surprise, he cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. Lin Kuer's expression shifted to one of astonishment. But Yi Chen's speed left her no time to react. In a fleeting moment, her first kiss was taken, rather than a mere peck. Yi Chen's kiss was deep and passionate. As Lin Kuer finally processed the situation, she instinctively pushed him away, even considering biting him. She was certainly unprepared for such an encounter. However, just as she raised her hand to shove him away, memories of the high-grade artifact from 2 days prior surfaced in her mind. She recalled Yi Chen's mention of an item sent by his father, having already been kissed. If she were to push him away now, it would lead to a misunderstanding. The kiss would have been in vain. With that thought, Lin Kuer lowered her raised hand. Since resistance was futile, she chose to close her eyes and savor the moment. The sensation was indeed quite marvelous. Meanwhile, Jin Wuqing watched the embracing couple from a distance. His fists clenched and eyes ablaze with fury, as if he were ready to kill at any moment. Chapter 40. Just a little nudge. The kiss lingered for what felt like several breaths. When they finally separated, Lin Kuer's lips were slightly swollen and her gaze was dazed. Yi Chen, too, found the experience quite agreeable. If he were to critique, he would say Lin Kuer's technique was rather inexperienced and required further practice. When he turned to look again, the furious young man had mysteriously vanished. Was the scene too overwhelming for him? This rival was clearly too young. If a flower is already taken, one should simply seek another. Those who stubbornly cling to what does not belong to them are destined for misfortune. Lin Kuer shot Yi Chen an exasperated glare. Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Fairy Lin, you are simply too beautiful. I could not help myself. I assure you, I will never offend you again." Lin Kuer found herself at a loss for words. Yi Chen nodded earnestly, reverting to his previously obedient demeanor around her, which brought her great satisfaction. Although the day's developments had taken her by surprise, the benefits she reaped were far greater than she had anticipated. Having regained Yi Chen's favor, all her efforts were undoubtedly worthwhile. Yi Chen would surely shower her with gifts henceforth. As for Lu Jing, she could take a hike. The high-grade artifact was far too precious to waste on someone like her. Lin Kuer pondered, recalling how Yi Chen had often said such things in his past life, promising to share a bed while claiming he would do nothing, or insisting it was merely a casual nudge. Who would believe such nonsense? Yi Chen, meanwhile, remained vigilant, sensing eyes upon him. This led him to suspect that the young man had not given up just yet. There are countless beautiful flowers in the world. How foolish it is to resort to violence over a woman who does not belong to you. Yi Chen had witnessed many such individuals in his previous life. Men who would charge into danger for a woman, even landing themselves in prison, ruining their lives while believing themselves heroic. In Xianxia's eyes, such individuals were misguided. If a woman does not reciprocate your feelings, move on to the next. Among cultivators, one should aim for maturity. Chen did not rush away, but instead engaged the young man in conversation about cultivation. Lin Kuter spent the entire afternoon with a sense of anticipation, hoping that Chen would present her with a gift, possibly one of the spells sent by his father. Unfortunately, Chen offered nothing. The system was still on cooldown, and without a tenfold return, Chen would certainly refrain from giving anything. As evening approached, Chen took his leave, but on his way out, he encountered Lu Jing. Upon seeing Chen and Lin Kuer accompanying him, Lu Jing's pupils constricted. How could this woman be entangled with Chen again? This thought ignited a sense of crisis within her. With spells, storage bags, and high-quality magical artifacts at play, she realized she could scarcely accumulate such wealth even over a decade. If she had never experienced such luxury, it would have been bearable. However, having tasted it, returning to her previous life was utterly intolerable. It was akin to the many wealthy men pursuing women. Initially, the women may not care for the riches, but once they are afforded a glimpse into the pleasures of the affluent, they swiftly become captivated. Why is that? Before experiencing a 5-star hotel, a budget room suffices. But after indulging in luxury, returning to a budget hotel feels too austere. The same applies to Lu Jing's current predicament. Noticing Lu Jing's displeasure, Lin Kuter couldn't help but smile triumphantly. What is mine is mine. You cannot steal it away. Yi, my esteemed friend, I came by earlier, but your maid informed me you were not at home. How fortunate that we can dine together now. Lu Jing quickly adjusted her demeanor, warmly inviting Chen. Chen displayed a mixture of interest, hesitation, and caution, ultimately shaking his head. Fairy Lu, let us postpone for today. I must take my leave. With that, Chen departed the courtyard, leaving behind 2 women with rather grim expressions. Lu Jing's discontent stemmed from Chen's refusal. As his demeanor revealed, he was wary of Lin Kuer's feelings, indicating his greater regard for her. This intensified Lu Jing's sense of urgency. However, the fact that Chen hesitated and showed interest indicated that she still held a measure of importance in his heart. She had not yet lost. Casting a glance at Lin Kuer, Lu Jing resolved to intensify her efforts. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer was also displeased. Chen had promised not to refer to Lu Jing as fairy again, yet he had just done so. What did this imply? It suggested that Chen still harbored lingering feelings for Lu Jing. What a scoundrel! How could he think of another woman after being so intimate with me? Lin Kuer mused. The speed with which Chen had shifted his affections earlier indicated he was not a man of steadfast will. Contemplating this, Lin Kuer felt her anger dissipate. Today was merely the first day. With a bit more effort, she could easily make Chen forsake Lu Jing. At worst, she could allow Chen to kiss her a few more times. After all, whether it was once or several times, she wouldn't mind a repeat. Thus, the 2 women exchanged glances, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, Chen felt quite pleased with himself, mentally commending his acting skills. However, as he continued walking, he sensed someone watching him. Was it that rival from earlier? Or perhaps his generous gifts to female cultivators had drawn the attention of potential thieves. Chen pondered the possibilities and contemplated various strategies. Ultimately, he decided to offer his observer an opportunity, as he disliked the feeling of being watched by an unknown enemy, which would surely disturb his peace at night. With his formidable physique honed by the dragon-elephant prajna technique, alongside his top-tier offensive and defensive spells, and clad in the Wind God set, he was prepared to confront any danger that might arise. The exquisite Wind God sword was always within reach. In the event of an insurmountable threat, he could certainly hold off long enough to escape. This was the Silver Moon Market. Although the patrols were not particularly diligent, they were not entirely inept. As a member of a family clan, Chen's status was inherently more respected than that of rogue cultivators, as his family had paid dues for their shop in the market. Once he discerned the identity of his observer, he had a plethora of methods at his disposal to deal with them. Thus, he felt confident. With this in mind, Chen subtly altered his course, heading toward a rather secluded alley where few ventured. He intended to set a trap. Not far away, a middle-aged, lecherous man, who had been watching Chen, brightened at the sight of him entering the alley. The darkness had fallen. The opportunity had arrived. Chapter 41. This infatuated man seems off. The lecherous middle-aged man was an elder from the Jin family's herbal gathering team, now at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Due to a lack of resources in his youth, he found it increasingly difficult to advance as he aged, and it seemed unlikely he would ever reach the 6th level of Qi refinement. Feeling that effort was futile, he chose to embrace a life of indulgence, believing that life was too short for endurance. Earlier that day, Jin Wuching had sought him out, requesting assistance in investigating the identity of a cultivator. The middle-aged man had been curious about why Jin Wuching suddenly needed to look into someone. However, Upon arriving at the scene, he quickly realized it was Lin Kuo, who had now taken a lover, even sharing kisses in public. Lin Kuo, with her youthful beauty, slender waist, and appealing figure, was a sight to behold. The middle-aged man had long noticed Jin Wuqing's interest in Lin Kuo. Previously, Lin Kuo had delayed joining the team, leading Captain Jin Zhaodi to consider replacing her. Yet, Jin Wuqing had insisted on waiting for over a month for her. To see the woman he coveted so openly affectionate with another man was intolerable. If he were the middle-aged man, he would have simply sought out another female cultivator. Why cling to one tree? Yet, Jin Wuqing, in his youthful arrogance, was determined to take drastic measures. The middle-aged man had easily uncovered Yi Chen's identity. After all, Yi Chen was quite famous. The most notorious infatuated man in the Silver Moon market, he was known for lavishing resources upon female cultivators. Yi Chen was a peculiar case. Upon confirming Yi Chen's identity, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of hesitation. Yi Chen was not a rogue cultivator, but rather a member of a family clan. Killing a rogue cultivator might have little consequence, as the enforcement squad would hardly care, merely pinning blame on another thief. However, slaying a clan member could lead to complications. But Jin Wuqing was resolute in his murderous intent, even offering a mid-grade spirit stone to entice the middle-aged man into action. After a moment's pause, the elder acquiesced. In the mountains, they had committed numerous acts of violence without guilt. Moreover, he had mastered a technique to conceal his presence and was skilled with throwing darts, low-grade artifacts that were silent and swift, capable of penetrating even protective spells, and had been poisoned. If the enemy was unprepared, a single dart could be fatal. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, with ample experience in combat, he felt confident in his superiority over Yi Chen, who was only at the 4th level and was known for giving away his valuable possessions to women. With a mere flick of his hand, he could end Yi Chen's life. Jin Wuqing had even borrowed his sister's storage bag, leaving him unconcerned about being traced. The risks were negligible. Now, witnessing Yi Chen enter the alley, the middle-aged man wore a cruel smile and stealthily followed him into the darkness, moving without a sound. In the alley, Yi Chen walked leisurely, unaware that he was completely alone. A middle-aged man retrieved a simple yet ancient dart from his bosom, channeling his mana as a fleeting radiance shimmered upon it. In the next instant, he hurled the dart with decisive swiftness, moving with astonishing speed that even a mid-stage Qi refining practitioner could scarcely perceive, only catching a faint whisper of wind. A flicker of anticipation danced upon his lips, for he believed that Yi Chen, the sycophant, must possess a fair share of spirit stones. Moreover, as an alchemist, he might even have a trove of elixirs. Tonight, he intended to indulge with the enchanting ice spirit and fire dance, relishing a night of profound pleasure amidst the depths of desire. However, a moment later, astonishment marred the middle-aged man's visage as he realized that Yi Chen, standing with his back turned, had illuminated with a golden glow, effortlessly deflecting the dart. Yi Chen had managed to block it. Surely, he must possess some treasure. These despicable clans had monopolized resources from independent cultivators, growing extravagantly wealthy. Even such a worthless sycophant like Yi Chen had a hidden ace up his sleeve. It was infuriating. With his assassination thwarted, he had no choice but to flee immediately. Otherwise, the commotion would surely attract the law enforcement team, sealing his doom. Yet another moment passed, and the man's face drained of color as he beheld Yi Chen, who had spun around and charged at him with ferocity, moving with incredible speed. In an instant, he stood before the middle-aged man, a verdant longsword materializing abruptly in his grasp. How was Yi Chen so swift? Furthermore, he possessed storage equipment. Just how affluent were these despicable clans? This unexpected turn of events compelled the middle-aged man to quickly conjure a defensive spell, intending to withstand the strike before making his escape. However, blood sprayed as his protective enchantment crumbled like parchment before Yi Chen's verdant blade, offering no resistance whatsoever. The sword moved with such speed that it scarcely made a sound, severing the arm that had only just grasped the dart. An upper-grade magical artifact? How could this loathsome sycophant possess such a treasure? The middle-aged man could think of nothing but flight, yet with Yi Chen now in close quarters, the opportunity had vanished. In a flurry, Yi Chen cleaved through his arm and leg, leaving him sprawled on the ground, a mere head and torso remaining. As he gazed at the blood-soaked earth, the middle-aged man could only emit pitiful wails. Holding the wind god sword, Yi Chen exhaled deeply, though his heart raced with exhilaration. This was his first battle in the cultivation realm, undeniably thrilling despite its brevity. Yet, he could not shake the tension in his eagerness. He had miscalculated the angle while severing the man's leg, and the blade had proven too sharp, rendering the middle-aged man a eunuch. Yi Chen refrained from killing him, for he had not yet located the young man who had been lurking nearby. This middle-aged man had been seen in the company of that voyeur, and Yi Chen surmised the young man was the mastermind behind the scheme. In Yi Chen's eyes, A man who would resort to hired assassins for a woman was patently lacking in intellect, a quintessentially foolish act. Yet, such folly often led to impulsive decisions. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate the root of the problem. However, with no knowledge of the enemy's whereabouts, leaving a living witness became a necessity. Lying on the ground, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen. Just last night, he had reclined comfortably at the Chen tower, only to find himself in this dire predicament, his limbs severed. Even if Chen spared him, survival was no longer an option. He harbored resentment towards Chen but felt an even greater animosity towards Jin Wuqing. Had it not been for Jin's madness over a woman, he would not have met such a grim fate. With a storage bag, an upper-grade magical artifact, speed-enhancing spells, and defensive treasures at his disposal, Chen was more than a mere disciple from a foundational family. The middle-aged man, devoid of wife or children and with nothing to lose, resolved that if he were to die, he would drag Jin Wuqing down with him. Jin Wuqing orchestrated this. He desires Lin Cooper, but since she refused to enter the mountains, he aims to eliminate you. He is at his sister's residence, number 33 in the Dingxi Alley. He is at the 5th level of Qi refinement and on the verge of breaking through to the 6th. His sister, Jin Zhaodi, is at the 7th level. Chen was taken aback by the middle-aged man's forthrightness, spilling everything without hesitation. Jin Wuqing, approaching the 6th level of Qi refinement, and a sister? Chen, wishing to eradicate the threat, hesitated, fearing he might not be able to confront the true culprit. After all, he had been targeted by hired assassins in the Silver Moon Market. Would he now have to apprehend the mastermind himself? That would render the protection fee paid by the Yi family utterly futile. With indignation boiling within him, Chen cried out, "Law enforcement team, come quickly. Someone is trying to kill me." As he shouted, he unleashed fireball spells, causing the surrounding courtyard walls to collapse, startling the cultivators within. The commotion was considerable, and the middle-aged man, laying on the ground and grappling with pain, was astonished by Chen's actions. He knew Chen would call for help, but anticipated that he would seek assistance from the elders of the Yi family to deal with the Jin siblings. He never expected Chen would directly summon the law enforcement team. As for the collapsing walls, the middle-aged man understood that the Silver Moon Market was entirely under the Mo family's jurisdiction. All cultivators residing there were required to pay rent, and any damage incurred would necessitate compensation. With the area in ruins, someone must be held accountable for the Mo family's losses. With only a few low-grade spirit stones to his name, the middle-aged man realized he was doomed. Chen, being the attacked party and a member of a prominent family, would not attract trouble from the Mo family. This only heightened the likelihood that the Jin siblings would be pursued. Chen had truly escalated the situation. Before long, several late-stage Qi refining cultivators arrived, their expressions solemn as they surveyed the scene. Upon seeing the middle-aged man reduced to a mere torso, they remained impassive, but their brows furrowed at the sight of the ravaged street and damaged courtyards. The Mo family had obligations to uphold. Properties rented to others could not be damaged without consequence. The costs of repairs would be considerable, and the state of their family weighed heavily on their minds. The foremost among them confronted Chen, demanding, "What transpired here?" Chen bowed slightly. "I am Chen, a disciple of the Yi family, son of Yi Tianhe. This man attacked me without warning, and I managed to retaliate in self-defense." The cultivators exchanged glances, taking in the seemingly unscathed Chen and the middle-aged man lying helplessly on the ground. A smirk tugged at their lips. Self-defense, indeed. However, upon learning Chen was from a prominent family, their attitudes softened considerably. The cultivation realm was not solely about violence. Lineage mattered too. They were familiar with the Yi family and had heard of Yi Tianhe. Nevertheless, someone had to bear the cost of the Mo family's losses. Their gazes turned to the middle-aged man, who lay in a pitiful state. To commit murder within the Silver Moon Market is a grave offense, whether the perpetrator or the instigator. Speak the truth, and we shall grant you a swift end. The middle-aged man, already racked with pain, hesitated no longer. He recounted the entire events, even divulging their past deeds of slaughtering several individuals in the mountains, including several family disciples. Clearly resigned to his fate, he had nothing left to lose. In a final act of desperation, he turned to Chen, exclaiming, "But he was the one who destroyed the wall. I lay on the ground, my limbs severed, while he called for help and hurled fireballs everywhere. It was all him." The middle-aged man certainly harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jin Wuqing, yet he was equally unwilling to allow Chen to find solace. As Chen's lips twitched, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Damn it. In his quest to motivate the Mo family to take action, he had inadvertently neglected his own affairs. Akin to his past experience of having his electric bicycle stolen, only to be ignored when he reported it. He anticipated being publicly exposed, which felt unbearably awkward. Attempting to mitigate the situation, Chen stammered an explanation, I was just anxious, and I couldn't control myself. The expressions of the Mo family members turned complex as they regarded Chen. They had evidently heard of his reputation, even jesting about him during meals. To offer one's resources to a female cultivator, such a sycophant would have faced dire consequences within the Mo family. It was a surprise to encounter the actual individual today, particularly entangled in such a predicament involving a woman. Yet, he was not as foolish as the rumors suggested. Nevertheless, the fact that Chen, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, had killed someone at the 5th level was hardly shocking. Rogue cultivators often relied on scavenging, and it was entirely normal to be outmatched by family disciples. One of the Mo cultivators swiftly crushed the middle-aged man underfoot before commencing a search of the corpse. The findings included an empty storage bag, a low-grade flying dart, a pair of artifact shoes, and several assorted medicinal pills. Quite a bounty, indeed. The man collected the items with a smirk, handing the storage bag to Chen. Young friend, according to the rules of the Mo family, since this man attempted to kill you and has been subdued by you, his belongings are rightfully yours. Take it. As for the Jin siblings, we shall deal with them promptly. With a sense of relief, Chen noted that although the subject of the courtyard wall was not raised, it seemed his explanation was accepted. However, he understood the need to be sensible. Furthermore, he had little interest in the meager trinkets, so he merely accepted the storage bag, leaving the remaining artifacts untouched, smiling as he said, I could use a storage bag. As for the rest, consider it compensation for the courtyard wall. Although it was an accident, it was still my doing. The Mo family members nodded in satisfaction at Chen's acumen and promptly turned to leave, neglecting to dispose of the body. All 4 were late-stage Qi refiners, the weakest among them at the 7th level. The Silver Moon Market's guard team operated on a rotating basis, indicating that late-stage Qi refiners were more prevalent than one might expect. This demonstrated the Mo family's formidable strength. Befitting a foundational family, only such a family could sustain a significant business and maintain order. Otherwise, the realm of cultivation would descend into chaos, and the Silver Moon Market would have long since unraveled. Chen initially intended to follow them for a closer look, but reconsidered upon remembering that Jin Wuqing had a sister who was also a late-stage Qi refiner. He chose to abandon the idea, for if a conflict arose, he could find himself in dire straits. Moreover, with 4 late-stage Mo cultivators in action, the outcome seemed assured. Thus, Chen felt at ease as he tucked the storage bag away and headed towards the shop. While he had little use for the storage bag himself, presenting it to Lin Kuo could yield substantial rewards. After a tenfold return, he could easily sell it for several mid-grade spirit stones. That evening, Chen found himself increasingly contemplative about the harsh realities of the cultivation world. All for a mere woman, and yet someone sought to end his life. It was important to recognize that such conflicts on Earth would likely result in nothing more than a scuffle. Why could there not be a reverence for peace, fostering cooperation and mutual prosperity? As he pondered, he could not help but think of the Jin siblings and whether they had been sent away. Although it was Jin Wuqing who sought to kill him, it might not involve her sister. Yet, with a name like Jin Zhaodi, it was evident she hailed from a family that favored males. With her brother deceased, the sister would undoubtedly seek revenge. Chen had no desire to become the target of a late-stage Qi refiner's wrath. Thus, he hoped they would remain united, sparing her the anguish of losing a sibling. Alas, being from Huaxia, he was inherently compassionate. The following day, early visitors arrived, members of the Mo family. Given that Chen was the party attacked, an explanation was necessary. Otherwise, if the members of other prominent families felt too threatened, they might refrain from conducting business here, rendering the Silver Moon Market desolate and diminishing the Mo family's income. Yi Dao friend, Jin Wuqing is dead. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart settled. However, the speaker swiftly continued, yet, Jin Zhaodi possesses a nefarious escape technique. Although gravely injured, she managed to flee into the mountains. But do not worry, she is now on our Mo family's wanted list. Should she dare to emerge from hiding, she will be swiftly executed. Just as Chen's relief began to settle, it was abruptly revived. Damn it, was the Mo family S-Guard team truly that incompetent? 4 against 2, and they still allowed one to escape? If they couldn't even manage to send the siblings away together, what could they accomplish? With an additional late-stage Qi refiner as an enemy, Chen felt a twinge of panic. He even began to contemplate whether he should send word to his father to bring him away from this place. Chapter 43, The Way Men Kiss. Now faced with an inexplicable new enemy, Chen found himself in a rather helpless predicament. However, having already stirred the pot, what could he do? He must accelerate his strength. Though Jin Zhaodi was only at the 7th level of Qi refinement, she was still a rogue cultivator, relying on a haphazard assortment of techniques. Therefore, her abilities were likely quite average. If Chen could ascend to the 6th level of Qi refinement, he would feel confident enough to face her vengeance. As for time, it was clearly on his side. Chen resided in the safest region of the Silver Moon Market, making it unlikely for Jin Zhaodi to seek revenge here. Thus, he felt relatively secure. However, he despised the feeling of being targeted. Currently, what Chen lacked most were resources. The tenfold returns from Lin Kuer and Lu Jing were no longer sufficient for his needs. If he could obtain the 15-fold return opportunity from Sun Ruoxin, it would be ideal. Therefore, he resolved to seek out the old man Sun Yi to become his disciple, even if it meant enduring a cut from him. But that was of little consequence. Looking at the spoils he had acquired from the middle-aged man, a satisfied smile graced Chen's face. Neither the attempt on his life nor Jin Wuqing's demise stirred much commotion within the Silver Moon Market. On one hand, the Mo family was intentionally suppressing the information. On the other, such events were all too common in the cultivation world. Cultivators perish daily for various reasons, rendering the situation hardly worthy of discussion. Thus, for days past, one morning, as Chen meditated in deep concentration, a sudden brilliance illuminated his vision. He had finally broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. Feeling the surging power within him, Chen beamed with joy. In the cultivation realm, all things are mere externalities. Only cultivation and strength hold true significance. With his newfound breakthrough, how could Chen not be elated? Moreover, the cooldown period for the system's returns had also elapsed, making it the perfect time to deliver the storage bag. A storage bag was valued at 50 low-grade spirit stones. With the tenfold return, that equated to 5 mid-grade spirit stones. With 5 mid-grade spirit stones in hand, Chen could seek out a master at Qinyan Workshop and find an opportunity to present Sun Ruoxin with a more precious gift. In recent days, Lu Jing and Lin Kuer had been particularly attentive in vying for his affections, with Lu Jing feigning accidents to brush against him, allowing Chen to indulge in the benefits. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer had once again practiced kissing with him yesterday. Though she firmly restrained his hands when he involuntarily reached upward, it still satisfied his desires. Given Lin Kuer's efforts, it was time to reward her. He couldn't keep her dangling indefinitely, or she might lose interest. With that thought in mind, Chen found himself feeling quite cheerful. Initially, he had been the one in the position of a sycophant. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming sense of disorientation enveloped her. Is this what it means to be a devoted admirer? To have everything at one's disposal? As the sound of knocking echoed at the gate, Lin Kuer discerned that it was Chen who had arrived, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. To be frank, she harbored a profound dissatisfaction with Chen. His indecisive demeanor over the past week, filled with hesitation and uncertainty, made it seem as though he could not choose between her and Lu Jing. This insatiable desire to have both was particularly distasteful to Lin Kuer, as it felt as if she were competing with another woman for Chen's affections. Moreover, throughout an entire week, he had not gifted her a single item. Could it be that Chen had run out of spirit stones? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Kuer's mind, making her ponder whether it was time to give up. Yet, he had already taken her first kiss and second kiss. Relinquishing her feelings now would come at a substantial emotional cost. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, Lin Kuer nonetheless displayed a bright smile as she approached the door. Yi Daoyu, what brings you here? She inquired with feigned surprise, maintaining a modicum of distance. This was primarily due to the sudden advances he had made on previous occasions, instilling in her a sense of wariness. Chen smiled gently. Today, a family elder gifted me a storage pouch. I have no use for it, so I brought it for you. Upon speaking, he produced the storage pouch. Lin Kuer's eyes lit up at the sight. A storage pouch. She had long desired one. With it, she would no longer need to carry a cumbersome bag. It would be immensely more convenient. However, as she excitedly accepted the pouch and probed its contents with her consciousness, her brow furrowed. The pouch was not as spacious as she had imagined. It only held half a cubic meter, inferior to Lu Jing's. Why was that? Yet, Lin Kuer quickly reminded herself that although it was somewhat smaller, it was a gift from Chen, and he had chosen to give it to her rather than to Lu Jing. What did that signify? It indicated that she had, after all, surpassed Lu Jing in his affections. Her efforts and dedication over the past week had indeed borne fruit. With this thought, Lin Kuer's smile blossomed further, and she decided to seize the moment. No longer keeping her distance, she stepped closer to Chen, rising onto her toes. Thank you, Yi Daoyu. Having experienced the first kiss and the second, the psychological burden had lessened significantly. And as Lin Kuer stood before him, the embodiment of innocence with her eyes closed, Chen had no intention of declining the beautiful maideness advance. He leaned down and savored the moment. After a prolonged embrace, they finally parted ways. Lin Kuer's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Chen a playful glare, having momentarily lost her guard and allowed him to take greater liberties than she had anticipated. Chen, having satisfied his desires, did not linger any longer. After bidding Lin Kuo farewell in high spirits, he promptly began to check his system notifications. Gift successful. The gift was a storage pouch, with a tenfold reward of 10 storage pouches. The notification brought a smile to Yi Chen's face. Not having triggered a critical hit reward seemed entirely reasonable to him, considering he had previously gifted Lu Jing a storage pouch of greater size. Under such circumstances, it was implausible for Lin Kuo to be overwhelmingly ecstatic. However, the system proved to be quite considerate. Yi Chen had initially worried that the tenfold return would yield a single 10 cubic meter storage pouch, which, while valuable, would be challenging to sell in the small marketplace of Silver Moon. But with 10 storage pouches, the matter became much simpler. As he traversed through unnoticed corners, Yi Chen's appearance subtly transformed, his attire shifting style and his aura altering. He seamlessly entered various shops, methodically handling the storage pouches. Despite their pristine condition, he could only sell them for around 80% of their value. Selling them at a stall might fetch a slightly higher price. But Yi Chen preferred to avoid wasting time and attracting unwanted trouble. Thus, under the guise of continual transformation, he swiftly disposed of all the storage pouches received from the system rewards, ultimately acquiring 4 medium-grade spirit stones. With this newfound wealth, a smirk graced Yi Chen's lips as he reverted to his original appearance and made his way towards Qin Yunfang. Sun Ruoxin, your devoted admirer has arrived. Chapter 44. You are the worst class one have ever taught. At Qin Yunfang, the attendants recognized Yi Chen immediately. Not only because of his frequent visits, but also due to his reputation. Even they were aware of his standing as the foremost devoted admirer in the Silver Moon marketplace. It was whispered that Yi Chen had purchased spells and storage pouches from Qin Yunfang solely to gift them to female cultivators, a notion that bordered on the absurd. One particularly attractive attendant approached him, batting her eyelashes. Dao Yu, what can I assist you with today? We have everything you could desire. With her alluring words, Yi Chen momentarily wondered if he had entered the wrong establishment. I am looking for Manager Sun, he stated, dismissive of the attendant's advances as he noticed the system remained unresponsive. The attendant, visibly disappointed, promptly went to summon the manager. Before long, Sun Yi arrived. His eyes lighting up upon seeing Yi Chen. This gullible benefactor consistently brought him gifts. Naturally, he greeted Yi Chen with exceptional warmth and guided him to a private room on the second floor. Young friend, why didn't you mention your previous visit when purchasing storage pouches? I have a second-hand pouch here that is as good as new, priced at just 90 low-grade spirit stones. What brings you in today? Spells, elixirs, magical artifacts? Whatever you need, we have it all at Qin Yunfang. Even if we don't have it now, we can order it from Qingyun City for you to collect on your next visit. Sun Yi's enthusiasm was palpable. Yi Chen appreciated the glint of greed in his eyes, as it was essential for his dealings with Sun Yi's daughter. With a smile, he shook his head and produced 100 low-grade spirit stones. As previously agreed upon, I wish to learn talisman crafting from you. Shall we start with 1 month? Hearing this, Sun Yi's face registered mild astonishment. Yi Chen was genuinely interested in learning. More importantly, the tuition fees were secondary. The materials required for talisman crafting could be exorbitant for a novice, who might waste an immense quantity before successfully creating a single talisman. The initial costs were exceedingly high, which is precisely why many rogue cultivators, despite knowing the potential profits from talisman crafting and alchemy, refrain from pursuing such skills. They simply could not afford to learn or practice. Sun Yi was well aware of Yi Chen's background as a junior member of a small refining family. What resources could he possibly have? That Yi Chen even sought to learn alchemy was already impressive. Sun Yi did not expect the Yi family to support Yi Chen's studies in talisman crafting, yet here he was, regardless of his thoughts. Sun Yi's hands moved swiftly, collecting the spirit stones from the table. With a beaming smile, he replied, since you have brought your tuition, of course, you can learn. But wouldn't it be better to pay for a longer duration up front? If you pay for 6 months, I can waive half a medium-grade spirit stone from your fee. Listening to Sun Yi's proposition, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. At that moment, Sun Yi resembled a gym instructor. It was evident that he would not be so generous. Rather, he simply wagered that Yi Chen wouldn't pursue the study for long, likely dropping out after a month. This was a familiar tactic employed by gyms, offering enticing deals for longer memberships. However, Yi Chen shook his head. Let us see how it goes first. If the results are satisfactory, I will continue. If not, then it will be for naught. After all, the costs associated with studying talisman crafting under Sun Yi were indeed not insignificant. Upon hearing the refusal, Sun Yi did not appear disheartened. He resolved that during the first month, he would devote himself to teaching Yi Chen thoroughly, showering him with praise to ensure Yi Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. This way, Yi Chen would be inclined to continue his payments. Later, He could encourage Yi Chen to request resources from the Yi family and pay for more class hours at once. With this thought in mind, Sun Yi smiled and said, "All right, take your time." Yi Chen had no objections and nodded in agreement. Talisman inscriptions are one of the essential tools for cultivators. Essentially, talismans are crafted through formations that produce paper imbued with the power to unleash spells. The advantages of talismans are considerable. They can assist cultivators in activating spells they do not know. Many wandering cultivators who cannot afford spells will purchase a few talismans for protection. However, talismans also possess drawbacks, such as the inability of the user to control the spells as they would with regular incantations, and their power is fixed. Additionally, the talisman must be activated first, making it easy for enemies to defend against them. Nonetheless, there remains a significant market for talismans. Although Yi Chen's motivation for learning talisman crafting was primarily to find opportunities to win over Sun Ruoxin, he had no intention of slacking off. Sun Yi was indeed a master of talisman crafting, and having paid, Yi Chen was determined to learn diligently. The more skills one possesses, the better. Even though Yi Chen was already proficient in alchemy, learning to craft talismans would not be a disadvantage. However, at that moment, Sun Yi continued, "You didn't bring your talisman brush, ink, or paper, did you? We'll use what my daughter has left over from practice." Yi Chen nodded, feeling that Sun Yi still had some sense of fairness. Yet, Sun Yi then added, "Let's price these at 1 low-grade spirit stone." Yi Chen thought to himself, "I'll endure this, just you wait until I win over your daughter." Yi Chen was eager to learn, and Sun Yi was intent on teaching well and encouraging him. Yet, within half an hour of class starting, Sun Yi's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot, and his furious shouts echoed through the room. "Are you doodling? I've told you 100 times, your spiritual energy must flow evenly when you write. Where's your mind? Focus, focus. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a dullard. I should charge you more." Sun Yi's furious voice even reached the first floor, leaving the attendants with puzzled expressions. Meanwhile, in the private room, Yi Chen's lips twitched and his face darkened. It wasn't the scolding from Sun Yi that bothered him, but rather the realization that his learning aptitude seemed genuinely lacking. During his previous life, he had also been reprimanded daily while learning alchemy. However, that was from his second uncle, and it was inappropriate to speak too harshly. Yi Chen had merely thought that his second uncle hadn't taught him well and that his innate talent was not bad. Coupled with his later insights as a perfected first-grade alchemist, he never considered the issue of talent again. But today, while learning to craft talismans under Sun Yi's guidance, he found himself utterly baffled, unable to grasp the key points despite Sun Yi's earnest explanations. Yi Chen was certain that Sun Yi was explaining seriously, yet he simply could not comprehend it. Even when his mind understood, his hands and spiritual energy could not keep up. This led Yi Chen to a definitive conclusion. His current body's learning aptitude was indeed abysmally poor. Were it not for the pursuit of spirit stones, he would not have even spared a glance at such a useless individual. No wonder Sun Yi had shifted his focus from alchemy to talisman crafting. With Yi Chen's comprehension, he would be incapable of refining anything of worth. Sun Yi's expression grew darker. "Since I have accepted your payment, I am obligated to teach you." Of course, Sun Yi could not offer a refund, fearing that Yi Chen might contemplate withdrawing from the class due to his lack of aptitude. He turned away, feeling a deep sense of regret. With Yi Chen's comprehension, it seemed unlikely he would manage to earn next month's tuition. Yi Chen was undoubtedly the worst student he had ever encountered. Yi Chen, on the other hand, felt somewhat distressed. Although he had never intended to rely on talisman crafting for anything, his poor performance was still hard for him to accept. Chapter 45. Yi Chen's generosity knows no bounds. Yi Chen felt a tinge of despair regarding his talent. If it weren't for the system, he feared he would remain at the bottom of the cultivation world, without any chance for a turnaround. Fortunately, he had the system, and the situation was not dire. Thus, he did not dwell too much on his lack of talent. Even if he couldn't learn, it was of little consequence. After all, his primary aim was to find opportunities to interact with Sun Ruoxin. In the days that followed, Yi Chen did not focus on talisman crafting, but rather continued his daily routine of cultivation and alchemy. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing's attitudes toward Yi Chen became increasingly enthusiastic. Lin Kuo was naturally motivated by the storage bag, while Lu Jing felt a sense of urgency. Yi Chen had not gifted himself anything in the past week, but had instead bestowed a storage bag upon Lin Kuo. Did this not imply that Yi Chen was truly shifting his affections? Lu Jing could not bear the thought. At the same time, both women noticed that Yi Chen had inadvertently broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining. The breakthroughs in minor realms of cultivation are difficult to detect unless specific detection spells are employed. Now that Yi Chen's cultivation surpassed theirs, it naturally led both women to regard him with greater importance. After all, women are inherently drawn to strength. They prefer men who are more powerful than themselves. Thus, the competition between the two women intensified, and both became increasingly warm towards Yi Chen, providing him with greater benefits. Yi Chen, no longer gifting pills, began to profit through buying and selling. He directly gifted spirit stones, which the system did not refund. Moreover, the items gifted had to be needed by the recipient and could not exceed their requirements. Consequently, Yi Chen's generosity grew. For instance, he gifted Lu Jing a set of magical garments valued at 2 medium-grade spirit stones and presented Lin Kuer with a pair of white gloves crafted from silkworm silk worth 3 medium-grade spirit stones. If only he had black ones, preferably socks, that would have thrilled him even more. In summary, Yi Chen's generosity became increasingly lavish. Although both women disdained Yi Chen's indecisiveness and his reluctance to make a choice, they could not refuse his generous offerings. In their fierce competition for his favor, the benefits they provided only grew. For example, Lin Kuo had already permitted Yi Chen to touch her while kissing, though he could not yet explore further. However, that barrier seemed close to being breached. Meanwhile, Lu Jing, whenever Yi Chen dined in her room, showcased her own benefits, dressing increasingly revealingly. The days of modesty had long passed. She even sat on Yi Chen's lap, feeding him, which brought him immense joy. Through the generous return of gifts multiplied tenfold, Yi Chen found himself amassing substantial wealth. The system was quite considerate, distinguishing between what Yi Chen desired for himself and what he intended to use to earn spirit stones. Thus, the returns varied in quantity, style, and function, minimizing the chances of drawing unwanted attention while conducting business. The only unfortunate aspect was that the silver moon market was ultimately too small. Selling too much too quickly could easily attract scrutiny. Additionally, because he sold to shops, the prices were not particularly high, generally around 70% of the retail value. Nevertheless, in a short span, Yi Chen's savings grew to 20 medium-grade spirit stones and continued to increase. In conclusion, Yi Chen's life was generally smooth sailing. The only source of distress for him was the lack of progress with Sun Ruoxin. He had long since abandoned thoughts of talisman crafting. It felt like merely spending money for the chance to meet her. He had not encountered Sun Ruoxin even once, which left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He had not come here solely to learn talisman crafting. If he did not get another chance to meet Sun Ruoxin, he might as well forego the talisman crafting class altogether. It would not be wise to waste money. He would seek opportunities in the future instead. Xingyan Workshop. In the tranquil room, as Yi Chen struggled with his talisman crafting, Sun Yi found it difficult to suppress his urge to voice his frustrations. The situation was utterly absurd. He had never witnessed such ineptitude from Yi Chen before. Despite his earnest efforts to teach, it seemed that Yi Chen's talent was regrettably lacking. However, Sun Yi couldn't help but feel envious of Yi Chen's wealth, as the young man was indeed affluent. If Yi Chen continued to attend his classes, he could accumulate over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones in a year. With this thought, Sun Yi donned a facade of encouragement, saying, "Not bad. You've made considerable progress. Look at this line. It's quite well drawn and aligns with the principles of spiritual energy flow. I believe that with continued effort, it won't be long before you become an excellent talisman master." Yi Chen, listening to Sun Ye's words, felt a tinge of disbelief. "Brother, how desperate are you for money? To earn a bit of class fees, you're speaking with such a lack of integrity." It reminded him of a certain president from a football powerhouse in his previous life who claimed to watch the national team every day just to secure a deal with Huaxia. Yi Chen chose not to respond to Sun Ye's comments, but curiosity got the better of him. "I heard from the shop assistant that your daughter is also studying talisman crafting." Senior Sunday Sun Yi, oblivious to Yi Chen's intentions regarding his daughter, replied somewhat irritably. "My daughter is already a legitimate talisman master. She can craft first-grade, mid-grade talismans. And you? You're still at the entry level. I would love to teach you together. But you clearly lack the foundation." Yi Chen disregarded Sun Ye's critique of his skills. After reflecting on Sun Ye's words, he realized the disparity in their levels was vast, akin to the difference between kindergartners and middle schoolers. If he could rapidly enhance his talisman crafting skills, he might be able to attend classes alongside Sun Ruoxin. However, Yi Chen had to admit to himself that he was indeed lacking. Relying solely on self-study might take him a year or two to even reach the entry level. "Senior Sun, do you have any methods for quickly improving my talisman crafting skills? My progress has been painfully slow. It's been a month, and I haven't even made it to the basics. If there is no way to advance quickly, I might have to reconsider," he inquired. Sun Yi smirked, thinking that those who were incompetent often wished for instant success. Yet, he was eager to earn Yi Chen's money. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "I have a copy of my master's notes on talisman crafting. It contains many insights from when my master was a first-grade talisman master, along with his journey of learning. If you study these notes, your understanding of talisman crafting will likely improve significantly, and your skills may experience a remarkable leap. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at this revelation. This seemed like a valuable resource. Since Lu Jing was also studying talisman crafting, it was perfectly suited for her. If he presented it to Lu Jing, what might he receive in return? Perhaps it would propel his skills to new heights, allowing him to attend classes with Sun Ruoxing. However, Yi Chen refrained from voicing his intent immediately, knowing Sun Ye's avaricious nature would prevent him from giving it away for free. Chapter 46. Has Yi Chen awakened? Yet, even with his expectations set, Yi Chen was still taken aback by Sun Ye's subsequent demand. The price is 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen was incredulous. 5 mid-grade spirit stones. You might as well rob me. He felt that Sun Yi was treating him like a fool. Instantly disinterested, he prepared to walk away. However, Sun Yi noticed the shift in Yi Chen's expression and quickly added, "Don't think I'm trying to deceive you. My master is an elder of the Xianxian sect. A peak 2nd grade talisman master, on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd grade. In the Xianxian sect, there is only one 3rd grade talisman master. To have access to the notes of such a figure for just 5 mid-grade spirit stones is an opportunity many would covet. You would not regret this purchase. Peak 2nd grade talisman master?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued but still hesitant about the price. Ultimately, he negotiated down to 3 mid-grade spirit stones. However, he didn't provide the payment immediately, stating he needed to consult his family and arrange some funds before returning to make the purchase. He didn't want to appear overly wealthy, given Sun Ye's greedy disposition. He feared the teacher might act hastily if he thought Yi Chen's earnings were slow. Sun Yi, wearing a satisfied smile, knew the authenticity of his master's notes could indeed inspire talisman masters, though they weren't as miraculous as suggested. Selling them for 3 mid-grade spirit stones was a profitable venture. More importantly, with Yi Chen purchasing the notes, he would likely continue attending classes, making it even less likely for him to drop out. Meanwhile, after some time had passed, and with Sun Yi growing anxious about Yi Chen's reluctance to part with funds, Yi Chen returned to Xianxian workshop. He produced 3 mid-grade spirit stones to purchase the notes titled Linshi Talisman Discussions. Sun Yi, waiting eagerly, beamed as he received the spirit stones and even suggested that Yi Chen pay his tuition fees. However, Yi Chen declined, intending to first present the notes to Lu Jing. If the feedback proved beneficial, he would then consider paying for further classes. If not, he would seek other opportunities to connect with Sun Ruoxing. Sun Yi, slightly disappointed not to receive Yi Chen's tuition fees, still smiled at the pile of low-grade spirit stones in his possession. "Friend Yi, come and eat. This is snow spirit deer meat, which is rare since snow spirit deer only appear in winter and are incredibly swift, making them difficult to catch even for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. This meat greatly enhances a cultivator's physical capabilities. Enjoy." In the room, Lu Jing eagerly prepared bowls and chopsticks for Yi Chen, who, drawn by the aroma of the deer meat, felt his appetite surge. However, his primary concern remained whether the talisman notes from Sun Ye's master would aid him. Not rushing to eat, Yi Chen instead presented the recently acquired Linshi Talisman Discussions. This is a talisman crafting note from a peak 2nd grade talisman master of the Xianxian sect. I thought of you, Lu Xianzi, since you're also studying talisman crafting. This should be of great help to you, so please accept it. Lu Jing's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. A 2nd grade peak talisman master's notes? Such a treasure would be invaluable to any talisman master. Yi Chen's investment in the notes must have cost him a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, the most significant aspect was the thought behind the gift. Truthfully, Lu Jing had developed genuine feelings for Yi Chen. After all, he was not without merit. He was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, a skilled alchemist, hailing from a reputable family, and seemed to receive ample resources. Most importantly, Yi Chen truly cared for her well-being. He had gifted her so many things without ever acting superior or haughty. These qualities deeply moved Lu Jing, leading her to ponder the prospect of a future alongside such a partner. Yet, her biggest concern was Yi Chen's flirtations. He was attentive to her, while also being so with Lin Kuo. Lu Jing resolved that if Yi Chen ever chose her and ceased his entanglements with Lin Kuo, she would accept him as her partner. "Thank you, friend Yi. This truly means a lot to me." Lu Jing's eyes shone with joy, and Yi Chen beamed with satisfaction at her acceptance of the gift. The system notification chimed, prompting Yi Chen to check the rewards he had received. However, at that moment, he inadvertently touched the snow spirit deer meat that Lu Jing had brought, and his hands became smeared with juices. He immediately intended to clean his hands, but Lu Jing seized his wrist. The essence of snow spirit deer meat is in its juices, as they contain the most precious effects. Wiping it off would be a waste. Allow me to enjoy it instead. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Eat. How would that work? Soon enough, he discovered how to partake. The sensation on his fingertips left him feeling ethereal. It was overwhelmingly hot. More importantly, the associations were too vivid. If his fingers felt this delightful, what would other areas feel like? He dared not dwell on such thoughts. Once he returned to his room, Chen calmed his mind for a while before finally checking the system notification. Gift successfully delivered. The gift is Linshi Charm discussion. Tenfold feedback, reward, Talisman Master entry discussion. The system has detected that the gift presented by the host is of significant importance to the recipient, exceeding their expectations and causing a substantial emotional fluctuation, triggering a critical reward. The reward grants a Talisman Master projection from the Talisman sect for 1 day, allowing the host to consult them on talisman-making methods. Reading the description, Chen's eyes lit up. The Talisman sect? He had heard of this prestigious institution, renowned for its superiority over the Qingyun sect. It was famous for its talisman crafting. Had he just acquired the notes of a Talisman Master? And an opportunity for guidance from a founding Talisman Master? This was nothing short of a soaring triumph. Without delay, Chen retrieved the Talisman Master entry discussion and began to study it. This tome was unparalleled in its depth, elucidating all the essential points of talisman crafting with remarkable clarity. Many of the confounding aspects he had encountered while learning from Sun Yi were effortlessly resolved through this text. The author's understanding of talismans was astoundingly profound. Moreover, if he faced difficulties while studying, he could directly consult the projection of the founding master. In just one night, Chen's proficiency in talisman crafting surged dramatically. The following day, he approached his class with newfound confidence. Sun Yi, witnessing Chen's performance, was utterly astonished. Chen had successfully drawn a dust-cleansing talisman. While this was merely a rudimentary entry-level talisman, it marked a significant milestone for Chen. It felt as if he had suddenly achieved enlightenment. Sun Yi was genuinely taken aback. He was acutely aware of Chen's prior lack of aptitude in talisman crafting. He was akin to a piece of uncarved wood. Yet, within just a week, Chen appeared transformed while drawing talismans. It was no exaggeration to say he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Chen, how have you made such remarkable progress? Sun Yi inquired, examining the dust-cleansing talisman in his hand, unable to suppress his curiosity. You haven't secretly sought guidance from another talisman master, have you? Without hesitation, Chen replied, I've just been reading. Reading? Sun Yi was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the talisman notes he had sold to Chen. Those were indeed the notes of his master, which he had perused daily. Yet, how could such significant progress be made in merely a week? Was it not preposterous? When he had reviewed the notes, he had not experienced such results. Could it be that Chen was a genius? Had he been inept in his teaching? Was it that Chen was not lacking in talent, but that he had misled his students? For a moment, Sun Yi questioned his own teaching abilities. However, the reality was far from what Sun Yi perceived. Chen was acutely aware of his own limited talent, but he had the advantage of a fortuitous encounter. In any case, Chen's progress disrupted Sun Yi's plans, yet it was a positive development as it meant he could continue to collect tuition fees. Thus,
Sun Yi rekindled his enthusiasm. Over the next month, Sun Yi was continually astonished by Chen's advancements. Every week during class, Chen exhibited remarkable progress.
within a mere month, he had mastered the foundational skills of talisman crafting. He had completely grasped the basics of lower-grade talismans such as the Clear Wind Talisman and Dust Cleansing Talisman, officially becoming a first-tier talisman master. He was even ready to attempt crafting mid-grade talismans. Similar to spells, lower-grade talismans lacked significant power. It was only at the mid-grade level that one could begin to create the talismans that cultivators truly required. Sun Yi was utterly flabbergasted by Chen's performance. Within a month, he had progressed from novice to mid-grade. This was not the mark of a failure, but rather of an undeniable genius. Reflecting on this, Sun Yi felt a pang of regret, not from delaying a genius, but because Chen had attained enlightenment through his master's notes, while he had only sold 3 mid-grade spirit stones. He felt he had lost out significantly. Senior, may I learn to craft mid-grade talismans? Chen inquired. Sun Yi felt a headache coming on. Chen was advancing too quickly, and he hadn't collected enough tuition. Yet, he couldn't deliberately delay, as that would appear too unseemly. After some hesitation, Sun Yi replied, You may. Come a day early next week, and you can attend class with my daughter. 1 student is manageable, 2 students are just as easy. With that, it made sense to conduct the lesson together. Furthermore, since his daughter had recently begun crafting mid-grade talismans, she had become somewhat overconfident. It would be beneficial for her to attend class with Chen, allowing Chen's talent to serve as a counterbalance to her inflated ego. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes brightened. Though I haven't formally apprenticed, your daughter is still considered my senior sister. Since we will be attending class together next time, perhaps I should prepare a small gift to present upon our meeting. Seeing Chen's excitement, Sun Yi frowned. Why did this lad seem so thrilled at the mention of his daughter? Why haven't you prepared a gift for me? He thought. Surely this boy wouldn't be infatuated with a female cultivator? However, Sun Yi knew his daughter well. She was ambitious and likely wouldn't be interested in Yichen. If Yichen wished to pursue her, so be it. After all, it was free of charge. Finally, the moment had arrived. He was glad he hadn't given up. He now had the opportunity to interact with Sun Ruoxin, which was worth a substantial 15-fold increase. The question then became, what should he bring as a gift? Gifts of resources generally held little significance for the multiplier effect. It merely affected profit margins. However, gifts that could enhance one's abilities had a significant difference between 10-fold and 15-fold. For instance, a spell with 10-fold feedback versus one with 15-fold feedback could yield vastly different results. Yet, he did not know Sun Ruoxin well and had no idea what she might need. What if he presented her with something she did not desire? That would be a costly blunder. Thus, it was indeed a matter that warranted careful consideration. In the days that followed, Yichen focused on his cultivations, enjoying the playful rivalry between Lu Jing and Lin Ku and relishing the benefits they provided. Meanwhile, the Mo family relayed that Jin Zhaodi's blood had been entered into the Silver Moon Market's formation. Once he entered, the formation would immediately alert the Mo family. Thus, Yichen had no need to worry about retaliation unless the Silver Moon Market descended into chaos, which was unlikely for a foundational family. Perhaps it was due to his enhanced strength that he felt a slight sense of security. Yichen found himself increasingly captivated by the Silver Moon Market, particularly the stall trading area. Apart from the shops, the market featured a section for stalls where anyone could set up shop upon paying a fee. The variety of goods was remarkably diverse, though the quality was often inconsistent. Yichen had long harbored an interest in this bustling area of the market, having read countless web novels in his previous life where protagonists stumbled upon hidden treasures in such stalls, propelling them to great heights. With his own system, he fancied the possibility of uncovering a gem himself. Thus, on a day when Lu Jing was resting, Yichen accompanied her to the stall area. Lu Jing frequently visited this place to purchase beast meat. Upon arrival, Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The stall area, though not spacious, was flanked by practitioners seated cross-legged, some displaying their goods on makeshift tables, while others simply laid out cloths on the ground. The array of items was extensive. Meat vendors, alchemical herbs, magical artifacts, and spiritual medicines were all available. Initially, Yichen observed with keen interest, pondering whether he might find a hidden treasure or a suitable gift for Sun Ruoxin. However, his enthusiasm waned swiftly. To be frank, the quality of the merchandise was lacking. While he was not well versed in all areas, his discerning eye for pills and talismans was sharp. He noted that some pills were of abysmal quality, inferior even to low-grade ones, with impurities comprising nearly half. They were far below the standard of those he had previously crafted. The talismans were similarly disappointing, lacking in spiritual energy, potency, and activation speed, with the possibility of failing to activate in critical moments. Although they were cheap, they held no value for Yichen. While meandering through the stalls, Yichen and Lu Jing noticed a particular stall in the center of the trading area surrounded by a throng of people, piquing Yichen's curiosity. What could draw so many onlookers? Had someone discovered a treasure? This bracelet is undoubtedly of premium quality, perhaps even an exceptional magical artifact. I have tested it, and it can protect the soul, resist mind-affecting spells, and ward off negative influences from low-level malevolent entities. Furthermore, it can unleash a divine light that covers the face, filtering out various toxins and malevolent energies. Most importantly, wearing this bracelet enhances one's cultivation speed. While cultivating with the bracelet, it automatically purifies the spiritual energy, saving practitioners the time needed to convert their mana. The level of cultivation is fundamental for any practitioner, and with the same amount of cultivation time, one can convert more mana. The significance of this cannot be overstated. Yichen, who had been listening to the stall owner's enthusiastic demonstration of the bracelet's capabilities with a casual demeanor, suddenly perked up at the mention of enhanced cultivation speed. Despite currently being at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he was far from satisfied with his rate of progress and yearned for a faster path to improvement. He had already reached his limit with high-grade pills, so the prospect of an artifact that could further enhance his cultivation was immensely appealing. However, Yichen was taken aback to observe that the onlooking practitioners were discussing the cultivation speed enhancement yet seemed largely unenthusiastic. One burly man, feigning a smile, inquired, "How much of a boost can it provide?" The stall owner's expression shifted awkwardly, clearly aware that these practitioners were astute. As a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner, I estimate it can enhance cultivation speed by about half a level, he replied. Upon hearing this, many interested practitioners, including Yichen, displayed disappointment. A mere half-level boost equated to only 5%, which indeed fell short of expectations. After all, consuming high-grade pills could yield a 40% increase. Chen finally understood the lack of enthusiasm among the crowd. Magical artifacts were not inexpensive, and the cost of this bracelet could rival that of several years' worth of pills. For most independent practitioners, spirit stones were a precious commodity. Spending the equivalent of several years' worth of pill costs on an artifact that only provided a 5% increase in cultivation speed was hardly justifiable. Moreover, the amount of purified spiritual energy provided by the artifact was fixed. If a 6th-level practitioner could only achieve a half-level increase, then a 7th-level practitioner would see even less benefit. Realizing this, Chen concluded that the value of the bracelet was far from what he had initially imagined, rendering it a poor investment compared to higher-quality pills. How many spirit stones for this? If it's affordable, I might buy it for my daughter. It could still be useful in the early stages. One practitioner chimed in, inquiring about the price. The stall owner, sensing the potential for a sale dwindling, gritted his teeth and announced, 20 medium-grade spirit stones. This statement elicited an uproar among the crowd. 20 medium-grade spirit stones? Are you out of your mind? If it were a superior magical artifact, that might be reasonable, but for a mere bracelet that offers some toxin resistance and a slight cultivation speed boost? Who would invest that much? Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Let's disperse. I'll offer 3 medium-grade spirit stones. You can decide if you want to sell it. The crowd jeered at the stall owner. Growing agitated, the stall owner retorted, I had an offer of 10 medium-grade spirit stones from Qingyun Workshop. I deemed it too low to accept. The crowd scoffed, many beginning to disperse, for even 10 medium-grade spirit stones were exorbitant for most practitioners. Many late-stage practitioners could only manage a few medium-grade spirit stones through a year of hard work. I'll offer 11 medium-grade spirit stones. This item has piqued my interest and is worth investigating. Where did you acquire it? A muscular man stepped forward, intrigued. Upon hearing a bid, the stall owner's eyes brightened, and he eagerly explained, I found it in a cave in the mountains. The surrounding practitioners displayed envy, as it was not uncommon for lucky individuals to uncover remnants of cultivators in the mountains each year. The stall owner had certainly struck gold with 11 medium-grade spirit stones. The muscular man, a late-stage chi refinement practitioner and renowned craftsman in the Silver Moon market, was not surprising in his ability to afford such a sum. Many speculated that he intended to study how the artifact purified spiritual energy. The stall owner, not yet ready to give up, called out, 11 medium-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else interested? This is undoubtedly the only artifact in the Silver Moon market capable of enhancing cultivation speed. Miss this chance, and you may regret it for a lifetime. Not only can it be used for oneself, but it can also be passed down to children, making it ideal for nurturing future generations. This is a top-tier magical artifact, despite its somewhat lackluster effectiveness. The stall owner still felt he was underselling it at 11 medium-grade spirit stones. Just then, Chen interjected from the back of the crowd, 12 medium-grade spirit stones. At this, the crowd turned to look, curious to see who had made such a bold offer. Upon recognizing Chen's face, many practitioners exhibited subtle expressions. Although some did not know who he was, those familiar with him quickly identified him as the most notorious licker of the Silver Moon market. What a disgrace for men to give such fine gifts to female cultivators. It significantly raises the difficulty for male cultivators at the Silver Moon market to engage in dual cultivation with their female counterparts. Thus, upon learning of Chen's identity, everyone looked upon him with disdain. This fellow couldn't he possibly be purchasing this bracelet to give to a female cultivator, could he? With a dozen mid-grade spirit stones at his disposal, it was evident that Chen was well favored within his family. However, spending so many spirit stones on such a trivial item seemed absurd. If they were the head of the Yi family, they would undoubtedly wish to strike Chen dead with their own hands. Upon hearing Chen's offer, the stall owner immediately displayed a look of delight, while the blacksmith frowned and hesitated, tentatively raising the price by half a mid-grade spirit stone. Yet, when Chen showed no hesitation in matching the offer, the blacksmith chose to abandon the negotiation. Ultimately, amidst the stall owner's radiant smile and the scornful gazes of nearby onlookers, Chen invited the stall owner to accompany him to the Yi family shop to collect the payment, thus completing the transaction. Chen, of course, carried spirit stones with him, but he preferred not to display them openly. He had previously tested the bracelet before the transaction. The stall owner had not exaggerated its effects. While it could indeed enhance cultivation speed, the improvement was rather modest. Such an item was certainly not worth 13 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet, as Chen gazed at the delicate, translucent bracelet of a pale green hue, his spirits soared. The modest enhancement might seem insignificant, but what if it were amplified 15-fold? Wouldn't that elevate him to new heights? Thus, although outsiders viewed him as a fool, Chen felt he had made a remarkable bargain. He would not hesitate to spend 20 or even 30 mid-grade spirit stones for this treasure. By his side, Lu Jing followed closely. Her mature and charming face flushed with excitement. She had always known that Yi Chen was well-favored and possessed numerous resources. But she had never imagined he had so much wealth at his disposal. The effortless manner in which he produced 13 mid-grade spirit stones was simply captivating, leaving her heart racing with admiration. As she gazed at the bracelet in Yi Chen's hand, her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Surely, he wouldn't be giving it to someone else, would he? The thought caused her breath to quicken. Though Lu Jing shared the sentiment of many cultivators regarding the bracelet's lackluster efficacy, her perspective was influenced by its high cost. If it were free, no one would hesitate. However, under her eager gaze, Yi Chen tucked the bracelet away, sending shockwaves through her heart. Could he possibly be planning to give it to Lin Kuo? If that were the case, Lu Jing would find it utterly unacceptable. 13 mid-grade spirit stones were no trivial matter. She needed to intensify her efforts. Yi Chen must be hers. Later, during dinner, Lu Jing accidentally spilled meat broth in front of her. With her cheeks flushed, she leaned toward Yi Chen, saying, "Please don't waste it. I cannot have it myself, but if you don't mind, could you help me finish it?" Yi Chen could hardly refuse and lowered his head to clean the plate bit by bit. Yet, he still did not provide Lu Jing with what she longed for. Clearly, she was misguided in her efforts. The bracelet was neither for her nor for Lin Kuo. It was intended for Sun Ruoxin. The 15-fold enhancement from Sun Ruoxin would yield far greater benefits and accelerate Yi Chen's cultivation. Under such circumstances, there was no way Yi Chen would settle for less by gifting the bracelet to Lu Jing or Lin Kuo. That was out of the question. However, the news of the Yi family's sycophantic purchase of a premium bracelet to gift to a female cultivator spread rapidly through the Silver Moon market. Countless cultivators condemned Yi Chen as a spendthrift, questioning why he would squander such wealth instead of using it wisely. This foolishness reflected poorly on the Yi family. Even Zhang, the steward of the Yi uphill shop, was astonished by the news. How could Yi Chen possess such spirit stones? What had his father, Yi Tianhe, given him during his last visit? Yet, it was evident that Yi Chen, instead of using the wealth for cultivation, had squandered it on such a useless item. Truly, a spendthrift and a fool. While the world outside buzzed with gossip, Yi Chen remained unfazed, diligently practicing alchemy each day. Only Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, aware of the bracelet's existence, treated him with newfound enthusiasm. The previous day, Lu Jing had urged him not to waste the broth, and today, Lin Kuo had sweetly kissed him, even encouraging him to reach for her. Alas, none succeeded in obtaining the bracelet from Yi Chen. After the system cooldown ended and class commenced, Yi Chen proceeded to Qingyun workshop. Today, he was invited to the courtyard for lessons. As he entered, he saw Sun Yan instructing a young woman. Upon Yi Chen's arrival, Sun Yan's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered treasure, while the woman, with her striking phoenix eyes, curiously assessed Yi Chen. This woman was none other than Sun Ruoxin, whom Yi Chen had encountered before. To be honest, Yi Chen was quite intrigued by why Sun Ruoxin was deemed 15-fold. He intended to observe her more closely when Sun Yan, with a face full of regret, exclaimed, "You actually bought that bracelet?" Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded, astonished by how swiftly the news had spread, even reaching Sun Yan. However, Yi Chen had no inkling of Sun Yan's profound regret. When that wandering cultivator had come to Qingyun workshop to sell the bracelet, Sun Yan had only offered 8 mid-grade spirit stones, refusing to go as high as 10. Who would have thought Yi Chen would purchase it for 13? If only he had accepted the bracelet and sold it to Yi Chen, he would have made a fortune. Regret washed over him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen paid little mind to Sun Yan's varied expressions. He turned to Sun Ruoxin, saying, "You must be the esteemed daughter of my senior. I am Yi Chen. It is an honor to meet you, senior sister." Upon hearing Yi Chen refer to her as senior sister, Sun Ruoxin's youthful and radiant face lit up with curiosity. Though this was their first meeting, she had heard much about him. For instance, he had gifted the dragon elephant hand prepared by her father to a female cultivator. And any elixirs he refined were promptly given to female cultivators as well. Even when a female cultivator was about to leave, he had expressed concern for her safety, purchasing spells for her protection. Moreover, the storage bag Yi Chen bought from the shop had never been seen in use, likely given to a female cultivator as well. As for the bracelet, Sun Ruoxin had also been present when it was sold and had shown interest in it. While its effectiveness was somewhat lackluster, it was still better than nothing and, most importantly, aesthetically pleasing. Unfortunately, its price was prohibitively high. Now that Yi Chen had purchased it, it was likely intended as a gift for a female cultivator. Although some female cultivators admired Yi Chen, considering his actions heartfelt, Sun Ruoxin viewed him as lacking ambition. A man who so shamelessly sought to please women could hardly have a promising future. It was a sign of self-degradation. Contemplating this, Sun Ruoxin stood and said flatly, "I am Sun Ruoxin. What are you trying to gain by ingratiating yourself with me?" Yichen, unfazed by Sun Ruoxin's cold demeanor, took a moment to appreciate her beauty. Sun Ruoxin was young and striking, exuding a vibrant, youthful charm reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Her figure was curvaceous, not as voluptuous as Lu Jing's, but beautifully proportioned nonetheless. Yet, the most captivating feature about Sun Ruoxin was undoubtedly her long, slender legs, which brought to mind a popular saying from Yichen's previous life, "Legs for days." However, Yichen did not linger on the matter. He merely smiled as he retrieved a bracelet from his bosom. "My senior told me that I would be attending classes with my senior sister. Naturally, it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed for our first meeting. I found this bracelet quite appealing and decided to purchase it as a gift for her. Is my senior sister pleased with it?" As Yichen's words resonated, both Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Yichen was actually gifting a bracelet, acquired for the price of 13 mid-grade spirit stones, to her? Sun Ruoxin, who had previously maintained a distant demeanor towards him, was now utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, who was regretting not accepting the bracelet and reselling it to Yichen for a profit, was equally taken aback. They had both heard of Yichen's generosity towards female cultivators, but they had never anticipated it would be to such an extent. A gift worth over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones was not something an inner disciple of the Qingyan sect could casually give away. And yet, Yichen had done so? What a spendthrift. Sun Ruoxin hesitated for a moment. She certainly liked the bracelet. It not only enhanced her cultivation speed, but was also aesthetically pleasing. Most importantly, it was valuable. However, she felt uneasy about accepting such an extravagant gift without reason. Sun Yi, however, reacted swiftly. Taking the bracelet from Yichen's hands and adorning Sun Ruoxin's delicate wrist with it. "Yichen, you are truly thoughtful. My daughter admired this bracelet the other day, but I, as her father, was reluctant to purchase it. I never expected you to present it to her directly. Please allow me to thank you on her behalf." Observing her father's demeanor, Sun Ruoxin felt somewhat helpless, yet she could not bring herself to refuse. After all, she genuinely liked the bracelet. After a brief moment of contemplation, she bowed slightly and expressed her gratitude. "I truly appreciate this gift, so thank you, junior brother." Upon hearing this, Yichen's face broke into a smile. Just moments ago, she had not acknowledged the titles of senior sister and junior brother, yet now she was addressing him as junior brother directly. Money can indeed make the world go round. This age-old truth holds just as much validity in the realm of cultivation. However, Yichen's thoughts were not focused on this. Instead, they were occupied by the system notification echoing in his mind. Gift successful. The gift is a jade essence bracelet. 15 times feedback detected. The gift bestowed by the host is of utmost importance to the recipient and exceeds her expectations, causing a significant fluctuation in her state of mind, triggering a critical reward. Reward: Stone Bell Jade Essence Bed. The Stone Bell Jade Essence Bed, crafted from jade essence that accompanies spiritual veins, it possesses the ability to absorb, purify, and refine spiritual energy, significantly enhancing cultivation speed. The reward has been deposited into the host's storage space. A Stone Bell Jade Essence Bed? As Yichen read the description, his eyes widened in astonishment. Although the specific effects were not detailed, the materials used suggested extraordinary efficacy. This realization made Yichen clench his fists in excitement. A 15-fold reward coupled with a critical hit was indeed impressive. Yet, he had classes to attend, suppressing his eagerness. Yichen exchanged a few polite words with Sun Ruoxin before the lesson commenced, perhaps due to the precious gift his daughter received. Sun Yi was in high spirits as he guided the lesson with vigor. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin frequently cast glances at Yichen while crafting talismans, her eyes reflecting confusion. Yichen, not wishing to linger, took his leave. Once Yichen departed, Sun Ruoxin scrutinized the bracelet adorning her wrist, furrowing her brow as she mused, "Father, why do you think you would gift me such a valuable artifact?" Sun Ruoxin had already experienced the bracelet's effects during class. It indeed purified spiritual energy automatically. Furthermore, wearing it brought clarity to her mind, truly qualifying it as a superior auxiliary artifact. Why would Yichen gift her such an expensive present instead of keeping it for himself? Sun Yi, unconcerned, replied, "Isn't it just a meeting gift for you? I recall mentioning to him that you would be attending classes together, and he said he would prepare a gift. Perhaps he wishes to curry favor with me, so I will teach him diligently." Sun Ruoxin, however, scoffed. "Yichen pays only 1 mid-grade spirit stone to learn talisman crafting from you each month. If there were no other reason, how could he afford to give a gift worth 13 mid-grade spirit stones? That's a year's tuition." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi began to sense something amiss. Yet, the gift had indeed been given. Why was that? Sun Ruoxin smiled with confidence. "Then it must be that Yichen has seen me before. Perhaps he came to learn talisman crafting just to have the opportunity to interact with me. Upon learning we would be in class together, he did not hesitate to spend lavishly on a gift to win my favor. Sun Ye's lips twitched. No ordinary person would act so extravagantly for a woman. What was his daughter thinking? Yet, recalling the rumors surrounding Yichen, he suddenly found it plausible. Yichen had been known to gift artifacts and storage bags to female cultivators. If he had previously encountered his daughter, gifting her a bracelet seemed quite reasonable. However, once he grasped this notion, Sun Ye's expression darkened in anger. This little brat dares to have designs on my daughter. I genuinely thought he was interested in learning talisman crafting. Sun Ye cherished his daughter dearly. Sun Ruoxin gently swayed the bracelet, producing a melodious sound. And upon witnessing her father's anger, a mischievous smile graced her lovely face. If you were so upset, perhaps you should stop teaching him. Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's lips twitched. 1 mid-grade spirit stone a month was no small sum. Reluctant to part with it, he hesitated before suggesting, perhaps we should continue the lessons. The young man seems to harbor no ill intentions. However, do not let these small favors sway your judgment. Although he possesses some talent in talisman crafting, a man who gifts women so lavishly is unlikely to have a promising future. Furthermore, I have heard he is entangled with 2 female cultivators, constantly showering them with gifts. Now, he dares to pursue you. What does that say? He is undoubtedly fickle. Sun Ye was torn between his desire to make money and his worry that his daughter might fall for Yichen's charms. Thus, he advised her earnestly. In response, Sun Ruoxin let out a melodic laugh. Father, you are overthinking it. In 2 years, I will also be a disciple of the Qingyan sect, destined to achieve foundation establishment. How could I possibly be interested in a small family scion with no future? If he wants to give gifts, let him. After all, they are given willingly and not demanded by me. Accepting gifts does not imply anything significant. I would never act foolishly over a mere present. Sun Ye smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this. Truly, his daughter was clever. As long as she remained level-headed, the more Yichen gifted, the better. Sun Ye began to ponder whether he should give Yichen a subtle hint. Perhaps by casually mentioning the new treasures that had arrived at the Qingyan workshop or what his daughter favored, encouraging Yichen to give more. Yichen's first act of gifting was indeed a lavish one, signaling his fondness for his daughter. The audacity of this young man to pursue his daughter made it only reasonable for Sun Ye to extract as much from him as possible. Chapter 51. 15 times the reward is indeed powerful. Yichen paid no mind to how Sun Ye and his daughter perceived him. Upon returning to his room, he promptly retrieved the system reward. The stone bell jade essence bed measured 2 meters in width and length, forming a perfect square. It radiated a greenish glow, accompanied by a chilling aura. However, as Yichen sat cross-legged upon it, he felt no chill, nor did it feel hard. The surface resembled that of jelly, promising a most comfortable slumber. Yichen settled into a meditative posture, eager to engage in his cultivation and assess its efficacy. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with sheer astonishment. The fruits of his cultivation during this brief period exceeded his previous achievements, doubling, if not more. The stone clock jade bed possessed an extraordinary capacity to absorb spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him had increased several-fold compared to prior days. The absorption felt effortless, as if it were being effortlessly poured into his acupoints. Furthermore, the stone clock jade bed significantly purified the spiritual energy, accelerating its transformation. All of these factors contributed to a remarkable enhancement in Yichen's cultivation efficiency. Initially, he had estimated that it would take him at least a year to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. However, it now appeared that he could achieve this in a mere 3 to 5 months. The stone clock jade bed served as an unparalleled accelerator for his cultivation. The return from a handful of mid-grade spirit stones had yielded such a treasure. It was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Sun Ruoxin's 15-fold enhancement proved to be exceptionally beneficial. If he were to bestow a gift upon Lu Jing or Lin Ku, it would likely be challenging to obtain something of such efficacy, even with a fortunate strike. Hence, he resolved to intensify his efforts. Yichen contemplated presenting Sun Ruoxin with a more valuable gift in the future, a thought mirrored by her own intentions. Though their motivations differed, their aspirations were remarkably aligned. In the days that followed, Yichen's life returned to a tranquil state. Aside from attending class once a week, he spent the remainder of his time at home diligently cultivating. Meanwhile, Lin Ku and Lu Jing had taken to visiting him daily, each occasion filled with delightful perks. On quieter days, Yichen would accompany either Lu Jing or Lin Ku to the market, hoping to uncover hidden treasures akin to the bracelet he had previously found. Unfortunately, the market was predominantly stocked with items meant for lower-tier cultivators, offering little of value. As for Sun Ruoxin, their weekly encounters became more frequent, and she appeared notably warmer in her interactions. The time spent together in class allowed Chen to gain a deeper understanding of this long-legged maiden. Discovering her playful and whimsical nature, a vibrancy that Lu Jing and Lin Ke lacked. This was understandable, as both Lu Jing and Lin Ke were solitary cultivators, compelled to be cautious in their existence due to their lack of support. In contrast, Sun Ruoxin, with her father being a 7th-level qi refiner and a talisman master, had grown up free of concerns regarding resources for cultivation, naturally resulting in her cheerful disposition. Despite their growing camaraderie, Chen refrained from presenting gifts to Sun Ruoxin each week, recognizing her already considerable wealth. The system imposed stringent requirements. For instance, if someone possessed a high-grade robe, gifting another high-grade robe would not be deemed a necessity, regardless of the recipient's desire for it, even if one wished to sell it for spirit stones. It was not permissible. Sun Ruoxin donned high-grade garments and wielded high-grade artifacts, utilizing only the finest medicinal pills and spells. This underscored how much her father treasured her. In this context, it became challenging for Chen to identify suitable gifts for her. However, with the presence of Lu Jing and Lin Ke, he found no cause for regret. Through the tenfold returns, Chen steadily accumulated spirit stones, ensuring that when he encountered a worthy gift for Sun Ruoxin, he would be prepared to procure it. Over the past 2 months, both Lin Ke and Lu Jing had profited immensely, acquiring high-grade garments and artifacts, frequently receiving various spells. This significantly elevated their regard for Chen. As he reveled in the benefits, they became increasingly accommodating, albeit with a hint of curiosity about the bracelet he had not given to them, nor had he worn it himself. What, indeed, was its purpose? As 2 months swiftly passed, Chen's prolonged use of the stone clock jade bed deepened his appreciation of its benefits. Not only did it enhance his cultivation speed, but years of practice upon it also contributed to the solidity of his spiritual power. A more concentrated power translated into stronger spells, which would greatly assist in his future breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, even without cultivating, resting upon it yielded remarkable restorative effects, leaving him rejuvenated each morning. His physical form, too, benefited from the nurturing spiritual energy, becoming increasingly robust. In summary, the stone clock jade bed was undoubtedly a miraculous artifact. The rewards from the 15-fold female cultivator enhancement were indeed impressive. Today marked another day of classes, and Chen made his way to Qingyun workshop. Upon arrival, the attendants were already well acquainted with him, promptly guiding him to the back courtyard. At that moment, Sun Yi descended from the 2nd floor, a smile brightening his face upon seeing Chen. No need to rush to class. We've just received a new batch of goods, including several remarkable items. Come take a look. Chen's interest peaked at these words. Ever since he had gifted Sun Ruoxin the bracelet, Sun Yi had consistently encouraged him to purchase items during each visit, often insinuating that they were what Sun Ruoxin desired. Yet, Chen could discern that most of these items were unsuitable for her, and thus he refrained from making any purchases. Nonetheless, the prospect of new merchandise at Qingyun workshop intrigued him. If something suitable for Sun Ruoxin were to present itself, he would certainly not hesitate to acquire it, as any gift guaranteed a minimum 15-fold return. Consequently, Chen followed Sun Yi to the 2nd floor. Among the offerings was an exquisite spell known as the Shadowless Garment. This spell was remarkably intricate. Upon mastering it, one could unleash a portion of formless and colorless spiritual power to cloak themselves, rendering them nearly invisible to adversaries. This provided a significant advantage in combat, allowing one to shroud their hands and conceal their intentions, whether they wielded talismans or prepared to unleash a spell. Furthermore, upon reaching mastery, the Shadowless Garment could render the user completely invisible, masking all traces of their presence with formless power, making them undetectable to anyone below the foundation establishment stage. However, it bore a drawback. Movement while invisible would reveal one's presence. Despite this limitation, the spell was undeniably an exquisite tool for survival or ambush. As Chen listened to the description, he felt a surge of excitement. The Shadowless Garment was indeed compelling. Chapter 52. His father must have been greedy. This spell was specifically requested by Sun Yi from the sect. Logically, such an expensive spell, with effects that were not immediately apparent, would find little market in a small place like Silver Moon Market. However, Sun Ruoxin had shown great interest in this spell previously. Though the price of 5 mid-grade spirit stones was steep, even with internal discounts, Sun Yi had hesitated to purchase it for his daughter. Now, with Chen as a potential buyer, Sun Yi had the sect send the spell for trial. Should Chen decide to purchase it, it would be an excellent gift for his daughter, posing no significant issues. Chen was indeed intrigued by the Shadowless Garment. It was a surefire method for self-preservation. Moreover, being the initial version, if he were to receive a 10 or 15-fold enhancement, it would elevate its efficacy tremendously. Observing Yuchen's interest, Sun Yi promptly remarked, "This spell is highly regarded by my daughter. Back when we were in Qinyan City, she was particularly fond of it, though it was too expensive. Purchasing this spell would undoubtedly be a wise choice. The realm of cultivation is fraught with dangers, even in Silver Moon Market, which appears relatively stable now. One cannot predict future circumstances. This spell may very well save your life at a critical moment." Upon hearing this, Yichen paid little heed to Sun Ye's insinuation regarding Sun Ruoxin's interest. Who wouldn't desire a treasure obtained without cost? Yichen was intrigued about the stability of the Silver Moon Market, as mentioned by Sun Yi, pondering what might transpire in the future. Sun Yi, an attendant of the Qingyun Pavilion, had access to more information due to his affiliation with the Qingyun sect. Could it be that some calamity was approaching the Silver Moon Market? If so, it would be wise for him to make an early exit. Upon hearing Yichen's inquiry, Sun Yi cast a glance his way, and with a sly smile, he replied, "If you purchase the shadowless garment spell, I shall divulge the information." This was a significant piece of intelligence, and he assured Yichen it would be worth the investment. Without hesitation, Yichen declared, 5 mid-grade spirit stones, correct? I shall buy it." He had already intended to make the purchase and promptly produced a generous handful of low-grade spirit stones. Sun Yi was in high spirits as he counted the stones and completed the transaction, handing over the spell to Yichen. He then remarked lightly, "The patriarch of the Mo family is nearing 150 years of age. Without any fortuitous opportunities, he may soon enter eternal rest. It has been 3 years since he last appeared at the Silver Moon Market, and the outlook seems rather grim. Once he departs, if the head of the Mo family fails to break through to the foundation establishment stage, how could they maintain control over such a vast establishment? Chaos is bound to ensue." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed at this revelation. The patriarch of the Mo family was on the brink of death? In this world, those at the foundation establishment stage typically had a lifespan of around 150 years. If the patriarch truly perished and no successor emerged, turmoil would surely follow. Many opportunists would seize the chance to profit from the unrest. At that moment, Yichen felt a surge of urgency. He needed to expedite his cultivation. His current strength at the 5th level of qi refinement was woefully inadequate. In addition to enhancing his abilities, Yichen inquired, "Are there any other spells available?" Sun Ye's eyes brightened as he retrieved another spell, introducing it with enthusiasm. This is the Zen heart gazing technique. It surpasses the ordinary gazing technique and is exceptionally useful. In the cultivation world, the trend of concealing one's true strength has become prevalent. Many practitioners prefer spells that mask their energy fluctuations. You might think someone is at the 7th level of qi refinement, while they are actually at the 8th. Or you may believe a person to be an ordinary mortal, only to discover they are a cultivator. The Zen heart gazing technique can pierce through common concealment spells, revealing an opponent's true cultivation level. Understanding your adversary's real strength undoubtedly grants a significant advantage, unlike the ordinary gazing technique, which cannot discern those of higher cultivation. The Zen heart gazing technique can see through to 3 minor realms above your own. Yi Chen's interest was piqued. This technique was indeed valuable. Knowledge of both oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. "I want it," he decisively stated, producing 2 mid-grade spirit stones for the purchase. Sun Ye's joy intensified. He had a substantial patron on his hands. While he occasionally wondered about the source of Yi Chen's wealth, given that his father was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, he dismissed the thought. Regardless of how Yi Chen's family acquired their wealth, his own income was secure. Sun Yi intended to pitch more offerings, but was met with Yi Chen's refusal. The latter understood the principle of moderation. He already possessed a premium set of magical artifacts, and further acquisition seemed unnecessary. With the transaction concluded, it was time for lessons to commence. To prevent Yi Chen from gifting the Zen heart gazing technique to his daughter, Sun Yi subtly suggested, "My daughter also practices the Zen heart gazing technique. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to seek her guidance. It would also foster a closer bond between you two." Yi Chen smirked inwardly. He was uncertain whether Sun Ruoxin had mastered the Zen heart gazing technique, but he sensed Sun Ye's ulterior motives. Nonetheless, he intended to gift the shadowless garment to Sun Ruoxin, as its higher value promised greater returns. The Zen heart gazing technique, on the other hand, would be better suited for Lin Kuer, who preferred non-confrontational methods. Upon arriving at the rune crafting room in the back courtyard, Sun Ruoxin awaited impatiently. "Father, why are you so slow?" She pouted. Sun Yi shook his head, explaining, "A new shipment arrived from the sect, and your junior brother happened to purchase 2 spells, which delayed us a bit." Curiosity sparked in Sun Ruoxin's eyes as she regarded Yi Chen. He truly was affluent. Not only had he bought spells, but he had also acquired 2 at once. As she pondered this, Yi Chen approached her, stating, I heard from my elder that you were quite fond of the shadowless garment spell. Fortunately, it was among the recent offerings from Qingyan Pavilion. So I bought it for you. Please don't decline, as I also acquired the Zen heart gazing technique. I understand you practice it as well, and I hope you won't mind if I seek your guidance during my training. Consider the shadowless garment a token of appreciation. Chapter 53. The Arrogant Sun Ruoxin. As Sun Ruoxin received the shadowless garment spell from Yi Chun, she confirmed her suspicions. Yi Chun indeed harbored feelings for her. To be candid, she held a degree of contempt for Yi Chun, viewing him as a disciple from a minor clan with little ambition, solely focused on pursuing women. Most notably, he was fickle, enamored with one woman one day and another the next. Such a cultivator was destined for elimination, far inferior to the talents in Qingyan City. His only redeeming quality was his generosity toward female cultivators. Yet, without strength, how long could such generosity last? However, considering the value of the shadowless garment, she allowed a smile to grace her lips. Since you have offered it so sincerely, I shall accept it without hesitation. Thank you, junior brother. If I find the time, I will make an effort to guide you. Yi Chun beamed as he presented the gift, though internally he cursed Sun Ruoxin for her dismissive attitude, even failing to call him junior brother. Today, he had gifted her a spell valued at 5 mid-grade spirit stones, receiving nothing more than a casual acknowledgement and a vague promise of future guidance. Despite his disdain, Yi Chun felt a surge of satisfaction as he heard the system notification in his mind. Gift successful. Gifted item, shadowless garment. 15-fold feedback activated. Reward, premium spell, 5-element concealment technique. The 5-element concealment technique allows one to harness the power of the 5 elements to conceal themselves, evading detection by enemies. During the concealment process, one can still move, but significant fluctuations in energy will reveal their presence. Not only could this spell provide invisibility, but it also permitted movement. This was exponentially more advantageous than the shadowless garment, which required one to remain stationary. Should the opponent linger, it would spell disaster. The 5-element concealment technique offered the ability to escape dire situations effortlessly. The 15-fold feedback proved to be immensely rewarding. As Yi Chun gazed at Sun Ruoxin, his admiration intensified, while she regarded him with increasing disdain. Meanwhile, Sun Yi stood to the side, grinning with satisfaction. Having profited twice from the sale, once from the transaction and again through the gift to his daughter, this made Sun Yi find Yi Chun increasingly agreeable. After class, Sun Ruoxin merely stated that she was going to cultivate and left directly, not even casting a glance at Yi Chun. This caused Sun Yi to furrow his brow slightly. However, Yi Chun paid no mind, bidding farewell to Sun Yi with a smile before departing calmly. Once Yi Chun had left, Sun Yi went to the backyard to find his daughter. Ruoxin, isn't your behavior a bit too aloof? After all, he did give you a spell. Sun Ruoxin, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Father, you simply do not understand. The fact that Yi Chun could gift me such a precious item indicates that he holds a special affection for me. A person like that, no matter how I treat him, would not feel hurt. He will continue to present gifts, regardless. But his one-sided affections are truly repulsive. What if I were to treat him kindly, and he mistakenly believes I share his feelings, becoming completely attached? It is far better to maintain a cold demeanor towards him. It brings only benefits. Sun Yi found it difficult to comprehend her reasoning, but it no longer mattered. As long as Yi Chun continued to bestow gifts upon his daughter, that was sufficient. After all, Yi Chun was indeed generous. Yi Chun, for his part, was indifferent to Sun Ruoxin's attitude and even understood it. Most women, if they perceive that you place too much importance on them, will naturally adopt a superior stance, despite being inferior in many aspects. Yet Yi Chun remained unconcerned, as he had no intention of being infatuated with Sun Ruoxin for life. Once he departed from Silver Moon Market to Qingyan City, he would undoubtedly encounter female cultivators of greater caliber. At that point, merely glancing at Sun Ruoxin would be a loss. So, if she wished to be haughty now, let her be. When he no longer catered to her, he would observe her discomfort. Once he had attained greater cultivation, he would see if she would seek his favor. At that time, he would ensure that Sun Ruoxin would perform a dance for him using the shadowless garment spell, ethereal and elusive. Shaking his head, Yi Chun ceased to ponder about Sun Ruoxin and instead immersed himself in the jade slip before him. The 5 elements concealment technique. Yi Chun placed significant importance on this spell. The ancestral patriarch of the Mo family had little time left. If no new foundational cultivators emerged from the Mo family, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. In such circumstances, being in Silver Moon Market would expose him to the repercussions, not to mention that Jin Zhao was also eyeing him covetously. With the 5 elements concealment technique acquired, he would have a greater assurance whether fleeing or retaliating against enemies. Regrettably, today he did not trigger a critical hit and thus did not obtain the guide's phantom. Had he done so, his learning of this spell would have progressed even faster. What a pity! Sun Ruoxin, having followed her father, had indeed seen the world. Ordinary things hardly astonished her. While pondering, Chen began to diligently cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. Chen had just begun to grasp the 5 elements concealment technique, managing to conceal himself while remaining stationary using the power of the 5 elements. However, any slight movement would reveal his presence. Yet, as his practice deepened, Chen increasingly appreciated the might of the 5 elements concealment technique. Firstly, the duration of invisibility was remarkable, as long as he remained undetected. He could stay concealed for 3 days and nights without issue. In contrast, the shadowless garment, even when perfected, allowed for only 2 hours of invisibility. Moreover, the 5 elements concealment technique, when fully mastered, would maintain its effect even upon movement, far surpassing the shadowless garment. Concluding his training for the day, Chen made his way to Lincour. Lincour and Lu Jing had now moved from the outskirts to a more central location, renting a place for 3 low-grade spirit stones a month. Whether intentional or coincidental, their courtyard remained closely adjacent, making it particularly convenient for Chen to visit either of them. Today, Chen intended to present Lincour with a gift, the Zen heart gazing technique, which he had purchased alongside the shadowless garment. Before long, Chen received a delightful response from Lincour. Gift successfully delivered. The gift was the Zen heart gazing technique. In a tenfold feedback, it was detected that the gift Chen presented was of utmost significance to the recipient and exceeded her expectations, causing a considerable fluctuation in her state of mind, triggering a critical reward. The reward was the Emperor's Fate Observation Technique. The Emperor's Fate Observation Technique, a royal technique of the Great Zhou dynasty, allows one to perceive cultivation levels, fortune, and vitality after mastery, disregarding all concealment and an entire realm of distinction, without being detected by the other party. Upon seeing this feedback, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This Emperor's Fate Observation Technique was extraordinarily powerful. It could easily provide him with comprehensive information about his enemies. Most importantly, it could disregard discrepancies in cultivation realms. This meant he could even assess foundational cultivators without them noticing. Remarkable. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, Chen unconsciously exerted more strength than intended, prompting Lincour to playfully glare at him, nudging his hand away from beneath her garment. Chapter 54. Even in the cultivation world, there are zero-cost purchases. Chen's life was exceedingly tranquil. Each day was dedicated to cultivation and learning spells. As for Sun Ruoxin, Chen continued to study talisman crafting. Sun Yi and his daughter regarded Chen as a gullible benefactor, seeking to have him purchase all manner of extravagant items. For instance, Sun Yi purposely acquired a beauty elixir, urging Chen to buy it. Cultivators age over time, and if one consumes the beauty elixir, they can maintain a youthful appearance even at hundreds of years old, making it highly sought after by female cultivators. However, the beauty elixir was a second-tier high-grade pill, which even Chen could not refine. Additionally, the materials were quite rare, costing 20 mid-grade spirit stones each, along with other assorted items like high-grade artifact-level hairpins and powerful defensive talismans. Despite knowing he was being taken advantage of, Chen remained unfazed. As long as he confirmed that the items were genuinely useful to Sun Ruoxin, he would readily part with his spirit stones without a second thought. This attitude astonished Sun Ruoxin, who had long viewed Chen as someone to be easily exploited. Was Chen truly so affluent? Moreover, did he harbor such an intense infatuation for her? Yet, sensing Chen's devotion, Sun Ruoxin's demeanor towards him did not soften. Instead, she grew even more aloof, scarcely bothering to address him as her junior. Chen took no offense. It was normal for an infatuated admirer to be treated in such a manner. After all, no matter how one treats you, if you continue to present gifts, their attitude will naturally worsen. Chen remained unaffected, for alongside his gift-giving, he was reaping substantial rewards thanks to the 15-fold multiplier. He discreetly dealt with easily manageable items and stored those that were difficult to sell in Silver Moon Market within his storage bag for future transactions. Presently, Chen had already acquired 1 high-grade spirit stone, not counting the treasures yet to be processed. This demonstrated the extent of his profits. Thus, Sun Yi and his daughter, greedily viewing him as an ATM, inadvertently played into Chen's hands. He only hoped that Sun Ruoxin would intensify her demands. In his room, Chen sat cross-legged upon the Shizhong jade mysterious bed, spirit energy surging within him. In the next moment, it felt as if an invisible shackle had been shattered. Chen opened his eyes, his gaze radiating brilliance. Thanks to the terrifying enhancement effects of the Shizhong jade mysterious bed, he had broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement in a mere 3 months, coming within a small realm of reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Beyond his cultivation, Yi Chen's mastery of spells had also progressed rapidly. For instance, with the 5 elements concealment technique, he could now maintain an invisible state even while moving at a very slow pace, and the effect was remarkable. For instance, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing came to seek me out. Despite being merely 3 meters away from the two, they remained oblivious to my presence. I even ventured to the Qingyun workshop to test this further. I stood inside the shop for half an hour, and even when Sun Yi emerged to appraise items, he failed to notice me. In addition, with the Heavenly Emperor's observation technique, Yi Chen could effortlessly perceive the cultivation levels and vitality of other practitioners. However, he still struggled to grasp the concept of fortune. Nevertheless, this was temporarily sufficient. For example, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were at the 4th layer of qi refinement. A fact Yu Chen observed with clarity. He could even discern the precise progress of their cultivation. Lu Jing, who focused solely on her practice and shunned the study of spells, was advancing more swiftly than Lin Kuo, potentially on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer. As for Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin, Yi Chen had a clear understanding of their cultivation levels as well. Sun Ruoxin was at the 6th layer of qi refinement, akin to Yi Chen's current standing. Yet, Sun Yi, it turned out, was a seasoned expert at the 9th layer, far surpassing Yi Chen's previous assumptions. His concealment was remarkably profound. Yi Chen speculated that even if he practiced the so-called Zen heart and qi observation technique, he would still be unable to perceive Sun Ye's true level. However, Yi Chen noted that Sun Ye's vitality appeared particularly wan, evidently having suffered severe injuries in the past. It was said that the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage demanded a high level of vitality. Given Sun Ye's condition, he was evidently out of chances. In summary, Yi Chen was highly satisfied with the effectiveness of his spells. He believed that his current abilities surpassed even those of the disciples of the Qingyun sect. He felt confident that he was invincible within the same tier in the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect. Facing loose cultivators and engaging in battles across 1 or 2 minor realms should pose little difficulty. This greatly enhanced Yu Chen's sense of security. After all, Jin Xiaodi was merely a loose cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Even if she sought revenge against him, he was now equipped to defend himself. Fellow Taoist, the steward has informed me that today's class has been cancelled. The specific rescheduling will be announced later. After completing his training, Yi Chen was about to head to the Qingyun workshop to see how Sun Ruoxin and her father intended to ensnare him when a servant from the workshop arrived to relay the cancellation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and asked, "Is steward's son occupied today?" The servant shook his head and quietly replied, 2 late-stage qi refinement cultivators from the Mo family S-Guard were killed last night, and 2 others were severely injured. It is said that someone murdered near the edge of the Silver Moon Market last night. The Mo family S-Guards pursued them, only to be ambushed. It seems to have been the work of those cultivators from the mountains. Upon receiving this news, Yi Chen's brow tightened. He had always been aware of a group of cultivators residing in the mountains. They were either those who had offended the Mo family or for other reasons could not enter the market. Thus, they primarily stayed in the mountains, hunting demonic beasts and gathering herbs, sending others to the market to exchange for spirit stones and resources. Those who could reside in the mountains were considered strong among loose cultivators. However, they had always refrained from provoking the Mo family, as the Mo family was a foundation establishment clan. If they were angered, their foundation establishment ancestors could easily descend upon the mountains and annihilate them. Yet now, they had dared to attack the Mo family S-Guards. Although the specific reasons remained unclear, Yi Chen sensed that it was undoubtedly linked to the Mo family's ancestor. Could it be that the ancestor of the Mo family had perished? After all, Sun Yi had mentioned that the ancestor had not appeared for 3 years. If he had indeed died, it would be normal for the Mo family to keep it under wraps. This was not good news for Yi Chen. After all, he possessed a gift feedback system that allowed him to easily accumulate resources and elevate his cultivation. A peaceful environment was far more favorable to Yi Chen. Chaos would not align with his interests. However, whether chaos would ensue was not for Yi Chen to decide. Who could predict what would transpire in the next few days? Thus, Yi Chen resolved to remain indoors. The nearby medicinal herb shop also announced a 2-day closure and even activated its defensive array to prevent any attempts at zero-cost acquisitions. In the cultivation world, zero-cost acquisitions were quite common since martial heroes often broke the law. Cultivators were inherently restless, and once the Silver Moon market descended into chaos, ordinary cultivators within would also be eager to act, hoping to profit from the turmoil. Naturally, these shops would be prime targets for plunder. Would Jin Xiaodi seize this opportunity to strike? Before nightfall, there was a knock at the gate. Yi Chen opened it to find Lu Jing and Lin Kuo. Lu Jing's eyes were filled with panic, and upon seeing Yi Chen, she let out a sigh of relief. There are many cultivators outside saying that the Mo family's ancestor is dead. They say that the mountain robbers will come to loot the market in the next few days. I am a bit scared, So I came here. Beside her, Lin Kuo regarded Lu Jing's demeanor with disdain, dressed in her fitted attire, and remarked, if chaos truly erupts, there will surely be many taking advantage of the situation. My cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement is rather low. Being with fellow Taoists, you would provide me with greater safety. Chen naturally would not refuse. Both women possessed a tenfold multiplier. If unforeseen circumstances arose, it would be a loss for him as well. Staying with him would undoubtedly be safer. Chen's courtyard housed only himself, along with a few vacant rooms, making it convenient to accommodate the two. He observed the situation outside, noting an unusual silence. Clearly, in such an atmosphere, most ordinary cultivators dared not wander about. Midnight arrived, and Chen rested peacefully. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. After listening carefully, he opened the door to allow the visitor in. What brings you here, Taoist Lu? Chen inquired with a smile. The visitor was none other than Lu Jing. She appeared in a sleeveless silk gown that closely enveloped her graceful figure. The buttons were not fully fastened, revealing her smooth, fair abdomen. Arriving at such an hour in this attire was undeniably provocative. Fellow Taoist Yi, I am still a bit frightened. Lu Jing looked at him with a pitiful expression. Who could resist such a forlorn sight? Chapter 55. Lu Jing's intentions unveiled. Observing Lu Jing standing at the door with a faint blush on her cheeks, Chen could not help but feel that her fear was merely a guise. It was evident that she was captivated by him, regardless of whether her fear was genuine. Her late-night visit carried a distinct implication. Indeed, it was just as he thought. Lu Jing gazed at Chen, her eyes reflecting a mixture of hesitation and determination. Unlike Lin Kuo, Lu Jing abhorred conflict and sought a life of tranquility. Her ideal was to marry a promising man who could provide her with protection and a stable life. In the past, Chen's low cultivation had rendered him unable to offer her any sense of security. However, the situation had changed. Chen's cultivation had surged, far exceeding her own. Moreover, his affluence was beyond imagination, as he continuously gifted various treasures, including magical artifacts, clothing, and spells. This indicated that Chen held a significantly high status within the Yi family. Perhaps there were cultivators in the Silver Moon market more promising than Chen. However, the question remained, would they treat her as well as Chen did? Would they be willing to bestow resources upon her as Chen had? The answer was evidently no. Thus, after much contemplation, Chen emerged as her best choice. Yet, Chen's flirtatious nature left Lu Jing feeling unsettled. Initially, it was only Lin Kuo, but now, according to rumors circulating outside, Chen had developed feelings for the daughter of the steward of Qingyan workshop. He frequently lavished gifts upon her, which only intensified Lu Jing's disdain for Chen's lack of fidelity in matters of the heart, while simultaneously heightening her sense of crisis. Lin Kuo was fine. They were both loose cultivators. Lu Jing felt confident in competing with her. But the daughter of the steward of Qingyan workshop was a different matter entirely. If, by any chance, Chen truly decides to wholeheartedly follow the other party and no longer pays attention to her, where could she go to weep? Thus, Lu Jing did not mind Chen's flirtations and planned to take the initiative. Even if Chen remained unfaithful, it mattered little to her. She wished for Chen to take her to Qingyan City, which lay adjacent to the Qingyan sect, a place under the protection of a golden core ancestor. No cultivator would dare to act recklessly in Qingyan City. Lu Jing genuinely longed to leave the Silver Moon market. The Yi family resided in Qingyan City. And if chaos erupted in the Silver Moon market, the Yi family would undoubtedly send someone to retrieve Chen. She wanted to leave as well. Thus, she arrived tonight, fully prepared psychologically. She looked at Chen with a hint of timidity. Friend Yi, I am somewhat afraid. May I sleep in your room tonight? Chen smiled gently. You may, but my room has only one bed. Lu Jing's fair face flushed. If there's only one bed, then there's nothing that can be done. You treat me so well. I trust you. Surely you wouldn't do anything, right? Though she said this, was it truly so simple? Sharing a bed, could they refrain from becoming intimate? This was akin to the theory of beasts from her past life. Most men would undoubtedly choose to act like beasts. Yet, Chen was different. With the Silver Moon market in turmoil and the possibility of the Mo family's ancestor being dead, Chen also contemplated leaving. Lin Kuo remained uncertain about her choices. Only Lu Jing's character might lead her to follow him. If she managed to win Lu Jing over, the lack of feedback would mean a significant loss. Who knew how long it would take to find a suitable partner in Qingyan City? Thus, for the time being, he truly had no choice but to act like a beast. However, having shared a bed, there was certainly a benefit to be savored. After all, they could both find joy in it. Therefore, Lu Jing settled into Chen's room. The night passed uneventfully, and outside, there was no anticipated chaos. Chen, disinterested in venturing out, rose to practice his cultivation, having not slept well. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo had also risen early, practicing her sword techniques in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Jing exit Yi Chen's room, her eyes widened in astonishment. A woman emerging from a man's room early in the morning clearly indicated she had spent the night there. Had Lu Jing gone to such lengths to compete for Yi Chen? With their bond established, would Yi Chen not prioritize Lu Jing when it came to gifts? A hint of hesitation appeared on Lin Kuer's cold visage. She yearned for Yi Chen's gifts. After all, his generosity had become increasingly lavish. Each gift was worth at least a mid-grade spirit stone, equivalent to the annual earnings of an average mid-stage cultivator. How could Lin Kuer simply relinquish this? Yet, with Lu Jing having gone this far, if she did not keep pace, would she not be unable to compete? But to keep pace, Lin Kuer found herself unable to accept it. Although Yi Chen was admirable and even more affluent and generous than she had imagined. With a cultivation talent that was not as poor as she had thought, her aspirations extended beyond merely belonging to a lowly Qi refinement family. She hoped to establish a foundation for herself, desiring a future partner who would at least be a foundation-building cultivator. Only then could she truly secure her place in the world of cultivation, rather than merely drifting along as a Qi refinement nobody. Yi Chen could not provide the life she envisioned. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, she resolved to pursue her cultivation. After completing her training, Yi Chen surveyed the Silver Moon Market, which remained eerily quiet. The foot traffic was significantly diminished compared to usual. Most shops were closed, with only a few, such as Qingyan Workshop, still operating. Clearly, they were all worried that the Mo family's ancestor had indeed perished. Yi Chen believed this tranquility would not last for long. If the Mo family's ancestor did not make an appearance soon, many would likely succumb to their greedy impulses. In the afternoon, Manager Zhang arrived. Upon seeing Lu Jing and Lin Kuer in the courtyard, he expressed surprise, followed by a sneer of disdain. Yi Chen truly was infatuated. Upon facing danger, he hurriedly brought not one but two women into his fold. At such a young age, he was already captivated by feminine allure. What future could he possibly have? However, Manager Zhang did not reveal his thoughts and instead engaged Yi Chen in conversation about current events. If the Mo family's ancestor was truly dead, the Silver Moon Market would undoubtedly descend into chaos. He had already dispatched someone to inform the family. If disorder did erupt, the shop would certainly be vacated. The family would send personnel to assist in evacuating, alleviating Yi Chen's concerns. Yi Chen nodded, feeling reassured that it was likely his father coming to fetch him. That night, Lu Jing once again knocked on Yi Chen's door, claiming fear as her excuse, allowing Yi Chen to experience the principle that might makes right. However, after some time, Lu Jing appeared particularly melancholic. Just as she was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. Kill. We are robbing. The Mo family's ancestor is dead. They have only 7 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, who cannot possibly withstand us. This is our chance for wealth. My dear, stay home with the children while I go take a look. If the opportunity arises, we shall no longer live in hardship. First, we shall eliminate the Mo family. Once they are gone, we can seize whatever we desire from the Silver Moon Market. Cries of violence and chaos echoed everywhere. Lu Jing's previously rosy complexion drained of color. Yi Chen comforted her and quickly dressed, leaping onto the rooftop. He activated the 5 elements concealment technique to shroud his presence while surveying the surroundings. Not far behind the commercial street lay the Mo family, occupying a vast expanse, essentially a quarter of the Silver Moon Market. At that moment, numerous cultivators had gathered before the Mo family's gates, their numbers exceeding 100, with the most formidable among them exuding a menacing aura. Using the Imperial Observation Technique, Yi Chen discerned that there were over 10 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, one of whom was even at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, an unexpected presence. Among the throng of cultivators, some bore the appearance of mountain dwellers, while others wore masks, likely opportunists from the Silver Moon Market ready to take advantage of the turmoil. With the Mo family's ancestor yet to appear, it was clear he had met his demise. The Mo family had dominated the Silver Moon Market for 30 years, amassing an unfathomable wealth, which should have belonged to wandering cultivators like them. At the leader's command, several fierce cultivators immediately began launching spells at the Mo family, attempting to breach their defenses. Although the Mo family's protective formation initially thwarted these spells, silence reigned within, emboldening the crowd to escalate their attacks. With more and more cultivators joining in, the Mo family's defenses began to falter. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, reflecting on the fragility of order within the cultivation world. However, just then, his eyes narrowed as a tall figure stealthily entered his courtyard. Observing the individual, who seemed oblivious to being noticed, Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Chapter 56. How could Yi Chen be so strong? Watching the shadow cautiously approach his room, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Jin Zhaodi had indeed come. Though they had never met, that broad physique, surpassing even that of a man, was an unmistakable characteristic. regardless of whether it was Jin Xiaodi or not. Her presence in the dead of night signaled trouble. Standing atop the roof, Chen retrieved the wind god's sword from his storage ring, narrowed his eyes on the shadow, and, as it drew nearer, leaped down, striking with his sword. Jin Xiaodi had been dwelling in the mountains for over half a year. The tragic demise of my younger brother remains unbearable. He merely sought the affection of a woman. What wrongdoing is there in that? As a member of a prominent family, surrounded by countless women, why must you covet my brother? To seize her away was one matter, but to act with such ruthless vengeance is another. You have slain those who dared to act, yet you still seek to implicate my brother. Relying on your familial connections, you conspired with the Mo family, leaving no survivors. This has led to the cruel death of my brother. And Lin Ku-er, with her disdain for the impoverished, is also a principal culprit. Jin Xiaodi has come to loathe Yi Chen, to despise Lin Ku-er, to harbor deep resentment for the Mo family. Each night, she finds no solace in sleep. Haunted by the visage of her bloodied brother, crying in pain, the specter of her deceased father looms, chastising her for her failure to protect her brother. Her only desire is to swiftly eliminate Yi Chen. She presumed that the opportunity for revenge would linger far into the future, yet unexpectedly, the Mo patriarch has perished. Now, she sees a chance to avenge her brother. Thus, Jin Xiaodi approaches Yi Chen's chamber, vowing to ensure his demise is not an easy one. As for Lin Ku-er, she plans to bury her alive, so that she may accompany her brother for eternity. Those who initially acted against her brother must also perish. Fueled by vengeance, Jin Xiaodi silently strides toward the door. At that moment, a chill runs down her spine, urging her to retreat. But it is too late. A figure lunges towards her from above, wielding a glimmering blade that effortlessly pierces through her hastily conjured protective spell. In the next instant, Jin Xiaodi feels her world spin violently. Amidst the chaos, she glimpses the face of her adversary, young and strikingly handsome, Yi Chen, the very person she yearned to kill. Reality dawns upon her only when her vision narrows to the ground and her fallen body. How could she have perished? Was Yi Chen not merely at the 5th level of qi refinement? Why did she possess no means to defend herself? In her confusion and bitterness, Jin Xiaodi breathes her last. Yi Chen gazes at her lifeless form, then lifts his head. In the adjacent room, Lin Ku-er peers in, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Yi Chen and the headless corpse before him. Upon recognizing the identity of the decapitated body, Jin Xiaodi, at the 7th level of qi refinement, her disbelief intensifies. How could Yi Chen possess such formidable strength? Signaling for silence, Lin Ku-er nods in astonishment and quickly shuts the door. Leaning against it, her heart races uncontrollably. She had always regarded Yi Chen as weak, believing his ascension to the 5th level was merely a result of pill consumption. She never imagined him to be her equal. Yet today, witnessing him slay Jin Xiaodi, a practitioner of the 7th level, felt surreal. The usually jovial Yi Chen, now armed with a sword and exuding an icy demeanor, delivered a profound shock to Lin Ku-er. How could Yi Chen be so powerful? The once firm belief in the supremacy of strength now left her mind in disarray. She stowed away Jin Xiaodi's remains in her storage ring, while Yi Chen contemplated the unfolding chaos. Would the Mo family withstand this onslaught? If they fell, a greater number of cultivators would surely join the fray. The Silver Moon market would undoubtedly succumb to a reckless purchase frenzy. Should he flee or await his family's arrival? Before he could decide, the air was filled with sounds of panic. Yi Chen leapt onto the rooftop, concealing himself to observe the situation. Before he could steady himself, his expression shifted dramatically. An ancient voice resonated from deep within the Mo family. Is this all you have? Such a pity. In the next moment, a figure ascended from the depths of the Mo family, revealing itself to all. The cultivators, who had previously been assaulting the Mo family and nearing the breach of their defenses, now stood frozen in disbelief. They gazed at the elderly man in the sky, their eyes filled with terror. Only a foundational stage cultivator could soar without assistance from magical artifacts. The Mo patriarch had not perished. Some practitioners stood paralyzed, while others gradually retreated into the crowd. The initially leading cultivators from the mountains, now in a state of panic, fled in haste. A swarm of ants. And now you choose to flee? The elder pointed, and even at a distance of several hundred meters, the fastest fleeing qi refinement practitioner exploded into a gruesome spectacle. The elder advanced step by step, unleashing spells with each gesture, leading to the demise of yet another cultivator. The terror of a foundational stage cultivator was now unmistakable. All those assailing the Mo family were gripped by sheer panic. They fled in desperation, but escape was futile. Anyone observed by the elder met with an inevitable death. Even from over 100 meters away, the suppressive force of a foundational stage cultivator was palpable. Even Yi Chen, a kilometer away, was drenched in sweat. Is this the might of a foundational stage cultivator? How awe-inspiring. If foundational powers exhibit such prowess, How formidable must those at the golden core or nascent soul levels be? Witnessing the overwhelming might of the foundational stage only intensified Chen's desire for strength. The slaughter did not persist long. The once vibrant streets fell silent, stained with blood. The Mo family began to emerge and clean up the aftermath, while their enforcers set out to capture any remaining threats. The Silver Moon market was filled with cries of despair, a reckoning for those who dared to challenge the cultivators. Chen shook his head. Activating his Heavenly Emperor's observation technique, he discerned the true cultivation level of the Mo patriarch, confirming him as a genuine foundational stage practitioner. Yet upon observing the patriarch's vitality, Chen's eyes narrowed. If Lin Ku's vitality resembled that of a mighty tree, then Lu Jing's was akin to a mere sapling. While the Mo patriarch's vitality appeared as nothing more than withered grass, swaying precariously in the wind, as if it could break at any moment. The Mo patriarch was truly at death's door, perhaps clinging to life for just another month. The earlier display of unrestrained violence was merely a desperate gasp for breath. Chapter 57. Lu Jing is alarmed. Fleeing is imperative. Upon learning of the Mo patriarch's true condition, Chen's mind was consumed with this singular thought. Regardless of whether his family had ascended to the foundational stage, he could no longer remain in the Silver Moon market. When the Mo patriarch passes, chaos would surely ensue. As for securing a place in the Qingyan sect, it would be ideal if he could manage it. Even if entry proved impossible, he could rely on the system to navigate his path smoothly, avoiding unnecessary peril. With newfound resolve, Chen returned home, embraced Lu Jing, offered her a few words of comfort, and then succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, news of the Mo patriarch's intervention spread throughout the Silver Moon market. Everyone learned that the patriarch had not met his demise. His absence had merely been a strategic ruse. Observing the bloodstains intentionally left on the streets, waves of Mo family retribution swept through, painting the market in a gruesome hue. Yet, the Silver Moon market gradually returned to its normal rhythm. Shops reopened, and cultivators resumed their activities. As for the numerous casualties, in the realm of cultivation, such matters hardly raised an eyebrow. No one seemed to care. Meanwhile, Chen made his way directly to Qingyan Square. What? You wish to purchase a flying vessel? Upon hearing Chen's intent, Sun Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. The flying boat is an aerial instrument, enabling cultivators to traverse vast distances with remarkable speed. However, its high cost corresponds to the substantial materials and intricate formations required in its construction. Even the most inferior flying boat demands a premium spirit stone, rendering it a luxury item for lower-tier cultivators. Only a handful of noble families or prodigies can afford such an acquisition, with foundation-building cultivators being the most likely buyers. Despite his considerable wealth, Sun Yi has yet to invest in a flying boat. Upon observing Chen's astonishment, he explained that the purchase was for his family. Sun Yi nodded but remained skeptical, even suspecting that Chen's father might have misappropriated family funds, contemplating an escape with the flying boat. Yet, Sun Yi was indifferent to the source of the funds. What mattered was his own ability to earn. With this in mind, Sun Yi remarked that the Qingyan workshop at Silver Moon Market had no flying boats prepared. If Chen desired one, he could send a message, and delivery would occur in about a month, contingent upon a deposit of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Chen readily agreed, paying the deposit for a low-grade flying boat. This vessel, lacking any special functions, was merely capable of flight and had limited capacity, accommodating only 3 individuals, yet it sufficed for Chen's intentions, as he planned to gift it to someone, aiming for a significant profit upon its delivery. Chen refrained from disclosing his foresight regarding the impending demise of the Mo family's elder, opting to prepare his own means of escape rather than relying entirely on family support. As a day passed, the Silver Moon market returned to its tranquil state. The previous bloodshed seemingly a mere dream, with occasional murmurs of it. This stark reality underscored for Chen the expendability of life in the cultivation world, a notion that clashed with his upbringing in a peaceful environment. Eagerly awaiting the arrival of the flying boat, he yearned to flee to Qingyun City at the earliest opportunity. Chen diligently practiced, his vitality flourishing and cultivation progressing steadily. Under the formidable effects of the Shizhong Jade Bed, he felt confident that he could reach the 7th tier of qi refining within 6 months. After Lu Jing and Lin Ku moved in, Lu Jing had no intention of leaving, frequently visiting Chen's room at night. Initially, she felt apprehensive, fearing that once Chen possessed her, he might lose interest and discard her, as many men in the cultivation realm are known to do. However, her anxiety morphed into impatience as Chen hesitated to take the final step, leaving her bewildered. She was acutely aware of his physical condition, which posed no issues, so she pondered the reason for his reticence. Over the past few days, Lu Jing had even taken the initiative, yet still met with no success. What reassured her, however, was Yichen's inquiry about whether she would accompany him to Qingyun City. This was precisely her goal, making refusal impossible. She even ceased giving gifts to Lin Kuo, seeking to appear as the favored one in Yichen's eyes, alleviating her concerns in other areas. Her only dissatisfaction stemmed from the relentless torment of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo, upon realizing Lu Jing would not be departing, altered her own plans. After all, with Lu Jing residing nearby, who could say if she might completely win Yichen over? If Lin Kuo moved away, it would be like handing Lu Jing an opportunity. Yet, as time passed, Lin Kuo felt increasingly uneasy. Lu Jing prepared meals for Yichen, often inviting Lin Kuo, but when it came to feeding Yichen, the intimacy was palpable, with Lu Jing sometimes sitting on his lap. By nightfall, Lu Jing's visits to Yichen's room became more overt, and he spent most of his leisure time with her, neglecting to bestow gifts upon Lin Kuo, who felt increasingly sidelined despite their shared living arrangement. This sense of exclusion weighed heavily on Lin Kuo. Yet, what could she do? Should she shamelessly surrender herself like Lu Jing? She found herself reluctant, even after witnessing Yichen defeat the 7th-tier qi refining cultivator Xianxiaudi. But leaving was equally unthinkable. Yichen's wealth was considerable, with gifts starting from mid-grade spirit stones. A temptation too great for a wandering cultivator like her to dismiss. Moreover, the prospect of going to Qingyun City tantalized her, representing vast opportunities. Thus, Lin Kuo found herself in a daily struggle, torn between the fear of growing distant from Yichen and the moral dilemma of submission. Chapter 58. One may deceive friends, but not oneself. A month swiftly elapsed. Following last month's upheaval, the Silver Moon market regained its calm, with no one daring to provoke the Mo family again. Meanwhile, Yichen accumulated spirit stones diligently. On the last day of the month, Steward Zhang excitedly approached the courtyard, announcing that the family had sent word of the patriarch's successful breakthrough. He was currently in seclusion, stabilizing his realm. Yichen's spirits soared at this news. The patriarch had indeed ascended to the foundation building stage. This was undoubtedly excellent news. With the patriarch's breakthrough, Yichen could leave unreservedly and even secure a chance to enter the Qingyun sect, truly a stroke of fortune. Furthermore, the presence of a foundation-building elder in the Yi family would also benefit him, providing a sense of security and a solid backing. Observing Yichen's elation, Steward Zhang grinned, congratulating him on his soon-to-be secured spot in the Qingyun sect. However, he added that he had heard of Yichen and his brother's performances over the past 2 years, which were reportedly similar. Therefore, they might need to refine pills on-site to compete for the allocation of spots. Steward Zhang's words were laced with a desire to witness Yichen's embarrassment. Yet, he was taken aback by Yichen's confident response. Is that so? Then it seems this spot is destined for me. Yichen's self-assured demeanor caught Steward Zhang off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Are you joking? I know your abilities all too well. If it weren't for me arranging for someone to sell you foundation pills, you would likely have failed your tasks. And with your current pill refining skills, is it any wonder you've stooped to learning talisman making? Steward Zhang thought, incredulous that Yichen might have convinced himself of his own deception. Nonetheless, he held his tongue, only smiling and congratulating Yichen, reminding him not to forget his roots once he entered the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing of the Yi family patriarch's breakthrough, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were astonished. Lu Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having a foundation-building elder as a backing provided immense security. That evening, Lu Jing almost took the plunge with Yichen, while Lin Kuo, still hesitating, found herself increasingly flustered. Originally, she believed that Yichen had no future. But now his cultivation had significantly improved, and his alchemical family had ascended to the foundation-building level. There was even a substantial possibility of him entering the Qingyun sect as a disciple. The current Yichen appeared to be someone she could no longer aspire to reach, which filled her heart with regret. Had she known this would happen, she would never have resigned from the Iya Danpu. In that case, she could have enjoyed Yichen's company exclusively. Now, it was evident that Yichen and Lu Jing had already formed a partnership. If she were to join them, wouldn't that mean sharing him with another? Lin Kuo felt somewhat reluctant. Yet, Yichen was becoming increasingly exceptional. If she did not seize the opportunity soon, she might miss it entirely. Thus, Lin Kuo found herself unable to sleep that night. Early the next morning, Yichen made his way to Qingyun Square, as he had received a notification that the items he had ordered had arrived. Upon reaching Qingyun Square, a servant led him directly to the second floor, where Sun Yi was already waiting for him. Sun Yi held a small boat-shaped object in his hands and, upon seeing Yichen, smiled and announced, "Your flying boat has arrived. It can travel 1,000 miles daily. With this, you can reach Qingyun City in just 2 days. It can soar to a height of 600 meters. However, if you ascend too high, you must maintain a protective shield yourself, or else the winds will be too fierce." Heights of 1 to 200 meters are generally sufficient, for if you encounter demon beasts at greater altitudes and sustain damage, it could lead to dire consequences. This basic flying boat, aside from its flight and resizing capabilities, lacks any additional features, so exercise extreme caution in its use. The consumption of spiritual power is considerable. Given your current cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refining, it should last you about half a day. As he spoke, Sun Yi handed the small boat to Chen. Upon inspecting it, Chen raised an eyebrow. The boat was inscribed with various patterns, and when he infused it with spiritual power, it immediately emitted a radiant glow. In the next moment, it levitated and began to slowly rotate, expanding until it reached a length of 2 meters and a width of 1 meter. The boat accommodated only 3 seats, making it quite small. If one were to compare it, it resembled a Wuling mini-car from a past life, functional but rather limited. After all, its features were scant. It could merely fly. It offered no protection from wind or rain, and if one encountered danger at great heights, they could only hope for the best. Relying solely on spiritual power to operate it, it could only be described as barely usable. Nevertheless, Chen was not in a hurry. He would trigger the system's feedback the following day. At that point, he could attend the class and gift this flying boat to Sun Ruoxin. With a 15-fold enhancement, the Wuling would surely transform into something akin to an Ao Ming 8. Chen readily provided the required spiritual stones. A large quantity of inferior spiritual stones made Sun Ye's eyes sparkle with excitement. Chen was undoubtedly wealthy. If only he could gift this flying boat to his daughter. However, Sun Yi knew that was unlikely. 50 medium-grade spiritual stones constituted a significant sum. There was no way Chen would give such a treasure to anyone else. Chen, during this delivery, I also received a new batch of spells, some of which are quite powerful. Would you like to take a look? My daughter is quite fond of them. Hearing the sales pitch, Chen would have purchased them previously, especially with the 15-fold feedback. But who could predict when the Mo family's elder would pass away, or how long the Mo family could conceal it, or when chaos would erupt in the Silver Moon Market? He might even have to flee Qingyan City. Good items would surely be more abundant in Qingyan City, making it unnecessary to squander spiritual stones here. Thus, with a smile, Chen shook his head in refusal and took his leave, much to Sun Ye's disappointment. Many of those items would have been suitable for his daughter, yet Chen's attitude seemed to have shifted. Could it be that his daughter was too indifferent, even causing someone as devoted as Chen to contemplate giving up? As he pondered, Sun Yi felt compelled to speak to his daughter. Chen would call him junior brother when gifting, yet when he refrained from giving, he would not even spare a glance. Sometimes, even during class, he would abruptly declare he needed to create talismans and leave. Sun Yi reflected on his own feelings if he were in Chen's position. Facing such disregard from a female cultivator, even if he had strong feelings for her, he would find it difficult to endure such a lack of dignity. If Chen chose not to pursue her anymore, it was understandable. While it was regrettable to lose such a lucrative source, he would not compel his daughter to do anything against her will. So, it was best to leave things as they were. After all, he had already profited considerably from Chen. The Mo family elder's survival indicated that the Silver Moon Market could remain stable for several more years. If he could accumulate more spiritual stones over the next 2 years, he would have a better chance of sending his daughter to her master's sect. However, the following morning, upon receiving a message from the sect's communication talisman, Sun Ye's expression changed dramatically. A grave situation had arisen. Chapter 59, The Sun Family Must Flee. As he gazed at the characters displayed on the communication talisman, Sun Ye's complexion darkened considerably. Under normal circumstances, communication talismans were rarely employed. Their use indicated a serious matter. Just then, Sun Ruoxin entered the room. Noticing her father's grave demeanor, she approached him with long strides. When Sun Ruoxin read the text on the communication talisman, her delicate features paled instantly. There were unusual movements among the demon beasts in the mountains, and a family had provoked second-tier demon beasts targeting the Silver Moon Market. The Mo family elder had perished, and Mo Wudao had failed to break through and died. The Silver Moon Market was in peril. We must return immediately, Sun Ruoxin exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. Is this true, father? She asked, her voice trembling. Sun Yi nodded gravely. It was indeed true. The Qingyan sect maintained a strong grip on its territory. Any moderately sized family or potentially dangerous area was closely monitored. The Qingyan sect would not permit threats to exist within its domain. There have been instances where a family with a prodigy surged through to the Golden Core stage and attempted to usurp the Qingyan sect, ultimately leading to its annihilation, which had significantly weakened the sect. Afterward, the Qingyan sect had learned from this experience, increasing its surveillance and providing certain families with opportunities to enter the sect. Clearly, some families had set their sights on the profits of the Silver Moon Market and sought to seize it, provoking the demon beasts. As for why the Qingyan sect did not intervene, It was because the sect did not wish for the family powers within its ranks to become too strong and might even intentionally incite conflict to weaken them. Gather your belongings. We must prepare to leave, Sun Yi declared decisively. Second-tier demon beasts were not to be trifled with, since the Mo family elder had already died. The Silver Moon Market could not withstand the onslaught. The demon beasts would not fear what Qingyun Square had to offer. Thus, they had to flee. Sun Ruoxin felt a mix of anticipation and dread. Hearing her father mention the situation, Sun Ye's expression darkened even further. How could they traverse the chasm filled with demon beasts? Would they have to traverse the surrounding mountains? He could manage, but his daughter, at only the 6th level of qi refining, faced too great a danger. If only they had a flying boat. Hadn't Chen ordered one? Was it delivered? Sun Ruoxin inquired. If it had already arrived, then they wouldn't sell it to Chen. However, Sun Yi let out a bitter laugh. I notified Chen yesterday to sell him the flying boat. Sun Yi was clearly distressed. He had been quite pleased with the profit from the spiritual stones, only to regret the decision just one day later. He had no idea the news would arrive so soon. He could have sold it to me. Sun Yi bore no ill will towards Chen, but in a life and death crisis, he could not afford to be sentimental. His daughter's life was paramount. As for whether Chen would perish without a flying boat, that was of no concern to him. He merely left behind an alchemist to gather the shop's belongings into a storage bag, ready to leave at any moment. After giving his instructions, Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin proceeded to the back courtyard of the Iya Danpu to find Chen. Standing at the door, Sun Ruoxin bit her lip lightly. The flying boat was a matter of life and death, and she was determined to obtain it. Chen, who holds himself in high regard, lavishes upon himself numerous precious gifts. It is unlikely that he would deny his own wishes and would surely agree to sell the flying boat to himself. As for the consequences of him losing the flying boat, despite a twinge of guilt, Sun Ruoxin could not afford to dwell on that. A gentle knock echoed through the door, and soon a mortal maid appeared to open it. Upon hearing the purpose of their visit, she promptly went to inform Chen. Shortly thereafter, they were welcomed into the small courtyard. Chen was seated in a pavilion within the campus, enjoying tea with Lu Jing, while Lin Kuo practiced her spells nearby. Upon seeing Sun Ruoxin and Sun Yi, Chen rose with a bright smile, greeting them with warmth. What brings my esteemed senior and sister here? I was just contemplating attending class this afternoon. Sun Yi chuckled softly but remained silent, while Sun Ruoxin observed Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, shaking her head slightly. It was evident that the two women had been living with Chen. While they showered him with gifts and pursued his affection, they also resided with other female cultivators. Such behavior on Chen's part was indeed rather promiscuous. In this situation, he still dared to pursue her. Did he truly believe that she, the illustrious Sun Ruoxin, would share a partner like those wandering cultivators? It was akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Any lingering guilt she had evaporated in that moment. Sun Ruoxin regarded Chen with a respectful gesture and spoke. Junior brother, I have a matter on which I seek your assistance. At her words, Chen raised an eyebrow. This Sun Ruoxin, who seldom acknowledged him, had come seeking him out. Certainly, there was a purpose behind her visit. Some women behave like this, indifferent when not in need, yet warm when they require something. However, one should not expect that helping them would garner any affection in return. Once they have utilized your assistance, they would just as easily forget you. Nevertheless, despite his understanding, Chen maintained a smile and replied, Sister, you are too courteous. Feel free to speak your mind. Sun Ruoxin swiftly continued. Yesterday, you purchased a flying boat at Qingyun Square. However, an incident has arisen in Qingyun City that pertains to me. Therefore, I wish to kindly request you to part with the boat and sell it to me. I offer 50 middle-grade spirit stones. As she spoke, Sun Ruoxin produced the spirit stones she had prepared in advance. The sight of the 50 vibrant middle-grade spirit stones astonished both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo. They were aware of Chen's wealth, but were taken aback by the magnitude of his expenditure on a flying boat. Such extravagance. Chen raised an eyebrow at Sun Ruoxin's desire to purchase the flying boat. Had he been unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Mo family's elder, he might not have thought much of it. However, he did know. At such a critical moment, it was highly suspect that Sun Ruoxin suddenly wished to buy the boat. He could not believe that there was no connection to the situation at hand. Moreover, with the Sun family's ties to Qingyun sect, they would undoubtedly possess more detailed information. Thus, it was not merely Sun Ruoxin wanting to leave. It was evident that the entire Sun family was preparing to flee. If Sun Yi was fleeing, it indicated that Qingyun Square was also abandoning ship. And if even Qingyun Square was in flight, it suggested that the Silver Moon Market had become untenable. Chen turned to Sun Yi. Are you also preparing to depart, senior son? Sun Yi narrowed his eyes slightly at the question but nodded in affirmation. This was confirmation enough. If even a 9th level qi refining cultivator like Sun Yi was in a hurry to escape, It was clear that the Silver Moon Market was indeed no longer safe. Chen stroked his chin, pondering aloud. When do you and sister plan to leave? Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin's expression shifted. His inquiry was too probing. She began to suspect that Chen might have discerned something. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Ruoxin decided to be forthright. We will be leaving shortly. Such haste. Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing that the situation was graver than he had initially thought. Sun Ruoxin anxiously awaited his response, fearing that he might refuse to sell her the flying boat. After all, it was a matter of life and death, no matter how fond Chen was of her. He could not possibly relinquish his chance of survival for her sake. Meanwhile, Sun Yi was already preparing for action. In the face of life and death, there was no right or wrong. If Chen refused, he would have no choice but to seize the opportunity. For cultivators, such behavior was nothing out of the ordinary. As Sun Ruoxin waited anxiously, Chen suddenly smiled. Sister, you are being too formal. You have come to me for assistance, and I am delighted. How could I accept your spirit stones? If you need it, then I shall gift you the flying boat without hesitation. With that, Chen reached into his robe, feigning to retrieve something from his storage pouch. In the next moment, he produced the small flying boat. Hearing Chen's words and witnessing the boat being presented to her, Sun Ruoxin was left astounded. She had anticipated merely purchasing it, but had not expected Chen to gift it to her outright. That was 50 middle-grade spirit stones. More importantly, at this moment, the flying boat represented not only wealth, but also the hope of survival. With second-tier demonic beasts imminent, no one knew how many would emerge. Remaining here was tantamount to certain death. Yet, the Heavystone Canyon was also plagued by second-tier beasts, making escape impossible. Gazing into Chen's earnest eyes, Sun Ruoxin bit her lip, feeling guilt stir within her for the first time. Chen cherished her so dearly. Yet she was poised to seize his sole opportunity for survival. This turmoil churned within her heart. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Junior brother, thank you. However, this flying boat is precious. It would not be right for me to accept it as a gift. Please, take the spirit stones. 50 middle-grade spirit stones was no trifling amount. In the past, Sun Ruoxin might have happily accepted them. Yet now, perhaps in an effort to alleviate her guilt, she extended the stones toward him. Sun Yi, standing nearby, contemplated intervening but hesitated to speak. Nevertheless, Chen decisively rejected the offer. What nonsense! Accepting spirit stones would imply a transaction, and I cannot abide that. Thus, he turned away, speaking with a stern tone. Sister, you are being overly formal. If you insist on offering spirit stones, then I shall not sell it. His stance caused Sun Ruoxin to grit her teeth in frustration. At this moment, Sun Yi interjected. Ruoxin, this is your junior brother's heartfelt gesture. To refuse would seem ungrateful. Though surprised by Chen's infatuation with his daughter, seeing him willing to part with the flying boat, Sun Yi understood that Chen's continued presence in the Silver Moon Market would lead to his demise. Giving the spirit stones to Chen would be a waste. Since Chen was adamant about not accepting them, it was best to go with the flow. Sun Yi intended to say more but noticed Chen speaking again. Sister, since you are in such a hurry to leave, it would be best to depart promptly. Witnessing Chen's consideration for her stirred a deeper unease in Sun Ruoxin's heart. Yet, Sun Yi, anxious about the unpredictable arrival of the demonic beasts, ushered his daughter away with a few polite words. As they reached the courtyard gate, Sun Ruoxin paused. Turning back to Chen, she bowed earnestly and said, Thank you. Junior brother, I will not forget your kindness. Chen, hearing her heartfelt words, smiled and nodded. He watched as Sun Ruoxin departed. Once she was gone, the courtyard fell silent once more. Lu Jing and Lin Kuo exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Chen paid no heed to their thoughts and instructed Lu Jing to gather her belongings. After issuing this command, he disregarded Lin Kuo's reaction. As for Sun Ruoxin's final display of emotion, Chen scoffed, feeling a twinge of disgust. Her behavior only solidified the reality that remaining in the Silver Moon Market was a certain path to death. In this scenario, the other party unhesitatingly came to deceive him of the flying boat. Moreover, despite the flying boat having 3 seats, they did not even suggest bringing him along. Nor were they willing to offer any hints or disclose any information. They showed a complete disregard for his life. Clearly a self-serving woman. She ultimately sought to indulge in her own emotions, addressing him as a sincere junior brother, claiming she would never forget him. It was utterly disgusting. However, despite being nauseated by the actions of the Sun family, Chen's spirits remained remarkably high. The flying boat he had purchased was originally intended as a gift. Just as the system notification chimed in his mind, he received confirmation of the successful gift-giving. The gift was a low-grade flying boat, with a 15-fold feedback detected. It was revealed that this gift was of utmost significance to the recipient, Sun Ruoxin, exceeding her expectations and causing a significant emotional upheaval, thus triggering a critical reward. The reward was a top-tier flying boat, the Yuanyu Tower ship. The Yuanyu Tower ship, crafted from exquisite materials and inscribed with myriad formations, could fly at astonishing speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour, ensuring a remarkably smooth journey, free from turbulence and less faced with unforeseen events. It boasted dual power sources capable of being propelled by magical energy or directly embedded with spirit stones. Additionally, it featured a concealment formation, rendering it undetectable in the skies. A defensive formation capable of withstanding attacks from foundational cultivators for 100 breaths, an offensive formation unleashing spells with the potency of a 9th-level chi refinement, and an acceleration formation that could temporarily double its speed, albeit at a significant strain on the materials and formations, making it unsustainable for long durations. As he perused the extensive description, Chen could no longer suppress his smile. Although Sun Ruoxin was repugnant, the 15-fold feedback and critical enhancement brought him immense satisfaction. A common low-grade flying boat had transformed into a premier vessel. To state it was akin to upgrading to a luxury vehicle would not be an exaggeration. Thus, while Sun Ruoxin remained insufferable, her utility was undeniable. Upon arriving at Qingyan City, if he could not find a higher multiplier for feedback, Sun Ruoxin could still prove beneficial. As he pondered, Chen gathered all his belongings into his storage ring. Upon exiting his room, distant shrieks and wails suddenly echoed. A second-tier demon beast. Run. Quickly summon the ancestor of the Mo family. Only they can withstand it. Why was the Mo family still silent? Alongside the shouts of cultivators, a rumbling sound continuously resonated. It was evident that a colossal entity had entered the market. Chen now comprehended why the father-daughter duo of Sun Ruoxin had been so eager to flee. Soon, the voices of the outside cultivators grew increasingly desperate. Neither the ancestor of the Mo family nor the Mo family's law enforcement team had made an appearance. When a brave cultivator dared to intrude upon the Mo family, they discovered that the once bustling estate was now deserted, having vacated the Silver Moon Market without a trace. As this news spread, chaos erupted throughout the Silver Moon Market. Some cultivators immediately fled with their families, while others saw an opportunity and began to loot amidst the turmoil. After all, the second-tier demon beast would not arrive immediately. Consequently, flames erupted throughout the Silver Moon Market. Lu Jing trembled in fear, her eyes alighting upon Chen as though he were a beacon of hope, rushing to his side. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo, grasping her magical artifact, wore a vigilant expression. Just as Chen was about to speak, a commotion arose from the front courtyard. A corpulent figure crashed through the back door of the store, tumbling into the courtyard, bloodied and groaning in agony. This scene startled both women, with Lu Jing instinctively retreating behind Chen. Chen observed the fallen figure with a raised eyebrow. It was none other than Zhang, the usually cheerful steward, now lying on the ground like a lifeless dog. Upon seeing Chen, he struggled to rise and utter something. But a gust of wind claimed his head, sending it rolling away. Chen sighed upon witnessing the demise of Zhang, who had always sought to ensnare him. Little did he expect that before he could take action, the steward would meet his end. The next moment, Chen turned to face the entrance, where a man and a woman emerged. The man was tall and robust, bearing a scarred face radiating a menacing aura, unmistakably a bandit. The male cultivator cast a disdainful glance at Chen and the others before swaggering over to Zhang's corpse, retrieving several storage bags from the steward's waist. The goods from the medicinal shop and spirit stones are all here. This haul is indeed profitable. Let us move before the demon beasts arrive. It will be troublesome then. This display of arrogance momentarily relieved Lu Jing and the others, but the female cultivator seized the moment to hold back her companion. Qin, that pretty boy is Chen, the foremost sycophant of the Silver Moon Market. He has gifted magical artifacts and even premium rings to female cultivators. He is a favored member of the Yi family and worth a fortune. Upon hearing this, the male cultivator's eyes lit up, scrutinizing Chen as if he were a rare flower. So this sycophant is he? I've heard of him in the mountains and have longed to eliminate such a character. Since fate has brought us together, I shall dispatch him swiftly. At this, the female cultivator cast a gleeful glance at Chen, her eyes filled with malice. This is for your previous indifference towards me. Now, I shall see you perish. Chen could not help but scrutinize her further. Initially, he had not recognized her. But after a moment, he recalled that she was the one who had replaced Lin Kuo, attempting to seduce him but lacking the qualifications for a reward, thus being ignored. To think she had turned out to be a traitor, now seeking revenge. Women's vindictiveness truly knows no bounds. Yet why bother? Zhang was dead, and he had no interest in the goods stolen from the medicinal shop. Wouldn't it be simpler for them to part ways peacefully? Why must one court disaster? The male cultivator cracked his neck, a cruel smile gracing his lips. I detest sycophants the most. They harm both others and themselves. Boy, do not resist. And I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall break your limbs and toss you to the streets for the demon beasts to devour. I suspect you would find that utterly intolerable. Are these two women to your liking? Then they shall belong to me. Regrettably, time was short, otherwise he would have relished the opportunity to toy with Chen. This male cultivator was confident, believing killing Chen would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. However, he did not finish his sentence before a resounding explosion echoed. The male cultivator was sent crashing to the ground, his golden aura flickering momentarily before vanishing. Fear gripped his face as he scrambled to his feet, staring in shock at Chen. Had it not been for a mid-grade protective artifact that activated automatically, he would have perished in that instant. Though puzzled by Chen's formidable attack, the male cultivator felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, and he began to retreat slowly. He had already amassed a significant haul. There was no need to risk complications over this sycophant. However, as he attempted to flee, Chen raised his hand once more and pointed. The male cultivator's expression shifted as his aura flared up, barely managing to defend himself. His eyes, however, burned with murderous intent. You're overstepping. You, a mere 6th-level chi refinement. How long can you withstand this? With a serene smile, Chen calmly continued to point, launching a series of invisible, profound golden sword strikes. The male cultivator dodged and counterattacked with wind blades, but all were effortlessly deflected by the shield before Chen. At long last, as Chen pointed once more, the male cultivator's defensive artifact reached its limit and shattered into fragments. Yet, the male cultivator felt no sorrow. In the midst of evasion, he had already closed the distance to a mere 5 meters from Chen. In that instant, he unleashed a sudden surge of speed and hurled a punch towards Chen's head. His physical form was exceedingly robust, convinced of his invincibility as an 8th-layer chi refiner, especially against Chen, who was merely a 6th layer. Seizing the opportunity to engage up close, the male cultivator believed Chen was doomed. However, he was swift, and Chen was swifter. A terrifying wave of vitality erupted from Chen, akin to the roar of a dragon. In the next moment, Chen unleashed a punch. The male cultivator's expression shifted, but Chen's speed was too rapid. He had no time to react before Chen's fist struck his skull. In an instant, the male cultivator's cranium exploded, blood and bone flying in all directions. Chen disdainfully raised a hand, conjuring a protective shield to shield himself from the splatter. Only after completing this grim task did the headless corpse of the male cultivator crash heavily to the ground. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. The female cultivator, who had previously instigated the conflict with venomous glares, was left utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Lu Jing gazed at Chen with nothing but admiration. As for Lin Kuduru, she stood in a daze. Witnessing Chen slay Jin Zhaodi that night had already been unfathomable, but this scene was far more shocking. Chen had effortlessly dispatched a cultivator of the 8th layer of chi refinement. How is that even possible? Chapter 62. Chen, I owe you nothing. Chen paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the two women behind him. After confirming that he had not been splattered with anything distasteful, he turned his attention to the female cultivator who had instigated the conflict. Noticing Chen's gaze, she trembled, her voice quavering. She could hardly believe that Chen Good, an 8th-layer chi refiner, had met his demise at Chen's hands. Was it not said that Chen was a waste, pitifully weak and reliant on his family? Such claims were utterly false. A 6th-layer chi refiner slaying an 8th-layer chi refiner. If that was considered a waste, who could dare to call themselves a genius? Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I am willing to be your maid, to serve you like a beast for a lifetime, she pleaded. Yet, before she could finish her desperate entreaty, Chen raised a finger, and a blood hole erupted in her forehead, her body collapsing in despair. Chen regarded her lifeless form with a stoic expression. To even think of becoming my maid. How naive. Approaching the male cultivator's corpse, he retrieved several storage bags. Chen had no intention of being greedy. This would undoubtedly count as merit, aiding him in securing a place within the Qingyan sect. He looked up and could now distinctly hear the terrifying roars of monstrous beasts growing ever closer, encroaching upon the heart of the Silver Moon Market. Chen turned to the still somewhat dazed Lu Jing and Lin Ku-er, calmly inquiring, "Would you care to accompany me to Qingyan City?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jing nodded, and Lin Ku-er followed suit, her previous doubts overshadowed by the immense impact of Chen's earlier display. She had once believed she would surpass him. Yet the chasm between them had only widened. Chen was undeniably a genius. Under such circumstances, Lin Ku-er's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Another beastly roar echoed, reverberating through the air, accompanied by the wails and cries of numerous cultivators. From the sounds alone, it was evident that they were less than 500 meters away. Lin Ku-er and Lu Jing, gripped by fear, felt a deep sense of regret. If only Chen had not given the flying vessel to Sun Ruoxin. They could have simply sailed away. That Sun Ruoxin must have known something was amiss to request the flying vessel. Otherwise, such timing would be impossible. That wretched woman. Yi Daoyu, Sun Ruoxin's request for the flying vessel has put us in peril. Yi Daoyu has treated her with such kindness, yet she repays you with betrayal. She is truly malicious. I have never encountered such a vile woman. The two women seized the moment to disparage Sun Ruoxin, for they had competed for Yi Chen's favor for so long without resolution. However, Sun Ruoxin possessed a significant background and a greater advantage, posing a more substantial threat to the two of them. Thus, they found common ground in their disdain for her. Upon hearing their words, a smirk curled upon Yi Chen's lips. He summoned forth the flying vessel awarded by the system. At the moment the vessel materialized, the two women fell silent, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yi Chen had produced yet another flying vessel. This one appeared even more luxurious, measuring a full 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, entirely obsidian, capable of accommodating dozens of individuals. This was no mere flying vessel. It could be aptly termed a floating ship. How could Yi Chen possess such extravagant means? Surely, his father had discovered a spirit stone mine. The two women were utterly taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Yet, amidst their astonishment, Lu Jing felt a surge of elation. Having already resolved to support Yi Chen, the stronger and wealthier he became, the better it would be for her. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer's already fragile composure was further destabilized. Hearing the approaching roars of beasts, Yi Chen promptly boarded the ship, commanding, "Let us depart." The two women hurriedly followed. Although the Yuan-Yu floating ship could withstand the attacks of foundational cultivators, Yi Chen preferred to avoid confrontation. Under his guidance, the ship ascended swiftly. As Yi Chen stood high above, he beheld a colossal ape, towering over 10 meters, wreaking havoc in the silver moon market. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage appeared as fragile as ants before the giant. In other areas, many cultivators were engaging in rampant pillaging and slaughter. The entire silver moon market was engulfed in flames. Gazing down at the very first stop of his journey, Yi Chen felt a fleeting pang of nostalgia, quickly replaced by anticipation. Qingyan City promised greater prosperity, and the Qingyan sect would undoubtedly host even more exceptional female cultivators. His system would yield far better results in such an environment. With that thought, Yi Chen felt no lingering attachment, steering the floating ship away from the silver moon market. Meanwhile, a modest flying vessel sped forward in the sky. On board were 3 individuals, each bearing expressions of survival after calamity. Sun Ruoxin, with her head bowed, had slightly reddened eyes. Though she had never cared for Yi Chen, the fact that he had unhesitatingly gifted her the flying vessel weighed heavily on her conscience, especially considering she had severed his path to survival. This left her feeling deeply remorseful, convinced she had wronged him. Touching the bracelet Yi Chen had gifted her, Sun Ruoxin softly murmured, "Yi Chen, I am truly sorry. Once I break through to the foundational stage in the future, I will assist the Yi family to repay your kindness." Sun Yi, piloting the vessel, heard his daughter's words and offered words of comfort. Do not be overly distressed. Even if Yi Chen possesses a flying vessel, with his cultivation, he cannot fly far. In the wilderness, he would still face peril from bandits. It is merely a matter of early or late demise. If he can aid you, it is his honor. Do not dwell on this matter, for it may hinder your cultivation. At these words, Sun Ruoxin nodded resolutely. Yi Chen may cherish her, but to her, he was merely a transient figure. Having promised to help the Yi family, she felt that her debt to Yi Chen was settled. Very well, Sun Ruoxin declared, firmly casting aside any lingering thoughts of Yi Chen. 2 days later, after verifying their identities, they entered the city. Sun Yi settled his daughter before heading directly to the Qingyun workshop in Qingyun City, where he intended to meet his master. However, an entire day passed without further developments. Sun Ruoxin was anxiously awaiting good news from her father. Upon observing his pallor, she sensed that something was amiss. Hastily, she inquired, "Father, is it that my master or ancestor does not wish to accept me as a disciple?" Sun Ruoxin believed that her only path to enter the Qingyan sect lay through this avenue, for her cultivation aptitude was merely of average quality. The number of cultivators under the Qingyan sect was countless, and without a superior spiritual root, she lacked even the qualifications to become an outer disciple. Thus, she needed to resort to backdoor means. If an elder of the Qingyan sect were to directly take her as a disciple, she could seamlessly ascend to become a disciple of the sect. This was a plan that Sun Yi had meticulously arranged. However, why had this seemingly certain matter taken an unexpected turn? Chapter 63, My Father is Gone. Sun Ruoxin felt a surge of urgency. After painstakingly accumulating spirit stones over the years, she had been convinced that her entry into the Qingyun sect was all but assured. Why had it all fallen through? Sun Yi, with a bitter expression, began to explain the situation. His master, Kong Ji Li, was the elder responsible for talisman crafting within the Qinyan sect. Like Sun Yi, he was exceedingly avaricious. In fact, Sun Yi's current greedy demeanor was a reflection of his master's influence. Initially, Sun Yi had sought to secure a place for his daughter in the Qinyan sect, and thus approached Kong Ji Li for a favor. The elder demanded 5 superior spirit stones, an exorbitant sum for a cultivator in the qi refining stage. Even for Sun Yi, who was at the 9th level of qi refining, it was a considerable amount. Yet, for the sake of his daughter's future, Sun Yi had managed to save up the necessary amount over more than a decade. However, upon visiting his master today, after accepting the spirit stones, Kong Ji Li presented a new demand. He wished for Sun Ruoxin to marry his grandson, Kong Xiangbei. By intertwining their fates, he promised to accept her into the Qinyan sect. Naturally, the spirit stones would not be refunded, as they were considered a dowry. Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin's expression shifted dramatically. The cultivation technique she practiced, the Mingyu Jingtiju, had been painstakingly acquired by her father. This technique was not particularly oriented towards combat but yielded exceptionally pure spiritual power, which was said to greatly aid in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, it also came with a significant restriction. One must not lose their virginity before reaching this stage. Otherwise, not only would their cultivation efficiency diminish due to the loss, but they would also lose a third of the spiritual power previously cultivated, rendering recovery impossible. To attempt foundation establishment after such a loss would be akin to chasing a dream. Once one reached the foundation establishment stage, such limitations would cease to exist. Thus, as long as Sun Ruoxin aspired to advance, she could not afford to form a partnership prematurely. Why, then, would a prominent descendant of a foundation establishment master desire her? Sun Ruoxin found it difficult to comprehend. Sun Yi sighed. I just inquired with an old friend. Kong Xiangbei, my master's grandson, is indeed the most promising of his generation. Yet he has been stuck at the 8th level of qi refining for 3 years. He likely has his sights set on the unique attributes of the Mingyu Jingtiju, hoping to leverage your spiritual power to break through. I procured this technique through my master's connections and even offered a bribe. It seems that may be the reason he has targeted you. Sun Ye's words were tactful, yet the implication was clear. Kong Xiangbei intended to use Sun Ruoxin as a vessel for his own advancement. As he spoke, a look of resentment crossed Sun Ye's face. He had paid a substantial fee of 5 superior spirit stones, only to find that the other party would not fulfill his end of the bargain, and worse still, sought to exploit his daughter. Such a lack of loyalty on the part of his master was truly disheartening. Do not worry, my daughter. I shall plead with my master again. After all these years of camaraderie, and given the annual tributes I present, he cannot possibly disregard all that. Regrettably, he lamented the loss of Yi Chen. Had he known this would occur, he would not have brought the alchemist along, but rather brought Yi Chen. He had only just learned that Yi's patriarch had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and the Qinyan sect had granted 2 tokens for entry. Had Yi Chen been present, he would undoubtedly have shared one with you, considering he even gifted you a flying boat. Alas, what a pity. Sun Ye's mention of Yi Chen brought forth a wave of melancholy in Sun Ruoxin. In the past, she had not given it much thought. But in contrast to Kong Xiangbei, who wished to use her as a vessel, had Yi Chen been alive, she might have genuinely secured a token. Yet, regrettably, Yi Chen had already passed. Furthermore, even if he were alive, he would likely harbor resentment towards her, for she had concealed information regarding her journey on the flying boat. Such a betrayal would be a grave offense to any cultivator. Perhaps upon arriving in Qinyan City, everything had unfolded in an unsatisfactory manner. Sun Ruoxin's mind was a tumult of thoughts, and she was filled with regret. Entering Qinyan City required payment of an entrance fee. However, Yi Chen, being a descendant of the Yi family, was considered a local. Upon verification of his identity, he was allowed entry with the 2 women. Once inside the city, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo could not help but gaze in awe at their surroundings. Qinyan City was exceedingly prosperous, with the number of cultivators far surpassing that of the Silver Moon Market. Most cultivators possessed magical artifacts, and many wore ceremonial robes, indicative of their wealth. Yet, Yi Chen had no time to indulge in leisurely strolls with the 2 women. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, he led them directly to the Yi family. Along the way, he overheard snippets of conversations among the surrounding cultivators, many of whom were discussing the events that had transpired in the Silver Moon Market. Clearly, news of the happenings had reached this place. Yi Chen listened patiently, seeking to understand what had occurred at the Silver Moon Market. Firstly, it had been devastated by second-tier demonic beasts, the overwhelming stench of blood attracting even more beasts. Almost none of the cultivators from the Silver Moon Market survived. Subsequently, The Ming family, a clan with 2 foundation establishment cultivators, stepped in to exterminate the beasts and announced plans to rebuild the Silver Moon Market within a year. Families that had previously owned shops would be granted a free 10-year tenancy. Chen nodded in agreement, observing who stood to gain the most. It was evident that the Ming family was behind the calamity, though the Silver Moon Market lay in ruins. The death toll and destruction of numerous shops had allowed the Ming family to gather a wealth of resources. When scattered cultivators saw an opportunity for profit, they would undoubtedly flock there. In a few years, the Silver Moon Market would likely flourish once more, generating immense wealth. Yet, none of this concerned him. After a moment of reflection, Chen continued leading the 2 women towards the Yi family residence. The Yi family was located in the western part of the city, in a relatively average position. However, with the patriarch's recent breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, it was uncertain whether they would consider relocating. As he pondered, Chen arrived at the entrance of the Yi family home, only to find a white banner hanging there. This sight caused him to frown slightly. What was going on? In the realm of cultivation, a white banner was only displayed when a family member had passed away. Who had died? Surely it could not be the patriarch? If the patriarch were gone, it would matter little to him, as he was not particularly close. Yet, how would he then enter the Xianxian sect? Furrowing his brow, Chen stepped towards the door. As the door swung open, the servants of the Yi family stared wide-eyed at Chen, likely believing him to be deceased. Chen, disinterested in lengthy explanations, coldly inquired, "Where is my father?" He was the only one who truly cared for him. Chen planned to take this venerable elder along with him once his own cultivation improved. The servant lowered their head, hesitating for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. "Third master was ambushed while delivering goods and has gone missing. The patriarch personally went to investigate but could not find him. It is likely he has ascended." Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the white banner at the entrance. No, this cannot be true. Chapter 64. Chen is not dead? No, this cannot be. Chen, a time traveler, harbors no affection for the Yi family. The petty intrigues of this small clan, with its members resorting to underhanded tactics and alchemy, leave him utterly disenchanted. However, he does hold a certain respect for his predecessor's father, Tianha, who genuinely loved his son. Having traversed into this world, Chen benefited from his father's kindness and had initially contemplated aiding him once he achieved success. Yet, with the news of his father's demise, disbelief washes over him. Inheriting the memories of his former self, Chen furrows his brow in contemplation. The servant hastily departs, and behind Chen, the 2 women, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, exchange glances, equally taken aback by the grim tidings upon their arrival at the Yi residence. Lin Kuo hesitates. She perceives that Chen's current standing is intricately tied to his father's influence. With his father gone, will Chen still receive the support he once did? On their journey to Xianxian City, Lin Kuo had resolved to seize an opportunity to win favor over Lu Jing. But now, her intentions waver as she opts to observe the situation further. At this moment, Sun Yi approaches with a troubled expression. He has been seeking acquaintances to discuss matters concerning his daughter, but has encountered numerous obstacles. Upon spotting Chen standing at the Yi family entrance, his eyes widen in surprise. Chen is alive? He is well aware of the devastation at the Silver Moon Market, where tens of thousands of cultivators perished, either at the hands of monstrous beasts or due to bandit attacks. It is utterly inconceivable. However, after the initial shock, Sun Ye's eyes brighten with hope. He almost calls out to Chen but recalls the incident with the flying vessel, fearing that Chen might harbor resentment. It would be better for his daughter to devise a strategy herself. Chen, despite being a junior, should not warrant a personal welcome from an elder. Given that Chen's father has been missing for an extended period, it is presumed he is dead, especially after the calamity that befell the Silver Moon Market, leading many to assume Chen has met a similar fate. Even the clan head, having reached the foundation establishment stage, has summoned Chen for a meeting upon hearing the news. Before long, Chen is escorted to the main hall, where the majority of the clan members have gathered. Lu Jing and Lin Kuo have already been taken to Chen's quarters by the servants. Through the explanations provided by the clan members, Chen learns the reason behind his father's disappearance. A month prior, a Yi family store at a market had acquired a treasure at a low price. Upon securing the item, they promptly informed the clan, which then dispatched Tianha to retrieve it. Unfortunately, on their return journey, they were ambushed. All the other clan members perished, and the treasure was stolen. Although Tianha's body was never recovered, the prospect seemed grim, as many in the cultivation world resort to nefarious practices, including soul extraction. The Yi family swiftly realized that the seller of the treasure was likely one of the bandits who had laid a trap. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the cultivation realm. Even a clan head cannot always identify the perpetrators. Chen raises an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is his father truly dead? In his previous life, he often read web novels and recognized a pattern. Unless a body is discovered on site, there is a likelihood of hidden opportunities or even feigned deaths. It's not impossible that his father might reappear one day. However, Chen dismisses this as mere speculation, as coincidences are rarely that frequent. Besides, if they indeed had a powerful background, how could both father and son possess such mediocre talents? Once his own cultivation reaches a higher level, he could explore whether a method of divination might reveal more. Chen's reverie is soon interrupted as he feels compelled to inquire. He had prepared for this moment, spending 5 days for this very purpose. The sudden emergence of beasts at the Silver Moon Market and the chaos caused by bandits, with an accomplice among the staff who had colluded with the bandits to steal the goods, is a narrative he briefly recounts. The clan members are astonished by Chen's fortune in surviving such an ordeal. The clan head, seated at the head of the hall, nods in acknowledgement. Chen's second uncle, observing the head's approval, feels a sense of dread. The Yi family has received 2 slots for the Qingyan sect, with one undoubtedly reserved for his elder brother's son, who possesses remarkable talent with a 7th grade spirit root. Initially missed the recruitment deadline due to unforeseen circumstances. They now have an opportunity to secure a position for him. Following that, the remaining children of the family would contend for the last slot against Chen. If Chen were deceased, there would be no need for competition. Moreover, Chen's cultivation has risen to the 6th layer of qi refinement, matching that of his most talented cousin. Consequently, Tianhai scrutinizes Chen. It seems that the pill shop has been raided by bandits? Yet, nephew, within less than 2 years, you have advanced from the 3rd to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Such fortune is indeed remarkable. The clan members exchange thoughtful glances. They are well aware that Chen possesses only a 3rd grade spirit root, and for one of such lineage to achieve a 3-layer advancement in under 2 years raises suspicions of hidden resources. In a family, public matters are public, and private matters are private. Coveting family assets is a grave taboo. Chen cannot allow such insinuations to stand. He is resolute in claiming his rightful place within the Qingyan sect, feigning a look of grievance. Chen casts a glance at his second uncle. Do you suspect that I have misappropriated the family's resources? The second uncle is taken aback, surprised by Chen's sudden assertiveness, which contrasts sharply with his previously timid demeanor. He hastily attempts to salvage the situation. However, Chen lifts his robe to reveal numerous tightly bound storage bags strapped to his body. As he removes the bags, his eyes glisten with unshed tears, as if burdened by profound injustice. For these items, I have not dared to close my eyes. Whenever encountering cultivators of higher realms, I trembled in fear of being robbed. If any of the items are missing, I shall take my own life to atone for my father's dedication to the family. My father willingly faced death for our clan. How could I, Chen, bring shame upon him? Chen's reaction is overly dramatic, invoking the memory of his father, which elicits admiration from the clan members, who sympathize with his plight. The second uncle, however, finds himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Yet, Chen remains steadfast, maintaining his sorrowful expression, convinced that what is rightfully his must be reclaimed. The opportunity to enter the Qingyan sect is one he is determined to secure. Chapter 65. Allow me to proceed, to save time. The second uncle, thoroughly embarrassed by Chen's display, hastily clarifies that he never intended to imply such a thing. Chen remains silent, directly addressing the clan head seated at the highest position. Grandfather, I wish to join the Qingyan sect. Chen's approach is characteristically straightforward and direct. Years of experience in state enterprises have taught him that to obtain what one desires, one must vocalize their aspirations and strive diligently to achieve them. If one does not advocate for oneself, no one will grant it willingly. The second uncle's expression shifts dramatically as he turns to the clan head. On the stage, the head of the Yi family, Yi Hong, gazed at Chen with a hint of affection. Little Chen, you have endured hardships. However, the rules were established earlier, and the allocation of quotas is based on contributions. I cannot show favoritism. Otherwise, the family would lose its principles. Steward, how do the contributions of the various younger members rank? Upon hearing this, the second uncle immediately smiled. If the allocation were based on contributions, his third son was assured of a position, especially since he had personally assisted in refining numerous pills for his son. As expected, the steward replied, the third young master of the second branch, Yi Feng, ranks first. He has already mastered the art of refining mid-grade cultivation pills, bringing significant benefits to our Yi clan. Hearing this, the head of the family nodded in satisfaction and turned to Chen. Little Chen, Feng's talent in alchemy is evidently superior. Should he enter the Qingyun sect for training, he may well become a top-tier first-grade alchemist. or even break through to the second grade. This is all for the benefit of the family. Yi Chen, however, scoffed coldly within. In his memories, this patriarch had always favored the second uncle, sending him to study alchemy while his own father, who possessed superior cultivation talent, had been engrossed in family affairs from an early age. The second uncle's children flourished in prosperous regions, while he himself was relegated to the desolate Silver Moon market. Such blatant favoritism was far too common. With his head bowed, Yi Chen replied, "What grandfather says is true. However, my father's greatest wish while he was alive was for me to enter the Xianxian sect. Now that my father has passed, if I lose this opportunity to join the Xianxian sect, would it not leave my father restless in the afterlife? Therefore, I must fight for this quota during my time in Silver Moon Market to enhance my alchemical skills and better serve the family. I sold the magical artifact my father gave me to learn from the alchemists at Xianxian Workshop. My alchemical abilities have made tremendous progress. I implore you, grandfather, grant me this opportunity." Yu Chen's audacity to defy his own family leader displeased Yi Hong. If he denied such a request, it would appear he lacked compassion. Casting a glance at his second son and seeing no objections, he nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall give you a chance. Bring forth the alchemy furnace. Yi Feng, you shall compete with Yi Chen. Let us refine the cultivation pills." Yi Feng, upon hearing this, stepped forward with a confident smile. He was fully aware of Yi Chen's alchemical talent and skills. What could Yi Chen possibly compare to him? It was merely courting humiliation. The servants of the Yi family quickly brought in a single alchemy furnace. "Let me go first, seventh brother. You can observe closely," Yi Feng said with a smile. Both Yi Feng and his father, Yu Tianhai, found amusement in this. "The furnace will explode sooner, right? You have quite the self-awareness." They were well aware of Yi Chen's abilities. Even refining a gathering pill was a struggle for him. They had no qualms about Yi Chen embarrassing himself. Yi Chen, however, immediately sat cross-legged, tossing a low-grade spirit stone into the furnace, igniting the flames, and began the alchemical process. Initially, the clan members were skeptical of Yi Chen. After all, Yi Feng was the son of Yi Tianhai, the only alchemist in the family capable of refining top-grade pills. Surely, he had received ample guidance. What could Yi Chen possibly use to compete? Yet, as Yi Chen began refining, the expressions of the clan members subtly shifted. His movements were exceptionally fluid, seamless, as if he had refined countless cultivation pills before, exhibiting an intimate understanding of the process. Yi Tianhai and his son's expressions transformed from indifference to seriousness. Those knowledgeable in the art could discern the intricacies. Yi Tianhai easily recognized that Yi Chen had impeccable control over the fire, the timing of the herb additions, and the fusion of the medicinal liquids, everything executed flawlessly, free of any flaws. But how could this be? Yi Chen had previously struggled to distinguish herbs. He had only been in Silver Moon Market for less than 2 years. How could he have made such remarkable progress? Regret washed over Yi Tianhai. He should not have consented to Yi Chen's request so easily. Yet, it was too late to reconsider. As an hour passed, under the watchful eyes of all the clan members, Yi Chen confidently rose and opened the furnace. At that moment, the hall was filled with the rich aroma of elixirs, catching everyone's attention. Most had consumed cultivation pills before, but none had encountered such a potent fragrance. 10 perfectly round pills flew from the furnace into Yi Chen's hands. With both hands cradling them, he proclaimed, "Grandfather, I have successfully refined 10 premium cultivation pills." Premium cultivation pills? As Yi Chen's words echoed, the previously quiet hall erupted in astonishment. While top-grade pills were expensive, they could still be purchased with enough money. However, premium pills were exceedingly rare. They contained no residual toxins and would not cause any adverse effects upon consumption. Only a handful of alchemists could produce such pills, typically belonging to prestigious families or direct disciples of major sects from a young age. Yet, Yi Chen had managed to refine premium pills? This was simply unbelievable. After all, even Yi Tianhai could not produce premium pills. Did Yi Chen's alchemical prowess surpass that of Yi Tianhai? The atmosphere in the room was electric. Yi Hong, the head of the Yi family, looked at the pills in Yi Chen's hands, unable to suppress his astonishment. Meanwhile, Yi Tianhai and Yi Feng were utterly stunned. Yi Chen had even refined premium cultivation pills. How could they possibly compete? Realizing their coveted spot in the Xianxian sect was slipping away, Yi Feng could no longer contain himself and loudly protested, "This is impossible. You had the worst aptitude when we learned alchemy together. This premium cultivation pill is something my father could not refine. How could you possibly achieve that? There must be something amiss." In response to Yi Feng's skepticism, Yi Chen smiled. "When I was learning alchemy with my second uncle, there were indeed many concepts I struggled to grasp, remaining muddled. However, everything I previously could not comprehend has suddenly become clear, allowing my progress to accelerate. It is not that my second uncle failed to teach me. Rather, the teaching methods of the Qingyun workshop suited me far better. I consider myself fortunate to have discovered my true talent. Yi Chen's explanation elicited subtle changes in the expressions of the clan members. Although he claimed otherwise, it was a veiled criticism of Yi Tianhai's inadequate mentorship. Yi Tianhai, at that moment, was nearly seething with rage, his hands trembling beneath his sleeves. Chapter 66, in hand. Whom shall I gift it to? The hall fell silent. Yi Tianhai's face turned pale with anger, but he could not voice his discontent. After all, Yi Chen had not directly accused him. Yet, he knew he had not properly instructed Yi Chen. However, none of that mattered. The crucial issue was still the Qingyun sect's quota, which lay in the hands of Yi Hong. Yi Hong had not anticipated Yi Chen's alchemical prowess to reach such heights. He was taken aback. Continuing the competition was unnecessary. Yi Chen's premium cultivation pills had already decided the outcome. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hong slowly spoke. Little Chen, your alchemical skills indeed surpass those of Feng. Now that I have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, our family is set to expand. The Yi family, founded on alchemy, requires exceptional alchemists. With your remarkable talent, staying within the family could facilitate our swift development. As for Yi Feng, with his 5th grade spiritual root, training in the Qingyun sect would be more advantageous for him. Thus, the Yi family will have both Yi Tian and Yi Feng to protect it, while you, Yi Chen, can contribute to our growth. In the future, you may support each other, and perhaps our Yi family will become a prominent lineage. Little Chen, by remaining with the family, you can gradually take over your second uncle's position. I have broken through to the foundation establishment stage with a lifespan of 150 years ahead of me. Your uncle's generation will never have the opportunity to inherit the family legacy, yet you do. In the future, as the head of the family, with Yi Tian and Yi Feng, 2 disciples of the Qingyun sect, safeguarding you, how can the Yi family not thrive? Xiao Chen, you must consider the larger picture. Yi Hong spoke slowly, rekindling hope in the eyes of Yi Tian and Yi Feng. However, Yi Chen's heart grew increasingly cold. This old man is utterly biased. Previously, he praised Yi Feng's talent in alchemy and sent him to the Qingyun sect for further education. Yet, he deems my alchemical talent suitable only for contributing to the family. While supporting Yi Feng's training at the Qingyun sect, he even dares to dream of being the family head. How absurd. Not to mention, what significance does being the head of a small family hold? The problem is that this old man has at least another 70 or 80 years to live. It's not just about outlasting Yi Tian and Yi Feng's generation. If I fail to break through the foundation establishment stage, I too will be left behind. Moreover, by the time I might achieve that, the inheritance will surely go to Yi Feng and Yi Tian, who have trained in the Qingyun sect. I would be left with nothing. If it were my former self, perhaps I would have believed the old man's words. However, the Yi Chen who has traversed through time and spent years in state-owned enterprises, having tasted countless empty promises, would never fall for such nonsense. Yi Chen resolved to take a stand. Either he would secure a spot in the Qingyun sect, or if he failed to do so, he would sever ties with the Yi family and forge his own path. With the system's assistance, surpassing the Yi family would be merely a matter of time. Thus, Yi Chen bowed again, expressing, "Thank you for your kindness, grandfather. However, my sole desire is to fulfill my father's dying wish by entering the Qingyun sect, so that he may rest in peace. Furthermore, should I gain entry into the Qingyun sect, I might even aspire to reach the second-tier alchemist realm, thereby elevating the Yi family to a renowned alchemical lineage." An immediate silence enveloped the room. No one expected Yi Chen to be so audacious. Even after the family head had spoken twice, he still refused to relinquish his claim to the Qingyun sect spot. Observing Yi Chen's continued refusal, Yi Hong's countenance grew colder. He fixed his gaze on Yi Chen, and though he did not directly confront him, the scrutiny of a foundation establishment cultivator was enough to instill overwhelming pressure in anyone at the qi refining stage. Yet Yi Chen stood silently, unwavering. Yi Hong snorted, intending to reprimand this unfilial descendant. However, he hesitated, considering that being too harsh on Yi Chen in this situation might dishearten the clansmen. Ultimately, Yi Hong regarded Yi Chen with indifference and coldly stated, "Since you are unwilling to contribute to the family and insist on claiming the Qingyun sect spot, then go ahead." With those words, he coldly tossed a token and turned to leave. At this moment, all the clansmen understood that Yi Chen had angered the family head. Frankly, many found it difficult to comprehend Yi Chen's actions. The family head was a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet even if Yi Chen entered the Qingyun sect, the likelihood of him breaking through to that stage remained slim. After all, even within the Qingyun sect, foundation establishment cultivators were not produced in abundance. The vast majority of disciples left in obscurity after turning 30. Although Yi Chen had secured a spot, having offended the family head, gaining future support would be exceedingly difficult. It could be said that the cost outweighed the benefits. Why pursue this path? Yet Chen himself remained unfazed. If angering the family head was the consequence, so be it. He possessed unwavering confidence in his future. What did it matter if the family head disapproved of him? Once he harnessed the system and strengthened his cultivation, even if the family head continued to disdain him, he would still have to come crawling back. Just like those women, such as Lin Kuo, his strength was of utmost importance, rendering others' opinions irrelevant. Thus, Chen dismissed these concerns entirely. Moreover, he felt entirely justified in claiming the Qingyun sect's entry token. His father had tirelessly dedicated himself for the family, even sacrificing his life. Chen had endured countless hardships, risking his life to protect the family's fortune. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire family exhibited loyalty and valor. To receive a single spot in the Qingyun sect was entirely reasonable. After retrieving the Qingyun token, Chen bowed to the clansman and then turned to leave. Upon returning to his small courtyard, it seemed that news of the events in the family hall had spread, for even the servants dared not approach him, aware of the family head's displeasure. Several of Chen's former companions, who had once been close to him, also refrained from visiting, leaving his courtyard unusually desolate. He examined the entry token in his hands. A unique metal plate inscribed with the words Qingyunling. It contained a formation that, once activated at the gates of the Qingyun sect, would summon someone to welcome him. Remarkably, this entry token was anonymous, no matter who presented it, as long as they were not on the Qingyun sect's wanted list and met the age criteria. They could gain entry. This was perfectly suited for Chen. He was curious about what rewards the Qingyunling would yield if presented to a female cultivator. Would it be a token for an even more prestigious sect? Or perhaps multiple entry tokens? Chen doubted it would be the latter, after all. If the Qingyun sect had not issued that many tokens, it would be tantamount to admitting fraud. The system surely wouldn't be so deceitful. Now that he possessed the Qingyunling, the question remained, to whom should he present it? Sun Ruoxin? She was probably already a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Offering her the Qingyunling would be futile. What about Lu Jing? Tenfold seemed too little now. After his experience with Sun Ruoxin, Chen found himself unimpressed by the prospect of merely tenfold. As for Lin Kuo, although she too represented tenfold, her hesitant attitude upon hearing of his father's death had become glaringly apparent. She truly seemed like a lifelong, ungrateful wolf. After much contemplation, Chen decided to hold off for a bit longer and explore Qingyun City tomorrow. Perhaps he might encounter female cultivators with even higher multipliers. He would test his luck for a couple of days. If he still found no suitable candidates, he would simply give the token to Lu Jing. Chapter 67. Has Sun Ruoxin caught wind of this? Chen had surprisingly secured a spot in the Qingyun sect. Upon receiving this news, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were taken aback. Lu Jing was delighted. Although she was older, she harbored no grand ambitions and wished to lead a simple life. Yet in the realm of cultivation, strength equated to everything. Lacking personal strength meant relying on a partner. She had already resolved to choose Chen. With Chen now possessing an opportunity to enter the Qingyun sect, the chances of him breaking through to the foundation establishment stage were significantly increased. Even if he could not achieve that, the likelihood of becoming a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator was very promising. He would undoubtedly possess the strength to protect her. Thus, Lu Jing was overjoyed. In contrast, Lin Kuo felt remorse as she gazed at the Qingyunling in Chen's hand. She had initially believed that with Chen's father deceased, the resources available to him would diminish significantly, perhaps even eliminating his chance to enter the Qingyun sect. This had led her to hesitate. However, she had not anticipated that Chen would actually secure a spot in the Qingyun sect. Henceforth, he would be a disciple of the Qingyun sect, with boundless prospects and extensive connections. Not to mention Chen's generous nature. Wasn't he precisely the partner she had longed for? Regret washed over Lin Kuo. When she learned of Chen's father's passing, she should have comforted him immediately, just as Lu Jing did. Yet, despite her erroneous decision, there remained opportunities for redemption. That night, Lin Kuo donned a flowing white dress without hesitation and quietly opened the door, making her way to Chen's room. However, upon reaching his door, she heard noises from within. Chen, you naughty boy, stop teasing. Lin Kuo's cheeks flushed crimson. Lu Jing had already arrived. Instantly, Lin Kuo felt the urge to retreat. This situation was too stimulating. She could hardly bear it. Yet, thinking of Chen's future, if she did not seize this opportunity, it is highly likely that there will be no opportunity left. Lin Kuo has always been a resolute woman. After coming to this realization, she gently raised her delicate hand and knocked softly on the door. Yi Daoyu, are you there? The strange sounds within the room instantly fell silent. Yet, in the stillness, Lin Kuo could faintly hear the sound of water. Oddly enough, Chen's voice soon followed, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Is there something you need? If not, come back tomorrow. No one likes to be disturbed. Lin Kuter spoke softly. Yi Dao Yu, this is my first visit to Qingyan City, and I am feeling somewhat anxious. Once her voice faded, a brief silence enveloped the room. However, it wasn't long before Yu Chen's voice, now laced with amusement, responded. In that case, please come in. The door swung open, and through the sheer curtains of the bed, Lin Kuo could vaguely perceive something, yet, appearing unperturbed. She let her long, silky hair cascade down and entered the room, subsequently closing the door behind her. The following morning, Yu Chen emerged from his room. Refreshed and stretching lazily, Lin Kuo approached, but Yu Chen, of course, refrained from any impropriety, for their relationship was merely one of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo exchanged awkward glances. Yu Chen certainly knew how to have fun. In the moment, it seemed trivial, yet in retrospect, it was somewhat unbearable. Yu Chen instructed the servants to prepare breakfast, intending to eat before resuming his training. By noon, he planned to stroll through the streets to see if any suitable candidates were available. However, just as the servant arrived with breakfast and Yi Chen began his meal, an unexpected guest appeared, his uncle, Yu Tianhai. Ah, uncle has arrived, Yu Chen remarked with a glance before returning to his meal. Lin Kuo and Lu Jing stood up. Somewhat apprehensive, Yu Tianhai scanned the two women, aware that they were the female cultivators Yu Chen had been courting at the Silver Moon Market. Upon hearing from manager Zhang about Yu Chen's actions, Yu Tianhai had found immense amusement. Yu Chen, whom he considered the greatest obstacle to his son's entry into the sect, had unexpectedly revealed himself to be a lovesick fool, lavishing resources upon these female cultivators, with all his attention diverted to them. Yu Chen had seemingly abandoned his pursuit of cultivation and refining skills. Thus, Yu Tianhai had assumed that the situation was settled and that Yu Chen was inconsequential. However, to his astonishment, despite being a lovesick fool, Yu Chen's cultivation had not faltered. Instead, it had surged forward, breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refining. Moreover, Yu Chen's alchemical skills had surpassed his own, truly remarkable. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, yet Yu Tianhai remained unwilling to concede. He had come to find Yu Chen first, fearing that Yu Chen might have already registered at Qingyan sect. The sight of Yu Chen, who couldn't even be bothered to stand, ignited a spark of anger within him. Nevertheless, recalling his purpose, he forced a cordial smile. Yu Chen, my dear nephew, I share a deep bond with your father, and in my heart, I've always regarded you as my own son. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen was taken aback. How could this man utter such shameless words? It was one thing to have targeted him the previous day, it was another to have inadequately taught him alchemy, filled with inaccuracies, while also instructing manager Zhang to undermine him. In such circumstances, to claim he regarded him as a son? How unfortunate it would be to be treated as his son. Yu Chen was disinclined to engage in petty familial intrigues and respond with feigned politeness. He spoke candidly. Uncle, you have indeed been kind to me. Your teachings on alchemy have lacked clarity, particularly in the matter of controlling the fire. I truly appreciate it. Yu Tianhai did not anticipate Yu Chen's bluntness, and his expression darkened immediately. Yet, in light of his son's prospects at Qingyan sect, he managed a strained smile. That is certainly a misunderstanding. Perhaps I was inebriated that day and misspoke. Uncle, I am here today to discuss the matter of the Qingyan sect quota. You possess extraordinary talent in alchemy, capable of producing top-tier elixirs. There is no need for you to enter as a disciple. If you focus on mastering your alchemical skills, once you reach the 2nd-tier alchemist level, you can become a guest elder. This position is significantly higher than that of an ordinary disciple. Meanwhile, your brother lacks both cultivation and alchemical talent. Should he fail to enter Qingyan sect, his life will be destined for mediocrity. Hence, I propose that you relinquish your quota to Yifeng, and in return, I shall provide you with 3 high-grade spirit stones to support your continued study in alchemy. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Upon hearing this, Yu Chen chuckled. A bright future for everyone, was it? Yu Tianhai seemed to be underestimating his intelligence. Becoming a disciple meant being part of a family, receiving guidance, and possibly obtaining precious foundation-building pills, along with various benefits exclusive to disciples. In contrast, being a guest elder was akin to working for pay, an endeavor with little promise. As breakfast concluded, Yi Chen was disinclined to waste any more time on Yu Tianhai. Thus, he replied coolly, that does sound appealing. You should persuade my brother Yi Tian to relinquish his quota. Once he establishes his foundation, he can become a guest elder. Surely, he wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. Yu Chen was not easily swayed. It seemed that obtaining the Qingyan sect quota from him would prove to be quite the challenge. Just as Yu Chen was about to leave, a servant rushed in to announce, 7th young master. 2 cultivators claiming to be Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin have come to visit, stating they are your friends. Should I let them in? Given the dubious actions he had taken, it was rather bold for them to seek him out directly. Intrigued, Yi Chen smiled lightly and replied, let them in. Chapter 68. Do not believe her. She is deceiving you. Yet, Uncle remained undeterred, raising the price to 5 high-grade spirit stones, prompting Yi Chen to raise an eyebrow. Yi Tianhai managed all the alchemical resources of the Yi family and had certainly taken advantage of the situation. However, 5 high-grade spirit stones were insufficient to sway Yi Chen. Not to mention that his ship alone was worth far more than that sum. Furthermore, with the system he possessed, if he solely sought to accumulate wealth, given some time, Yi Chen could even rival the sect leader's fortune. Thus, without hesitation, he shook his head in refusal, leaving Yi Tianhai greatly disappointed. He had initially planned to report to the family head should Yi Chen agree to the deal, believing it would lead to severe consequences for Yi Chen, who had already angered the head of the family by attempting to sell the quota. However, to his astonishment, even at 5 high-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen remained unfazed. At that moment, Sun Ruoxin and Sun Yi arrived. Sun Ruoxin, clad in a ceremonial robe, displayed her exquisite figure, showcasing her long, slender legs. As she moved, her skirt flowed like droplets of water, creating ripples that accentuated her stunning beauty. Upon seeing Yi Chen, her eyes reddened with emotion. "Junior brother, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed." Yi Chen stood stoically, curious to see what performance Sun Ruoxin would put on next. Sensing his indifferent gaze, she fought back tears. "Junior brother, I know you resent me, but I truly never anticipated such events would unfold. Since learning of the incident at the Silver Moon Market, I have been deeply worried about you, unable to sleep at night. I feared that because I borrowed the flying vessel, you might have encountered misfortune. If that were the case, I could never forgive myself." After speaking, Sun Ruoxin impulsively embraced Yi Chen tightly. Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, both vigilant, watched Sun Ruoxin with wary eyes. The two women had exerted considerable effort to win Yi Chen's favor, only to have this wicked woman return unexpectedly. They were deeply skeptical of Sun Ruoxin's words. Such coincidences were far too convenient. Moreover, right after Sun Ruoxin's departure, a second-tier demonic beast had appeared, which they believed Sun Ruoxin must have noticed as well. Despite their understanding, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. Would Yi Chen truly believe her and choose to forgive? A typical cultivator would certainly not, but Yi Chen was not an ordinary case. Thus, both women kept a close watch on him, fearing he might be deceived. Sun Ruoxin's sudden reappearance undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Sun Yi, who was scheming to obtain the Qingyan order, was equally astonished by the scene. Just how many female cultivators had Yi Chen charmed at the Silver Moon Market? Even gifting them a flying boat? How could he possess such wealth? Meanwhile, Yi Chen, tightly embraced by Sun Ruoxin, wore a stoic expression, though internally he felt a hint of amusement. He had long seen through her manipulative nature. When in need, I am your junior brother. When at ease, I am merely a friend. Her ability to sever ties as swiftly as turning a page was astounding. How could he possibly lose sleep over his demise? She likely cast him aside the moment he was no longer useful. Now, she had returned, performing this act for some ulterior purpose. However, had she not already gone to the Qingyan sect? Why was she still wandering in Qingyan City? As Yi Chen pondered this, he couldn't help but appreciate Sun Ruoxin's figure. Just the right proportions indeed. Noticing he had remained silent, Sun Ruoxin released him with a bittersweet smile, wiping away her tears. "I know you don't believe me, junior brother, as it seems too fortuitous. But that's all right. As long as I know you are safe, that is sufficient. I must leave Qingyan City now, and I do not know if we shall meet again. But as long as you are well, that is a clear sky for me." Sun Ruoxin's intention to leave Qingyan City, not heading to the Qingyan sect? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing her demeanor as an attempt to invoke his sympathy, hoping he would inquire further and reveal her difficulties. However, if her entry into the Qingyan sect had indeed encountered obstacles, the Qingyan order in his possession would be a perfect gift for her. Thus, feigning surprise, Yi Chen asked, "Why must you leave Qingyan City? Were you not to enter the Qingyan sect?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin forced a sorrowful smile. "An unexpected incident occurred regarding my entry into the sect. I never anticipated they would force me to marry their son. My cultivation technique forbids dual cultivation before the foundation establishment stage, as premature dual cultivation would result in a significant loss of spiritual energy to the male cultivator. They intend to use me as a furnace for their advancement. I could never agree to such a thing. Besides, I have someone I cherish." At this point, she pretended to glance at Yi Chen but quickly lowered her gaze and continued in a serious tone. "The man in question is the son of a foundation establishment elder, with considerable influence. If I remain in Qingyan City, I would be utterly defenseless. Hence, I have decided to flee with my father to another land. Knowing you are safe before I leave brings me peace." Yi Chen, upon hearing her words, could not help but smirk internally. He understood her intentions clearly. Having lost her previous means to enter the Qingyan sect, she had come to seek a quota from him. This information was quite well circulated. Nevertheless, it aligned perfectly with his own desires, and he knew he must play along. So, sister, your hasty departure was due to this matter? Chen inquired. Sun Ruashi nodded with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Sun Yi observed Chen taking the bait with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Upon clarifying the misunderstanding, Chen's expression softened, no longer as cold, and he asked with genuine concern, "Must you truly leave, sister? The outside world is chaotic, filled with robbers. Is there no way for you to stay?" In response, Sun Ruaxin shook her head. "There is no alternative. The other party is a Qingyun sect elder with considerable power in Qingyun City. Unless I can become a disciple of the Qingyun sect and be protected by the sect's rules, they would not hesitate to act against me. But how could I possibly enter the Qingyun sect? However, you need not worry about me. My father and I will leave shortly. Even if they attempt to capture me, it won't be easy. And if escape proves impossible, I will never become their furnace. I will ensure they gain nothing from me. It is just regrettable that I will not have the chance to repay you for your help over the past year. I truly hope that in my next life, I will encounter you again." Her words were undeniably poignant, stirring emotions in the listeners, yet none were moved. Instead, they widened their eyes in realization. Whether it was Lu Jing, Lin Kuer, or Yu Tianhai who had come for the quota, they all understood Sun Ruaxin's true intent. She was after the entry quota Chen possessed. This could not be allowed. Chen, do not believe her. She is a wicked woman, attempting to deceive you. The three of them were in a state of heightened anxiety. Chapter 69. Rest assured, I am not a sycophant. You wretched woman. The last time you knowingly faced danger and took the flying boat, you put us in peril, and now you have the audacity to say such things? Lu Jing was the first to unleash her fury at Sun Ruaxin, having already determined her allegiance to Chen. The more successful Chen became, the more benefits she would reap. If Chen were to enter the Qingyun sect, the rewards would be boundless. How could she allow this wicked woman to take what was rightfully his? Lin Kuer followed suit. "Oh, so you needed a flying boat to escape and hastily sought out Chen, only to abandon us once you obtained it? Now that you cannot enter the Qingyun sect, you come rushing back? I have never encountered such a shameless female cultivator." She was equally intolerant of the situation, otherwise her previous night's encounter would have been in vain. Sun Ruaxin, faced with their accusations, lowered her head, seemingly on the verge of tears. "I did not intend to. Junior brother, you know me. I merely wished to see you one last time before leaving, to explain myself. I do not wish to ask for your help. Besides, the other party is a Foundation establishment elder. Asking you for assistance would only put you in danger. I have already inadvertently harmed you once. How could I do so again? Farewell, junior brother. If I successfully depart and someday break through to the Foundation establishment stage, I will surely repay you for all your kindness." As she spoke, tears finally streamed down Sun Ruaxin's face. She turned and ran towards the courtyard, her head bowed in despair. Sun Yi, watching this unfold, sighed. "Chen, the previous incident was truly an accident. My master commanded me, and I had no choice but to comply. We never anticipated such an outcome. But explanations are futile. Consider it tuition for the last lesson, and I shall return it to you." With that, he placed a mid-grade spirit stone in Chen's hand, shaking his head as he hurried to catch up with his daughter. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jing and Lin Kuer exchanged knowing smirks. Sun Ruaxin should have left long ago. As for Chen, he found the entire spectacle thoroughly entertaining. He did not believe a single word Sun Ruaxin uttered. Sun Yi was merely playing along, suggesting that Sun Ruaxin held feelings for him. If he were truly a sycophant, he might have fallen for it, chasing after her without regard. However, Chen was no such fool, and therefore, he had to pursue her. He disliked wasting time, and Sun Ruaxin's 15-fold charm was just right. Furthermore, her words held a semblance of truth. She might genuinely be in trouble. In such circumstances, granting her the Qingyun order could very well trigger a substantial reward. Chen, feeling impatient, decided to pursue Sun Ruaxin. His curiosity regarding the reward feedback from the Qingyun order was insatiable. With determined strides, he dashed towards the courtyard exit. However, as soon as he moved, Lu Jing and Lin Kuer were taken aback, quickly reaching out to stop him. "You Taoist, please don't. This woman is deceiving you. Indeed, she is merely feigning distress to swindle the Qingyun order." Chen's second uncle stood frozen in disbelief. Could it be that Chen was genuinely swayed by her mere words? What sort of foolishness was this? How could someone with such a mind possess exceptional alchemical talent and experience rapid advancement in cultivation? The second uncle, though perplexed, still coveted the Qingyun order in Chen's hands. Thus, he coldly interjected, "Chen, the admission quota for the Qingyun sect belongs to our Yi family, and it can only circulate among family members. If you dare to give it to an outsider, the patriarch will not let you off easily." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen chuckled. Am I so foolish as to readily believe her words? That is a quota for entering the Qingyan sect. He paused. Do you all truly think of me as a sycophant? With Yi Chen's reassurance, the second uncle felt relief. Indeed, Yi Chen was not so naive. As long as the Qingyun order remained in his possession, there was still an opportunity. Lu Jing and Lin Kuer also sighed in relief, fearing that Yi Chen might fall for the other's pitiful act. Knowing he was off to find a flying vessel, they felt reassured and even a bit elated. Yi Chen floated away, exiting the courtyard to prepare for the delivery of the Qingyun order. The reason he had not done so earlier was due to the presence of his second uncle. Should the latter witness it, he might alert the patriarch, making it impossible for Yi Chen to give it away, leading to the loss of the quota. It was a risk not worth taking. What would he ultimately gain from this endeavor? Lost in thought, his anticipation grew. Meanwhile, after exiting the Yi family, Sun Ruoxin paused in a narrow alley. Sun Yi followed closely, disappointment evident in his voice. Ruoxin, did you run too quickly? And it seems to have no effect. Yi Chen shows no sign of emotion. The tears had vanished from Sun Ruoxin's delicate face. Glancing back to confirm no one was pursuing them, she expressed her frustration. The incident with the flying vessel must have deeply hurt Yi Chen. Gaining his forgiveness will not be easy. Had I known, I should have brought him along last time. Sun Yi sighed, acknowledging the futility. There was no remedy for regret in this world. He was baffled by his master's lack of empathy. In such a predicament, what could he do? As they stood before the quiet gates of the Yi family, both felt the weight of their predicament. However, just as they were about to leave in despair, footsteps echoed behind them, revealing Yi Chen in a blue robe, hastily approaching. Yi Chen is coming. If the young master of the Kong family learns of this, he will surely cause you trouble. Yi Chen's voice carried a mix of reluctance and concern. Has it truly come to this? Must you leave? Sun Ruoxin nodded with a wry smile. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Then what if you enter the Qingyan sect? Wouldn't that resolve everything? Sun Ruoxin sighed deeply. Not necessarily. After all, the other party is also an elder of the Qingyan sect, and targeting you would not be difficult. However, with the identity of a disciple, they would have to exercise caution and avoid being reckless. Unfortunately, entering the Qingyan sect is not an easy feat. Yi Chen withdrew a token. I possess a Qingyun order that can assist you. Upon seeing the Qingyun order in Yi Chen's hand, Sun Ruoxin and Sun Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed with excitement. They had gone to great lengths to seek him out, shedding tears and performing for this very moment. Finally, it had arrived. As Sun Ruoxin gazed at the token, she felt an overwhelming desire to snatch it from him. She wanted it desperately, but she reminded herself to remain calm. Yi Chen, you possess a Qingyan order. Yet, after her initial joy, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and she quickly added, I truly had no idea you had obtained the quota to enter the Qingyan sect. You mustn't do this. I cannot accept it. Regarding the previous incident with the flying vessel, I already owe you too much. How can I take your Qingyan order again? Yi Chen, uninterested in her hesitations, grasped her delicate hand. Her skin was exceptionally fair and soft, the touch cool and comforting, more exquisite than the hands of those renowned piano virtuosos from his past life. He pressed the Qingyan order into her palm. Clearly, you need it more. Accept it. Sun Ruoxin held the Qingyan order, her palm sweating with excitement. The coveted admission quota had finally landed in her hands. At that moment, she felt tears welling up. She had come here without great expectations, knowing that the Qingyun order was elusive. Moreover, considering the previous incident, it was astonishing that Yi Chen would offer it to her. Even Sun Ruoxin felt deeply moved. Yi Chen truly cared for her. But how will you explain this to your family? And what will you do once I enter the Qingyan sect? She couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen smirked. You can barely contain your joy, and you're worried about me? What are you pretending for? He nodded, seemingly troubled by her words. Indeed, how will I explain this to my family? Sun Ruoxin's heart tightened at his remark, cursing herself for speaking out of turn, and hastily attempted to mitigate her statement. You need not worry. Since the quota is yours, you possess the right to allocate it as you wish. Your family should not interfere. Yi Chen observed how tightly she clutched the Qingyun order, a cold smirk forming within him. Internal distribution of family resources was permissible, but giving it to outsiders would undoubtedly incur punishment. Yet, this woman seemed indifferent to the consequences. Fortunately, Yi Chen was unfazed. He nodded. You're right. It's mine now, and I can give it to whomever I choose. Sister, accept it. Sun Ruoxin nodded repeatedly, her expression filled with gratitude. Junior brother, you are truly too kind to me. Yi Chen quipped, still playing the sycophant? I can already imagine that after I reach the foundation establishment stage, you'll be the first to offer me pastries. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Yi Chen's mind. He had no desire to linger, urging her to leave. Hurry, or it will be troublesome if my family sees us. Sun Ruoxin shared his concern. If the Yi family intercepted them, all would be in vain. After another round of thanks, she and Sun Yi hurriedly departed, distancing themselves from the Yi family's territory. Sun Yi, bubbling with excitement, exclaimed, "Daughter, with the Qingyun in order, we need not worry about the master anymore. He values his reputation. Having accepted payment without delivering results, he won't dare target us further. You are finally entering the Qingyun sect, with the prospect of foundation establishment ahead. Where shall we go next?" Sun Ruoxin tightened her grip on the Qingyun order and replied without hesitation, "We must head to the Qingyun sect immediately. The head of the Yi family has already reached foundation establishment. Once they realize our absence, we will have no chance of entering. We must leave now to avoid any unforeseen complications." Sun Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must proceed to enter the sect without delay." As for the consequences Chen would face for offering the family's quota to an outsider, neither mentioned it. The opportunity to enter the Qingyun sect was paramount. She would secure it, and later, as a disciple, she would seek out Chen to express her gratitude. The Qingyun sect lay adjacent to the borders of the Qingyun sect. It can be said that the establishment of Qingyun city was solely due to the presence of the Qingyun sect. Upon exiting the city, Sun Ruoxin immediately summoned a flying vessel, taking Sun Yi towards the gates of the Qingyun sect. As they drew closer to their destination, Sun Yi, filled with joy for his daughter, could not help but inquire, "My dear daughter, regarding your final words to Yi Chen, do you truly intend to repay him with your own body after reaching the foundation establishment stage?" In response, Sun Ruoxin shook her head resolutely. "I understand Yi Chen's intentions. However, the disparity in our statuses will only grow. I am about to become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, while he remains merely a member of a small family. If I achieve foundation establishment, Yi Chen may not even be able to break through to the latter stage of qi refinement. The gap is too wide. Allowing him to be my Dao partner would only bring him harm. Once I attain foundation establishment and become an elder, I will certainly find a way to recruit him as a disciple of the Qingyun sect. This way, we shall owe each other nothing." Sun Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words. Something felt amiss. Even if you break through to foundation establishment, how old will Yi Chen be by then? What good would it do for him to enter the Qingyun sect? Is this truly a case of mutual independence? Nevertheless, as Sun Ruoxin was his daughter, Sun Yi desired for her to find a more suitable Dao partner. Now that she had become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, it was evident that Yi Chen was not a fitting match for her. Once you enter, you must cultivate diligently and perform well. If you can earn the favor of a certain elder and be taken as a disciple, your chances of breaking through the foundation establishment stage will greatly increase. Among my peers, 3 were accepted as disciples by elders, 2 of whom later achieved foundation establishment, Sun Yi advised. Curiously, Sun Ruoxin asked, "If I were to be accepted as a disciple by the peak master, would that not be even more promising?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yi immediately shook his head. The peak masters are all late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. They do not look upon ordinary disciples. If they were to take on students, they would seek true geniuses. At least with a 9th grade spirit root, or even extraordinary spirit roots. Do not entertain such thoughts. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Sun Ruoxin pondered how wonderful it would be to be accepted by the peak master. She couldn't help but wonder about the demeanor of the peak master's disciples. Surely, they must be the finest talents of the sect. Her face lit up with a smile. Unexpectedly, the system's feedback took Yi Chen by surprise. The gift was successfully delivered. The gift was the Qingyun token. During the 15-fold feedback, it was detected that the gift presented by the host was of immense significance to the recipient, exceeding their expectations and causing a significant fluctuation in their state of mind, triggering a critical reward. The reward was a token from the Sword Peak's master. In the past, Gu Yunxuan, the master of Sword Peak, had faced a life-and-death crisis and was saved by a swordsman, who then entrusted this token to him. Shattering this token in Qingyun City would allow the recipient to sense it and come to express gratitude. After reading this, Yi Chen was overjoyed. It was not merely a handful of Qingyun tokens or some more formidable but inaccessible sect entry tokens. Instead, it was the token from Gu Yunxuan, the master of Sword Peak. Although Yi Chen was not a disciple of the Qingyun sect, the elders within the sect were divided into 3 categories: ordinary elders, peak masters, and the sect leader. It was said that all peak masters were late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. To directly become a disciple of such a powerful figure would provide resources and mentorship far surpassing that of an entry-level disciple. Moreover, there would be various benefits that outsiders could not enjoy, not to mention gaining an additional ally in the late stage of foundation establishment. This Qingyun token was truly invaluable. Without hesitation, Yi Chen took out the token. It was a wooden sword, merely 10 centimeters long. Yi Chen shattered it without a second thought, and a peculiar energy began to ripple outward. Within the gates of the Qingyun sect, a woman dressed in red, her figure exquisite and her eyes hazy with intoxication. Sensed this energy. With a slight raise of her brow, she slowly stood up. Chapter 71. You wouldn't really send it, would you? Upon returning to the Yi family, Chen was in high spirits. He was quite satisfied with the system's feedback gift. Had the feedback been an entry token to a more formidable sect, simply obtaining it would have been a troublesome endeavor. Moreover, in overly powerful sects, disciples might be exceptionally affluent, lacking for nothing, making it difficult for Chen to compete. Conversely, the Qingyun sect, being a golden core sect, was perfectly suited for him. Directly becoming a disciple of the Peak Master would yield tremendous benefits, not to mention the immeasurable value of holding the title of a direct disciple. The perks aside, the elevation in status would grant Chen access to a higher echelon, thus increasing the likelihood of encountering exceptional female cultivators. This situation mirrored that of a wealthy heir versus an ordinary person. The number and quality of beautiful women accessible to a wealthy heir would undoubtedly far exceed those available to an ordinary individual. Hence, becoming a direct disciple would significantly benefit Chen's future prospects. As he gazed at the voluptuous and mature Lu Jing and his close friend Lin Kuo, the multiplier effect of their presence in the Qingyun sect became less significant. Having received so many gifts from him, Chen offered, if you two are willing, you may join me in entering the Qingyun sect. If not, you are free to decide your own paths. The expressions of the two women varied. Being Chen's maid? This was undoubtedly different from what they had envisioned. Lu Jing felt immense regret. Had she known this would be the case, she would have unhesitatingly devoted herself to Chen before Lin Kuo entered the mountains, without any competition from other women. Had she not played coy with Chen but rather offered her all, she might have secured a position as a concubine, rather than being relegated to a maidservant. However, it was too late for regrets. Lu Jing understood her own limitations. Without a foundation and living alone in Qingyun City, she feared she would struggle to even pay rent. Ultimately, she would become someone else's plaything. Rather than that, it was better to serve as Chen's maid. At least he was generous. Though his methods were astonishingly varied and imaginative, he never exploited her. Furthermore, he possessed an extraordinary sense of politeness in his dealings with others. Thus, Lu Jing resolved to accept her role as Chen's maid. With a graceful bow, she addressed Chen, I have the honor of meeting the young master. On the other hand, Lin Kuo grappled with her inner turmoil, filled with regret, reluctance, and hesitation. If she chose to serve as a maid, would that not render her previous efforts in vain? Would all those gifts be for naught? That would be too much of a loss. Had she simply agreed to Chen's courtship without entering the mountains, would the outcome have been different? Unlike Lu Jing, Lin Kuo was confident in her ability to survive in Qingyun City on her own. However, having spent time with Chen, one casual gift from him could equal her entire annual income. She found it difficult to part ways with him. Yet, the thought of becoming a maid left her unwilling. Thus, Lin Kuo hesitated and remained silent. Chen, unperturbed by Lin Kuo's indecision, understood that those accustomed to a life of ease often struggle to accept the psychological disparity of earning only a meager amount of spirit stones through hard work. This was akin to the mentality of a gambler. A single win or loss at the card table could equate to a month's or even a year's wages, making it difficult for them to focus on work. At that moment, a servant came to report, "Seventh young master, the family head requests your presence immediately." Chen raised an eyebrow at this. Although he held no affection for the Yi family and felt no sense of belonging among them, it was wise not to defy the family head, a foundation establishment cultivator, before he acquired sufficient strength. Following the servant, Chen soon arrived at the family hall, where all the family members had gathered. The family head sat high above, a smile adorning his face, while a young man stood in the center, surrounded by adoration. Tian went to the Qingyun sect to diligently cultivate. Once you establish your foundation, our Yi family will have 2 foundation establishments, directly elevating us to a prominent clan. Brother Tian, do not forget your roots amidst wealth and glory. The Yi family belongs to us, but ultimately it is for the younger generation. As a leading figure among the youth of our Yi family, you must set an example for your peers. I wish you boundless success acquiring the foundation establishment elixir and establishing your foundation within 10 years. The clan members praised the young man, acknowledging Yi Tian as the most gifted of this generation. Upon seeing Chen arrive, Yi Tian immediately displayed a confident smile, adopting a big brother demeanor. Little 7, you have arrived. Grandfather will personally take us to the Qingyun sect shortly. Although your talent may be lacking, I will be here to guide and protect you, so you need not fear being bullied. Since you possess good alchemy skills and can concoct superior elixirs, do not let your talents go to waste. Once we reach the sect, focus on your studies in alchemy and prepare various elixirs for me. Once I break through to foundation establishment, your standing within the sect will rise significantly. The other clan members chimed in, affirming, indeed, Yi Tian has already reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Stick closely to him. You must heed his words at the sect. The family would provide resources for Yi Tian, and you should not squander your alchemy skills either. When Yi Tian breaks through, you will also benefit from his success. If Yi Tian requires assistance, you must lend your utmost support. Yi Tian is the pillar of our generation in the Yi family. However, once you are in the sect, do not disturb Yi Tian too often, as it could hinder his cultivation, which is of utmost importance. Listening to the clan's words, Chen looked at Yi Tian, a smirk playing on his lips. He thought to himself that these people were all fools. What was so special about a 7th grade spiritual root? Why act so grand? And to think he would specifically concoct elixirs for you? The Yi family truly was shallow and naive. Chen remained silent, causing Yi Tian to feel somewhat dissatisfied, just as he was about to speak. At that moment, the clan had interjected, "Since we are all here, let us depart. I have a visit to make to an elder in charge of internal affairs to hand over the Qingyun order. On my behalf, they will certainly allocate better accommodations for you." Yi Tian immediately presented the Qingyun order with both hands and expressed his gratitude. The clan head smiled in satisfaction, but then frowned as he turned to Yi Chen. "Why have you not presented your Qingyun order?" Yi Chen, without hesitation, replied, "Thank you, grandfather, but I have not finished packing. I still need to bring my 2 attendants, which will take some time. Please take my brother ahead first." The clan head, Yi Hong, was particularly displeased with Yi Chen's defiance and his tendency to act independently, which undermined his authority. The clan head narrowed his eyes and coldly commanded, "I said we are going today. Hand over the Qingyun order now." Yi Chen sighed, lowering his head in silence. His demeanor left the clan members astonished. Was Yi Chen truly this rebellious? The clan head was clearly angered, and yet he remained unyielding. Had he truly lost his sense of caution? Moreover, Yi Hong could not help but recall the female cultivator who had clearly approached for the Qingyun order that morning, and Yi Chen had also pursued her subsequently. Was it possible that Yi Chen's Qingyun order had indeed been taken from him? It seemed that it was not a matter of reluctance, but rather an inability to produce it. Contemplating this possibility, Yi Hong's blood pressure surged. How could he refuse to sell it to me after I paid with spirit stones, yet so easily give it away to an outsider? "You truly gave the Qingyun order to that woman?" Yi Hong could not contain his anger, exclaiming. The hall fell silent at his words. Yi Chen had indeed given away the Qingyun order? Was it true? It seemed implausible. The quota for the Qingyun sect was so precious, everyone knew its rarity. Who would be foolish enough to give it away? Despite Yi Feng's earlier attempts to discredit Yi Chen by suggesting he was merely a sycophant at the Silver Moon Market, most clan members did not believe it. How could a sycophant win the affection of a woman of such caliber? Furthermore, Yi Chen had stood up to the clan head's authority, arguing for the Qingyun sect's quota. Although many thought Yi Chen had angered the clan head, they secretly acknowledged his actions. After all, with Yi Chen's father deceased, he would inevitably be marginalized within the clan. For Yi Chen, acquiring the Qingyun order was his only opportunity. Thus, he must be a clever individual. How could someone so astute be a sycophant? Let alone give away a coveted quota obtained at the risk of offending the clan head? The clan members, including the clan head, did not believe Yi Hong's claims. The clan head's eyes bore down on Yi Chen, demanding, "Produce the Qingyun order. We leave immediately." As the clan head, it was essential that everyone obeyed him. Otherwise, how could he lead the family in the future? Under the watchful eyes of the clan, Yi Chen sighed in resignation. He had not anticipated that the clan head would take him to the Qingyun sect. Although it was likely for social connections, he genuinely could not produce it now. Yi Chen gazed toward the Qingyun sect, pondering when Elder Gu Yunyun from the Sword Peak would arrive. If she were to come tomorrow, he might very well be met with the clan head's wrath. However, he could no longer conceal the situation. "Grandfather, I did indeed give away my Qingyun order." As Yi Chen's words fell, the room descended into silence. Everyone looked at him with incredulous expressions. Yi Chen had truly given away the Qingyun order? Had he lost his mind? That was the entry quota for the Qingyun sect. Was Yi Chen indeed a sycophant? But how could a sycophant give away his own future? Enough. The clan head's furious voice echoed throughout the hall, and the pressure of Foundation establishment radiated, causing the clan members to tremble. The might of Foundation establishment was indeed terrifying. The clan had fixed his gaze on Yi Chen. Where is she? The quota for the Qingyun sect was of utmost importance. For many years, the Yi family has had only these 2. How could they allow outsiders to take them so easily? It is imperative to capture the adversary. Anyone who dares to deceive the Yi family's quota must face dire consequences. However, Yi Chen shook his head and remarked, "If Xian obtains the quota, she will immediately head to the Qingyun sect. The other party has a flying vessel. I suspect she has already arrived." Chen understood the character of Sun Ruoxin all too well. She would not care for her own life upon acquiring the quota. Her only fear would be the complications that may arise with time. She would rush to the Qingyun sect at any hour, ensuring all formalities were settled without delay. The head of the Yi family, upon hearing this, was filled with even greater fury, with traces of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yi Tian, let us depart. The family members sensed the coldness in the head's voice, clearly indicating that Yi Chen's fate would be dire. Nevertheless, given Yi Chen's profound alchemical skills, it was unlikely he would be stripped of his cultivation. However, he would likely face confinement within the family, reduced to a lifelong alchemical machine. Many relatives discreetly cautioned their children, do you see? When you grow up, never become a sycophant, for such a fate is dreadful. Yi Chen anticipated how the family would handle him. After all, his alchemical skills were a valuable asset the family would not squander. Hence, he was forthright in his acceptance. Yet, he was left wondering when Elder Jianfeng would arrive. Could it be soon? I await your arrival with urgency. In an instant. No one cast another glance at Yi Chen. Having utterly enraged the family head, Yi Chen had lost all opportunities. Yu Tian stood behind the family head, who summoned a flying vessel, preparing to leave with him. Before boarding, Yi Tian looked at Yi Chen and displayed a condescending smile. Little 7. Do not slack off at home. Ensure you concoct some superior elixirs for me. The best Peiyuan pill would suffice. Possessing such a treasure could aid my connections within the sect. The family head glanced at Yi Chen, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He is capable. Focus on your cultivation, he commanded. The head's demeanor spoke volumes. Yi Chen's fate was sealed. As the flying vessel ascended, Yi Tian brimmed with confidence. While Yi Chen remained surprisingly calm, he felt an urge to shout, I have bled for the family. However, before he could utter a word, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the area. The family head's figure stiffened, his expression shifting dramatically. May I inquire which esteemed friend has come to visit? The family members were equally startled by the head's reaction. How could someone of his foundation appear so flustered? Moments later, a crimson figure stepped into the hall. Guyunian of the Qingyun sect. A somewhat languid yet slightly hoarse voice, laced with allure, resonated through the air. Upon hearing the name Guyunian, gasps of astonishment echoed among the clan. Even the head of the Yi family promptly lowered the flying vessel to bow. I greet you, esteemed friend Gu. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please, take a seat. Within the Yi family, no one knew the reason for Guyunyan's visit, except for Yi Chen. As Yi Chen gazed at her stunning form clad in a red robe and her enchanting visage, an overwhelming joy emerged in his eyes. It was not merely a matter of attraction, but rather because the system had issued a notification. Chapter 73, Master, my filial piety remains unchanged. The system detected a compatible target, Guyunyan, 100-fold reward feedback. The notification left Yi Chen momentarily speechless. 100-fold? Is this genuine? Up until now, the highest multiplier he had encountered among female cultivators was merely 15 times with Sun Ruoxin. Now, with the system, he had obtained a master. Initially, he believed it was merely an opportunity to enter the Qingyun sect, but now it appeared there was an unexpected delight. His eyes sparkled with sheer elation. A master with a 100-fold multiplier. In the face of such a multiplier, Yi Chen was certain he would remain unwaveringly loyal to his master, filling her with his own filial piety. The Qingyun sect, a force of the Golden Core stage, was overseen by an ancestor of that level. It boasted 6 peak masters, each a formidable cultivator in their own right. Although the peak masters and ordinary elders were both at the foundation establishment stage, the disparity in combat prowess was vast. Yi Hong, the head of the Yi family, was equally astonished that the sword peak master Gu Yunyan would personally visit the Yi family. Gu Yunyan, a prodigious talent, had made remarkable progress in just 27 years of cultivation, rapidly advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Her combat abilities were particularly formidable. During a battle against the neighboring Xianxia sect, she famously defeated 2 foundation establishment elders single-handedly, earning her widespread acclaim. It was said she was among the most likely candidates to break into the Golden Core stage. Why would she personally come to the Yi family? Surely, it must be to convey her congratulations. Yi Hong felt a swell of pride. A peak master offering congratulations was an immense honor. With a beaming smile, he clasped his hands. Fairy Gu, your personal visit to extend congratulations truly elevates the status of our Yi family. Please, take a seat. Yi Tian quickly served tea to the elder. Yi Tian, captivated by Gu Yunyan's exquisite beauty, felt exhilarated. If he could establish a connection with her, it would be as if he had soared to new heights. Hastily, he prepared spiritual tea and presented it with both hands. Meanwhile, the head of the Yi family proudly introduced, this young man is named Yu Tian. He has recently broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He is about to enter the Qingyun sect, and I hope Fairy Gu will look after him. Yi Tian also hastily bowed. "I greet you, esteemed elder." The members of the Yi family were filled with anticipation. If Gu Yunyan indeed had ties to the Yi family, could they possibly request her to accept Yi Tian as a personal disciple? The Qingyun sect had clear hierarchies. If a regular disciple received resources valued at 1, a disciple of an elder received 5, while a disciple of a peak master received 10. There were numerous special privileges attached. Ordinary disciples might struggle to seize such opportunities, but a peak master's personal disciple would gain direct access. The difference was staggering. If Yi Tian truly became her personal disciple, it would be a tremendous leap forward. Yi Tian himself was equally unaware of the potential opportunities before him, trembling with excitement. As for Yi Chen, he had been rendered invisible to all in the hall. Gu Yunyan paid no heed to the head of the Yi family's words. Even as he prattled on, she appeared not to hear him. After surveying the Yi family members, she approached Yi Chen directly. Soon, to the astonishment and confusion of the Yi family, she stood before Yi Chen. Her slightly hoarse yet mature voice rang out once more. "How did you obtain the token?" Upon hearing Gu Yunyan's question, the Yi family members were once again shocked. Gu Yunyan was here seeking Yi Chen? The head of the Yi family felt his face flush. It seemed Gu Yunyan did not recognize him at all, leaving him feeling rather foolish. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, who had been dreaming of becoming a personal disciple, felt his expression turn pale, overwhelmed with confusion. What could the Sword Peak Master want with Yi Chen? Surely, she could not be considering taking him as a disciple? That was inconceivable. It simply could not be. Yi Chen, for the first time, scrutinized his future master. Her brows resembled distant emeralds, her appearance dignified, especially her enchanting phoenix eyes, which were breathtakingly beautiful. The red dress she donned, though somewhat loose, clung to her form in a way that was nearly form-fitting. The voluminous red dress could hardly conceal the astonishingly voluptuous figure of Gu Yunyan. Shouldn't sword cultivators typically embody a more refined aesthetic? How could one attain mastery in swordsmanship with such a physique? It defied logic. Yet, the commanding presence of the master left Yi Chen feeling as if his filial piety was on the verge of wavering, threatening to distort. He was told that he could utilize it in Qingyun City, but now he was to become the direct disciple of the sect leader. Gu Yunyan accepted the token, her expression serene as she scrutinized it. The Yi family members listened, their eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Chen had such an opportunity? Yi Tian's expression twisted in disbelief. It was not the struggles of a brother that were feared, but the opulence of a brother who drove a luxury vehicle. How could Yi Chen, with such negligible merit, become the sect leader's direct disciple? If anyone was deserving, it should have been himself. Gu Yunyan carefully stowed the token and turned to Yi Chen, inquiring about his spiritual root ranking. 3rd grade. Yi Chen's spiritual root was dismal. Gu Yunyan furrowed her brow for the first time and bluntly stated, "Your talent is severely lacking. Even if you become a direct disciple, it will be exceedingly difficult to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I advise you not to squander your time on cultivation. It would be a futile endeavor. Perhaps consider an alternative, such as becoming a wealthy gentleman in Qingyun City. I could serve as your protector, ensuring a life devoid of worries." Yi Chen felt a pang of anguish, as if pierced by 100 needles. Although this master did not resemble a typical sword cultivator, her manner of speaking was unmistakably in line with the sword cultivator ethos, too piercing. What did she mean by not wasting time on cultivation? I refuse to heed that. Thank you for the advice, but I wish to try. Gu Yunyan appeared somewhat indifferent. However, upon seeing Yi Chen's insistence, she merely nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall take you as my disciple. Let us depart at once. Yi Chen hastily interjected, "Master, I have 2 maidservants I wish to bring with me to the sect." Gu Yunyan nodded and instructed Yi Chen to lead the way, casting not a glance at the Yi family as she gracefully departed. Within the Yi family hall, the clan members were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging incredulous glances. Just moments ago, Yi Chen faced the prospect of being confined by the family head and condemned to a lifetime of alchemy. Yet he had suddenly transformed into the direct disciple of the most formidable sect leader. Was this not a bit too outrageous? What extraordinary fortune had befallen Yi Chen? Meanwhile, Yi Tian's expression was contorted with bitterness. How could this be justified? Initially, he had been elated at the prospect of entering Qingyun's sect, but with Yi Chen now a direct disciple, everything felt utterly mundane. The family head's countenance was equally grim. Though Gu Yunyan was the illustrious peak master, she had not even deigned to acknowledge him. This was truly an affront. While Yi Chen had become the sect leader's direct disciple, the family head had just moments ago sought to imprison him and exploit him for life. Their bond had all but evaporated. Furthermore, with Yi Chen's father deceased, his ties to the Yi family would only grow more tenuous. Besides, Yi Chen possessed merely a 3rd-grade spiritual root. The family could only place their hopes on Yi Tian. Yi Chen was evidently merely a beneficiary of serendipity, receiving the sect leader's favor, but this held little significance. His starting point may have been elevated. Yet with a third-grade spiritual root, the prospect of establishing a foundation was grim, as the sect leader had already stated. If he could not break through to the foundation establishment stage, what value did being a direct disciple hold? Moreover, while direct disciples may have access to abundant resources, Chen had already given away his spot in Qingmen sect. Who could say what else he might relinquish? Thus, your future will undoubtedly surpass Chen's. For you remain the hope of the Yi family. Upon hearing the head's reassurances, Yi Tian felt a surge of relief. Indeed, Yi Chen was merely a sycophant. Even if he had fortuitously become a direct disciple, if all resources were given away, what significance did the title hold? Ultimately, the victory would be his own. The sycophant was destined for naught. In the flying vessel en route to Qingmen sect, Lu Jing and Lin Ku'er gazed at Yi Chen with flushed cheeks, their eyes alight with unexpected joy, while they waited in the courtyard. They overheard the servants mention that Yi Chen had offended the family head by giving the Qingyun token to an outsider, a consequence that could have been dire. At that moment, both women had been taken aback, with Lin Ku'er even contemplating fleeing to sever ties with Yi Chen. However, to their astonishment, only a short while later, Yi Chen became the direct disciple of the sect leader. The value of such a title was immeasurable. And although they did not fully grasp its significance, they understood the rarity of a teacher at the late foundation establishment stage. Thus, the previously hesitant Lin Ku'er unhesitatingly boarded the flying vessel, willingly becoming Yi Chen's maidservant. The vessel swiftly arrived at Qingyun sect, briefly landing at the mountain gate. The elder at the gate, upon seeing Gu Yunyan in her red robes with an indifferent demeanor, hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Elder Gu. Gu Yunyan nodded, instructing, have the personnel from the Internal Affairs Hall come to the Sword Peak to register my disciple's details later. The elder was taken aback. Gu Yunyan was actually accepting a disciple? She had always been indifferent to matters beyond the sword, having never taken a disciple before. Even geniuses with unusual spiritual roots did not catch her eye. To accept a disciple now indicated that this individual must be an extraordinary talent. The elder, not daring to delay, promptly complied. Gu Yunyan, without further words, entered the sect via the array after the gate was opened, which left Yi Chen, who sat upright in the vessel, feeling quite reflective. He had heard that entering the sect typically required one to handle the paperwork personally. Yet, after becoming a direct disciple, he found himself receiving service from the Internal Affairs Hall. The status of a direct disciple was far more elevated than he had imagined. Within Qingyun sect, ethereal energies mingled with the air, mountains soared like swords, and various celestial cranes and spiritual creatures danced about, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Even the spiritual energy was denser than that of the outside world, leaving Yi Chen, Lu Jing, and Lin Ku'er, these external cultivators, utterly awestruck. Soon, the vessel landed atop a mountain peak. This is Sword Peak. You are now its sole disciple. That is my cave abode. Should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, you may seek my guidance there. Your talent may be lacking, but since you are determined to pursue cultivation, I will still grant you the title of direct disciple. However, whether you can maintain it and break through to the foundation establishment stage depends entirely on you. As she concluded, Gu Yunyan regarded Yi Chen with a detached gaze. She was not particularly pleased with this sudden direct disciple. Her passion lay solely with the sword, and she had never intended to take on a disciple. Moreover, Yi Chen's talent was woefully inadequate. With a third-grade spiritual root, one could easily find 10 random cultivators on the street, 5 of whom would likely surpass Yi Chen. Additionally, the presence of female cultivators around Yi Chen indicated a lack of dedication to rigorous practice. With such poor talent and a penchant for indulgence, his future appeared bleak. Thus, Gu Yunyan held no expectations for Yi Chen, intending only to grant him the title of direct disciple and allow him to fend for himself, likely leading to his departure in due time. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen sensed the chill in his master's demeanor but remained unfazed. With the sycophant system at his disposal, he could warm even the coldest of hearts. How much more so for a strikingly beautiful master with a captivating figure. His motivation was unwavering. Thus, Yi Chen felt no trepidation. Gu Yunyan nodded. Shortly, the Internal Affairs Hall will come to register your identity and introduce you to the sect. I shall take my leave. With that, she elegantly departed. Yi Chen hurriedly bowed, watching his aloof master depart. As he observed her figure, he made a new discovery. His master possessed a remarkably slender waist, allowing him to discern her silhouette from behind. While Lu Jing also had a stunning figure, she could not quite achieve the same effect. It was no wonder his master had such a remarkable feedback rate. Her physique likely accounted for at least half of it. However, it was clear that his master was rather indifferent towards him, having simply cast him aside. Words seemed superfluous, yet fortunately, the personnel from the Internal Affairs Bureau arrived promptly. A flying vessel descended before Chen and his companions, from which emerged dozens of stewards from the Bureau, including a venerable elder with hair as white as snow. "Where is Elder Gu?" the elder inquired, directing his gaze toward Chen. This indeed reflected Gu Yunyin's characteristic style. Rather than exhibiting surprise, the elder surveyed Chen with keen interest. Gu Yunyin, proud and singularly devoted to the sword path, had been mentioned by the sect leader several times, even recommending a disciple with an extraordinary spirit root. Yet, Gu Yunyin remained uncompromising in her choice. What kind of prodigy could this be? "I am Elder Chen from the Internal Affairs Bureau, here to register you." "Your name?" "Chen." "Spirit root attribute?" "Attributeless, grade 3. Elder Chen was momentarily taken aback. Typically, spirit roots were attribute-less, ranging from grade 1 to 9. Beyond these lay various extraordinary spirit roots, such as those of fire or water. Such roots, while imposing restrictions, allowing only the cultivation of corresponding techniques and spells, offered swifter progress and greater potency in spells, enhancing the likelihood of breakthroughs during the foundation establishment stage. It could be said that those with extraordinary spirit roots were invariably unparalleled geniuses. How could this be? Elder Chen expressed disbelief and immediately instructed his steward to present the spirit root testing array. Chen placed his hand upon it, observing 3 beams of light emerge. Both Elder Chen and the other stewards fell into silence. Indeed, grade 3? To be frank, within the Qingyan sect, grade 7 spirit roots were merely the baseline. To stand out, one needed at least an 8 grade, while only a 9 grade could be deemed a minor genius. As for grade 3, truthfully, most stewards of the Qingyan sect had never encountered such a grade, given that the sect did not accept novices. With a complex expression, Elder Chen regarded Chen. "Are you a relative of Elder Gu?" Chen discerned the elder's thoughts and did not conceal the truth. "An elder has connections with my master, hence, my master accepted me." Elder Chen's understanding dawned. It was indeed a matter of connections, a scenario not uncommon within the Qingyan sect. After all, elders were still human and often found it difficult to refuse personal favors. However, a peak master could only designate one direct disciple. The rest would merely be ordinary disciples, receiving slightly more resources but no additional privileges. To grant a direct disciple position, it seemed Elder Gu had accrued quite a debt of gratitude. Elder Chen abruptly lost interest, instructing his steward to record Chen's information, uttering not a word further. Once the registration was complete and Chen received his token, Elder Chen finally spoke. "The benefits of a direct disciple are numerous. For instance, every 3 years, one is entitled to a cultivation slot within the 5 Elements Cave. Additionally, the chances of obtaining access to the sect's secret realms are significantly higher for direct disciples. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, the sect will also bestow a low-grade foundation establishment pill. Should one participate in the sect's grand competition and achieve first place, the low-grade pill can be upgraded to a high-grade one. Moreover, many sect facilities have restrictions for ordinary disciples, but direct disciples face none of these limitations. The allocated pills are all high-grade. The specifics are detailed in the booklet provided." As Chen listened to the introduction, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Can these slots be gifted to others?" Elder Chen paused, taken aback by the question. "Gifted?" The 5 Elements Cave purifies and compresses one's entire spiritual energy, washing the physical body with formless power. A single visit yields immense enhancements in both spiritual energy and physical form. Moreover, the opportunities within the secret realm are abundant. Who would give such a chance away? Elder Chen, observing Chen, surmised the reason behind his inquiry. Chen, being only at the 6th level of Qi refinement with a grade 3 spirit root, likely feared being outpaced, despite his connections. Elder Chen still spoke earnestly. "The slots belong to you. Naturally, you may bestow them upon anyone you wish. However, it must be of your own volition. If someone attempts to seize them, it will be utterly impossible. Our Qingyan sect is a righteous sect. While we encourage competition among disciples, we uphold integrity. Any clandestine theft will not be tolerated, even among other direct disciples, who will face dire consequences, including the forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Thus, rest assured." Thereafter, Elder Chen noticed Chen's relieved smile, causing him to shake his head. A direct disciple, yet fearful of resource theft. It seemed the weakest direct disciple had truly emerged. Chapter 75, The Day of Harvest. The benefits reserved for direct disciples can indeed be gifted? That is assured. Chen felt an extraordinary joy, his smile illuminating his face. Elder Chen, observing this, shook his head in disbelief at Chen's exuberance over the mere assurance of security regarding his resources. However, It was evident that Yi Chen's status as a direct disciple would not endure for long. Elder Chen could not resist adding, though the honor of being a direct disciple is immense, the pressure is equally daunting. If one performs poorly, there is even a possibility of disqualification. For instance, direct disciples must participate in the sect's grand competition, regardless of ranking. If one ranks last among direct disciples for 3 consecutive years, disqualification will ensue. Enjoying such abundant sect resources, direct disciples must also contribute. They will be forcibly assigned challenging tasks that others dare not undertake at least once a year. If 2 consecutive tasks yield unsatisfactory results, disqualification will follow. For matters concerning the sect's reputation and safety, direct disciples must take the lead. Thus, if you feel your strength is inadequate, it might be wiser to remain an ordinary disciple. Elder Chen elucidated the pros and cons of being a direct disciple. Yi Chen comprehended the gravity of the situation. The status of a direct disciple indeed bore glory and high benefits, yet correspondingly, it entailed considerable danger. For a genius, the risk might be manageable, as they could swiftly convert resources into strength. However, for an ordinary individual, such a position could spell disaster, potentially leading to demise due to perilous sect missions. Yet, while Yi Chen may not be a genius, he possessed a system. By distributing the benefits of being a direct disciple, he could reap substantial rewards in return, achieving efficiency surpassing even that of a genius. Maintaining the status of a direct disciple should not be a formidable task, thus he felt no trepidation. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Chen. I shall not disappoint my master, Yi Chen expressed, appreciating the elder's goodwill with a smile. Elder Chen shook his head and gracefully departed, leaving the stewards to continue attending to Yi Chen's various administrative needs. They prepared his accommodations, conveyed essential precautions, and even provided the month's supply of pills and spiritual stones. Each direct disciple was allocated a fixed monthly allowance of 1 medium-grade spiritual stone and 30 high-grade pills, a testament to the Qingyan sect's generosity. Once the stewards took their leave, Lu Jing and Lin Kuer entered the residence to organize their belongings. Yi Chen stood before the cave abode, gazing at the skies filled with soaring celestial birds, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. He had finally entered the Qingyan sect. Tomorrow, he would seek out the senior sisters of the sect to discover what delightful surprises they might bring. While his master's 100-fold multiplier was indeed remarkable, Yi Chen was unable to provide what his master required at this stage, as his master was at the later stage of foundation establishment. Thus, while he aspired to please his master, that would have to wait. Currently, he needed the companionship of high multiplier senior sisters within the Qi refinement stage, even if they were momentarily elusive. Sun Ruoxin had also entered the Qingyan sect, offering at least a 15-fold guarantee. Therefore, Yi Chen felt no urgency. Before the morrow, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Turning around, he beheld Lu Jing and Lin Kuer diligently organizing the cave abode. After such a lengthy wait, he had finally arrived at the Qingyan sect. It was time to indulge in some delightful cuisine. Lu Jing, adorned in a flowing gown, bent over to tidy the bedding. As Yi Chen gazed upon what appeared to be a full moon, Lin Kuer was enchantingly using a cleaning spell to sweep the walls. The gentle breeze tousling her long hair, revealing her exquisite, ethereal visage reminiscent of first love. The choice presented itself. What should one select? A typical man would undoubtedly hesitate in such a moment, yet Yi Chen did not. Such indecision is the folly of youth. Adults desire everything. With determined strides, Yi Chen entered the cave and firmly closed the door behind him. In the next instant, the startled exclamations of Lu Jing and Lin Kuer echoed from within, soon transforming into a more intimate tone, for the 2 women, previously burdened by feelings of longing and frustration, finally experienced the potent force of dragon and elephant. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the sword summit, Gu Yunyun reclined beside a verdant flying sword, her perfect and voluptuous form stretched languidly across a bamboo bed. Gazing through the window at the starry sky, the heavens above seemed to channel an imperceptible starlight, cascading downwards, accentuating Gu Yunyun's already striking figure, rendered even more alluring by her disheveled attire. This secret art she had acquired allowed her to harness celestial power to nurture both sword and spirit. As she drew in the starlight, her mind wandered, reflecting on her apprentice, Yi Chen, with a sense of dissatisfaction. The debt of gratitude owed for saving her life had been repaid merely through the acknowledgement of a personal disciple, which she deemed sufficient. Regrettably, Yi Chen's aptitude was painfully inadequate. The sect's regulations stipulated that a peak master could only have 1 personal disciple throughout their lifetime. All subsequent apprentices would be mere ordinary disciples without the privileges afforded to a personal student. Thus, Gu Yunyun felt a complex mix of emotions regarding Yi Chen. On one hand, she had little hope for him and was disinclined to intervene, yet on the other, she felt a sense of obligation due to his connection to her benefactor. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she extended her consciousness to ascertain whether Chen was diligently practicing. If he demonstrated sufficient effort, perhaps a modicum of support from her might afford him the opportunity to break through to foundational cultivation. However, upon reaching Chen's cave and hearing those peculiar sounds, she could not help but let out a scornful click of her tongue. Such a child is beyond redemption. On his first day in the sect, instead of focusing on cultivation and planning his development, he was engrossed in such frivolities. And it was not merely two individuals indulging in this behavior. Her personal disciples seemed utterly hopeless. Gu Yunyun abandoned any thoughts of extending a helping hand to Chen. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, Gu Yunyun had remained solitary. Though she had heard tales of such matters, this was the first time she had been privy to such a spectacle, leaving her heart in disarray. Compelled, she retrieved a wine gourd from her storage ring and took a hearty swig. Perhaps in her haste, some of the liquid dribbled down her chin, cascading down her slender neck and disappearing into the snowy depths below, unnoticed. Time slipped away, and eventually, Gu Yunyun found herself unable to resist releasing her consciousness once more. Her lovely face flushed with color, akin to the blooming of fine rouge in water, stunningly beautiful. An hour passed, then another, and still, the sounds did not cease. Dawn was approaching. Were they not to sleep? This Chen, though lacking in talent, seemed to possess considerable physical prowess. Gu Yunyun's intrigue only deepened until the first light of day broke upon the horizon, finally silencing the commotion from Chen's cave. Chapter 76. Dual Cultivation Techniques. After a brief moment of rest with his eyes closed, Chen opened them to a delicate sensation. Once dressed, he noticed that the two women remained asleep, their long lashes fluttering without lifting their eyelids, drifting back into slumber. While such attendance might be deemed somewhat negligent, Chen understood their exhaustion and bore no ill will. He departed the cave and contemplated whether to pay his respects to his master, Gu Yunyun, in hopes of fostering goodwill. Yet recalling her frosty demeanor from the previous day, he opted to postpone that endeavor. He would wait until he established his foundation before seeking her favor. His first destination was the Grand Plaza of Qinyun sect. After the introduction from the steward the day before, Chen had gained a clearer understanding of the sect. The disciples primarily congregated in the Grand Plaza, which served as the epicenter for various activities, encompassing living quarters, a marketplace, lecture areas, and administrative zones. Despite being a mere plaza, its expanse rivaled that of a small town. Chen swiftly made his way to the Grand Plaza, where the central location housed the task hall of Qinyun sect. Numerous disciples had already gathered to accept assignments, and the air was filled with calls for participants, seeking to slay a sixth-layer Qi refinement beast. One needed rewards and contributions to be shared. Requirements: 6th layer Qi refinement, adept in ice-based spells. I am a 4th layer Qi refinement practitioner, skilled in minor rain techniques. Proficient enough to have entered the mastery stage, and have also begun learning the fireball technique, capable of both damage and support. Are there any senior brothers or sisters willing to guide me? If I do not take on a task soon, I shall be expelled from the sect. The alchemy peak is in need of a trial medicine disciple. Requirements: above 6th layer Qi refinement, with a robust physique. 30 low-grade spirit stones per day, paid daily. If one can endure for 5 days, total compensation will increase to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Hunting the ancient song eagle, seeking a teammate skilled in enemy detection, high contribution. Come quickly. The lively scene before him evoked memories of online gaming from his past life. Several teams were in search of members, and as they spotted Chen approaching, they contemplated inquiring. However, upon noticing the 3 clouds emblazoned on his attire, they recoiled in surprise. In Qinyun sect, ordinary disciples bore a single cloud, while elder disciples displayed 2. Only a personal disciple of the peak master adorned 3 clouds. Yet, was it not the case that there were merely 4 personal disciples in the sect? How had another emerged so suddenly? Many gazes shifted towards him, and numerous disciples approached, offering their greetings. Those who could achieve the status of personal disciples were undeniably prodigies, and they had no qualms about forging connections with him. In the realm of cultivation, it was not merely about combat. Social connections held significant weight. A robust network could prove invaluable in times of need. Chen greeted the ordinary disciples with a warm smile. Scanning the vicinity, he noted the system's notifications were scarce. The few that did ring out were multiply rewarded. Yet such modest increments held no allure for him. With his aspirations elevated, he dismissed the 5-fold and 10-fold rewards as insignificant. After perusing the task hall, Chen directed his attention toward the lecture area. This space featured open platforms where elders conducted lessons. Some taught foundational techniques, while others instructed on various introductory spells. And even higher-level skills were offered. As a personal disciple, Chen enjoyed unrestricted access to all areas. It was evident that the elders devoted considerable effort to their teachings, reminiscent of university lectures in his past life. Ultimately, after a thorough exploration, Chen grasped the immense appeal Qingyun sect held for ordinary cultivators. In the outside world, seeking guidance and acquiring knowledge was an arduous task, yet within Qingyun sect, such benefits were readily available to all disciples. Resources were scarce, but tasks could be undertaken to exchange achievements for various enhancements. This was a far superior arrangement compared to wandering as a rogue cultivator. While the sect provided limited resources to ordinary disciples, the advantages gained from being part of Qingyun sect far exceeded expectations. Regrettably, in the lecture area, Chen found no suitable candidates for gifts. However, he did encounter a potential recipient with a 20-fold reward multiplier, a stunning sister at the 7th layer Qi refinement stage. Yet, she was accompanied by a male cultivator, and their interactions appeared particularly intimate. Although the prospect of triggering a system prompt indicated she was still unclaimed, the mutual affection between them was evident. Chen had always refrained from encroaching upon others' relationships. In the vast expanse of the world, one need not covet the partners of others. Thus, I chose to disregard such notions entirely. After surveying the teaching area, Chen set forth towards the commercial district, where one could find the shops of various sects and numerous disciples setting up stalls to sell items acquired during their missions in the outside world. As Chen meandered through the streets, he not only sought a stroke of luck in finding a suitable partner, but also hoped to discover a fitting gift. 1 low-grade spirit stone for a small bucket. Well-processed first-grade demon beast pelts, 30% cheaper than shop prices. Hurry. The cacophony of sellers filled the air as Chen wandered through the throngs of people. To be frank, he found little of interest. After all, if the disciples had truly come across any treasures, they would likely keep them for themselves. What was on sale were likely items that were deemed unnecessary. Thus, Chen continued his aimless wandering until he happened upon a stall selling cultivation techniques, where he paused, intrigued. Displayed prominently was a dual cultivation method. As the name suggests, dual cultivation involves 2 cultivators practicing together. Since crossing over to this realm, Chen had developed a keen interest in such methods and wished to acquire a copy for study. However, genuine dual cultivation techniques were rare in the current cultivation world, which seemed to favor expedient and superficial practices. Esoteric methods like seduction techniques had become the norm. Thus, encountering a legitimate dual cultivation method piqued Chen's interest immensely. Authentic dual cultivation techniques could enhance both parties' cultivation while indulging in pleasure. Although the improvement might be modest, having some benefit was better than none. If the effects of the dual cultivation method could be amplified after gifting it, it would be akin to soaring to new heights, double the joy. Chen, aware of his inferior talent, yearned to accelerate his cultivation speed. Even a slight boost from dual cultivation was preferable to stagnation. With this in mind, Chen inquired about the price of the technique. Upon hearing the response of 1 high-grade spirit stone for a dual cultivation method, Chen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? 1 spirit stone for a dual cultivation technique. The most expensive flying vessel I purchased only cost 50 middle-grade spirit stones. Are the disciples of Qingyun sect all obsessed with wealth, akin to Sun Yi? Chen's furrowed brow prompted the stall owner to exhibit impatience, ready to dismiss him with a remark about how a poor person should just move along. However, upon noticing the 3 clouds embroidered on Chen's attire, the stall owner gasped in astonishment. A direct disciple of the Peak Master? While I have not seen you before, who would dare impersonate a direct disciple in Qingyun sect? The stall owner immediately adopted a more cordial demeanor, standing to enthusiastically present the technique. Esteemed senior, this dual cultivation method is extraordinary. You are aware that typical dual cultivation methods require a degree of distraction during practice, and afterwards, one must meditate to assimilate the benefits. Such distractions can hinder enjoyment, and meditating post-exercise may not foster a good relationship between partners. However, my method operates entirely passively, requiring no mental diversion and no special assimilation of gains. Both parties receive spiritual energy feedback throughout, allowing for cultivation advancement without impeding the main affair. For this feature alone, 1 high-grade spirit stone is truly a bargain. Were I not in need of funds, I would never consider selling it. After hearing this, Chen's interest in the dual cultivation method intensified, not for any frivolous reasons, but because he recognized his limited aptitude and the necessity to seize every opportunity for advancement. Dual cultivation, unlike standard practices, would not impose additional burdens on his meridians and could be combined with regular cultivation, even if the enhancement from dual cultivation was merely 1/10 that of normal practice. He realized that the system acknowledged only pure individuals. For instance, after acquiring Lu Jing and Lin Kuer the previous night, They were no longer listed as options in the system. In a sense, the two had lost their utility to him, and keeping them around would only serve as a burden. However, possessing a dual cultivation technique would change that. Even if it did not gain recognition from the system, their presence would still hold value, rendering them not entirely unworthy. With this in mind, Chen picked up the jade slip, and upon receiving the stall owner's consent, he delved into the introduction of the technique. Extreme joy technique. Life is fleeting. Indulge in dual cultivation. What joy is beyond measure. Once cultivated, this technique automatically activates during discussions with female cultivators, transforming without requiring distraction. Both parties will receive feedback, and the higher the female cultivator's cultivation, the better the effect. Each day, dual cultivation can occur for 2 hours. Exceeding this duration significantly reduces efficiency. When paired with a female cultivator of the same level, the efficiency is 1/10 that of normal cultivation. Indeed, it was precisely 1/10. Calculating, it amounted to the equivalent of 3 additional days of cultivation over a month. However, this does not account for the enhancements provided by medicinal pills during regular cultivation. Thus, these 3 days equated to merely 1 day of progress. Such efficiency was hardly impressive. It was almost tantamount to having no enhancement at all. Moreover, the effectiveness lasted only 2 hours daily. Was this technique to be dismissed? Chen concluded that this method was inadequate, offering mere marginal benefits. I shall offer you 10 middle-grade spirit stones for it, he declared, attempting to negotiate. The stall owner's expression twitched at his words. Senior, you know how challenging it is to elevate one's cultivation. Any opportunity for enhancement, no matter how small, must be grasped. After all, one misstep can lead to perpetual lag. 10 middle-grade spirit stones is truly insufficient. How about this? Let us foster a friendship, and I shall part with it for 90 middle-grade spirit stones? Chen scoffed. If every opportunity must be seized, why not keep it for your own use? The stall owner retorted confidently, because I lack a partner. You see, as an ordinary disciple, my resources are limited each month. How could I possibly seek a partner? If a partner faces a daunting task, would I not have to accompany them? If they lack resources for cultivation and I have some, would it not be unreasonable not to share? Should a child be born, the complications multiply, particularly if the child possesses spiritual roots requiring resources. Seeking a partner wastes time and resources. Only a fool would embark on such a venture. Just yesterday, I overheard a newly initiated disciple lamenting about a cousin who is a lovesick fool, tirelessly pursuing partners, showering them with pills and even more precious treasures. Now that is true folly. Chen couldn't help but smirk at this revelation. This individual possessed a clear understanding of the situation, but the description of the lovesick cousin felt all too familiar. Wasn't that character Tian, who entered Qingjian sect yet neglected cultivation in favor of spreading rumors? The next time they crossed paths, he would certainly administer a sound thrashing. The dual cultivation technique indeed stood out with its unique advantages. Yet its actual enhancement was too trivial, appealing to low-level cultivators while being disregarded by those of higher realms. The stall owner likely had held onto it for quite some time, and Chen's status as a direct disciple may have prompted the stall owner to forge a connection. Ultimately, they settled on a price of 50 middle-grade spirit stones for the transaction, although the extreme joy technique was somewhat lacking in efficiency. How would it perform under the system's feedback? One could only hope for a remarkable enhancement. 100-fold feedback would be ideal. Yet, gifting this to his master might result in immediate expulsion. Perhaps presenting it to the 20-fold female cultivator encountered previously would indeed be a promising prospect, as she had already shown interest in such a method. However, gifting a dual cultivation technique to a female cultivator feels rather intrusive. Moreover, if it were to be presented to someone with a boyfriend, it might be construed as flirtation, potentially leading to conflict. Additionally, it seems detrimental to one's reputation. Just as Chen was caught in a moment of hesitation, a familiar voice emerged from behind. Senior sister, you have actually managed to refine a high-grade Qiling pill. It seems you are on the verge of breaking through to a second-tier alchemist. Truly impressive. It was the voice of Sun Ruoxin. Indeed, Sun Ruoxin appeared, clad in the disciple robes of the Qingyan sect. Yet, her long, elegantly proportioned legs remained strikingly captivating. However, when the system notification chimed, Chen was taken aback. This astonishment was not due to Sun Ruoxin, but rather the female cultivator standing beside her. The system detected a matching feedback target. Yaoshi, 30-fold feedback multiplier. What on earth? Chen scrutinized closely. Beside Sun Ruoxin stood a tall female cultivator, her legs as long as Sun Ruoxin's, but she was taller, at least 175 centimeters. This female cultivator also possessed an admirable figure, with a slender waist and long legs, yet it was her rear that was most alluring. As Chen slightly turned his face, he could discern her exaggerated curves, reminiscent of those stunning Brazilian beauties from his past life. as if she could effortlessly balance a glass of fine wine upon her back. Such a physique was extraordinary, entirely deserving of the 30-fold feedback rate. This female cultivator, named Yaoshi, walked alongside Sun Ruoxin, her exquisite features adorned with a serene smile, her chin slightly raised, a clear indication of her proud demeanor. Quite intriguing. Your talisman crafting skills are commendable. With diligent practice, you might even be taken under the wing of the talisman elder. This seemed sincere, yet was delivered with casual indifference. Her father had ties with Sun Yi, hence, out of familial courtesy, she offered some assistance to Sun Ruoxin within the sect. Although she was the senior sister, having attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, she was burdened with numerous worries. There was little time for her to engage with Sun Ruoxin, and she intended to depart after exchanging a few words. Ruoxin, noticing Sun Ruoxin lost in thought, Yaoshi frowned and prompted her. Sun Ruoxin quickly apologized to her senior sister, saying, "I'm sorry, I was startled to see an acquaintance." Yaoshi casually shook her head, "Since you've encountered an acquaintance, you should converse. I have matters to attend to." With that, she prepared to leave. However, when she casually glanced over to see who Sun Ruoxin's acquaintance was, she spotted the 3 clusters of white clouds adorning Yichun. Sun Ruoxin's acquaintance turned out to be a direct disciple of the Peak Master. Yoshi's departing steps halted abruptly. Chapter 78, Disgusting Lower-Class Man. Encountering Yichun within the Qingyun sect astonished Sun Ruoxin, especially since Yichun was also wearing the disciple robes of the sect. Did the Yi family grant another entry quota to Yichun? Was Yichun truly held in such high regard? Sun Ruoxin was perplexed. Yet, having just arrived at the Qingyun sect, she felt a tinge of anxiety. To meet a man who selflessly devoted himself to her, regardless of her feelings towards him, brought her a sense of joy and reassurance. Furthermore, with Yichun now in the Qingyun sect, would he not continue to present her with gifts in the future? That was splendid indeed. Junior brother, you have also entered the Qingyun sect. This is wonderful. I was worried yesterday that you might be punished by your family. Sun Ruoxin exclaimed with delight. Why are you worried? Yichun internally scoffed. At that moment, he had little interest in Sun Ruoxin, for standing behind her was a breathtaking beauty with a 30-fold multiplier. Why not introduce the senior sister behind you? Sensing Yichun's gaze, Sun Ruoxin was taken aback. Yichun, showing indifference to her, instead focused intently on the senior sister, which made Sun Ruoxin feel somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she proceeded to introduce, this is Yaoshi, the senior sister of the Qingyun sect, whose cultivation has reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, and she has been accepted as a disciple by the elders of the Alchemy Peak. This is Yichun, my junior brother, who once studied talisman crafting with me. Yichun immediately smiled. I have met senior sister Yao. Yaoshi's exquisite face also broke into a smile. Junior brother Yi has just joined the sect, I see. Under Yichun's subtle guidance, the conversation swiftly transitioned to alchemy. Not only does your junior brother craft talismans, but he also refines pills. What a genius. Yaoshi expressed surprise. Yichun shook his head. I merely grasped the basics, far from your esteemed level, senior sister. If the opportunity arises, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Should you need assistance, feel free to approach me after class. She offered. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Yichun nodded in gratitude, watching Yaoshi gracefully stride away. One must admit, Yaoshi's front was already breathtaking, but her rear was truly mesmerizing. The pronounced curve of her figure was something Yichun had never encountered before, coupled with her willow-like slender waist. It was hard to imagine the enchanting scene she would create when bending. I must practice. I shall take my leave. Sun Ruoxin's expression turned cold. Just moments ago, Yichun had almost completely disregarded her, as if she were invisible next to the senior sister. The most disconcerting aspect was that Yichun continued to gaze longingly after Yaoshi had left. Although she had long known that Yichun was not the type to be infatuated, to be so blatantly overlooked in her presence was intolerable. Did she truly pale in comparison to the senior sister? This made Sun Ruoxin exceedingly angry. With a cold remark, she turned to leave. Yichun raised an eyebrow at her words. After having taken so much from him, escaping in a flying boat, and gaining entry into the Qingyun sect solely through his efforts, how dare she express anger? It was laughable. However, Sun Ruoxin still held some value. The dual cultivation technique was unsuitable for gifting to his master or to the newly acquainted Yaoshi. After all, presenting such a thing upon first meeting would seem rather perverse and detrimental to future relations. Furthermore, the recipient might not even require it. If the system did not acknowledge it, it would be akin to giving it away for nothing. Yet, Sun Ruoxin was different. This woman had promised that once she reached the foundation building stage, she would repay him with her body. Whether her words were sincere or not, he took them to heart. Hence, gifting the dual cultivation technique to Sun Ruoxin seemed entirely reasonable, sure to garner the system's approval and yield rewards. Thus, Chen smiled and spoke. Having just entered the Qingyun sect, one must be courteous to strangers. Moreover, as she is your friend, I cannot appear too ungracious. I specifically came to the sect square today to find you. I even spent a high-grade spirit stone to procure a suitable gift for you. Chen's explanation was quite reasonable. Upon hearing that he had prepared a gift valued at a high-grade spirit stone, Sun Ruoxin's anger dissipated instantly. After being schemed against by her father's master, Elder Kong, the spirit stones accumulated by the Sun family had been entirely depleted. They were now in dire straits. Chen's thoughtful gift was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for Sun Ruoxin. I shall forgive you this once, but you must not repeat such behavior in the future. With that, Sun Ruoxin extended her hand, indicating for Chen to present the gift. Chen internally smirked, placing the recently acquired dual cultivation technique, the ecstasy technique, into her palm. Upon seeing the jade slip, Sun Ruoxin's eyes lit up. Is this a spell? A spell worth a high-grade spirit stone must be extraordinary. Sun Ruoxin's joy increased, and she delved into her consciousness to examine the introduction. However, upon reading the description, she froze, her fair face flushed, and her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Chen. She could not fathom that the gift Chen had prepared for her was, in fact, a dual cultivation technique. Chen pondered whether he was seeking to cultivate with her. Noticing Sun Ruoxin's gaze, he displayed a look of confusion. Did not my senior sister say that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, she would grant herself to me? I thought it permissible to prepare a dual cultivation technique for her in advance. Is it possible that my senior sister has no intention of cultivating with me? Were her earlier words merely to deceive me? Upon hearing Chen's words, Sun Ruoxin, who was initially ready to question him in anger, was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed spoken similarly when contemplating obtaining the Qingyun token from Chen. However, it was merely a fleeting remark. Once she achieved foundation establishment, how could she possibly regard Chen with any affection? It was inconceivable that she would offer her body as a means of gratitude. The fact that Chen remained preoccupied with this matter, even going so far as to procure the dual cultivation technique, signified something else entirely. Chen's feelings were not genuine. Rather, he was lusting after her physical form. All his previous actions were merely a means to acquire her. How foolish she had been to think Chen was different from other men. Disgusting. Yet, despite her inner turmoil, Sun Ruoxin recognized that while the Qingyun sect was indeed splendid, achieving prominence therein required substantial resources, a commodity she currently lacked. Now was a crucial moment for her to solicit Chen's support. It was imperative that she did not sever their ties, thus suppressing her indignation. She spoke with an effort to maintain her composure. How could I deceive my junior brother? It is simply that matters of this nature are somewhat difficult for me to discuss. I am grateful for your gift and assure you that I shall diligently study and practice this technique. After saying this, she even cast Chen a flirtatious glance, tinged with unspoken words. However, she had already resolved to pass this subpar technique to her father for sale. At that moment, a smile graced Chen's face. Not due to Sun Ruoxin's somewhat naive expression, but because the system's feedback notification had chimed in his mind. Gift successful. The gift is the Supreme Joy Technique. 15-fold feedback received. Reward. Great Joy Zen Method. The Great Joy Zen Method. The Path of Ultimate Bliss. A dual cultivation technique that allows all parties involved to experience immense joy while significantly enhancing their cultivation. Furthermore, practitioners can rely on this method to consolidate their foundations and grow stronger with each battle, without any time constraints. The reward has been deposited into the host storage space. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen raised an eyebrow. Great Joy Zen Method? The name has a certain elegance to it. Judging from the description, it appeared far superior to the Supreme Joy Technique. At the very least, it lacked any time limitations and promised an increase in resilience. As for the magnitude of the enhancement, that would require his own experimentation. Overall, with the system's rewards in mind, Chen felt elated. On the second day of joining the Qingyun sect, he encountered the suitable 30-fold female cultivator, Yaoxi, and received what appeared to be a remarkable dual cultivation technique. It was nothing short of perfection. Indeed, joining the Qingyun sect had been a fortuitous decision. My junior brother, please refrain from sending such gifts in the future. Sun Ruoxin said earnestly, hinting that Chen should offer more useful presents instead. She also intended to guide him around. Chen smirked at her words. With a 30-fold senior sister, who would feel the need to send gifts daily? Such notions were but a dream. He had already devised a plan to attend alchemy lessons, hoping for a chance encounter with senior sister Yaoxi to present her with gifts. The significance of Sun Ruoxin had drastically diminished in Chen's eyes. However, it was still necessary to get acquainted with her, for if senior sister required assistance, Sun Ruoxin could still serve a purpose. The two of them soon departed from the Grand Plaza and arrived at the disciples' residential area. The disciples' living quarters were modest, featuring small courtyards of roughly 100 square meters. The conditions could be described as neither good nor bad. Standing there, Chen could clearly sense that the concentration of spiritual energy was markedly inferior to that of the Sword Peak, where he resided, where the benefits of being a direct disciple included access to richer spiritual energy. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Sun Ruoxin's courtyard, concerned that Chen would follow her inside, fearing that their solitude might lead him to take advantage of her. She felt the need to maintain a facade of distance, especially since she still desired his gifts. Thus, Sun Ruoxin awkwardly said, "I just arrived here yesterday, and the place is still in disarray. I will have to invite my junior brother over for tea another time." Chen chuckled at her words. "So you intend to discard it once used?" However, this suited Chen just fine. Without uttering another word, he turned and departed without a trace of reluctance. This attitude left Sun Ruoxin slightly bewildered, prompting her to question whether she had been too dismissive, potentially angering Chen. Indeed, the value of a Qingyan sect quota was immense, not to mention the various treasures Chen had gifted her. Yet, she had maintained an unsatisfied demeanor. Even refusing to invite him inside for a moment's respite, anyone in his position would feel slighted. However, despite recognizing her somewhat excessive behavior, Sun Ruoxin was unwilling to alter her demeanor. After all, Chen had shown a blatant lack of decorum. She had only made a casual remark out of gratitude. Yet he took it to heart, even going so far as to purchase a dual cultivation technique. Chen's motives in gifting her the Qingyun token were not pure. He was clearly drawn to her physique. Should she display any warmth, he would undoubtedly take advantage of that openness, perhaps even seeking to engage in more intimate relations. Thus, she resolved to remain aloof. As for whether Chen would be upset or distance himself from her, Sun Ruoxin had no concerns. He had willingly bestowed upon her the Qingyun token, and even believed in the absurd lies surrounding the flying boat incident. This indicated a deep-seated affection for her. How could someone so infatuated truly harbor anger? No matter how coldly she treated him, he would persist in his admiration, unwavering in his support. She had no reason to worry. In summary, Sun Ruoxin felt emboldened in her dealings with Chen. The Sword Peak was remarkably tranquil, with only a few individuals aside from her master present. Upon entering the courtyard, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo had already awakened. Upon seeing Chen, their faces flushed with color, as they had surrendered everything to him the previous night. Having relinquished all reservations, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo embraced their roles as maidservants with a sense of tranquility. Indeed, serving Chen came with its own rewards. He had promised to provide them with the alchemical resources required for their cultivation, along with a monthly allowance of mid-grade spiritual stones. Such terms, in the outside world, would likely entice even female cultivators of late-stage qi refinement to willingly enter into Chen's care. All they needed to do was remain by Chen's side, attending to his needs, and they would receive everything necessary for their cultivation. This was undoubtedly a dream job for most cultivators. Consequently, the two young women were genuinely content in their current station. Subsequently, Lu Jing went to prepare breakfast while Lin Kuo tidied the room. Meanwhile, Chen retrieved the Great Joy Zen method from his storage ring. Placing the jade slip against his brow, an immense flow of information surged into his mind. To his delight, the jade slip not only contained the methods for practicing the Great Joy Zen method, but also included the 365 poses of the Joy Zen sect for dual cultivation. After perusing through these postures, Chen felt as though his horizons had expanded. Given that cultivators possessed various magical techniques, the possibilities for exploration were virtually limitless. Upon completion, Chen was left with but a singular thought. The directors from the previous life on the island were ultimately too conservative. The path to dual cultivation is not difficult to enter. In just an afternoon, Chen had made his initial breakthrough. It is human nature to desire to experiment with new knowledge as soon as it is acquired. After dinner, Chen gazed at the starry sky in the courtyard and called the two women inside. Upon hearing his voice, a rosy hue adorned their exquisite faces. They had completely let go of their reservations regarding Chen, as everything was now his. However, the idea of the three of them being together was indeed somewhat awkward. Yet, despite their embarrassment, they obediently entered the room. When they beheld the stone-clock jade bed that Chen had produced, their eyes widened in astonishment. The bed was entirely translucent, surrounded by spiritual energy, resembling a small gathering array. Cultivating on this bed would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Most importantly, the surface of the bed was like jelly, requiring no cushion to rest upon. They never expected Chen to possess such a treasure. After a brief explanation from Chen about the bed, their astonishment deepened. The ability of this bed to accelerate cultivation must be worth a fortune in spirit stones. Furthermore, given its size, it would not fit in an ordinary storage bag. Thus, Chen's storage bag was undoubtedly larger than the ones given to them. However, this revelation did not breed discontent in the two women. Instead, they felt that Chen's foundation was far more profound than they had imagined. To be able to follow such a man was undoubtedly their fortune. Soon, however, their thoughts were no longer on such matters. Chapter 80. A Disciple in Love. Although Gu Yunyu's figure was stunning, her demeanor was exceptionally cool and straightforward, creating a striking contrast. She spent most days cultivating and spent her nights lying beside the bamboo loft, gazing up at the stars before gradually drifting into sleep. However, for the past few nights, Gu Yunyu found it difficult to sleep due to the noise from Chen's side. The sound was not loud enough to reach the bamboo loft, yet for some reason, Gu Yunyu could not help but extend her consciousness to listen. As she listened, her curiosity grew about how long Chen could sustain his efforts. The night would pass before she realized it, disrupting her routine. This evening, lying on her side, her curvaceous figure was a sight to behold. It had been a week. Could Chen's physical body be so formidable? Was he not concerned about depleting his essence? Even if he wouldn't harm his core, did he not intend to cultivate earnestly? Why then did he come to Qingyun's sect to be my direct disciple? Clearly, with the token, he could request me to create far more valuable items. Gu Yunyu was filled with curiosity about her disciple. As for her eavesdropping, it was related to the cultivation methods she practiced. Gu Yunyu was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and was preparing to break through to the golden core stage. However, due to her smooth progress, her state of mind had not yet reached perfection. The sounds emanating from Chen's side resonated with significant fluctuations in mental state. Gu Yunyu felt that the day she could remain completely unfazed by the sounds from Chen would be the day she was truly ready to break through to the golden core. Although various distracting thoughts still surfaced while she listened, Gu Yunyu was confident that with her willpower, she would undoubtedly succeed. Yet, before achieving success, she must not recklessly attempt to break through. The process of breaking through to the golden core would inevitably involve a tribulation of the heart. If she harbored any weaknesses, failure was certain. Thus, this was not eavesdropping but a form of cultivation. Gu Yunyu continued to listen intently. Though the blush on her cheeks and the beads of sweat on her forehead, along with the occasional sip of spiritual wine, betrayed her calm demeanor. The Great Joy Zen method was indeed remarkably effective. At dawn, Chen merely closed his eyes for a moment before rising to begin his cultivation. Beside him, Lin Kuer and Lu Jing lay under silk quilts, each in different poses, sleeping soundly. Throughout the past week, Chen had been experimenting with the Great Joy Zen method. After 2 days of adaptation, the results of his cultivation were astonishingly powerful, especially with the aid of the stone clock jade bed. His cultivation efficiency had nearly doubled, equating to a remarkable improvement. The Great Joy Zen method, being a genuine dual cultivation technique, benefited not only Chen but also the two women, who were reaping the rewards of their enhanced cultivation. They were performing increasingly well, striving for more time to continue their progress. In summary, with the assistance of the Great Joy Zen method, Chen's cultivation speed had surged, despite his average aptitude. Even with premium elixirs and the help of the stone clock jade bed, it would have taken at least 6 months to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. However, now, he could potentially achieve that in just 3 months, or even sooner with diligent effort. After concluding his cultivation, the two women had quietly awakened. One was preparing breakfast while the other awaited, ready to assist Chen with his morning routine. As Chen opened his eyes, Lin Kuer, with the innocence of first love, meticulously helped him wash up. Relishing the delicate touch of her hands, Chen felt particularly joyful. However, as Lin Kuer's hands began to wander lower, Chen gently halted her. Lin Kuer was exceptionally eager to improve herself, always seizing opportunities to secretly learn while Lu Jing was absent. Yet today, Chen had matters to attend to, so he disregarded Lin Kuer's pleading gaze, consumed his breakfast, and instructed the two women to continue their cultivation before heading to the sect's Grand Plaza. The improvement in cultivation through the Great Joy Zen method was related to the cultivation levels of the partners involved. Both women were at the 4th layer of qi refinement, still slightly lacking. Nevertheless, with various resources at their disposal and after using the jade bed, their cultivation had progressed rapidly, nearing a breakthrough to the 5th layer. The art of fire control relies on spiritual resonance. Spiritual fire is rare, but if obtained, one's alchemical skills would surely soar, benefiting not only alchemy but cultivation as well. That concludes today's lesson. I have thoroughly explained the art of fire control. If there are any lingering questions, feel free to visit the Tianxian shop, where I have shared my insights into alchemy. I believe it will be beneficial for you. In the Grand Plaza today, after attending the advanced cultivation class, Chen felt somewhat disinterested. What struck him as particularly absurd was that the elder continued to promote their wares even after class. Nonetheless, Chen did not dwell on such matters. His alchemical skills had already reached perfection, rendering the elder's teachings unnecessary. The reason for his presence was solely for the 30-fold enhancement provided by senior sister Xiaoxi. As his master was not yet an option, Xiaoxi had become his most favored female cultivator, without contest. During class, Xiaoxi had sat in the front row. The classroom was quite simple, with mats laid out on the floor, where many disciples sat cross-legged. However, Xiaoxi's striking figure was not suited for such a position, so she opted to kneel instead. The sight of her exquisite curves was truly mesmerizing. As the class concluded, Chen rose and made his way towards Xiaoxi. The dispersing disciples cast him curious glances. For news of a new direct disciple under the sect's renowned peak master Gu Yunyu had spread throughout the sect. The interest in discovering the caliber of this prodigy was palpable. However, shortly thereafter, new developments would emerge. Chen, a beneficiary of connections, has secured the title of a direct disciple through personal relationships. Unfortunately, his spiritual root is of mediocre quality, rated merely at the 3rd tier, suggesting he may lose this coveted position within 3 years. Rumors circulate that Chen is a sycophant, lacking ambition and lavishing various resources upon female cultivators. These tales have left the disciples of Qin Yun's sect astonished, as they dedicate themselves to their cultivation, often neglecting romantic pursuits. The notion that someone would willingly adopt the role of a sycophant is utterly bizarre, especially since such a person has attained the status of a direct disciple. The absurdity is palpable. Consequently, the expressions of the disciples as they observe Chen are rather peculiar, yet none dare to voice their mockery. After all, despite his lackluster spiritual root and low aptitude, he remains a direct disciple, connected to the peak master. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him? Nevertheless, they all await the day when Chen will inevitably lose his title and retreat in disgrace. At this moment, the disciples witness Chen approaching senior sister Xiaoxi. Their initial astonishment quickly transforms into belief. The rumors surrounding this direct disciple appear to hold truth. Chen, unperturbed by the unusual gazes around him, embraces the reputation of being a sycophant, recognizing it as a perfect disguise. In the realm of cultivation, strength speaks volumes. One day, when he ascends to the rank of an immortal emperor, who would dare to recall his past as a sycophant? With a smile, Chen weaves through the crowd to stand beside Xiaoxi. At that moment, she is kneeling, eyes closed in meditation, her figure resembling the full moon, radiating an aura of serenity. Chen takes a moment to admire her, unhurried. Sensing someone's gaze, Xiaoxi opens her eyes and meets Chen's fiery stare. Instead of displaying any displeasure, she secretly revels in his attention. Feigning ignorance, she chuckles lightly. Junior brother Yi has come to attend the lecture too? I was so engrossed in the elder's teachings that I failed to notice your presence, my apologies. In response, Chen shakes his head with a smile. Senior sister is too kind. Rising gracefully, Xiaoxi's form returns to its original allure. Is there something troubling you, junior brother? If so, I would be delighted to assist you. Chen raises an eyebrow, surprised by her affability. Perhaps her demeanor is influenced by his status as a direct disciple. Regardless, he is pleased, and seizing the opportunity, he responds, Indeed, I have some queries, and as I am still unfamiliar with the sect, would you be willing to show me around? Cultivators are typically busy, and the disciples of Qin Yun's sect often lead busier lives than those outside, dedicating their time to training, studying, practicing spells, and completing sect tasks. It is uncommon for them to squander time, especially someone of Xiaoxi's caliber. To his surprise, she readily agrees. The two of them venture out together, with Xiaoxi elaborating on various aspects of the sect, while also providing Chen with insights into alchemical techniques when he inquires. Their conversation flows effortlessly, and the camaraderie is evident, attracting the attention of many envious disciples. Xiaoxi, the esteemed senior sister, possesses beauty and charisma that garner countless admirers. Yet most lack the courage to pursue her. Now, witnessing Chen, a mere beneficiary, engaging so joyfully with her, stirs discontent among the male disciples. Such a sycophant, they mutter. Instead of focusing on cultivation, he seeks to ingratiate himself with female practitioners. Can he truly hope to win the favor of someone like senior sister? As they arrive at Qingyun Fong, the sect's marketplace for various spiritual herbs, artifacts, and talismans, Xiaoxi enthusiastically explains its offerings. Chen contemplates whether to enter and perhaps find a suitable gift for her. At that moment, a female attendant emerges from the shop, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Xiaoxi. Senior sister, you've returned. The spell you inquired about, a long-distance technique for seizing and attacking enemies, is now available. It's called the Dragon Grasp. Within a 50-meter radius, it can swiftly form a hand-sized spiritual palm to capture items or strike foes, all while being nearly undetectable. Yaoxi's eyes sparkle with interest as the attendant continues. The manager specifically held this for you, wondering if you'd like to acquire it. Yaoxi,
displaying a glimmer of eagerness, explains to Yichun, in the Qi refinement stage, using mana to manipulate objects is limited to about 5 meters and lacks precision.
this spell would greatly aid in alchemy and when foraging for herbs. Plus it can be used offensively, truly invaluable. Please wait a moment, junior brother. I must purchase this. She adds, excitement evident in her tone. Yichun's interest peaks. Yaoxi desires a spell? This is serendipity. Although he possesses no shortage of spells, who could refuse more? He is eager to experience the 30-fold feedback that Yaoxi's assistance might provide. Not at all. I have yet to visit Xianxiafans. So I shall accompany you, he replies with a smile. Yaoxi, pleased, leads him inside with graceful steps. 10 mid-grade spirit stones? Is it not excessively priced? She exclaims in astonishment upon hearing the cost. The attendant quickly explains, this dragon grasp is exceptional, capable of being controlled within a 50-meter range, and suitable for the Qi refinement stage. It's almost unheard of in the entire Qingyun sect. Not only is it effective, but its low energy signature makes it difficult for opponents to detect during combat. Just imagine, during a battle, summoning the dragon grasp from behind an enemy for a surprise attack. Who could withstand that? With the spell, you might even have a chance to defeat Senior Brotherly in the upcoming sect tournament and secure a foundation establishment pill. The attendant's enticing words stir Yaoxi's interest, yet as she glances at her storage bag, a hint of embarrassment crosses her face. I've recently been experimenting with new elixirs, spending a substantial amount of spirit stones on materials. Currently, I lack sufficient funds. Could you please reserve this spell for me for a few months? I will return to purchase it once I have saved enough spirit stones. However, the attendant shakes her head. Senior sister, you know that this is against the rules. The manager asking you first is already a significant exception. If you truly lack spirit stones, someone else may purchase it in the meantime. To embark on the path of cultivation is to tread cautiously. A single misstep may lead to missed opportunities, and regret will come too late. Elder sister, perhaps you should consult a friend and borrow a few spirit stones. Like this esteemed senior brother beside you, suggested the attendant. A look of distress crossed Yaoxi's delicate features, followed by a wry smile. Never mind. What is gained is my fortune. What is lost is my destiny. Her beautiful eyes turned towards Chen. Forgive my folly, junior brother. I hail from a humble background as a casual cultivator, and only due to my commendable talent was I able to enter the sect. Yet, despite my alchemical skills, resources are consistently scarce. Moreover, my singular focus on cultivation leaves me with few companions. Let us depart. With a lingering glance at the jade slip in the attendant's hand, Yaoxi turned to leave. Chen raised an eyebrow at the scene. It initially appeared quite ordinary. However, upon reflection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to those moments in his previous life when women, intent on shopping, would suddenly discover something they fancied but lacked the funds to purchase. The gallant would inevitably refrain from asking to borrow money, opting instead to procure the item directly, thus earning the admiration of the lady. The unfolding scenario was strikingly similar. The senior sister's tactics were rather profound. With this revelation, Chen understood the depths of the senior sister's intentions. She appeared warm-hearted but was cunningly strategic. It was plausible that the attendant was an accomplice, deliberately waiting in ambush. The senior sister's actions likely stemmed from rumors surrounding her devoted admirer, seeking to extract some benefit for herself. Yet, her approach remained restrained, her intentions not overly apparent. A stark contrast to the more blatant tactics of women he had encountered in his past life. The clarity of the situation brought a smile to Chen's face. For him, the presence of a scheming woman seeking to gain from him was not a concern. Rather, he feared encountering a high-caliber female cultivator, devoid of desires, who would be both unattainable and torturous to pursue. Furthermore, the technique of the dragon capture was intriguing and seemingly versatile. He pondered what its 30-fold feedback might yield. Thus, with a flick of his wrist, he produced 10 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage ring. I shall take this dragon capture technique. Alas, if only the cultivation realm accepted credit cards. Chen mused that uttering a sawis di ka would certainly add to the grandeur of the moment. The attendant was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the spirit stones. Chen nodded appreciatively, recognizing her performance rivaled that of Sun Ruoxin. Truly, the senior sister of Qingyun sect possessed remarkable skills. He shook his head and accepted the jade slip from the attendant. What do you mean, senior sister? To covet another's affections is not the way of righteous cultivators. What this junior sister stated holds merit. The journey of a cultivator is one of gradual ascension. Losing this technique could mean missing out on foundational opportunities. Therefore, I implore you to accept it. Surprised, Yaoxi's youthful face, radiant with vitality, reflected astonishment. No, I have only just met you. How can I accept such a precious gift? Chen stepped closer, gently taking Xi's hand and placing the jade slip within it. What are you saying, senior sister? The moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an instant connection. Your willingness to guide me and familiarize me with the sect has endeared you to me. Consider this gift a token of our first meeting. If you refuse it, it would suggest you do not regard me as a friend. In that case, I shall refrain from bothering you in the future, as if we were strangers. As he spoke, he did not release Xi's hand. Her delicate fingers, soft and supple, felt akin to jelly, explaining her graceful movements. Hearing this, Xi's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, somewhat shyly admitting, I felt a special connection with you as well during our first encounter, unlike with any other male cultivator in the sect. Thus, I shall shamelessly accept it. I promise to return the spirit stones in a few months. Chen shook his head again. Senior sister, your words suggest you still do not see me as a friend. Xiaoxi found herself at a loss for words, her embarrassment evident as she finally replied. In that case, thank you, junior brother. At that moment, Chen's mind was grazed by the anticipated sound of a system prompt. Gift successful. The gift is dragon capture. In the third fold response, reward destruction of heaven. It has been detected that the gift presented by the host is of utmost importance to the recipient, Xiaoxi, exceeding her expectations and greatly affecting her emotional state, triggering a critical reward. The destruction of heaven technique, an ancient family secret of the Chen lineage, allows the host to learn about it from the ancestral specter. The name dragon capture is already imposing, but the emergence of destruction of heaven is even more astonishing. An ancient family technique. Though unfamiliar, anything associated with the term ancient must far surpass Qingyan sect in power. The might of such a family legacy cannot disappoint. Is this the 30-fold response from a female cultivator? An ancient technique materializing? How delightful! Not to mention the critical reward triggered. Such a treasure must not be overlooked. It requires diligent attention. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi felt the intensity of Chen's gaze, akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare gem, causing her cheeks to redden. Although she sensed his interest from their first meeting, she had not anticipated such fervent feelings. After a long pause, Xiaoxi shyly suggested, Junior brother, I have accepted your gift, so perhaps you could let go of my hand now? Since giving her the jade slip, Chen had held on to Xiaoxi's hand. His embarrassment feigned, but his reluctance was genuine. Her hand felt exquisite, truly a pity to squander on mere alchemy. Junior brother, shall we be on our way? Chen nodded and followed Xiaoxi as they strolled leisurely. Soon, she turned to him, a hint of embarrassment in her expression. It is time for my alchemy practice, and I fear I cannot accompany you any longer. Perhaps next time? Chen nodded in understanding. Women, when faced with a suitor they do not favor, often concoct excuses to depart after shopping and dining. They would not wish for any further entanglements. Thus, the two parted ways swiftly. Having learned through rumors of Chen's newfound reputation as a devoted admirer, Xiaoxi felt compelled to explore the truth of these claims. Today, she sought to test the waters and was taken aback by the results. Chen's generosity towards female cultivators exceeded her expectations. 10 medium-grade spirit stones were offered without a flicker of hesitation. Such wealth. In that moment, Xiaoxi's heart was undeniably stirred. Disciples of Qingyan sect, known for their formidable strength, often had familial support. The more talented the disciple, the greater the backing. Yet, Xiaoxi stood apart, devoid of family support, relying solely on her own endeavors. Her journey had been fraught with challenges, and the scarcity of resources had hindered her progress, causing her to miss numerous grand opportunities. The prospect of foundational establishment appeared ever distant. The emergence of Chen, the elite admirer, ignited a glimmer of hope within Xiaoxi. As she pondered this, she caught sight of Sun Ruoxin. Upon noticing Xiaoxi, Sun Ruoxin immediately broke into a smile and approached her with cheerful greetings. However, Xiaoxi felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, in a certain sense, she was vying for the affections of Sun Ruoxin's admirer. The elders had instructed her to look after Sun Ruoxin, but now she found herself in the position of potentially stealing away the attention of her admirer. Although cultivators typically dismiss such notions of pride, it was not uncommon for close brothers and sisters to turn against each other in the face of opportunity. Nevertheless, Xiaoxi felt a slight embarrassment and merely nodded coldly before drifting away. Once Xiaoxi had distanced herself, the displeasure on Sun Ruoxin's fair face became evident. What was so special about an outer sect senior sister? What was there to be proud of, being merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement? Humph. Chen, who adored me, was a direct disciple, surely far superior. Yet, when Chen last encountered me, he failed to mention this matter. He had a chance to become a direct disciple himself, but only bestowed upon me an ordinary Qingyan token. Such treasures, it seemed, he kept for himself. What kind of love is this? The next time we meet, If he does not present me with sufficient gifts, I shall not forgive him. With thoughts of Chen, her devoted admirer, Sun Ruoxin felt a surge of delight, believing her future to be exceptionally promising. However, when she arrived at the task hall, seeking suitable missions, she overheard rumors from nearby disciples regarding a newly appointed direct disciple. This new direct disciple had fallen head over heels for senior sister Yao Shi, promptly taking her to Qingyan Square and purchasing a spell worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a meeting gift. Such a lavish offering confirmed his status as an admirer. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin's expression darkened. My admirer has gone to fawn over someone else? How could this be? No wonder Yao Shi had that demeanor when she saw me today. It wasn't indifference, but rather guilt. The more Sun Ruoxin thought about it, the angrier she became. She had regarded Yao Shi as a senior sister, yet Yao Shi had snatched her admirer away. It was utterly unacceptable, especially since several attendants were present at Qingyan Square. Vividly recounting the affair, the spell worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones was beyond Yao Shi's means. The new direct disciple, Chen, had simply waved his hand and purchased it as a gift for her. Initially, Yao Shi had hesitated to accept it, but Chen had insisted she take it, inciting admiration from the other disciples. How could such an admirer exist in this world? A spell worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones was exceedingly precious. Yet he had to plead for her to accept it. What a disgrace for an admirer. As Sun Ruoxin listened, her expression twisted further. That spell was worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and she was currently in dire need of resources. How could Chen give such a precious gift to someone else? This was intolerable. All of those treasures should belong to me. Why would Chen, who clearly cherished me, act in such a manner? Was it a form of retaliation because I did not invite him in the last time? How petty of him. My refusal to let him in was merely a protective instinct typical of female cultivators. If Chen truly loved me, he should support me, not resort to such provocations. Did he no longer hold any feelings for me? How dare he claim to love me when I was willing to accept dual cultivation techniques, making such a significant sacrifice? Yet, this was how he treated me. Fuming, Sun Ruoxin resolved to confront Chen and demand an explanation for his actions. However, standing at the foot of the sword peak, she found herself blocked by a formation. Without the proper token, she realized she could not ascend. Clenching her teeth, her brows furrowed like meteors, her lips turned pale with fury. This matter would not end here. The next time she encountered Chen, she would point an accusing finger at him and demand to know why he treated her this way. If he could not provide a reasonable explanation, she would never forgive him. Just then, a fellow female cultivator approached her. Sister Sun, we are heading out on a mission and need someone to handle the materials from demon beasts. Would you care to join us? It should take about 2 weeks, and we could each earn around 40 low-grade spirit stones from this trip. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin felt disdain. A mere 40 low-grade spirit stones? Chen could easily give her a gift worth far more than this task as reward. Yet, she found herself with very few spirit stones left, and her father was unable to support her in the short term. He had previously spent considerable resources to plead for Elder Kong and had borrowed from many old acquaintances. Although Elder Kong had not expressed dissatisfaction regarding her admission to Qingyan sect, her father could no longer hold a position in Qingyan Square. He was now solely reliant on his identity as a talisman maker, creating and selling talismans to repay previous debts. In the Qingyan sect, Sun Ruoxin found herself hindered without resources. Ultimately, under the pressure of reality, she reluctantly agreed to join the mission, planning to meet at the Internal Affairs Hall the following day. In her mind, being away for 2 weeks would be beneficial. She believed Chen's gift to Yao Shi was intended to provoke her. Before long, he would come looking for her, but when he did not find her, he would surely feel anxious. This 2-week period would serve as an opportunity for her to make him reflect on his actions and recognize his mistakes. Upon her return, she would firmly hold Chen accountable and demand an apology. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a satisfied smile graced Sun Ruoxin's face. Meanwhile, Chen enjoyed the attentive care of Lu Jing and Lin Kuer, comfortably immersing himself in the comprehension of the heavenly destruction hand. This technique was indeed formidable, even producing the ethereal shadow of the ancestral figure of the Chen family upon a critical strike. However, Chen found the process of understanding it quite challenging, which puzzled him. Previously, when he was deciphering the Great Joy Zen method without any guiding shadows, he had made rapid progress, leading him to believe he possessed considerable insight. Yet now, he realized his comprehension only seemed effective with dual cultivation techniques. It was rather absurd. Nevertheless, despite his lack of insight, the guidance from the ancestral shadow allowed Chen to progress steadily. 3 days later, he stood at the mountainside of Sword Peak, surrounded by a field of rubble. There was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from his body. Yet suddenly, in the air about 100 meters away, a half-meter-long golden-purple hand materialized. The appearance of this hand was instantaneous, as if it had condensed in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, it crashed down, causing the pile of rubble to explode as though struck by a missile, scattering debris everywhere. Such power from merely the initial stages of understanding was immensely satisfying for Chen. What delighted him even more was the stealth of the heavenly destruction hand. Now, Chen could conjure this hand in any location within 100 meters, almost silently. In the midst of battle with an opponent, he could strike from behind, catching them utterly off guard. Moreover, the heavenly destruction hand was not only powerful, but also quite versatile. For instance, he could easily grasp a large boulder with it, making it highly practical for capturing foes. The only drawback was its considerable energy consumption. As a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, he could unleash only 6 heavenly destruction hands before exhausting his spiritual power. However, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. As one's cultivation improves, the endurance will naturally become more enduring. The treatment of direct disciples is exceptionally favorable. Fresh beast meat is delivered daily, along with the finest spiritual rice and vegetables, providing ample space for Lu Jing to showcase her skills. When paired with spiritual orchids and vines, the flavors are exquisite. Young master, please take a seat. Upon seeing Chen, Lu Jing immediately took the opportunity to showcase her efforts. Lin Kuer, standing beside her, was not to be outdone and hurriedly changed Chen into comfortable nightwear, setting the table with care. As Chen inhaled the delightful aroma, a smile graced his face. With 2 beautiful maidservants in the household and delectable delicacies to savor every day, life was undeniably comfortable. Chen took a gentle bite of the spiritual beast meat, looking at Lu Jing with satisfaction. The taste is delightful. Lu Jing, your culinary skills are improving. Hearing this, Lu Jing's face lit up with joy. Chen's formidable physique made practicing alongside him a joyous endeavor, not to mention the opportunity to enhance her own cultivation, even surpassing the efficiency of her own training. Being prioritized meant an additional opportunity for advancement, which only added to Lu Jing's happiness. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, quickly devised a plan to ensure her own timely turn. Compared to Lu Jing, Lin Kuer exhibited a higher initiative, and soon her smile returned. Noticing Lin Kuer's expression, Lu Jing furrowed her brow slightly, remarking, "You cannot rush me with words like hurry up. It's my turn or I shall have young master arbitrate this matter." Lin Kuer, flustered, retorted, "No, I merely wish to progress a bit faster. I am not urging you at all." Meanwhile, Chen continued to enjoy his spiritual meal, amused at the rivalry between his 2 maidservants. The thought of the 30-fold efficiency of senior sister Xiaoxi made him feel particularly content. As he reached the foundation building stage, 100-fold opportunity awaited him. Such a life felt heavenly. As for Sun Ruoxin, she had long been relegated to the back of his mind, forgotten for quite some time. Chapter 84. The Master's Expectations. Having met Senior Brother Yi, I have come to the Sword Peak to inform you that the 5 Elements Cave will officially open next month. Thus, I am here to confirm whether you will utilize your entry privilege this year. As a direct disciple, you are entitled to enter once every 3 years. Chen's days at the Sword Peak were particularly pleasant. His master, indifferent, had not appeared since the day he brought him in, showing no concern for his disciple whatsoever. However, the lack of oversight allowed him to enjoy a carefree existence. All his necessities, including food and resources for cultivation, were delivered directly by the Internal Affairs Hall. In his idle moments, he practiced diligently at the Sword Peak, training both day and night. When duties called, he would visit the sect's Grand Plaza to meet with his senior sister, attend lectures, and peruse the market, often finding items she needed and generously gifting them to her, thereby reaping 30-fold rewards in return. Last week, he noticed a fleeting yet perceptive glance from his senior sister that revealed her fondness for a particular exquisite hairpin, capable of withstanding a surge of magical fire and countering wood-based spells. Priced at 10 medium-grade spirit stones, she cast a reluctant glance before continuing on her way as if nothing had happened. Yet, as the foremost admirer in Qinyan's sect, how could Chen be careless? He graciously purchased the hairpin and presented it to his senior sister. Though the transaction did not trigger a critical hit, the 30-fold multiplier still returned him 30 exquisite hairpins. When he had the opportunity to sell this batch, he would at least earn 3 superior-grade spirit stones. 10 medium-grade spirit stones transformed into 3 superior-grade stones, showcasing the benefits of high multipliers. In comparison, Sun Ruoxin's 15-fold return was significantly less. This underscored Yaoxi's importance. Chen resolved to devote himself entirely to Yaoxi until he reached the foundation building stage, unwavering in his purpose, unless a female cultivator of higher multiplier potential appeared, which he had already inquired about. Among the female disciples of Qinyan's sect, Yaoxi possessed the highest aptitude and cultivation. The other direct disciples were all male. Thus, who else could he possibly devote himself to other than Yaoshi? Today, unexpectedly, a steward from the Internal Affairs Hall arrived, respectfully bringing Yi Chun a new message. The Five Elements Cave would open next month. He was well aware of the cave's significance. Cultivators seeking to break through to the foundation building stage required an immense accumulation of spiritual energy. The more potent the energy, the higher the chances of success and the stronger the foundation established. In ancient times, the Five Elements pill could expand a cultivator's qi, being one of the most crucial elixirs for those in the qi refinement stage, second only to the foundation establishment pill. However, with the end of the ancient era, the materials for crafting the Five Elements pill nearly vanished. Only a few ancient Five Elements pills remained, but without the necessary materials for refinement, they became increasingly scarce. After many years, the Five Elements pill had become a relic of the past, utterly extinct. The Five Elements Cave was conceived as a solution, utilizing formations to simulate the original Five Elements pill, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to transform it into Five Elements spiritual qi, aiding cultivators in opening their dantians. However, the materials for the cave's formations were exceedingly costly, only affordable to sects like Qingyun that had reached the golden core stage. Moreover, the conversion efficiency was extremely low. The annual output of Five Elements spiritual qi barely sufficed for 5 qi refinement cultivators. Furthermore, not all of it could be allocated to direct disciples, as that would demoralize the ordinary disciples. Thus, restrictions were placed on direct disciples, allowing them to enter only once every 3 years, with the remaining slots open for competition among ordinary disciples. Hence, it was imperative to consult the eligible direct disciples first before confirming the remaining slots. At this moment, facing the steward's inquiry, Yi Chen hesitated. He had heard that the Five Elements spiritual qi inside the cave was fiercely contested. One had to find a spot to sit and cultivate until the energy was depleted, with those who absorbed the most benefiting greatly. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could absorb, leading to greater gains. Thus, Yi Chen contemplated whether to wait 2 years before claiming this opportunity, gifting it to Yaoshi so that he could absorb more himself, potentially yielding even better rewards. Given his current relentless pace of cultivation, he was confident of breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement in 2 years. Just then, a figure clad in red arrived on a sword, landing gracefully before Yi Chen, allowing him to clearly discern her slender waist. Such a figure was rare, even within the realm of cultivation. Without needing to see her face, Yi Chen recognized it was his beloved master. The steward, too intimidated, dared not meet Gu Yunyu's gaze and promptly lowered his head, addressing her. "Greetings, Master Gu." Gu Yunyu ignored the steward, turning directly to Yi Chen with an expressionless demeanor, commanding, "You shall go to the Five Elements Cave for cultivation this year." Yi Chen was taken aback, having assumed his master was indifferent to his well-being. Her sudden appearance warmed his heart, and he vowed to honor her devotion doubly upon reaching the foundation building stage, attending to her every need. Yet, Yi Chen was also curious as to why his master insisted he go this year. Would it not be better to wait until his cultivation was higher? Perhaps sensing Yi Chen's confusion, Gu Yunyun spoke calmly. "This year, the Qiyun sect's spiritual vein has experienced an unusual surge, with the elemental spiritual energy from the Five Elements Cave increasing by 60% compared to previous years. By taking advantage of this opportunity to cultivate in the Five Elements Cave, you might very well break through to the later stages of qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes immediately brightened. He nodded without hesitation, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master." He then cast a somewhat displeased glance at the steward, coldly stating, "I want it." This fellow was not very forthcoming, failing to inform him of such a significant matter. The steward wore an awkward expression. He was helpless. Elder Chen believed that granting Yi Chen a spot in the Five Elements Cave would be a waste, especially given this year's extraordinary results. It would be more beneficial for the sect to allocate the spot to a more talented disciple, so he specifically instructed the steward not to mention it. What could he do? Now that Master Gu had exposed the matter, and with Yi Chen being his direct disciple, he could only lower his head and say, "All right. I will bring the entry token for my junior brother in a couple of days." After speaking, he hurriedly left. Gu Yunyun did not wait for Yi Chen to speak and stood up again. "Make sure to cultivate diligently in the Five Elements Cave and do not miss this opportunity." Gu Yunyun's visit today was not only to remind Yi Chen but also out of curiosity to see if he was truly capable. After all, it had been several days since Yi Chen had not rested a single night, which had utterly disrupted Gu Yunyun's biological clock over the years. However, upon seeing Yi Chen, he found him not at all lethargic. Rather, his aura seemed to have increased compared to when he first entered. This gave Gu Yunyun a glimmer of hope for his disciple, who appeared to be more than just mediocre. After coming out of the Five Elements cave, he should show some improvement, at least not being completely overshadowed by ordinary disciples during the sect's grand competition. Otherwise, even Gu Yunyun would feel somewhat embarrassed. As Chen watched his master leave in a flurry, he quickly bowed and said, "I will not disappoint you, master." Once his master's fiery figure vanished from view, Chen lowered his head and began to ponder earnestly. What kind of rewards would he receive after giving his entry to the Five Elements cave to Yaoxi? This year's abundant elemental spiritual energy in the Five Elements cave undoubtedly made the value of the entry spot much higher than in previous years. Surely, the rewards would not disappoint him, right? Would the system perhaps grant him a private Five Elements cave for his exclusive enjoyment? Chapter 85, The Necessary Sacrifice for the Spot. What? This year there is only one entry to the Five Elements cave? Upon hearing the steward's words while registering at the Internal Affairs Hall, Yaoxi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The steward, looking quite helpless, explained, "This year, the number of direct disciples has increased by 1. The total now stands at 4. And all 4 have chosen to enter the Five Elements cave this year. Thus, there is only 1 spot left for disciples below the direct disciple level." Hearing this, Yaoxi's expression stiffened. She had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement last year, but the competition for the Five Elements cave entry was too fierce, and she had not been able to secure a spot. This year, the few senior brothers at the 9th level of Qi refinement either failed their breakthroughs or had left the sect to handle various mundane affairs due to age. Among the ordinary disciples, only Shi and Li Xiaoyao were at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yaoxi thought that she was bound to obtain a spot in the Five Elements cave this year, especially with its abundant elemental spiritual energy. It seemed like fate was smiling upon her. Yet, to her dismay, there was only 1 spot left. Li Xiaoyao had achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement 3 years ago and had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. His mastery of the Qi Yin sword technique was exceptional, placing him nearly on par with those direct disciples. Competing with Li Xiaoyao for this last spot seemed almost insurmountable for Yaoxi. Thus, she found herself genuinely troubled. Within the sect, resources were limited and necessitated competition. If she could not enter the Five Elements cave this time, her strength would not improve, and she would have no chance of claiming first place among the ordinary disciples in this year's sect competition, nor would she obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill. The saying "a step slow, every step slow" was not merely an exaggeration, but a genuine reflection of the cultivation world. After registering, in Yaoxi's small courtyard, if Chen were present, he would recognize this female cultivator as the attendant from Qingyan Square. Yaoxi shook her head, signaling that there was no need for formality. The female cultivator, noticing Yaoxi's poor mood, curiously inquired, "Sister, you seem a bit down. Is something troubling you?" Upon hearing this, Yaoxi sighed and spoke with a tone that evoked sympathy. "This year, there is only 1 entry to the Five Elements cave. I am likely no match for Brotherly, and it seems I may miss the opportunity to enter the Five Elements cave again. It appears I will have to wait another year to attempt a breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment stage." The female cultivator, puzzled, responded, "How can there only be 1 spot? Even if all the direct disciples enter this year, it should still be possible. Isn't that new direct disciple also entering the Five Elements cave this year? That seems like such a waste. Isn't he only at the 6th level of Qi refinement? His speed in refining spiritual energy must be slower. How can he compete with the other direct disciples? He won't absorb much anyway. It would be better to give the spot to you. He likes you so much, sister. Why don't you ask him to give up his spot? That way, there would be 2 spots for ordinary disciples. Apart from Li Xiaoyao, none of the other disciples would pose a challenge to her, ensuring a solid chance." The female cultivator quickly grasped the issue and suggested a solution to Yaoxi. However, upon hearing this, Yaoxi could only smile wryly and shake her head. "Although Chen likes me, he isn't foolish. This year, the surge of spiritual energy in the Five Elements cave will yield results far superior to previous years. Any cultivator aspiring to establish their foundation would not miss such an opportunity." The female cultivator, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, "Who says he isn't smart? I've heard that he is willing to give away his entry into the Qian sect. That Sun Ruoxin is far inferior to you, sister. If Chen could grant her entry into the Qian sect, he surely wouldn't be stingy with you. So, you must at least give it a try." Yaoxi shook her head. "What a foolish girl. Chen is now a direct disciple. What does that imply? He already knows he has the opportunity to enter the Qiyun sect and a brighter future, which is why he gifted Sun Ruoxin the Qiyun token. If Chen hadn't had the chance to become a direct disciple, do you think he would have given away the Qiyun token?" Upon hearing this, the female cultivator seemed to understand the reasoning. It appeared that the so-called direct disciple, who was regarded as a devoted admirer willing to sacrifice everything for Yaoxi, was not as absurd as it seemed. He truly did not care about his future. Nevertheless, even so, it was still quite generous of him. The female cultivator suddenly had a bright idea and leaned closer to Yao Shi, whispering, "Sister, why not offer yourself to Yi Chen? I saw the way he looks at you, especially when he gazes at your back. He's particularly attentive. If you were to give yourself to Yi Chen, he would not be able to refuse." Yao Shi, of course, would never consider such a thing. Although Yi Chen was now a direct disciple, his talent was lacking, and his cultivation level was low. In less than 2 years, he might not even be able to maintain his status as a direct disciple. As for herself, she was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from the foundation establishment stage. While the perceived gap between them seemed small, once she broke through to the foundation establishment stage, their statuses would diverge greatly. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly sacrifice herself for a mere entry to the 5 Elements cave? It was entirely not worth it. Thus, the female cultivator's earlier suggestion was something she would never entertain. However, the other points raised did hold some validity. She could subtly hint to Yi Chen about the significance of the entry to the 5 Elements cave for her. Should she manage to persuade Yi Chen, it would indeed be an unexpected boon. Nonetheless, Yao Shi did not harbor high hopes and was prepared to compete with Li Xiaoyao for the spot. Previously, whether it was from the dragon capture hand or the exquisite hairpin gifted by Yi Chen, everything was prepared by Yao Shi in anticipation of the upcoming sect competition at the end of the year, particularly in regard to Li Xiaoyao. After all, securing the first place among the ordinary disciples in this competition would grant her a low-grade foundation establishment pill. This pill would significantly enhance her chances of successfully breaking through. And even in the event of failure, it would safeguard her meridians, allowing her another opportunity for advancement. Thus, Yao Shi began her preparations well in advance. And she was not entirely despondent. Even if she were to face Li Xiaoyao, she held a glimmer of hope for victory. However, the fierce sword energy wielded by Li Xiaoyao would prove challenging to defend against with ordinary protective artifacts. Perhaps she would need to devise a strategy to persuade Yi Chen to bestow upon her a superior defensive artifact. If so, her odds of success would substantially increase. Tomorrow marked the day she would attend the elder's lecture. Yi Chen would be present, but not for the sake of the lesson. Rather, he would be seated at the back, silently observing her. His gaze was so intense that it made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, as though it disrupted her tranquility. Yao Shi did not particularly enjoy being scrutinized by Yi Chen and even felt a tinge of aversion. Yet, for the sake of her foundation establishment, such minor discomfort was a worthy sacrifice. She resolved to wear an outfit that would accentuate her figure, ensuring that Yi Chen would be pleased to behold her. In doing so, she hoped that he would be more generous when it came time to offer her the defensive artifact. Who knows? He might even seriously consider relinquishing the 5 Elements cave in her favor this year. In any case, the path to immortality is fraught with challenges. In her pursuit of greatness, Yao Shi was determined to give her all.